Chapter 1. Midnight. Donghai City, a thunderous crash resonated through the night. In a secluded alleyway, a disheveled figure shattered through a wall, hurtling out from the gaping hole. Jiang Zhao emitted a chilling scream as his body collided with a pool of murky water. His complexion was pallid, with a visible depression in his chest, revealing several stark white bone fragments, stained with crimson blood, laid bare to the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Zhao gasped for breath, the agony in his chest overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of dread. He swiftly turned over in the filth, scrambling backward with hands and feet. As he retreated, his eyes remained fixated on the wall he had just obliterated. Upon the wall, the gaping hole yawned dark and profound. It seemed to conceal an unfathomable terror, sending chills down his spine. "Who are you?" Jiang Zhao swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he stared into the void. An reply echoed from the abyss. Only, the sound of heavy footsteps reverberated ominously. With each footfall, it felt as if they were trampling on Jiang Zhang's very heart, intensifying his fear. He retreated further until his back pressed against the wall behind him. There was no escape that a glimmer of despair flickered across Jiang Zhang's face as he trembled. "Friend, I am a ghost master of the Shiguan Club. If you slay me, our leader will not let you go. Perhaps we could call it a truce?" I could forget this ever happened. Before he could finish his plea, a dark beam shot from the hole in the wall, piercing through him with a sickening thud, pinning him to the ground. Excruciating pain surged through him. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but let out another agonizing scream. Looking down, he realized that the dark beam was in fact a pitch-black banner, ancient in design. The banner fluttered without wind, swirling with ominous black smoke, captivating and terrifying. The staff of the banner, forged from an unknown material, radiated an icy chill that penetrated his chest, spreading through his limbs and bones, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Foreseeing his imminent demise, Jiang Zhao attempted to summon the ghostly entities within him. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, the spirits that had always been at his command remained eerily silent today. It was as if they were being suppressed by the dark banner before him, which was utterly bewildering. Could it be that this banner is indeed a ghostly artifact? Jiang Zhang's eyes widened, filled with shock. Just moments ago, he had encountered a young man dressed in antiquated garb, wielding a black banner, inquiring for directions. The stranger's attire was peculiar, and his accent was unmistakably foreign. Jiang Zhao had initially wished to ignore him, but the instinct of a ghost master compelled him to notice the ancient banner in the man's grasp, recognizing its extraordinary significance. It was highly probable that it was a ghostly artifact. He initially intended to lead the young man to a secluded area, seizing the opportunity to snatch his black banner. However, he never anticipated that the young man would prove to be exceptionally formidable. In just one exchange, the young man inflicted severe damage upon him, leaving him impaled by the black banner. Though he clung to life, he knew all too well that once the black banner was reclaimed, the malevolent entity within him would awaken, and he would inevitably face the risk of its resurgence. Even if fortune favored him and the entity remained dormant, the loss of blood would still lead to his demise. At this moment, it was evident that he was doomed. How could this happen? Jiang Zhao screamed in despair. He felt he had not yet lived enough. He was not ready to die. But as the footsteps approached, growing ever closer, panic flooded his eyes. With great difficulty, he raised his head to gaze at the wall, not far away. There, a shadowy figure advanced. The newcomer was tall and slender, with hair cascading like a waterfall, clad in flowing black garments that danced with the wind. A hint of mockery played upon his strikingly handsome visage, as if he were observing a clumsy and laughable ant. "Who are you?" Jiang Zhao gasped for breath, once again posing the question that had initially haunted him. A dead man has no need for such knowledge. Jiang Zhao approached, his tone icy and condescending as he looked down upon Jiang Zhao. He slowly lifted one foot, placing it atop Jiang Zhao's head. With a forceful press, a muffled thud resonated, akin to a watermelon being crushed underfoot. Various red and white substances scattered across the ground, covering it like a macabre tapestry. Gazing at the headless corpse, Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly. "I merely asked for directions. Why did you have to seek death? If it were anyone else, you would surely be condemned to eternal damnation today. Yet, fortune has smiled upon you, for you encountered me. I, Jiang, am benevolent and bear no grudges. Although you have offended me, I shall still grant you a path to immortality." With that, Jiang Zhao formed a seal with his hand, reaching downward. An ethereal figure emerged from the headless body, revealing the visage of the recently deceased Jiang Zhao. At this moment, Terror deepened in Jiang Zhao's eyes. He had heard whispers of the existence of souls in this world, but he had never witnessed one despite the rampant resurgence of malevolent entities that claimed lives. Those entities materialized from thin air, not emerging from the death of an individual. The souls of those killed by these entities never escaped their bodies. Yet today, he found himself witnessing his own soul. The silver lining was that although he had perished, his soul endured the grim reality was that it had been extracted by the young man before him. From the young man's methods, he appeared less like a master of spirits and more akin to a demonic cultivator from a tale. The banner of 10,000 souls, a seat of elegance. Jiang Zhao murmured softly, his voice barely audible. Yet to Jiang Zhao's ears, it was akin to the whisper of a demon. Merely a few words, yet they sent chills down his spine. Please no, spare my life. Jiang Zhao sought mercy. However, before he could finish his plea, the ominous black banner behind him suddenly stirred. A radiant darkness burst forth from the banner, and a terrifying force enveloped him, swiftly drawing his very soul into its depths. With Jiang Zhao's soul dealt with, Jiang Zhao turned once more to gaze upon Jiang Zhao's lifeless form. Upon the corpse, an ethereal pale hand had inexplicably appeared, shrouded in an eerie mist that lingered, instilling a profound sense of coldness. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees with the emergence of the spectral hand. Jiang Zhao scrutinized the ghostly appendage with keen interest, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Is this the manifestation of a resurrected spirit from this realm? What pure, ghostly energy! If I could refine it, I might well save half a month of arduous cultivation. Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed the ghostly hand inching toward him rather than fear. He felt an exhilarating thrill. What others dread as malevolent spirits appeared to him as nothing more than a miraculous elixir. Extending his hand, Jiang Zhao seized the ghostly hand with resolve. With his other hand, he formed a sealing gesture and pressed it firmly against the hand, completely binding it. Afterward, Jiang Zhao placed the ghostly hand into a jade box. Once this was accomplished, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing the lights of nearby buildings flickering on due to the earlier commotion. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, a golden portal materialized behind him. He stepped through, and his figure vanished without a trace. At the Wansheng immortal sect, in the outer gate area, inside a small wooden cottage, the golden portal appeared abruptly. Jiang Zhao stepped forth. Upon his return, he promptly clutched his storage pouch and retrieved the jade box, gazing at the ghostly hand resting quietly within. At that moment, his spirits soared. I truly brought it back. This interdimensional journey not only validated his ability to return with items, but more importantly, the ghostly hand within the jade box held immense value for him. If he could successfully refine it, his cultivation would surely surpass a minor threshold. He was currently at the 3rd level of Qi Refinement. With a breakthrough, he would ascend to the 4th level. Just as Jiang Zhao had surmised, Jiang Zhao was indeed a practitioner of dark arts. Yet, what Jiang Zhao failed to anticipate was that Jiang Zhao was also a traveler from another world 18 years prior. He had crossed over for the first several years. Jiang Zhao believed he was merely in an ordinary ancient world, diligently studying poetry and literature. Each night, he sought not to be the top scholar, but even a modest success would have earned him a place in his family's lineage. But who could have foreseen? 3 months ago, he suddenly heard news of the Wansheng immortal sect recruiting disciples. That moment, he had just realized that celestial beings truly existed in this world. At the moment he received this revelation, Jiang Zhao suddenly felt that the poetry and prose in his hands lost their allure. What was the glory of achieving fame compared to the allure of immortality? Thus, he resolutely joined the Wansheng Shinzone. His journey to apprenticeship was unexpectedly smooth. There were no tests of aptitude or any evaluations of character. The individual responsible for accepting disciples merely regarded him with a peculiar glance before immediately taking him under their wing. At that time, Jiang Zhao believed himself to be a rare talent in cultivation, which was why he had been exceptionally admitted to the esteemed Wansheng Shinzone, a sect whose name exuded grandeur. With the words sacred and immortal in its title, it hardly seemed like a third-rate sect. However, upon entering the sect, Jiang Zhao soon learned the true name of Wansheng Shinzone from the mouths of others. It was actually the Wang Wuzong. This was a rather polite designation. In less courteous terms, it was referred to as the Wanggi Ku. Upon discovering the truth, Jiang Zhao was left in despair. He considered withdrawing from the sect and seeking refuge in a righteous one instead. Yet, alas, while joining the Wansheng Shinzone was easy, leaving was far more challenging. The prerequisite for betrayal was to survive the sect's pursuit. Although Wanshang Xianzong belonged to the demonic path, its foundation was remarkably solid. Even an outer elder was a formidable golden core expert. As for the inner elders, each one was a Yuan Ing master. With his mere cultivation at the third level of Qi refinement, betraying the sect would likely lead to him becoming one of the souls in their soul-absorbing banner within the span of a single incense stick. It was impossible to exit the demonic sect. Jiang Zhao could only walk a solitary path into darkness. During his 3 months in Wansheng Xianzong, he treaded carefully, living in constant trepidation, and devoted himself to relentless training day and night. In a righteous sect, a slower pace of cultivation might invite ridicule. But in a demonic sect, such matters could be a matter of life and death. Although Wansheng Xianzong had rules against infighting among its disciples, these regulations were merely for show. To take them seriously would be foolish. He had heard. Jiang Zhao had indeed heard. The current leader of Wansheng Xianzong had ascended to power by slaying his master. This was a forbidden topic within the sect, yet gossip always finds a way to circulate. Jiang Zhao occasionally caught snippets of conversation from others. If the head of a sect behaved in such a manner, how could a mere outer disciple like himself feel secure? Fortunately, this afternoon, the golden opportunity he had longed for arrived. His golden opportunity was not a system, but a portal. Upon stepping through, he would be transported to another world, a realm where spirits were awakening. In that world, the air was thick with ghostly energy. As he set foot in that realm, Jiang Zhao nearly believed he had entered the underworld. After all, even Wansheng Xianzong, as masters of the spectral arts, did not possess such an overwhelming presence of ghostly aura within their own confines. For ordinary people in that world, in the eerie revival, heralding the apocalypse, for a practitioner like Jiang Zhao, who delves into the sinister arts, is akin to a paradise. On earth, in that realm, the cultivation of skills could yield the equivalent of 4 to 5 days progress here in just a single day. Were it not for his apprehension that lingering too long might lead to unintentional blunders within his sect, he would have certainly delayed his return. However, now that I am back, it is time to consider a change in my original cultivation method. Otherwise, the depletion during the refinement of the ghostly hands could be considerable, Jiang Zhao pondered. Within the demonic path, there exists a plethora of techniques, most of which necessitate the act of killing to cultivate. Influenced by his past life, coupled with his initial ignorance of joining a demonic sect, the technique he chose upon entry leaned more towards the righteous path. Yet now, endowed with a golden opportunity, and having undergone a transformative experience over the past 3 months within the sect, his perspectives had silently shifted. In the realm of cultivation, there are no rigid rules. Only one immutable law prevails. The one with the mightiest fist dictates the rules. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Zhao briskly made his way to the scripture pavilion. Shortly thereafter, at the entrance of the pavilion, Jiang Zhao stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly man, thin and clad in a gray robe, seated behind a desk, on the verge of slumber. Not daring to be remiss, Jiang Zhao stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting, and softly spoke, "Disciple Jiang Zhao, pays respects to the elder. Is there something you seek?" The elder slightly raised his head, casting a glance at Jiang Zhao, his tone indifferent. "Oh, the elder, I have come today to request a change in my cultivation technique," Jiang Zhao replied. "Oh." At this, the elder raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiang Zhao's attire, a sly smile flickering across his face. "Have you come to a realization?" Individuals like Jiang Zhao were not uncommon in the scripture pavilion over the years. Many young disciples, upon joining the Wansheng immortal sect, believed themselves to be virtuous, reluctant to practice techniques that harm the innocent. Yet, after facing the harsh realities, they ultimately returned, compliant in changing their methods. After all, once one joins the demonic path, if you refrain from killing while others cultivate, it is you who will be at the mercy of the stronger. Indeed, Jiang Zhao affirmed. The customary fee for changing techniques is 5 low-grade spirit stones, the elder remarked with a smile. Having confirmed Jiang Zhao's intentions, a glimmer of appreciation surfaced in the elder's gaze, imbued with a sense of camaraderie in the path they walked. "The disciple has saved," Jiang Zhao replied, producing 5 low-grade spirit stones he had previously gathered and presenting them. The elder accepted them with ease, nodding gently. "You may enter. Remember, outer disciples are permitted to select only from the first level." Understood, Jiang Zhao nodded lightly before swiftly stepping deeper into the scripture pavilion. Even though it was now the dead of night, in the first level of the scripture repository, numerous outer disciples donned in attire similar to Jiang Zhao's traversed the rows of jade shelves. Their intentions mirrored his own, each sought to procure a suitable technique or supernatural ability. Jiang Zhao's gaze did not linger on these individuals. His purpose was singular and clear. He swiftly advanced deeper into the repository, arriving at a jade stand where his eyes scanned back and forth before ultimately resting upon a tome entitled The Soul Devouring Method of the Dark Moon. The Soul Devouring Method of the Dark Moon. This was a technique designed explicitly for the consumption of ghostly energies or the souls of others to cultivate power. It was undoubtedly a method of the demonic path. At the outset, he had pondered why the sacred sect of the 10,000 saints possessed such a technique. Now, however, everything fell into place. At that time, he had refrained from selecting this method. But now, in his renewed cultivation, all that was required was to refine his inner true essence once more. Before long, Jiang Zhao retrieved the Taiyin soul-devouring technique from the shelf, registering it with the elderly man at the doorway. With the old man's approving gaze upon him, he turned and departed. Upon returning to his modest abode, Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged upon his bed, committing the contents of the Taiyin soul-devouring technique to memory, and subsequently embarked on the cultivation of the method. Approximately half a day later, the true essence within his body had undergone a profound transformation. Yet, Jiang Zhao did not cease his endeavors. He flipped his hand and produced a jade box containing the sealed ghost hand, his eyes glinting with determination. Next, he pondered how much bounty this ghost hand would yield him. As he contemplated, the true essence within his meridians began to operate autonomously, emanating a terrifying force that surged from his palm, drawing in the ghostly energy that enveloped the ghost hand with fervor. Once tranquil after being sealed, the ghost hand sensed the shift in its surroundings and abruptly became agitated, struggling incessantly. However, such efforts were futile. As the ghostly energy was siphoned away, its restlessness gradually waned. In contrast, Jiang Zhao absorbed a vast amount of ghostly energy, causing his cultivation to soar. With each cycle of true essence, it grew ever more robust. Initially, it was but a trickling brook, but after half a day, it had transformed into a mighty river. With a resounding thud, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Jiang Zhao's body jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes, springing from his bed. As he cast a glance down at himself, an expression of astonishment involuntarily graced his face. Fourth level of Qi refinement. Just as he had anticipated. After refining the ghostly hand, he had indeed broken through. After meticulously examining his internal state for half a day, Jiang Zhao uncovered a fact that left him astounded. His foundation was remarkably stable. There was no trace of disarray in his true essence, nor any fluctuations in his aura, despite practicing demonic techniques. Could this be due to the ghostly hand? Jiang Zhao suddenly glanced down at the ghostly hand nestled within the jade box in his grasp. The once ominous hand had now completely decayed, appearing indistinguishable from the remains of something long deceased. It seemed this was the inevitable outcome. After scrutinizing the ghostly hand for a while longer, Jiang Zhao exhaled a long breath of turbid air, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The path of cultivation is akin to nourishment for the body. However, the righteous path advocates for a methodical and deliberate approach, akin to savoring each bite, allowing one to ascend to greater heights and traverse further distances. In stark contrast, the demonic path indulges in reckless consumption, disregarding all taboos, which can indeed propel one's cultivation to unimaginable levels in a short span. Yet, this is invariably accompanied by various hidden dangers. After all, indiscriminate eating will inevitably lead to physical ailments for anyone. Yet Jiang Zhao is unlike the typical practitioner of the demonic path. The ghostly hand he refined was a product of a bizarrely resurrected world, imbued with exceptionally pure ghostly energy, devoid of any impurities. It was as if the food had already been chewed, purified, by another. He merely needed to swallow it down. Admittedly, the analogy may sound somewhat repulsive, but the principle holds true. He could focus solely on vigorous cultivation without concern for his foundation. It was evident that before long, a formidable figure in the realm of demonic cultivation would emerge, one with a solid foundation, rapid advancement, and immense power. Moreover, the specters from the bizarrely resurrected world grow stronger by slaying ordinary mortals. What would happen if I captured them within the soul-collecting banner and brought them into the cultivation realm to vanquish several foundational or even golden core stage experts? The thought sent waves of excitement coursing through Jiang Zhao's heart. Turning his gaze toward the window, he realized that an entire day had passed, and night had once again descended. Most of the outer disciples of the Wanqing immortal sect had retired for the evening. After all, those in the Qi refinement stage had yet to reach the foundational stage and could not practice incessantly without rest. However, Jiang Zhao was unlike the others. He remained brimming with energy. Rest? Absolutely not. Within the demonic sect, the path to power was paramount. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhao closed the window, then waved his sleeve lightly, summoning a golden portal before him. He stepped through, and his figure vanished from sight. Buzz. In the familiar alley, Jiang Zhao reappeared. At the very moment of his emergence, he surveyed his surroundings. The body of Jiang Zhao had vanished, and the bloodstains had been meticulously cleared away, leaving only traces of the caution tape. It seemed that Jiang Zhao's demise had indeed garnered the attention of the authorities in this realm, and their response was remarkably swift. Jiang Zhao let out a soft chuckle, unperturbed, as his mind began to ponder where he might venture to seek out the spectral entities. During his initial foray into this world, he had encountered Jiang Zhao with the intention of inquiring about the prevalence of ghosts in Donghai City. However, he had not anticipated that Jiang Zhao, emboldened by audacity, would set his sights on him instead. The thought of Jiang Zhao suddenly struck Jiang Zhao. If memory served him correctly, Jiang Zhao was affiliated with some sort of club for ghost tamers, was he not? Now, I have slain Jiang Zhao, and it seems that the club will not let this matter rest easily. Jiang Zhao nodded gently, contemplating. It appears that I must see this good deed through to the end, accompanying the spirit to its final resting place. Those who commune with spirits are often besieged by ghostly energies, their bodies afflicted and tormented. If I can offer them a path to redemption, it would indeed be a meritorious act. In the future, when they gather within the banner of countless souls, they may even express their gratitude towards me. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zhao retrieved the banner of 10,000 souls. As the banner fluttered, a swirl of black mist erupted, within which a shadowy figure could be discerned. This figure was none other than Jiang Zhao. After a day had passed, Jiang Zhao's spirit, nourished by the banner, had undergone a dramatic transformation. His visage was now ghastly, and his demeanor was utterly ferocious. As he emerged, he instinctively sought to devour. However, upon catching sight of Jiang Zhao, his dark form shuddered violently, and the fierce glint in his eyes faded, replaced by clarity. Unable to resist, he bowed his head in reverence and spoke respectfully. Jiang Zhao pays his respects to the master. Indeed, Jiang Zhao nodded, her tone gentle as she inquired. Regarding the club you mentioned earlier, how many spirit tamers are there? Are you referring to the Shiguan Club? Indeed. Originally there were 14, but now there are only 13. 13? Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up at the words, and his breath quickened noticeably. Just one ghostly hand had allowed him to ascend a minor realm. If 13 spectral entities were combined, the enhancement would be unfathomable. He dared not even imagine it. Where is the Shiguan Club? Jiang Zhao inquired further. Return to the master. Jiang Zhao promptly spoke. Simultaneously, he raised a hand, pointing towards the north, and swiftly remarked. The lair of the Shiguan Club is situated in a villa in the suburban area north of Donghai City. I shall lead the master there at once. By the way. On the way, Jiang Zhao seemed to recall something and spoke again. The president of the Shiguan Club has suppressed 2 malevolent spirits within him, the most formidable of which is the ghost blood. If the master encounters him, he must avoid contact at all costs, for otherwise he would become completely rigid and unable to move. In addition to the president, he also has a daughter, who harbors a spirit within her as well. Jiang Zhao listened attentively as Jiang Zhao recounted his tale, nodding gently. Despite his current prowess being rather modest within the realm of cultivation, merely at the threshold of his journey, he was considered exceptionally formidable in this bizarrely resurrected world. Ordinary specters posed no threat to him whatsoever. Nonetheless, Jiang Zhao harbored no intentions of underestimating others. Prudence, after all, is the mother of safety. Meanwhile, in the northern outskirts of Donghai City, within a villa that remained ablaze with light despite the late hour, a gathering was underway. I trust you are all aware of the situation? At the long table, an elderly gentleman with white hair leaned on his cane with one hand, while the other rested on the table. His gaze swept across the assembly as he spoke in a grave tone. This man was Shen Song, the president of the Shiguan Club. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman seated nearby, her expression shrouded in darkness, clenched her fingers tightly beneath the table and coldly exclaimed, "Father, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Xiaonan is not only a member of our club, he is also your future son-in-law. Whoever is responsible for his death must pay with their entire family. To accompany Xiaonan in death." The final words hung heavily in the air, casting a pall over the atmosphere of the hall. The remaining members at the table exchanged glances, taken aback by the woman's fervor, silently acknowledging her lineage as the president's daughter, and recognizing the fierce spirit she possessed. "Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation," Xianen's death will not go unavenged, Shinsong responded, casting a sidelong glance at his daughter and nodding gently. Although she bore little resemblance to him, her temperament mirrored his own. Having fathered a daughter late in life, he had devoted the past 20 years to her education, and he was now witnessing the fruits of his labor, as her demeanor reflected a semblance of his own formidable presence in his youth. One must be ruthless in dealing with foes to eliminate future threats. Since the eerie resurrection began, the Shiguang Club's survival had relied heavily on this very resoluteness and decisiveness. Old Song, it has been a day. Please share the findings of your investigation. Shinsong gently rapped the table, his gaze settling on a middle-aged man present. The man promptly replied, President, I have investigated the location of Zhang Xianen's demise. According to local residents, the commotion during the altercation lasted no more than 3 minutes. This indicates that the individual who killed Zhang Xianen possesses extraordinary strength. 3 minutes? Upon hearing these words, Shinsong couldn't help but furrow his brow. As the president of the Shiguang Club, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable, and the two demonic entities within him were not to be underestimated. However, the issue lay in the fact that even if he were to take action himself, he might not be able to completely subdue Zhang Xianen within a mere 3 minutes. Moreover, the middle-aged man continued, in that narrow alley, the walls are crumbling. It is said that Zhang Xianen's skull was crushed, an act of strength that surpasses that of an ordinary person. I suspect that the entity within that individual is likely a spirit associated with immense power. And yet, at this point, the man paused, his voice descending into a more somber tone as he continued, after Zhang Xianen's demise, the spirit within him should have awakened. However, curiously, there are no signs of any spectral activity in the vicinity of that narrow alley. I suspect that the spirit contained within Zhang Xianen has been taken away by the one who struck. Oh. Upon hearing these words, Shinsong's eyes brightened. He suddenly straightened his posture and spoke in a low voice. Are you implying that the individual who killed Zhang Xianen did so on behalf of a ghostly entity? The man known as Lao Song nodded gently, his expression grave. This possibility cannot be dismissed. As he spoke, he produced a folded sheet of white paper from his pocket and laid it open before the assembled group. The paper bore a portrait of a figure. Lao Song continued. Today, armed with a photograph of Zhang Xianen, I visited several nearby households, where I learned that prior to his demise, he indeed entered a narrow alley accompanied by an unfamiliar individual. Regrettably, the nearby surveillance footage has been confiscated by the Spirit Administration Bureau. However, Lao Song's tone shifted as he added, I commissioned an artist to create a likeness based on the descriptions provided by those residents. While it may not be an exact representation, it should bear a resemblance of at least 50%. Is that so? Shinsong cast an appreciative glance at the other party, extending his hand to take the paper. He glanced at the image upon it and murmured, somewhat unfamiliar. They must not be a spirit master from Donghai City. President, could this individual be from the Donghai Spiritual Administration, specially dispatched to deal with our club? At that moment, a member hesitantly spoke up. No, it was still Lao Song from earlier. He shook his head slightly and continued, as far as I know. The Spirit Administration seems to be searching for this person's whereabouts as well. Moreover, the young woman exclaimed, casting a glance at the paper, her emotions surging as she abruptly rose to her feet. Father, what are you waiting for? Hurry and send someone to find him. If we delay, he may very well escape. What is the hurry? Shinsong furrowed his brows slightly and cast a glance at his daughter. In this regard, his daughter was quite unlike him. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such thoughts. He took the paper and handed it to a nearby member, stating calmly, Shaoli, if I remember correctly, the spirit within you possesses tracking abilities, does it not? Indeed. Shaoli nodded eagerly. Try using the image on this paper to see if you can locate that person's figure nearby, Shinsong said in a low voice. Very well. Shaoli accepted the paper, retrieving a lighter from his pocket. He set the paper alight, and as it burned, tendrils of azure smoke wafted upwards, filling his nostrils. The member known as Shaoli closed his eyes, channeling the spirit within him, and attuned himself with great concentration. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He exclaimed in astonishment, I have found it. What? So soon? Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions, especially the young woman, who immediately inquired, Where is he? Just 1,000 meters to the south of the villa, Shaoli replied. Is it really that close? The gathered crowd could not help but feel a surge of joy. However, before their elation could linger, a member named Shaoli's expression shifted dramatically. With a hint of alarm in his voice, he exclaimed, No, it is actually 500 meters away. In that instant, Every individual, including Shinsong, displayed an expression of unease. How long has it been since the last utterance? How could the other party have suddenly traversed a distance of 500 meters? Judging by the trajectory of their movements, it appears as though they are charging directly towards me. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Shaoli spoke again. He has arrived. As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the doors shattered, sending fragments soaring into the atmosphere. Along with the debris, a tall figure surged into the hall, their long hair cascading down and clad in a flowing black robe. Moving with a serene grace that resembled an ancient being stepping forth from a painting. Arriving in this contemporary realm, Jiang Zhao's gaze was profound. A dark mist swirling around him. He surveyed the assembly with a discerning eye, counting the number of individuals present. And a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips as he spoke gently. It appears everyone is here. It's you. Upon seeing Jiang Zhao enter, the young woman couldn't help but raise her brows in surprise and exclaimed loudly. Although the likeness on the paper bore little resemblance to Jiang Zhao himself, the attire was strikingly similar, clad in a black robe and adorned with a hair crown. It was evident at a glance that this individual was the perpetrator behind the murder of Jiang Zhao. This must be Miss Shin, I presume? Jiang Zhao maintained his smile as he stepped forward, casually remarking, Jiang Zhao asked me to convey a message to you. Zhao. Upon hearing these words, the young woman could not help but feel a surge of excitement, momentarily forgetting the presence of her husband's murderer. She hurriedly inquired, what did he say? Ah. Jiang Zhao chuckled softly. To her surprise, Jiang Zhao's fiancé was still a romantic at heart. She asked me to convey that he misses you dearly. Not only you. Jiang Zhao stated as he approached the table, pausing to survey the crowd with a deliberate gaze. And also to all of you. As these words left his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. The countenance of each individual present turned grim. With Jiang Zhao already deceased, such a declaration was an unmistakable harbinger of their impending doom. Arrogance, exclaimed a burly man, rising abruptly. Alongside him, 3 other members of the Dawn Club mirrored his actions. 2 stood by the window while 1 positioned himself before the entrance, effectively blocking all avenues of retreat for Jiang Zhao. Young man. Behind the long table, Shinsong cleared his throat. Gripping his cane with both hands, he rose slowly, his unblinking gaze fixed upon Jiang Zhao. A cold, mirthless smile played upon his lips as he spoke. I must admit, you possess remarkable audacity. But do you even comprehend where you stand? Not just you. Even the chief of the Eastern Sea City's Spirit Management Bureau would not dare act with such insolence here. The world is vast. Do not delude yourself into believing that merely taming a few spectral entities or slaying a single Jiang Zhao makes you invincible. Here, we number 13. Shinsong sneered, his voice dripping with disdain, while you stand alone. Indeed, what can one man possibly overturn? The other members of the club echoed his derision, rising in unison to encircle Jiang Zhao at the center. A sinister aura emanated from each of them, thick with malice. From the rear of the crowd, a young woman clenched her teeth, her voice icy with venom. Spare his life for now. I shall shatter his bones piece by piece, an offering to Xian's departed soul. Rest assured. Shinkong's smiled gently, raising a hand to caress the young woman's hair, and slowly continued. Once we capture him, I shall hand him over. Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of brilliance illuminated the surroundings. In the next instant, Jiang Zhao's figure materialized beside the young woman. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this figure, the young woman gasped in shock, preparing to summon the spirit within her. However, she was met with the rapid enlargement of a massive fist right before her eyes. Do not. How dare you? A voice, starkly different, echoed almost simultaneously, only to be abruptly silenced the next moment. A muted thud reverberated through the air. Beside Shinsong, the head of a young woman shattered explosively while his hand, poised to caress her hair, remained suspended in midair. As if still in disbelief, he stared vacantly at the headless corpse before him. Jiang Zhao slowly retracted his fist, casually swiping away the blood that stained his hands, and remarked blandly, your last words are far too plentiful. You dared to kill Yenner? Shinsong's body trembled slightly. Disbelief etched across his face as he glanced at the headless corpse beside him, then quickly raised his gaze to Jiang Zhao, his expression darkening rapidly. Through clenched teeth, he managed to utter, I've changed my mind. Soon, I shall make you wish for life yet find no respite, and long for death yet find no solace. With that, the hand he had raised transformed before the naked eye into a ghastly hue of grayish blue, reminiscent of a long-deceased corpse, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence as it lunged towards Jiang Zhao. Simultaneously, he shouted, everyone, attack together. We have over 10 people here. I refuse to believe he can wield the powers of the dead indefinitely. Indeed, in his perspective, Jiang Zhao's earlier swift movements must have been empowered by the forces of the supernatural. After all, an ordinary person could not possibly leap from the encirclement of 6 or 7 individuals and shatter the skull of his own daughter in a single blow. Upon hearing Shun Tsung's words, the other spirit tamers from the Shiguang Club sprang into action almost simultaneously. The burly man who had just slammed his fist upon the table bared a grin that revealed large, yellowed teeth, speckled with dark brown stains. As he lunged towards Jiang Zhao's shoulder, beside him, another spirit tamer wore an enigmatic smile, his laughter echoing with a haunting allure that seemed to compel those around him to join in. As over a dozen spirit tamers launched their assault, the entire villa hall was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere, resembling a tumultuous sea, with diverse and bizarre energies converging upon Jiang Zhao from all directions. Yet amidst this chaos, Jiang Zhao stood resolute as a mountain. His robes billowed dramatically, and as he surveyed the encroaching throng, a cold glimmer ignited within his eyes. So, you enjoy a good ambush, do you? What a coincidence. Jiang Zhao flipped his palm, and a black banner appeared, its surface billowing as dark mist swirled around it. At the moment of its emergence, a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine rapidly spread. Like everyone else, Jiang relished the thrill of a collective assault. Come forth. Let me greet you all. As his words fell, the 10,000 souls banner surged violently, and streams of black mist soared into the sky. The terrifying aura akin to a volcanic eruption, intensifying the chill within the villa. A cacophonous laughter, both eerie and disconcerting, suddenly tore through the air. Echoing in the ears of those present at the Shiguang Club, the countenance of everyone in attendance shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear surfacing in the depths of their pupils. Thud! Someone swallowed nervously. With a dazed expression, they lifted their gaze upwards and murmured, "What on earth is this?" Having been a spirit master for many years, they had never encountered a situation quite like this. Today was indeed unprecedented, akin to a small knife making a grand appearance. In the air, a dozen or so clusters of dark mist floated, within which figures could be faintly discerned. Most of these figures bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Zhao in attire and appearance. However, one figure stood out, closely resembling them as well. Upon closer inspection, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wasn't that Zhang Xianen? Shen Song also caught sight of Zhang Xianen and could not help but call out to him. Unfortunately, Zhang Xianen ignored him entirely. Instead, his gaze bore an unmistakable glint of bloodlust. How could this be? Shen Song felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his outstretched hand frozen mid-air. Incredulously pondering, how could a ghost master possibly suppress so many spirits? How did you achieve this? Who exactly are you? You have too many questions, Jiang Zhao replied, shaking his head, as the soul banner in his hand swayed gently, and he uttered 4 words once more. Kill them. In the next moment, amidst the swirling black mist, a cacophony of spine-chilling roars erupted, surging towards the members of the Shiguang Club from every angle. As he beheld the malevolent spirit of Zhang Xianen charging toward him, Shen Song furrowed his brow and shouted, "Capture the leader first." Although he was unaware of the means by which Jiang Zhao had subdued the many vengeful spirits, one thing was abundantly clear to him. Jiang Zhao had summoned these spirits through the black banner in his grasp. If he could overpower Jiang Zhao or seize the banner, the vengeful spirits would inevitably fall apart. Furthermore, he could become their master just as Jiang Zhao had. With such a ghostly artifact, even if he were the last survivor of the Shiguang Club, he would be capable of dominating the entire world. As this thought coursed through his mind, a flicker of fervor ignited in Shen Song's eyes, though he quickly suppressed it. Observing Zhang Xianen, who had now closed in on him, Shen Song clenched his right hand into a fist, the dark hue of his knuckles reflecting his resolve, and launched it directly toward his opponent's head. In a manner akin to him, Zhang Xianen responded with an unremarkable punch of his own. The 2 fists collided mid-air. At the moment of contact, Shen Song's eyes widened in disbelief. It felt as though his fist had collided with a speeding locomotive. An overwhelming force surged from his fist throughout his entire being, propelling him uncontrollably through the air. With a resounding thud, Shen Song's aged body collided against the wall behind him, causing the entire villa to tremble momentarily. He slid down the wall, half kneeling on the floor, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Shen Song felt as if the punch he had just endured had nearly displaced his internal organs. Were it not for the strength derived from the 2 malevolent spirits within him, he would likely have succumbed to death by now. How could this be? A tempest of turmoil surged within Shen Kong. How long had it been since Zhang Xianen's demise? From last night until now? It could not have been more than 24 hours. How was it possible that he had acquired such formidable power so swiftly after becoming a vengeful spirit? Could it be? Shinsong abruptly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the figure of Jiang Zhao, who was wandering about the hall. More precisely, his attention was fixated on the black banner in Jiang Zhao's hand. An instinctive awareness struck him. That black banner harbored something sinister. It seemed to contain a power that nourished malevolent spirits. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the sheer terror embodied by the recently deceased Jiang Xiaonan. Moreover, if one Jiang Xiaonan possessed such formidable strength, what of the others? Shinsong's eyes swept across the hall, and in the span of just a few breaths, it became evident that nearly all the members of the Shiguang Club had met their demise. Only a scant few, perhaps 2 or 3, remained, desperately resisting. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals, managing to suppress the spirits through sheer physical endurance, yet they dared not unleash the full extent of the spirit's powers. Should they recklessly wield that power, they would undoubtedly be the first to perish. The bodies of ordinary humans could not withstand the risks posed by the resurrection of malevolent entities. In stark contrast, Jiang Zhao unleashed the vengeful spirits without restraint. Each strike delivered with full force, the disparity was unmistakably clear. As Shinsong's thoughts churned, Jiang Xiaonan struck once more. A claw-like hand reached out, aiming directly for Shin's heart. Fortunately, in that pivotal moment, Shin crossed his arms over his chest, managing to block the lethal blow with great difficulty. Though he successfully parried the deadly attack, the overwhelming force still left him reeling. He coughed up another mouthful of blood and struggled to speak. Xiaonan, please wake up. I am your... Before he could finish his sentence, the murderous intent in Jiang Xiaonan's crimson eyes surged, and his other hand clenched into a fist. Swinging towards Shin Kongbang, Shinsong's body once again flew through the air. As he soared, he let out a thunderous cry. Damn. Meanwhile, as Shinsong was being kicked around like a ball by Jiang Xiaonan, Jiang Zhao roamed the hall with purpose. In the span of a brief moment, he had subdued 10 resurrected spirits, and the Wandering Soul's banner now contained 10 additional souls. With a few days of nurturing, he would possess 10 formidable fighters. Although these ordinary souls, transformed into vengeful spirits, might not hold great value in the realm of cultivation, in this world of resurrected apparitions, they proved to be exceptionally effective. Dealing with ordinary spirit tamers was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Ah, spare me, came the anguished cries once more. Jiang Zhao turned to behold 2 malevolent spirits emerging from the Wanan banner. One spirit clutched a translucent soul in its left hand, while the other hastened forward, grasping a ghostly entity on the verge of revival in its right. Jiang Zhao, disinterested in the 2 souls, swiftly absorbed them into the Wanhan banner. However, he lingered upon the 2 nearly resurrected entities. One resembled a rope-like specter that continued to writhe despite being ensnared by the vengeful spirit, while the other was a human skin mask adorned with a bizarre grin. Even a cursory glance at it provoked an involuntary chuckle. Jiang Zhao understood well that this mask embodied the lethal rules of the spirits in this realm. Upon first sight of such a being, if one refrained from laughter, it was manageable, but should one succumb to laughter, unless one were a ghost tamer, the outcome would likely be fatal. The prospect of revived spirits in this world intrigued Jiang Zhao. He scrutinized the 2 entities closely, sealing them away into his storage pouch. He had resolved that upon returning to the Wanxingxian sect, he would retain 1 spirit for further cultivation, hoping it would yield some delightful surprises. Following the demise of the 2 ghost tamers, only Shinsong remained, fiercely resisting within the confines of the Shiguang Club. A dull thud resonated through the air. Shinsong, with only half of his body remaining, collapsed in the corner of the wall, his appearance exceedingly disheveled. His complexion was ashen, and an eerie aura emanated from him, presenting a vivid image of imminent demise, as if the malevolent entities within him were on the verge of awakening. Heh! Shinsong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, letting out a cold laugh, his gaze chillingly dark. His eyes, piercing past Jiang Xiaonan, fell upon Jiang Zhao, brimming with unmasked murderous intent. Unlike others, there existed an irreconcilable enmity between him and Jiang Zhao, one that precluded any notion of mercy. He was acutely aware that Jiang Zhao would not show him leniency. Though I do not know your name, I shall remember your visage, Shinsong rasped, his expression grotesque as he enunciated each word with fervor. The blood feud over my daughter is one that cannot be settled lightly, even as a ghost. I will not spare you. Just wait and see, I shall await your descent into the netherworld. Upon finishing, Shinsong's body trembled, his eyes gradually dimming as vitality dissipated, a ghostly aura rising around him. Even in death, you will not release me? Jiang Zhao chuckled at Shinsong's words. It was a curious choice to threaten anyone, but particularly to issue threats to a demon cultivator. Not only that, Qi Refinement was audacious enough to threaten a ghost cultivator amidst the ranks of demon practitioners. It appeared they shared a similar resolve. Even should he transform into a specter, Jiang Zhao had no intention of letting him off the hook. With that thought, Jiang Zhao raised his hand, drawing forth a translucent, ethereal figure from Qi Refinement's lifeless body. What is happening? Qi Refinement stared in bewilderment at the apparition rising into the air. He had never imagined that his soul could be extracted post-mortem. In the midst of his disorientation, he suddenly caught sight of Jiang Zhao in the distance. Previously, consumed by grief over his daughter's death and the urgency of the situation, he had not taken the time to ponder deeply. But now, everything clicked into place. No wonder Jiang Zhao had transformed into a vengeful spirit. It was all orchestrated by the person before him. If Jiang Zhao had become a fierce ghost, compelled to obey the commands of this individual, what awaited him? The very thought that he might be bound to serve his enemy even after death was more unbearable than death itself. Qi Refinement felt an icy chill enveloping him, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Trembling, he managed to stammer, "Who are you?" "My identity is of little consequence," Jiang Zhao replied, a smile that danced between mirth and irony gracing his lips. "What truly matters is what you uttered just before your demise." I couldn't quite catch it. Qi Refinement struggled to articulate, ultimately forcing a faint smile that was both awkward and courteous. He stammered, "I acknowledge my faults and beseech you to show leniency. Please, spare me this time." "It appears you've forgotten," Jiang Zhao remarked, his smile unwavering and his tone still gentle. He lightly clapped his hands, prompting the attention of a dozen vengeful spirits surrounding them. Under the gaze of these specters, Qi Refinement, who had only just transitioned into a soul and barely qualified as a ghost, felt an overwhelming pressure. "You lot," Jiang Zhao commanded, "from this day forth, you shall attend to him 100 times each day. Each spirit shall take their turn 100 times, until he recalls the words he spoke before his death. Do you understand?" As his words settled in the air, the spirits responded in unison, their voices grave. "We understand." Qi Refinement's soul trembled as he beheld the terrifying specters before him, rendering him utterly despondent. He intended to utter something, yet the words never escaped his lips. However, Jiang Zhao waved his hand, and the wandering soul's banner beside him gently swayed, emanating myriad beams of black light that absorbed all the surrounding apparitions. After attending to Qi Refinement, Jiang Zhao lowered his gaze to the lifeless form of Qi Refinement. In comparison to Qi Refinement, it was the two specters within him that captured his greater interest. One of these phantoms manifested as a dark, human-like skin, approximately the size of a palm, which had fallen to the ground upon Qi Refinement's demise. As Jiang Zhao's gaze fell upon it, the skin seemed to sense his scrutiny, quivering in response, and then, like a withered leaf, it began to flutter and drift toward the window, as if it were aware of Jiang Zhao's formidable presence and sought to flee from this place. Yearning for escape? It is too late. Jiang Zhao let out a cold laugh, extending his fingers. A terrifying force emanated from his palm, drawing the figure into his grasp. With a swift sealing incantation, the human skin immediately became docile. He casually folded it a couple of times and stored it in his spatial pouch. Jiang Zhao then turned his gaze toward the final specter. This specter was a pool of black blood, exuding a decaying, foul stench and bubbling incessantly. As Jiang Zhao subdued the human skin, the black blood writhed silently, making its way toward the door. However, it had barely moved a few steps when a pitch-black jar suddenly descended from the sky. Before the ghostly blood could react, it was enveloped in a shadowy space. Jiang Zhao turned the jar upside down and waved his hand to cast a seal, finally exhaling a breath of relief. After surveying his surroundings to ensure nothing was amiss, a smile crept onto Jiang Zhao's lips. Tonight's expedition had yielded bountiful rewards. The 10,000 souls banner now contained 13 new souls, and his spatial pouch held 14 additional specters. Once he thoroughly refined them, his cultivation might well ascend several minor realms. It was time to return, Jiang Zhao murmured softly, waving his sleeve, as a golden portal suddenly materialized behind him. Although this world was splendid and saturated with ghostly energy, he did not intend to enter seclusion here just yet. For one, he had been missing for too long, fearing that the Wanxing immortal sect might notice something amiss. Moreover, this realm was not devoid of threats for him. Should he unexpectedly find himself under fire from a few rockets during his retreat, it would spell disaster. With his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi Refinement, he could easily deflect ordinary bullets, but stopping rockets posed a significant challenge, especially during a critical breakthrough period. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Zhao stepped forward, his figure merging into the golden portal, vanishing from sight. As he departed, in Donghai City, at the headquarters of the spiritual administration, chaos reigned within the building. Countless staff members rushed about, documents in hand. Is what you said true? On the top floor, in an office, the director of the spiritual administration, Lu Ruhai, sporting a receding hairline, abruptly rose from behind his desk. His gaze fixed intently on the young employee before him. Absolutely. The young staff member, whether out of fear or anxiety, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai stumbled slightly, murmuring to himself, more than 30 spectral entities, has a ghost tide emerged? Is this a portent of doom for Donghai City? Typically, even 1 or 2 spectral occurrences warrant serious attention from their Bureau of Supernatural Affairs. Yet now, with over 30 entities, Lu Ruhai dared not contemplate further. He understood that if this situation were mishandled, it could escalate into a major supernatural incident, endangering the lives of countless citizens in Donghai City. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruhai swiftly retrieved his mobile phone, poised to make a call, when a sudden thought struck him. He looked up at the young staff member and asked gravely, when did the ghost tide emerge? What is its location? It was approximately 5 minutes ago. The young staff member replied without delay. As for the location, according to the supernatural compass, it should be near the headquarters of the Shiguang Club. Shiguang Club. Lu Ruhai repeated the name, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He quickly instructed, immediately contact the television station to broadcast an urgent warning about the ghost tide. Simultaneously, coordinate with the telecommunications company to send an evacuation message regarding the ghost tide to every mobile phone in Donghai City. Furthermore, the transportation department must commence the evacuation of the citizens of Donghai City and seal off all roads leading to the northern suburbs. Indeed, responded the young employee, hurrying away. Watching the departing figure, Lu Ruhai's expression darkened as he dialed a number. Once connected, he spoke urgently, Captain Shin? Yes, it is I, Lu Ruhai. I hereby command you to immediately abandon all current tasks and promptly proceed to the vicinity of the Shiguang Club in the northern outskirts of the city. Investigate what has transpired there. Report back to me as soon as you have any information. Meanwhile, in a small village to the west of Donghai City, several figures cloaked in black, exuding an aura of malevolence, gathered around a square table. Their gaze was fixed intently upon a weathered map spread before them. Were Lu Ruhai present, he would recognize this map as a territorial chart of Donghai City. At this moment, a crimson stain began to spread across the upper portion of the map, its vivid hue piercing the eyes, accompanied by an unsettling, nauseating scent of blood that intensified as the light grew brighter. The cloaked figures surrounding the table began to exhibit signs of agitation. The ghostly map displays a scarlet hue. One of the black-clad men remarked, his voice hoarse and body trembling slightly, unable to contain his inner excitement. Surely you all understand what this signifies? It indicates that yet another ancient deity has awakened. Another cloaked figure nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Just as he finished speaking, another voice interjected. Could it not be an illusion caused by an overabundance of specters? It is impossible, exclaimed the man in the black robe, shaking his head. His gaze fixed upon the map as he spoke in a low voice. Based on the radiance emanating from the ghostly map, to produce such a phenomenon, there must be at least 30 or more specters awakening simultaneously. The Spirit Management Bureau in Donghai City maintains strict control. They would not allow so many apparitions to revive at the same time and place. Therefore, there can be but one truth. An ancient deity has awakened in Donghai City. At this juncture, the man's expression grew fervent, and he raised his voice to inquire. Who among you is willing to embark on a journey to welcome the awakening of the ancient deity and its descent upon our ancient sect? A moment of silence hung in the air. To his left, a figure in black rose and spoke solemnly, I shall go. Yet before he could complete his thought, the crimson glow on the ghostly map suddenly dimmed, flickering twice before vanishing entirely. As if everything that had transpired moments before was not but an illusion, never having occurred. Eh? The man in the black robe furrowed his brow, expressing his astonishment. What is the meaning of this? How could the ancient deity vanish so suddenly? Could it be that the ancient deity has concealed itself? Someone whispered. This possibility cannot be dismissed. The man in the black robe nodded slightly. He turned to the black-robed individual who had just risen and spoke. Since Gao Lan is willing to make the journey, you shall take a few individuals with you to investigate. Regardless of whether the ancient deity has hidden itself or departed from Donghai City, you must exhaust every means to trace its whereabouts and establish contact. Remember, The man in the black robe imparted with a weighty tone, cautioning, "Be wary of the minions of the Spirit Management Bureau along the way. Their senses are remarkably acute." "Rest assured, I possess my own methods," replied the black-robed figure named Gao Lan, removing his hood to reveal a defiant visage as he smiled. Meanwhile, in the chaotic city of Donghai, within the sanctum of the Wansheng immortal sect, Jiang Zhao emerged from the portal. He glanced around at the familiar furnishings of the room, releasing a sigh of relief. It was still the dead of night outside, and no one had noticed his brief sojourn to another realm. After confirming that the protective formations outside were functioning normally and that all windows and doors were securely shut, Jiang Zhao settled cross-legged upon his bed. With a wave of his hand, 14 sealed ghostly entities soared from his storage pouch, descending around the bed. Each of these spirits could potentially save him over half a month's arduous cultivation time. He pondered what heights he might attain with all 14 now at his disposal. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Jiang Zhao's eyes as he steadied his breath, calming the surge of excitement within. He began to mobilize the true essence within him. As his essence circulated, the ghostly figures surrounding him began to stir restlessly. Their ghostly energy seemed to be tugged at by an invisible hand, coalescing like tributaries merging into a mighty river, ultimately flowing into Jiang Zhao's being. In merely a few breaths, his cultivation level began to ascend dramatically. A resounding crash echoed through the void, reminiscent of some object shattering. Jiang Zhao's body trembled, and he felt an exhilarating clarity wash over him. The aura emanating from him had intensified, surpassing its previous terror by more than double. He had ascended to the 5th level of Qi Refinement. Shortly after this breakthrough, with a deluge of ghostly energy flooding in, Jiang Zhao's dantian brimmed once more, propelling his cultivation forward as if he were soaring in a rocket. Bang! Another sound of breakthrough echoed. The 6th level of Qi Refinement. This process repeated itself, mirroring the previous one, and before long, the 7th level of Qi Refinement. At this juncture, the incessant influx of ghostly energy surrounding him showed no signs of abating, relentlessly surging into Jiang Zhao's dantian, just as before. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Jiang Zhao remained deeply immersed in his cultivation. At this moment, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Jiang Zhao awakened from his meditative practice, delaying his immediate response to the summons. Instead, he turned his focus inward, assessing his progress. He had reached the 8th level of Qi Refinement. Observing the abundance of true essence within his dantian, he realized that he was not far from achieving the 9th level. In a single night, he had transcended from minor realms. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Should this news reach the outside world, countless envious gazes would undoubtedly turn green with longing. Indeed, a glimmer sparkled in Jiang Zhao's eyes as he murmured to himself, "The allure of demonic cultivation is undeniably exhilarating. It is far more liberating than the painstaking progress of the righteous path." As he reveled in the vigorous flow of true essence coursing through his meridians, he felt an overwhelming urge to let out a roar of triumph, yet he restrained himself after a moment's contemplation. At present, he could traverse this enigmatic realm with relative ease. However, in the world of cultivation, he remained at the resilient level of black iron, and any excessive arrogance could lead to his untimely demise without him even realizing it. He reminded himself to maintain a tranquil heart. Afterward, he cast a glance around the vicinity of his bed. Among the 14 spirits he had previously captured, most had perished after he drained their ghostly energy, leaving only one still clinging to life. A sense of surprise flickered within Jiang Zhao. He raised his hand and summoned a pitch-black ghost rope into his grasp. Having lost the majority of its ghostly essence, the rope now resembled a lifeless serpent, languidly draped over his fingers. If it weren't for Jiang Zhao's significant cultivation advancement and heightened senses, he might have easily overlooked it. "Since you have survived, it indicates a connection between us. I shall spare your life for now, and later I shall nurture you to see what potential you possess," he resolved in his heart, placing the ghost rope into his storage pouch. Subsequently, with a wave of his sleeve, he collected the various jars and bottles he had used to seal the spirits, ensuring that nothing was left behind before he finally rose from his bed. Approaching the door, he opened it, and just as it swung ajar, a figure with a similar appearance to his own, albeit shorter and somewhat timid in demeanor, hastily clasped his hands in greeting and spoke. "Junior Brother Li Xian greets Senior Brother Jiang." "Junior Brother Li, what brings you to my quarters this morning?" Jiang Zhao inquired with his customary gentle tone. This Li Xian could be considered the only acquaintance Jiang Zhao had in the Wansheng Xin zone, not for any particular reason, but primarily because they hailed from the same hometown. They had joined the sect together, and their assigned cottages were in close proximity, leading to a natural camaraderie. Have you forgotten, senior brother? Li Xian chuckled awkwardly. Responding with respect, today is the day of the distribution of our sect's allowances. Oh, Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow. Li Xian's silence reminded him that he had indeed forgotten. Ever since awakening his unique ability, his thoughts had been consumed with the pursuit of capturing more spectral entities to expedite his enhancement of power. As for the meager stipend from the sect, he had long since cast it aside. After all, a mere 5 low-grade spirit stones, even when fully refined, could hardly rival the ordinary spirits found in the peculiar, resurrected world. Moreover, refining spirit stones necessitated the conversion of spiritual energy into ghostly energy, a process both time-consuming and laborious. In contrast, spectral entities could be absorbed directly. Weighing the two, spirit stones had lost their allure in Jiang Zhao's eyes. Nevertheless, since Li Xian had taken the trouble to inform him, he felt compelled to at least feign interest and collect the stones. After all, an outer sect disciple suddenly issuing his stipend would undoubtedly raise suspicions. With that thought, Jiang Zhao smiled and proposed, "Thank you for the reminder, junior brother. Shall we go together?" "Excellent." A glimmer of excitement illuminated Li Xian's eyes as he nodded eagerly. As they walked along the path, Li Xian fell a step behind, observing Jiang Zhao's silhouette. After several attempts to speak, he finally stammered, "Senior brother, have you achieved another breakthrough recently?" "Merely a stroke of luck." Jiang Zhao nodded ambiguously. He acknowledged that he had indeed made a breakthrough, yet refrained from elaborating on the specifics of his advancement. Within the realm of the demonic sects, one must always harbor a degree of wariness towards others. This principle is infallible. Even between masters and disciples, the potential for enmity looms large. How much more so in the case of his relationship with Li Xian, which was merely rooted in their shared hometown. "Indeed, brother, you are a prodigy," Li Xian remarked with a hint of melancholy in his tone. Upon entering their sect, he, like Jiang Zhao, had chosen a cultivation method aligned with the righteous path. However, in a mere 3 months, Jiang Zhao had ascended to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, nearing the 4th. Within the demonic sect, there were indeed many who advanced even more swiftly than Jiang Zhao. Had he been in a righteous sect, given his innate talent, he would likely have already become a disciple of a certain elder. After all, achieving the 3rd level of Qi refinement, approaching the 4th, in just 3 months is an extraordinary feat. Barring unforeseen circumstances, establishing a foundation within 2 years would not be a mere dream. In contrast, Li Xian reflected upon his own progress over the past 3 months. Despite diligent practice, he had only barely stepped into the 1st level of Qi refinement, with the 2nd level still a distant prospect. In comparing their achievements, Li Xian realized that the disparity between individuals could sometimes rival that between humans and canines. "Do not be disheartened, junior brother. Perhaps fortune will favor you one day," Jiang Zhao said with a light chuckle, pausing to glance back at his disciple. Upon confirming that Li Xian bore no rings or peculiar trinkets, he felt a slight sense of relief. "Fortune?" Li Xian offered a bleak smile, shaking his head slightly. The two continued their journey, with Li Xian only posing 2 queries regarding cultivation before lapsing into silence. His expression was somber, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Jiang Zhao sensed the unusual demeanor of his disciple and could not help but feel a twinge of amusement. Youthfulness often betrays one's thoughts. If he was not mistaken, Li Xian was currently pondering whether to switch to a different demonic cultivation method. Perhaps, in their next encounter, this disciple would emerge as a true practitioner of the dark arts. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhao and Li Xian arrived at the summit of a grand mountain. Atop the peak stood a magnificent palace, imposing and towering, inscribed with the characters Qingzhen Palace. The entrance was teeming with people, and a glance around revealed numerous outer disciples dressed similarly to them. Today marked the day of the distribution of sect stipends, hence the larger crowd was to be expected. Jiang Zhao did not linger to observe but proceeded directly into the main hall, approaching a counter where he presented his identity jade token and declared in a clear voice, "Brother, I have come to collect my stipend from the sect." Behind the counter stood an inner disciple who cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Zhao. He accepted the identity jade token and scrutinized it meticulously. After a moment of silence, he unceremoniously tossed a small cloth pouch. Jiang Zhao raised his hand to catch it and opened it for a brief inspection. Upon discovering merely 4 low-grade spirit stones within, he chose not to voice any discontent. His smile remained gentle. However, he lingered for a moment to observe the appearance of the inner disciple responsible for distributing the spirit stones before turning away. Upon exiting the Qingyan Palace, he paused for a brief moment, and soon, Li Xian hurriedly caught up to him. "Senior brother, having just received our sect's stipend. It would be prudent to avoid the main path down the mountain, he advised, casting a glance at the descent. He swallowed hard, seemingly reminded of some unpleasant memories, and felt compelled to caution Jiang Zhao. Then let us take the lesser-known path, Jiang Zhao replied with a nonchalant nod. The two subsequently chose a concealed route and swiftly made their way down the mountain. As they reached the midpoint, a menacing voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Where are the spirit stones? They are not here. Not here? Then what is this? Senior brother. I haven't had spirit stones to assist my cultivation for 5 or 6 months. I implore you, show some mercy and let me go. Huh? Let you go? Hand them over. You wretched creature, do you think you can deceive me? You too, drag him out and teach him a lesson. Be careful not to kill him. And make sure to remember his appearance and residence. I shall seek him out again next month. Indeed, senior brother. Soon after, deep within the dense forest, 2 outer sect disciples at the 6th level of Qi Refinement emerged, carrying a figure whose expression was one of sheer terror. As they stepped out, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Zhao and his companion. Li Xian's complexion immediately paled, prompting him to subtly take a half-step back. At the same time, he discreetly tugged at Jiang Zhao's sleeve and whispered, Senior brother, this is dire. Perhaps we should leave quickly. Leave? Do you think we can still escape now? Jiang Zhao retorted casually. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's face turned even paler. Indeed, while Jiang Zhao possessed greater strength and might have a chance to flee, he himself, being merely at the 1st level of Qi Refinement, would likely be unable to outrun those 2 outer sect disciples at the 6th level, even if he sprinted with all his might. Ho ho, have we encountered another unsuspecting prey? At that moment, across from them, 2 individuals at the 6th level of Qi Refinement exchanged knowing glances, both breaking into smiles. One of them promptly turned and shouted, Brother Zhang, there are 2 more here. 2 more? Where? A gruff voice echoed from the depths of the dense forest. In the next instant, a man clad in a black robe emerged, his gaze sharp and menacing. His physique was muscular and imposing, exuding an aura of crimson killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Li Xian, upon seeing the newcomer, involuntarily trembled, taking a half-step back. He swallowed hard and stammered, Brother Jiang, this man is Brother Zhang. I heard he achieved the 7th level of Qi Refinement just half a month ago. Haha, not far away. Zhang He let out 3 hearty laughs upon hearing the words. You little rascal, you actually remember me. That's splendid. With a grand gesture, Zhang He proclaimed arrogantly, You too, hand over 5 spirit stones each. And you may take your leave. 5 spirit stones? Li Xian's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively shielding the storage bag at his waist with his palm. This month, he had only received 4 spirit stones in total. And here stood Zhang He, demanding 5 at once. Was this not a matter of life and death? He simply could not produce such an amount. What? Do you plan to be as stubborn as him, refusing to shed a tear until you see the coffin? Zhang He pointed at the outer sect disciple, held captive by 2 of his underlings, his smile gradually fading from his eyes and face. Senior brother. Why waste words with him? One of the lackeys released the restrained outer sect disciple and stepped forward with a menacing expression, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he ominously declared, These individuals are nothing but worthless. Unless we show them some consequences, they will never willingly part with their spirit stones. Indeed, another subordinate of Zhang He echoed, nodding in agreement, his voice laced with derision. Having entered the Wanshan immortal sect, you remain oblivious to the distinction between reality and illusion. Do you truly believe that the sect's rules can safeguard your insignificant lives? I shall not hesitate to inform you that this is the back mountain of Qingdan Palace. Even if I were to take your lives, the elders of the sect would hardly take notice. If you were wise. His words trailed off. In the next instant, Jiang Zhao's figure surged forward, moving with the swiftness of thunder. Before anyone could react, he stood before one of the subordinates, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch. Bang! The underling didn't even have time to scream before his skull exploded into a crimson mist. Witnessing this scene, Zhang He's eyebrows shot up in fury as a blood-red longsword materialized in his grasp. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards Jiang Zhao. But Jiang Zhao was far too swift. The moment Zhang He made his move, Jiang Zhao had already appeared before another subordinate. Suspended mid-air, he delivered a devastating sweeping kick, the sheer force of which tore through the air with a deafening crack. The man's face drained of color and terror. Meeting Jiang Zhao's piercing gaze, he barely managed to raise his arms in a desperate crossblock before his chest. With a resounding thud, Jiang Zhao, possessing the formidable strength of the 8th level of Qi Refinement, unleashed an overwhelming force. In that instant, the terrifying power surged forth. And the moment the leg swept across him, a cacophony of bones shattering echoed from the body of that subordinate. He was propelled backward like a colossal black cannonball. As Jiang Zhao landed, he exerted force once more, shattering the ground beneath him. Utilizing the recoil, his figure traced an arc as he pursued the subordinate, ultimately bringing his foot down upon the man's head, his body plunging with sudden ferocity. A thunderous roar erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. All present were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the usually reticent Jiang Zhao would suddenly unleash his fury. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had, in the blink of an eye, dispatched 2 cultivators at the 6th level of Qi Refinement. As the dust settled, Jiang Zhao emerged from a deep pit, standing over a headless corpse, crimson blood trickling forth and staining the pit's floor. With a composed demeanor, he stepped out of the pit, remarking leisurely that the slain had claimed that killing here would not attract the elder's attention. His clear voice echoed in the stillness that enveloped them. Li Xian gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his mind in turmoil. Was this truly the Jiang Shixiang he knew? Had he not been at the 3rd level of Qi Refinement? Even if he had broken through, it should have been to the 4th level at most. How could he possibly have slain 2 6th-level cultivators in an instant? Even with the element of surprise, such a monumental achievement seemed implausible. After all, levels were not to be trifled with. Not just anyone could, relying solely on 4th-level cultivation, eliminate 6th-level cultivators through ambush. Zhang He, wielding a long blade, glanced at the lifeless forms of his 2 subordinates, then back at the placid Jiang Zhao. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Within his mind, a battle of thoughts ensued. After a moment, he sheathed his long knife into his storage bag. The Qi Refinement stage differed significantly from the Foundation Establishment stage. They lacked the elevated means of spiritual perception, unable to gauge their opponent's strength until they struck. Yet, once the confrontation began, discerning one's level was not a daunting task. A practitioner at the 8th level of Qi Refinement could easily perceive that had his 2 subordinates not perished, Zhang He would have had a 50% chance of stalling Jiang Zhao alongside them. But now, with both subordinates dead, it was folly to think he could stand against Jiang Zhao alone. As a cultivator of the demonic path, Zhang He excelled in assessing situations. Recognizing the turn of events was unfavorable, he hesitated not a moment, collapsing to his knees with a soft thud, cradling his storage bag in his hands. He crawled forward to Jiang Zhao's side, raising the bag above his head, and implored, "Jiang Shixiang, I was blind to your prowess earlier. I beseech you to spare me this once. These spirit stones are but a token of my sincerity. I hope you will not refuse. Senior brother." At that moment, Li Xian regained his composure, ignoring the shock brought by Jiang Zhao's attainment of the 8th level of Qi Refinement. He hurriedly approached Jiang Zhao's side and spoke quickly, "Esteemed senior brother, the individual behind him is a subordinate of Brother Yang Hu. It would be wise to spare his life. This would also provide a satisfactory explanation to Brother Yang." "Indeed, indeed." Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Zhang He hurriedly nodded and quickly replied, "Brother Yang is a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi Refinement. It won't be long before he is able to establish his foundation. As long as Brother Jiang is willing to spare my life, I shall certainly speak a few kind words on his behalf in front of Brother Yang." Yang Hu Jiang Zhao murmured softly, yet in his heart, he secretly acknowledged the classic nature of the situation. It seemed that every adversary he encountered was backed by formidable support. This was, after all, to be expected. Within the demon sect, one could scarcely survive without a strong foundation. Jiang Zhao remained noncommittal as he extended a hand towards the storage bag, poised to seize it. As the bag was on the verge of changing hands, Zhang He pressed his lips together, his head bowed, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. The spirit stones he had painstakingly acquired were now destined to benefit another. He accepted this loss for the day. Yet thoughts of future vengeance against Jiang Zhao began to form. However, before he could fully contemplate his plans for retribution, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Zhao's fingers suddenly converging, transforming from an open palm to a clenched fist, hurtling down towards his head with fierce velocity. With a resounding bang, the head shattered, blood splattering in all directions. A headless corpse collapsed to the ground beneath Li Xian's horrified gaze. Jiang Zhao retracted his fist, retrieving a piece of cloth to methodically wipe the blood from his hands, speaking with an air of nonchalance, "Junior disciple. Today I shall impart a lesson. When dealing with adversaries, one must eradicate them entirely." Moreover, Jiang Zhao first captured the souls of Zhang He and his 2 companions, enclosing them within the soul refining banner, and subsequently stored their bodies in his spatial pouch. He spoke calmly. "In the demon sect, The foremost task is to survive by any means necessary, rather than to indulge in the compassion of a woman. With that, Jiang Zhao departed. Left behind were only Li Xian and the disciple who had just been robbed of his spirit stones. Li Xian stared blankly in the direction Jiang Zhao had vanished, his eyes wide and unseeing, softly murmuring, "Survive by any means necessary." This phrase struck him like a thunderbolt, penetrating his mind and gradually illuminating his gaze. It seemed he had resolved upon something significant, for he grasped his waist pouch and hastily descended the mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao returned directly to his thatched cottage. Upon arriving at his dwelling, he secured the door and windows, then retrieved the spatial pouches belonging to Zheng He and his two junior brothers. After meticulously inspecting each one, a satisfied smile crept onto Jiang Zhao's lips. Success. Within the storage pouch of Zheng He, there lay over 230 low-grade spirit stones, along with a single mid-grade spirit stone. Given the exchange rate of 1 mid-grade stone for 100 low-grade stones, Zheng He had effectively provided him with more than 300 low-grade spirit stones. This constituted a substantial sum. To accumulate such wealth solely from his sect stipend, Jiang Zhao would need to save for a minimum of 5 years. And that would require the condition of not utilizing even a single spirit stone for cultivation during that time. In addition to the spirit stones, Zheng He's storage pouch contained some healing elixirs, a crimson longsword, and a variety of ordinary garments. These items bore little value. The longsword was merely a standard weapon issued upon entering the sect and was considered commonplace. Jiang Zhao glanced at it briefly before redirecting his attention. After examining Zheng He's storage pouch, Jiang Zhao cast a glance at the pouches of his two subordinates. It was undeniable that, in comparison to Zheng He, his two companions appeared considerably less affluent. Nevertheless, when juxtaposed with the ordinary outer disciples, they were still relatively well off, each contributing over 20 low-grade spirit stones to Jiang Zhao. Summing it all up, Jiang Zhao now possessed nearly 400 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable fortune indeed. Although the significance of spirit stones for cultivation was minimal for him, they held another purpose. They could be exchanged for techniques at the scripture pavilion. The Wanqing immortal sect was a demonic sect, notoriously ruthless towards outsiders. However, when it came to their own disciples, they exhibited a degree of generosity. Outer disciples could freely select techniques and spells for the Qi refinement stage. Provided they had sufficient spirit stones and energy, there were no restrictions on how much one could learn. "Greetings," Jiang Zhao chuckled lightly, weighing the storage bag in his hand. He murmured to himself, "With so many spirit stones, I can delve deeper into the techniques at the scripture pavilion, while other demonic cultivators merely needed to roam the world, slaying foes to hone their skills, evading the machinations of peers and eluding the pursuit of righteous cultivators." Jiang Zhao's considerations were far more intricate. With the existence of the portal, he could summon the eerie entities from the revived world for training, allowing him ample time to explore various life-preserving techniques. With a newfound resolve, Jiang Zhao turned and pushed open the door, making his way towards the scripture pavilion once more. Upon his arrival, he found the same elderly figure at the entrance. Hearing the commotion, the old man slowly lifted his gaze and scrutinized Jiang Zhao, exclaiming softly, "Oh, is it you?" The disciple Jiang Zhao greeted the elder. Jiang Zhao, with his gentle demeanor and refined manners, performed a respectful bow. "Indeed," the elder said, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction. "In such a brief period, I am astonished that you have cultivated to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Truly, the youth of today is formidable." "Your praise is too generous," Jiang Zhao humbly replied. He was not surprised that his cultivation had been discerned. He understood well that those who lingered in the scripture pavilion were not ordinary individuals. The elderly man before him, though appearing frail and on the brink of death, might possess unfathomable strength. Jiang Zhao estimated that the elder was at least a formidable divine transformation practitioner, with potential far beyond that. After all, the 10,000 Saints Immortal sect was no mere third-rate sect. It boasted numerous formidable beings within its ranks, including those at the nascent soul, divine transformation, and out-of-body stages. The sect leader himself was a powerful figure in the integration stage. It was rumored that an ancient being at the tribulation stage resided in the back mountains of the sect. However, whether such tales held any truth was beyond the reach of Jiang Zhao, a mere outer sect disciple. "Have you come today to learn the mystical arts?" the elder inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Jiang Zhao nodded. "Enter." The elder gestured with his hand and casually remarked, as per the old custom. Each technique and magical art during the Qi refinement stage costs 5 inferior spirit stones. The disciple understands. Jiang Zhao slightly cupped his hands and swiftly entered. Unlike his previous focused endeavor, this time Jiang Zhao intended to acquire some offensive techniques, be it swordsmanship, knife techniques, or martial arts. After all, his future adversaries would only grow stronger, making it implausible to rely solely on physical prowess or the mere presence of a few fierce spirits from the One banner to easily vanquish opponents. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhao meticulously surveyed the shelves in the sutra repository. The ghostly shadow step, a technique of the Qi refinement stage, upon reaching mastery, allows one to become as elusive as a wraith, rendering ordinary foes incapable of pursuit. Jiang Zhao's eyes brightened as he nodded gently. Excellent, I shall acquire this. The human butcher's blade, a knife technique of the Qi refinement stage, demands the practitioner to slay in order to hone their skills, devouring souls, ghostly energy, and resentment. The more one kills, the stronger they become. The might of the blade intensifies. Upon finishing the description, Jiang Zhao smiled. How fortuitous. I happen to possess a blade. I shall claim this. The introductory chapter of the Holy Scripture of 10,000 Poisons. Can one truly call themselves a demon cultivator if they do not dabble in poison? Acquired. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhao, cradling a dozen tomes, departed from the entrance of the sutra repository under the peculiar gaze of the elderly guardian. Upon returning to his modest quarters, Jiang Zhao meticulously perused all the arcane arts and techniques, committing them to memory before exhaling a sigh of relief. A glance at the outside revealed that the night had deepened unbeknownst to him. It was time to find a secluded spot to hone the newly acquired powers. Jiang Zhao murmured softly to himself. However, before proceeding, an idea struck him. He retrieved the corpses of Xing He and his companions, and with a flick of his wrist, summoned the nearly expired ghostly tether. Upon its emergence, the tether appeared listless, yet in the next instant, it seemed to detect the scent of life force. Instantly invigorated, the ghostly tether began to writhe in Jiang Zhao's hand, exhibiting an eager and impatient demeanor. Do not rush, Jiang Zhao spoke softly, forming a single-handed seal. A black rune flickered in his palm, and with a resounding clap, he struck it against the ghostly rope. In that fleeting moment when the rune sank into the rope, an ethereal connection seemed to be forged between Jiang Zhao and the rope. After a moment of careful sensing, Jiang Zhao waved his hand to the restraints upon the rope. Unlike before, this time, even without the seal, the rope remained obedient, refraining from any erratic movements. Although it possessed little intelligence, it was acutely aware of one fact. Jiang Zhao's earlier strike had granted him absolute dominion over its life and death. With merely a thought, it would perish utterly. Observing the effect of the slave ghost seal, Jiang Zhao smiled with satisfaction. He gestured toward the three corpses on the ground and uttered, "Go." Upon receiving Jiang Zhao's permission, the ghostly rope surged forth. An ominous aura filled the room, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. Several gray-black ropes descended from the beams, entangling and hoisting the three corpses aloft. The moment the ghostly rope ensnared them, the corpses visibly shriveled with alarming rapidity. A quarter of an hour later, the three bodies had lost all essence, resembling corpses that had been dead for years, exuding a foul stench of decay. Jiang Zhao gently waved his hand, utilizing what was once Xing He's storage bag to gather the three cadavers. He then turned his gaze back to the ghostly rope. Having absorbed the essence from the three cultivators, the rope had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its material had become more resilient, imbued with an enchanting effect, and its entire form was enveloped in ghostly energy, almost taking on a tangible quality. Jiang Zhao beckoned with his finger, and the ghostly rope obediently coiled around him. After a moment of careful observation, he tugged with moderate strength, and to his satisfaction, it did not break. He nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of being a ghostly entity in a world of strange revival. Having absorbed the bodies of three Qi refinement cultivators, its power has indeed surged." Now, as Jiang Zhao assessed the ghostly rope, he surmised that it could easily strangle cultivators around the 5th level of Qi refinement and might even contend with those at the 6th level. Beyond that, it would be utterly outmatched. Although the ghostly rope seemed somewhat redundant in Jiang Zhao's hands, within the realm of strange revival, it could wreak havoc. Perhaps he could find a few unsuspecting senior brothers or sisters to feed to the ghostly rope, estimating that its capabilities would further enhance significantly. He recalled Li Xian mentioning a certain Yang Hu, who seemed to be Zheng He's supporter. Jiang Zhao raised his brow. He was not one to seek enemies. He could honestly say that during his 3 months in the Wanqing Xian Zone, he had not made a single foe. However, in the present moment, due to the demise of Xing He, he has inadvertently acquired a potential adversary, which leaves Jiang Zhao feeling rather uneasy. It seems imperative to devise a means to expedite Yang Hu's departure from this world. Nevertheless, prior to that, he must first enhance his own strength. The 8th level of Qi refinement is still insufficient for Jiang Zhao. He must at least reach the foundation establishment stage to attain the status of an inner sect disciple, which would provide him with a semblance of security. In the next instant, Jiang Zhao gently waved his sleeve, and a golden portal materialized. He stepped through, his figure vanishing from sight. In the eerie realm of revival, the same villa reappeared. A golden portal manifested once more, and Jiang Zhao emerged in the hall. The bloodstains left by Shen Song and others from the previous night lingered, yet the bodies had vanished, leaving a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Jiang Zhao surveyed his surroundings, his gaze momentarily pausing on a white SUV at the entrance of the villa before shifting away. Finding a secluded corner, Jiang Zhao settled onto the sofa and summoned the Wandering Souls banner with a wave of his hand. The banner fluttered as a swirling mass of black ghostly mist erupted forth, hovering ominously before him. Shen Song, Jiang Zhao spoke calmly. Could you tell me where in Donghai City there are more apparitions? While Jiang Zhao was inquiring, outside the villa, in the passenger seat of a white SUV, a young man clad in blue casual wear, eating instant noodles, was staring at the villa with a look of sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. He could hardly believe his eyes. After rubbing them repeatedly to dispel his doubts, he confirmed that there was indeed an extra figure within the villa. In a state of panic, he hastily set down his noodles and nudged the middle-aged man beside him, who was resting with his eyes closed. Captain, there is someone in the villa. Is anyone there? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes from his rest, and with a swift motion, he sat up. Gazing towards the villa as he spoke in a deep voice, "Where are the people?" "Over there." The young man pointed through the car window. Chen Yu followed the direction of his finger, his brow furrowing deeply. He withdrew his gaze and asked gravely, "The brothers nearby haven't been slacking off, have they?" "Absolutely not." The young man shook his head solemnly and stated, "From last night until now, the brothers have been taking turns to rest. Even a fly entering the villa would not escape our notice. Thus, it appears that this individual has materialized out of thin air." Chen Yu pressed his lips together, casting a wary glance at the villa. He spoke in a low voice. "The person within the villa likely possesses supernatural abilities and is probably one of the culprits responsible for the demise of the Shiguang Club." "Xiao Jiang." Chen Yu cast a glance at the young man beside him and said in a low voice, "Please inform the brothers nearby to refrain from acting rashly. I shall make a call to Director Liu." "Indeed," Xiao Jiang exclaimed, a spark of determination igniting within him. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the spiritual administration in Donghai City, Liu Ruhai, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, regarded the assembly with a grave demeanor. In a low yet commanding tone, he addressed them. "The documents you possess contain the entirety of information regarding the demise of the Shiguang Club. According to the data, at the time of its downfall, over 30 spectral entities manifested. We have substantial reason to believe that this signifies a formidable force, well-organized, premeditated, and methodical in its assault against the Shiguang Club. The adversary's strategy was meticulously crafted. Following the obliteration of the club, they swiftly subdued all residual specters within mere minutes. Such power is not to be underestimated. A slight miscalculation could unleash a catastrophic wave of phantoms. The intentions of this enigmatic force remain elusive, and we are currently unaware of the location of their stronghold. However," Liu Ruhai gently cleared his throat, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and continued, "I sincerely hope that at this critical juncture, you, the leaders of each regional team, can support one another and collaborate earnestly to avert any potential calamities for the sake of the lives of the millions of citizens in Donghai City. Director Liu, rest assured, we are well aware of our responsibilities." A man dressed in a white suit, with an eye patch adorning his face, nodded solemnly and spoke with gravity. Liu Ruhai uttered a soft sound, pausing for a moment before extracting another document from his hand and instructing it to be distributed. He then continued, "The purpose of today's meeting is not only to inform everyone about the matters concerning the Shiguang Club, but also to convey another crucial piece of information. You all must have noticed that, in the past week, our city of Donghai has lost contact with the outside world. Prior to this disconnection, we were all aware that for the past 70 years, our great Yu has been steadily retreating in the face of malevolent spirits, with only 9 major cities still holding their ground. Now, with Donghai severed from external communication, it is conceivable that we may be the next city to vanish." At this juncture, the atmosphere in the conference room grew markedly somber. After all, no one can maintain composure in the face of impending death. Not even those seasoned in the presence of demise, such as the spirit conquerors. Indeed, Liu Ruhai gently tapped the table, his expression grave as he began to speak. We cannot dismiss another possibility, that the other 8 cities of our great you have vanished amidst the tide of ghosts. And we, in Dawn High, may very well be humanity's last refuge. In the face of peril, we must embrace our responsibilities. I urge everyone to shoulder their own duties. However, there is no need for excessive despair, for I bear good news to share. Our stockpiled strategic resources are still sufficient to sustain us. Just as Lu Rahai was articulating his thoughts, a sudden cacophony of ringing mobile phones erupted in the conference room. The cheerful and melodious ringtone, "Good luck is coming to you. Good fortune brings joy and love," momentarily lifted the somber atmosphere. Lu Rahai glanced at the caller ID before swiftly answering the phone. His tone serious. "Hello? It's me. Captain Qin. What has transpired on your end?" What? As you were observing, I will come over immediately." After finishing the call, Lu Rahai swiftly rose to his feet, casting a sweeping glance over everyone in the conference room. In a somber tone, he addressed Captain Wang. "Captain Han, you two will accompany me for a while. The rest shall continue to maintain the stability of Donghai City." Meeting adjourned. After concluding the call, before the phone screen had a chance to dim, Qinyu felt a sudden jab on his arm. "What is the matter?" Qinyu inquired as he turned around. "Qin team, quickly look, he has emerged," Xiao Jiang said, trembling with apprehension. "Has he come out?" Qinyu's heart raced, and he quickly turned his gaze toward the villa. Indeed, the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in a black robe, strikingly handsome, who strode confidently into the courtyard. The individual cast a sweeping glance around before finally locking eyes with Qinyu. In that moment, Qinyu froze, a shiver coursing down his spine. As if he had plunged into an icy abyss on a sweltering day, a wave of chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Words failed to encapsulate the intensity of this person's gaze. It was as though a deity, perched high above, was observing a mere insect at its feet. There was no fury, no intent to kill, only an air of indifference mixed with mockery. "He has noticed me." This was the first thought that flitted through Qinyu's mind. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his phone, yearning to call Director Wei once more, to warn him of this formidable individual and advise against any confrontation. However, before he could act, the young man in the courtyard moved with such swiftness that he vanished from sight, only to reappear 100 meters away. In a mere heartbeat, he disappeared again, this time at the end of the road. At that moment, Qinyu felt as though he had returned from the depths of hell, gasping for breath. Only then did he realize that a mere exchange of glances had drenched his back in cold sweat. As a spirit master, his instinct screamed that this person was anything but ordinary. If he so desired, crushing Qinyu would be as effortless as squashing an ant. What manner of being have I been guarding near the Shiguang Club for an entire day? Could it be? Qinyu pressed his lips together, struggling to swallow a mouthful of saliva as a dreadful thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that our previous speculations were entirely erroneous? The demise of the Radiant Dawn Club was not the act of a faction, but rather the work of a solitary individual? If that were indeed the case, Qinyu dared not pursue the thought any further. The notion that a single person could obliterate an entire club while calmly subduing a dozen resurrected specters was a display of power that, from the onset of these bizarre resurrections until now, was beyond comprehension. Not only had he never witnessed such a feat, he had never even heard of it. It is worth noting that during their Bureau's previous effort to suppress the specters, an immense cost was incurred. To simultaneously subdue a dozen specters was nothing short of a fantastical tale. Captain, what is the matter with you?" Xiao Zhang's voice once again pulled Qinyu back to reality. "I'm fine," Qinyu replied, coming back to his senses and gently shaking his head. "Captain, that person has left. Should we have someone stop him?" Xiao Zhang inquired cautiously. "Block? Absolutely not." Qinyu quickly intervened. It was a jest. The individual in question appeared to have single-handedly annihilated the Radiance Club, seemingly unscathed, a display of power that transcended their comprehension. If one could effortlessly subdue the Radiance Club, it implied the capability to effortlessly obliterate the entire Spirit Administration. At this moment, they had yet to engage in conflict with this formidable presence, which was undoubtedly favorable news for everyone at the Spirit Administration. Should they choose to intercept the individual now, the ramifications could be dire. A single misstep could render today's interception a harbinger of doom for the Spirit Administration. "What shall we do now?" Xiao Jiang inquired once more. Inform the nearby brethren to retreat for the time being. Qinyu contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. He then gazed in the direction where Jiang Zhao had departed and continued, "As for us, we shall follow discreetly. If we encounter that individual from earlier, remember to keep your distance and avoid provocation." Should an opportunity for amicability arise, we shall seize it. Having witnessed Jiang Zhao's prowess, Qin Yu had already relegated the earlier affairs of the Radiance Club to the recesses of his mind. Initially, it was merely a neutral organization of spirit tamers. Its demise was inconsequential. Their surveillance of the villa had not been for the purpose of avenging that group, but rather to ascertain the truth. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the notion of retribution through murder had become obsolete. Sheer might now reign supreme. Now, the truth was nearly uncovered. Their subsequent mission was paramount, to ensure the safety of the millions of citizens in Donghai City by uncovering Jiang Zhao's origins and intentions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Zhao traversed the towering edifices of Donghai City. Though he had yet to master flight in his Qi refinement stage, the phantom step had significantly enhanced his speed, allowing him to move with an ethereal grace. He could leap distances ranging from dozens to over 100 meters. To his surprise, the Spirit Administration operatives displayed considerable patience, having maintained their vigil for such an extended period. During his journey, Jiang Zhao found himself reflecting on those individuals outside the villa, each believing their concealment was flawless. However, for a practitioner like Jiang Zhao, endowed with acute senses, this situation is rather trivial. The moment he crossed over, he keenly observed every movement of the group before him. He had anticipated such circumstances, for since his arrival in this realm, he had never concealed his whereabouts. This world possesses an exceptionally advanced surveillance system. And coupled with the significant commotion caused by his obliteration of the Shiguan Club, it was only natural for him to be detected. Nevertheless, as long as they do not seek trouble with him, Jiang Zhao is disinclined to engage with them. Yet, should they dare to provoke him, he would not shy away from confrontation. In his perspective, there is no necessity for interaction with either the Spirit Management Bureau or ordinary mortals, as their realms of understanding and power are fundamentally disparate. Many formidable figures within the cultivation world regard ordinary people as mere ants. While Jiang Zhao does not hold such an extreme view, he too prefers limited interaction with commoners. Their differing strengths and levels of cultivation render meaningful discourse impossible. When he speaks of the unity of heaven and man, the ordinary folk in this bizarre, revived world might misconstrue it as a philosophical discussion. In this realm, the only thing that captivates Jiang Zhao is one singular entity: ghosts. Shinsong, where is the Yuhan community you mentioned? During his journey, Jiang Zhao summoned Shinsong to inquire. This was the location Shinsong had provided him earlier in the villa. According to Shinsong, approximately 5 years ago, a B-level supernatural incident erupted within this community, enveloping it in a shroud of mist. The Donghai City Spirit Management Bureau, in collaboration with several other ghost hunting organizations, exerted immense effort merely to confine the spectral entities within the community. As for suppression, that was nearly an impossible feat. The ghosts had slaughtered nearly the entire area. And while the exact number of spirits remains uncertain, the ghost slaves numbered in the thousands. Any ghost hunter entering would face a grim fate. In essence, as long as the ghosts do not spread beyond the community, the citizens of Donghai City would have to offer fervent prayers. Who would dare venture in to suppress these spirits? We are almost there, just ahead. However, Master, please exercise utmost caution. The spectral entities within the Yuhan community are extraordinary, possibly of A-level strength, and A-level ghosts possess intelligence. They can communicate with humans normally, Shinsong swiftly replied, while also casting a furtive glance at Jiang Zhao's expression. He was genuinely fearful. Having been warmly received within the Wanhun banner for nearly a day, he had been left with an indelible psychological scar. If possible, he wished never to return to that place for the rest of his life. Therefore, he responded to every inquiry from Jiang Zhao with utmost diligence, daring not to withhold any information. Very well. Jiang Zhao nodded gently, quickening her pace slightly. The night deepened. The Yuhan community was enveloped in a shroud of darkness. From a high vantage point, looking down upon the brilliantly lit Donghai City, the Yuhan community appeared akin to a black hole, consuming everything in its vicinity. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Outside the community, on a wide road, two inebriated figures paused in their tracks upon hearing the cry. The chill of the wind stirred them, shaking off some of their intoxication. They exchanged bewildered glances and caught sight of a nearby road sign, Wangjiang Road. Damn! How did we end up here? One of them exclaimed in trepidation. Not far ahead lay the Yuhan community, through the dim silhouettes of trees. The buildings within the complex were faintly visible, evoking memories of its notorious reputation from years past, compounded by the recent screen. A cold sweat broke out on their backs. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly turned and fled down the path from whence they came. Meanwhile, Within the depths of the Yuhan community, in a pitch-black room, a figure, bloodied, disheveled, and slender, scrambled backward in the darkness, her eyes darting in panic. Please, please, spare me. If you grant me mercy, I will do anything. She whimpered as if some unspeakable horror lurked around her, her pleas echoing in the stillness. Yet, the spectral presence beside her paid her no heed. With a sharp hiss, a rush of wind swept through, and the pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. In the darkness, a defiant head, refusing to close its eyes in death, rolled ominously to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Severed Head, are you satisfied with the gifts I've brought you? In the pitch-black room, a crisp round of applause echoed, accompanied by the faint glow of dim, eerie green light emanating from an oil lamp held aloft. The lamplighter, draped entirely in a black robe, stood before a tattered couch where another similarly cloaked figure sat. The seated man ceased his slow clapping and pushed back his hood, revealing a face etched with arrogance. His gaze flickered briefly toward the lifeless head at his feet, eyes still wide in eternal disbelief, before he casually kicked it toward the window. Then, his attention shifted to the figure standing at the center of the room. As the lamplight brightened, the gruesome scene became clearer. Severed limbs and mangled remains littered the space, transforming it into a ghastly tableau of carnage. At the heart of this macabre display stood a headless, one-armed figure with pallid, corpse-like skin, moving mechanically as it sifted through the sea of corpses. After a moment, it retrieved a nearly decomposed head and placed it upon its own neck, testing the fit with a slight tilt. Seemingly satisfied, it slowly turned, revealing a face marred by decay. Its jaw creaked open, and a hoarse, guttural voice rasped, "Not enough." Not enough? The man, with a defiant expression, was not surprised by the remark. He continued, "Mr. Severed Head, I am aware of your insatiable appetite, and I can indeed supply you with more blood and sustenance. However, before we proceed, we must first discuss the terms of our collaboration. Speak." After a prolonged silence, the one-armed specter finally managed to utter a single word with great difficulty. "We seek an ancient deity." The man, bearing a rebellious demeanor, offered a subtle smile, revealing an expression of intrigue as if the bait had been taken. He spoke slowly. "It is the ancient deity that awakened last night in the northern part of Donghai City. After its revival, this entity has vanished without a trace. However, it shares a common origin with the Lord of the Severed Head, so I dare say locating it should not pose a significant challenge for you. After all," the man cast a cursory glance around the room before shifting his gaze outside, speaking in a calm tone, "You have so many ghost servants at your disposal. If you unleash them, turning the entire East Sea city upside down would pose no challenge." Upon hearing this, the severed head of the ghost remained silent. After a brief pause, it stiffly replied, "The ghost servants cannot be released. Moreover, I require 1,000 blood offerings. We can devise a strategy for the ghost servants. You simply need to relinquish control to me." The defiant man curled his lips into a smirk, his eyes narrowing slightly as he confidently stated, "However, procuring 1,000 blood offerings is rather difficult. You must be aware that there are numerous spirit tamers outside. Even our ancient god society cannot quietly transport 1,000 blood offerings. However," he said with a self-satisfied smile, "we have an alternative approach. Once our objective is achieved, we shall assist you in shattering the spiritual apparatus that the Ghost Bureau uses to suppress you. At that moment, the entirety of Donghai City will belong to you." Upon hearing the words about breaking the suppression of his ghostly apparatus, even the one-armed specter, typically composed, seemed to exhibit a hint of excitement, his speech flowing with newfound fluidity. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly uttered a single word. "Very well." With that, the man, exuding an air of defiance, rose to his feet, took a few steps forward, and said with a smile, "Shall we embark on this partnership with pleasure? Collaboration." The specter nodded in agreement, its voice raspy as it began to speak. Yet, its words were not fully articulated. With a resounding crash, the window shattered. A shadowy figure burst into the room, surveying his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon the peculiar beings before him. With a smile, he remarked, "It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment. I hope I have not disrupted your enjoyment." The sudden entrance of Jiang Zhao elicited a reaction from the rebellious-looking man, who furrowed his brow slightly. Although the darkness obscured the intruder's features, one could easily surmise that anyone bold enough to invade the Yuhan community at such a time possessed considerable prowess. After all, the notorious reputation of Yuhan had long spread throughout Donghai City. It was common knowledge that this place was a forbidden zone, unless one had lost their wits. It was inconceivable to set foot here. Yet, despite this understanding, the intruder had still breached their defenses. The man pondered this for a moment, prompting him to take a cautious step back with his subordinates, retreating to the doorway to observe the unfolding events. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he resolved to flee. In stark contrast, the severed-headed specter's thought process was far more straightforward. Having been suppressed by the Bureau of Spiritual Affairs among humans for so many years, it had only been at the outset that it had consumed some blood and flesh. Thereafter, it had seen not even a single hair. However, today, a human had delivered themselves right to its doorstep. Moreover, this individual radiated an extraordinarily vigorous life force, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. The instincts of the spectral being informed it that if it could devour this human, it would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of an S-class specter. With this thought in mind, the severed-headed specter unsheathed the knife from its waist, a fervent emotion igniting within its decaying eye sockets. "Ah, you have arrived just in time." With a sudden thud, the headless specter advanced a step, brandishing a cleaver high above, poised to strike. Witnessing this scene, the two figures at the entrance, Cao Chuan and his companion, exchanged glances filled with pity towards Jiang Zhao. While others remained oblivious, they were acutely aware of the specter's history. Over the past few years since its awakening, its power had steadily escalated, particularly upon its revival. It had claimed the lives of over 1,000 innocents, elevating its strength to that of a Class A ghost. In the subsequent years, though its killing spree had diminished, its growth had merely slowed. Absent of any supernatural tricks, its inherent might was now formidable enough to contend with Class S malevolent spirits. Should that cleaver descend, not even the most seasoned ghost tamers or the captains of the Eastern Sea City Spirit Administration would likely escape unscathed. Cao Chuan, intrigued, pondered the audacity of this young man in black, daring to intrude upon his affairs in the Yuhan community. Just as Cao Chuan anticipated a spectacle, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhao stepped forward, his form flickering and vanishing from sight. Before anyone could comprehend the shift, he reappeared before the headless specter. Unfazed by the cleaver raised aloft, Jiang Zhao maintained his composure, casually extending a hand as if to respond. "Whom are you trying to deceive?" A resounding slap echoed throughout the room, as the head of the decapitated specter was instantly obliterated. The terrifying force radiated from the severed cranium, causing its body to spin like a top, whirling for several rotations. The headless apparition appeared dazed, its remaining form swaying precariously, akin to an elderly man suffering a stroke, before it stumbled a few steps and collapsed with a thud onto the ground. Cao Chuan and his companion, standing at the threshold, were rendered speechless. They had contemplated numerous outcomes and surmised that the young man in black before them possessed certain hidden strengths, sufficient to engage the decapitated specter in a fierce contest. After all, one would not dare venture into such a place at night without some measure of skill. Yet, regardless of their speculations, they could never have anticipated the sheer ferocity of this youth. Upon encountering the headless specter, he immediately unleashed a powerful slap, seemingly incapacitating the creature in an instant. It took a considerable moment for the specter to regain its senses. Shaking its form, it managed to prop itself up with one hand, while the other, still clutching a knife, frantically searched the ground. Upon finding a decayed head, it hurriedly attempted to place it back atop its neck, seemingly intent on uttering a few menacing words. However, before it could fully rise, a black boot landed firmly upon its grasp. And with a decisive force from Jiang Zhao's foot, the specter's remaining hand, along with the head, was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Observing the twitching form of the headless specter, Jiang Zhao's gaze remained indifferent. Every living being feels pain, fear, or reveals a vulnerability when attacked. Yet, specters do not. With that, he swiftly unleashed another kick. A dull thud resonated through the air. The body of the decapitated specter disintegrated under the force, scattering bone fragments and shredded flesh across the sky. The impact was significant, causing an uproar throughout the entire neighborhood, accompanied by a chorus of anguished howls. Following this cacophony was the sound of countless footsteps. Jiang Zhao approached the window and gazed downwards. What met his eyes was a swarm of figures. These were the former residents of Yuhan community, now transformed into ghostly servants after being slain by the decapitated specter. Years had passed, and these ghostly thralls appeared emaciated, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. Yet, paradoxically, they were imbued with immense strength, leaping between buildings with an ease that belied their frail appearance, swiftly advancing towards Jiang Zhao under the command of several leading specters. Listening to the commotion outside, Cao Chuan and his companion turned pale. The figure in black robes, holding an oil lamp, swallowed hard and whispered, "Brother Cao, what shall we do? What else can we do?" "We're finished," Cao Chuan replied curtly. Initially, an agreement had been reached. with plans to harness the control over the ghostly servants and lead thousands into Donghai City for a minor yet bizarre shock to the spiritual administration. However, who could have anticipated the emergence of such a terrifying entity? With a single slap and kick, the long-dreaded decapitated specter was subdued, though the specter had yet to perish. Its thralls were now agitated. Venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. Even with the oil lamp capable of restraining specters in their possession, it would prove futile. Once the oil was exhausted, their fate would be sealed. At this moment, remaining in their sanctuary was their only source of solace. As the two pondered how Jiang Zhao would respond, they witnessed him wave his hand, summoning a large black banner adorned with intricate, arcane patterns. The banner billowed, and tendrils of black mist swirled within the room. With a decisive gesture, Jiang Zhao unleashed over 20 streams of black vapor from the banner, each concealing a fearsome specter. The aura emanating from them seemed even more terrifying than that of the previously encountered decapitated specter. What is this? Could they all be vengeful spirits? Good heavens! Chao Chuan and his subordinates stared in horror at the scene before them, feeling their knees tremble, an unsettling warmth coursing from their thighs to their ankles. A single specter would have been enough to instill dread, and now there were more than 20. What manner of individual could command such a multitude of specters? Did he not fear retaliation from these entities? The figure in the black robe behind Chao Chuan tugged at the hem of his garment, his complexion ashen as he spoke. Brother Chao, do you not feel that this person resembles a demonic cultivator from a novel? Chao Chuan, equally pale, managed to nod slowly in agreement. Jiang Zhao paid no heed to the two, his gaze fixed upon the approaching ghostly servants below. He spoke in a calm tone, leave Shen Song behind. The rest of you, deal with those ghostly servants. If any possess a lingering soul, ensure they are all brought back. Indeed, more than 20 malevolent spirits roared in unison, their forms swiftly dashing forth. These specters, having been nourished by the essence of countless souls, possess strength far beyond their former selves. As they surged into the throng of ghostly servants, it was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, with a mere flick of their hands. Numerous ghostly servants fell in droves. Once assured that no unforeseen events would transpire, Jiang Zhao turned to regard the remnants of the decapitated ghostly entity within the chamber. In the brief span that followed, the scattered bones and fragmented flesh began to coalesce anew, writhing incessantly, gradually taking on a humanoid shape. It was likely that in a short while, the decapitated specter would be resurrected. This ability is indeed remarkable, Jiang Zhao mused, slightly clicking his tongue. He had long familiarized himself with the nature of ghosts in this world. Before their spiritual essence was depleted, they could not perish, no matter how thoroughly they were dismembered. They would invariably return to their original form. Having absorbed such spirits, he pondered whether he had acquired this ability as well. However, this was not the time for experimentation. With a swift motion, he produced a large black jar and tossed it to Shen Song, instructing, Shen Song, seal it away. Indeed, Shen Song took the jar, not daring to be negligent, and hurriedly stepped forward. Shen Song? Chao Chuan exchanged glances, both astonished by the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. If their memories served them correctly, Shen Song was indeed the president of the Shiguan Club, wasn't he? What was he doing here? Moreover, he appeared to be in a ghastly state, as if he had transformed into a malevolent spirit. Could it be that Brother Chao, the Shiguan Club, was annihilated by him? Murmured the figure in the black robe behind Chao Chuan. Upon hearing this, Chao Chuan pressed his lips together, nodding stiffly, struggling to utter a few words. It's possible. As he surveyed the room filled with a suffocating darkness, Shen Song hurriedly stowed the dismembered ghostly entity into a jar. Chao Chuan felt a chill creeping down his spine. Once the illustrious president of the Shiguan Club, today he had been reduced to a mere pawn under someone else's command. The stark contrast was indeed devastating. Even a formidable figure like Shen Song had witnessed the downfall of his dozen or so ghost tamers. What fate awaited him? Contemplating this, Chao Chuan lifted his gaze toward Jiang Zhao, only to meet his penetrating stare. Their eyes locked, and a shiver ran through Chao Chuan as he forced a smile, saying, Rest assured, sir, we have seen nothing tonight. We certainly won't speak a word of it. Hearing the clamor from outside, Chao Chuan, accompanied by his subordinates, reached for the doorknob and hurriedly remarked, Since you have pressing matters to attend to, we shall not impose any longer. We shall take our leave now. With that, he twisted the doorknob and prepared to depart. However, just as he lifted his foot, Jiang Zhao's voice echoed ominously from behind. Who said you too could leave? Chao Chuan's expression momentarily faltered as he slowly turned around. The previously unpleasant look on his face was instantly replaced by a smile. May I inquire if there are any further instructions, sir? If there is anything you require from us, my brother and I are at your service." "There is no need for service," Jiang Zhao replied calmly as he approached, his gaze fixed on the two men. "Now, do share the story of your origins." Chao Chuan's body trembled slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. He hailed from the ancient deity association, a name that sounded grandiose, but was, in reality, merely a facade for dealing with the bizarre. Such a reputation could be both advantageous and detrimental. At present, he had only a fleeting acquaintance with Jiang Zhao, rendering him unable to discern the latter's thoughts or opinions regarding the ancient deity association. If Jiang Zhao were inclined towards the idea of the bizarre ruling the world, it might not bode well. However, considering the ruthless manner in which Jiang Zhao had just dealt with the severed head specter, Chao Chuan dared not entertain any illusions. After much contemplation, he replied softly, "To be frank, sir, we are both practitioners of ghost taming from the common folk. We have come here today in hopes of finding a way to suppress the specters within the Yuhuan community. Seeing your prowess, we shall refrain from making a fool of ourselves. Is that so?" Jiang Zhao remarked with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor wholly feigned. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Tsung, who had been diligently placing the severed heads of the malevolent spirits into jars, suddenly lifted his gaze. He glanced at Chao Chuan and then at the attire of the individuals standing behind him. Under Chao Chuan's anguished stare, he uttered a few words, "Master. They hail from the Ancient Deity Society." "The Ancient Deity Society? What manner of entity is that?" Jiang Zhao inquired with curiosity. Having traversed the bizarre, resurrected world on several occasions, he had always done so with the intent of subduing malevolent spirits and enhancing his own power. His understanding of the current global situation remained superficial at best. The Ancient Deity Society is a faction that has submitted to the bizarre forces. Shen Tsung organized his thoughts and spoke rapidly. In today's world, once a resurrected malevolent spirit attains Class A strength, it awakens intelligence. Upon reaching Class S, its intellect rivals that of ordinary humans. The Ancient Deity Society has gradually developed through the backing of several Class S entities. Other similar factions include the 10,000 Immortal sect and the Underworld. Each of these powers is supported by one or more Class S entities. They are deeply concealed, and even the Spirit Management Bureau is powerless against them. Shen Song spoke with fervor, entirely disregarding Chao Chuan's frantic gestures urging him to stop. Once he concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by the heavy breaths of the two men, which echoed starkly in the stillness. "Indeed," Jiang Zhao murmured. "Is this not the epitome of a traitor?" "No, to be precise, the term traitor scarcely suffices. They ought to be labeled as betrayers of humanity." Jiang Zhao, who does not consider himself a virtuous man, finds it unfathomable to become a betrayer of humanity. However, he is more than willing to deal with those who embody such treachery. Observing Jiang Zhao approach him with measured steps, one of Chao Chuan's subordinates could no longer maintain his composure. With a resounding thud, he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My lord, spare me. I acknowledge my errors and vow to reform my ways henceforth. I beseech you, grant me this one reprieve." Witnessing this scene, Chao Chuan gritted his teeth and knelt before Jiang Zhao, respectfully declaring, "My lord, I too am willing to amend my ways. And I possess knowledge of the stronghold of the Ancient Deity Society. If you would spare my life, I shall lead you to eradicate their base." "Base?" Jiang Zhao felt a stir in her heart and inquired, "How many spirit masters are there at the base?" "8. "Yes, indeed, there are 8. Chao Chuan hurriedly replied. "In addition to the 8 spirit masters, there is also an A-class spirit entity and 4 B-class spirits roaming nearby. If you wish to confront them, I can take you there immediately. My car is right outside." As he spoke, Chao Chuan pulled the car keys from his pocket. "Indeed, quite good." Jiang Zhao accepted the car keys, nodding in satisfaction, a warm smile gracing his face. He remarked, "To recognize one's errors and amend them is a virtue of the highest order." Upon hearing these words, both Chao Chuan and his subordinates were filled with overwhelming joy. It seemed, against all odds, that their lives were spared. Immediately, Chao Chuan and his companions bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed sir. Thank you, esteemed sir. It's nothing." Jiang Zhao waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly adding, "Just be mindful in the next life." "Rest assured, my lord, we will certainly." Chao Chuan did not ponder too deeply and continued along Jiang Zhao's train of thought. However, just as he began to speak, a sudden chill coursed through him, as though something was amiss. Before he could gather his wits, he felt a coldness at his neck, and as his vision spun, he beheld 2 headless corpses kneeling beside him, crimson blood gushing forth from their severed necks. These corpses seemed somewhat familiar, as the last thought flickered through Chao Chuan's mind. The world around him was enveloped in darkness. Observing the two headless bodies before him, Jiang Zhao reached out casually, extracting two ethereal souls, disregarding their expressions of terror. He stated nonchalantly, "Shinsong, please inform the others that from this day forth, everyone must tend to these two 1,000 times each day. Not a single time less. Is that understood? Listen carefully." Upon sealing the spectral entity into the jar, Shinsong immediately felt invigorated upon hearing this proclamation. He cast a fleeting glance at the two souls of Chao Chuan, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Each would require 1,000 repetitions. Within the myriad of souls, there resided no fewer than 20 malevolent spirits. Thus, the total would amount to over 20,000 repetitions, consuming nearly an entire day. Attending to them would leave him no time for his own affairs. The mere thought of this sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Shinsong's body. Indeed, his previous revelation regarding their true identities had borne fruit. Master, Shinsong suppressed the tumultuous excitement within him as he stepped forward, reverently presenting the jar in his hand. He spoke, "The malevolent spirit has been sealed within." Indeed, Jiang Zhao nodded gently, casually stowing away the jar. Subsequently, she stepped forward to the window and gazed down. In the brief passage of time, the commotion outside in the community had nearly subsided. Zheng Sinan returned with 6 B-grade spectral entities, solemnly presenting them to Jiang Zhao. Including the previously severed head of a spirit, Jiang Zhao had gathered a total of 7 awakened malevolent spirits within the Jade Box community. It remained uncertain whether she could achieve the pinnacle of the 10th level in Qi Refinement, yet it was assured that she could certainly attain the 9th level with confidence. What was the situation with the ghostly servants below? Jiang Zhao stored the 6 spectral entities into her storage pouch and then inquired. Zheng Sinan, just returned, promptly replied, "Master." Those ghostly servants still possess remnants of their souls. However, they have long lost their wits, becoming mere entities driven solely by the thirst for slaughter. "May I ask how you intend to handle them, Master?" "Oh." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation, his eyes brightening with increasing intensity. In the realm of cultivation, the majority of souls within the sole banner of ghost cultivators are stripped of their consciousness. After all, once wisdom takes hold, hesitation follows, and with hesitation comes restraint in battle. For ghost cultivators, soulless entities are the most desirable. Jiang Zhao chose to preserve the intellect of these spirits primarily because he required their assistance, intending to erase their consciousness once he had amassed a greater number. However, he never anticipated that today, within this Jade Pavilion community, he would encounter a multitude of soulless ghost servants. This fortuitous discovery would save him considerable effort. It seemed that luck was on Zhang's side. Jiang Zhao murmured softly, raising his hands to form a seal, as a mysterious rune soared forth, merging into the soul banner. "Gather." The command was uttered, and in an instant, the soul banner radiated a brilliant light, erupting with countless tendrils of dark energy. Resembling a black sun ascending within the chamber, the luminescence streamed through the windows, cascading onto the vacant ground below. The ghostly servants, previously battered by the 20-odd vengeful spirits within the soul banner, trembled as they raised their heads in confusion, their inherently vacant eyes dimming rapidly. Ethereal souls drifted from their skulls, converging into a flowing river, intermingled with faint, anguished cries, forcibly drawn into the soul banner. After a full quarter of an hour, within the vicinity, all ghostly servants fell silent. Yet, within Jiang Zhao's soul banner, there now resided over 1,500 bloodthirsty apparitions, each a formidable force in its own right, awaiting only a brief period of cultivation to unleash their full potential. With a sigh, Jiang Zhao exhaled a breath of turbid air and raised his hand to wipe the sweat that had gathered on his forehead. It must be said that accommodating over 1,000 ghostly souls at once was no trivial endeavor for him. However, Jiang Zhao was inherently kind-hearted. He could not bear to see these common folk, even in death, reduced to mere ghost slaves, forced to serve malevolent entities. Thus, despite the immense toll it took, he resolved to provide these souls with a sanctuary. Yet, he knew that ghost slaves were ultimately still mere specters, not true spirits. Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly, pondering the thought that if these ghost slaves could be harnessed to absorb ghostly energy and bolster his power, he could hardly fathom the extent of his strength after assimilating such a multitude. Nonetheless, even so, the accumulation of over 1,000 ghostly souls was a significant boon. Upon returning to the Wancheng Xin Zone, should he encounter adversaries, he would need not lift a finger. Simply unleashing these formidable specters could overwhelm his foes through sheer numbers. Finally, he felt a semblance of what it meant to be a ghost cultivator. Jiang Zhao chuckled softly. He gathered Shin Song and the others into the soul-gathering banner, leaving only Chao Chuan behind. Turning his gaze toward him, he spoke with calm authority, "Lead the way." He had not forgotten that behind Chao Chuan lay a stronghold of the ancient deity society. According to Chao Chuan, within that stronghold resided several ghost tamers and multiple ghostly entities. Should he manage to subdue them all, it could potentially amplify his power considerably. Indeed, Chao Chuan's complexion turned pale as he hastily turned and floated towards the window. Jiang Zhao was just about to follow when, suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, streaking across the rooftop and unerringly hurtling towards Jiang Zhao. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Zhao's brows furrowed sharply as he swiftly formed hand seals before him. Yet it proved futile. The golden light pierced through his palms and vanished into his body. The moment the radiance entered him, his frame shuddered violently. A cool, ethereal current surged from the crown of his head, the Baihui acupoint, flooding his entire being. In that instant, it was as though a veil of obscurity had been torn from his mind. His thoughts now flowed with a swiftness severfold beyond before. In the cultivation world, Jiang Zhao had once been regarded merely as a talented genius of decent aptitude. But now, his comprehension seemed to have multiplied manifold. Countless perplexities and mysteries in his cultivation path suddenly unraveled before him, clarity dawning like the first light of dawn. Even the divine arts and techniques he had recently acquired from the scripture repository now resurfaced in his mind, accompanied by newfound insights. With quiet confidence, Jiang Zhao knew, upon revisiting them with but a little practice, mastery would be well within his grasp. As time slipped away, Jiang Zhao finally opened his eyes, revealing a gaze imbued with a refreshing clarity and an aura of extraordinary transcendence. In disbelief, he murmured softly, "Could this be the manifestation of merit entering my being?" Merit. Such a concept had long been familiar to him. Legends spoke of those who tread the path of darkness, committing numerous atrocities, and upon being vanquished by a righteous person, they might bestow a fragment of celestial merit. Yet, this was a tale he had only ever heard, never witnessed. To his astonishment, he found himself the recipient of such fortuitous blessings today. Hastily, he turned his attention inward, examining his meridians, internal organs, and dantian. At last, deep within his dantian, he discovered a glimmer of golden radiance. This golden light was faint, akin to a grain of rice, lingering in the depths of his dantian and emanating a subtle glow that cast a delicate golden sheen over the true essence within. Truly a great merit. At the moment he beheld the golden light, a smile broke forth from Jiang Zhao's lips, unable to be contained any longer. The advantages of merit entering one's body are manifold. Foremost among them is the ability to transform misfortune into fortune and to encounter auspiciousness amidst adversity. Furthermore, it serves to subdue one's inner demons, clarifying the mind and enhancing one's comprehension. Beyond the personal benefits it bestows, merit can also be utilized for crafting artifacts. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhao could not help but direct his gaze toward the soul banner in his grasp. If only sufficient merit were amassed, could this soul banner be refined into a postnatal treasure of great merit? In the future, with the golden wheel of merit upon him, standing on the golden lotus of merit, and wielding the resplendent soul banner, one must ponder, who would dare to make a move against him, let alone taking action? Even harboring a hint of antagonism in one's heart would likely invite the wrath of the heavenly laws. Indeed, the heavenly order of this realm is remarkably benevolent. Jiang Zhao's heart swelled with fervor. Initially, he subdued the ghostly entities merely to enhance its strength, but now, with merit bestowed upon him, his resolve to act against these spectral beings had intensified. I no longer wish to ponder. Let us first eliminate the stronghold of the ancient deity society. At that moment, Jiang Zhao's gaze solidified with an unprecedented determination. He descended the stairs and entered Chao Chuan's vehicle. Taking the passenger seat, Jiang Zhao closed his eyes to recuperate. The sudden absorption of over 1,000 souls had proven to be quite taxing, and en route to the ancient deity society's stronghold, he needed a moment to restore his energy. Fortunately, this world was saturated with ghostly energy, allowing him to recuperate his inner essence significantly with a brief period of cultivation. As for the driving, that task was entrusted to Chao Chuan. Although he had transformed into a ghost, the frequency of ghostly incidents in this realm rendered his presence behind the wheel a trivial matter. Observing Jiang Zhao settled in, Chao Chuan wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and propelling the vehicle forward. Shortly after their departure, at the northern entrance of Yuhuan Community, a white SUV came to a halt. Chen Yu of the Spirit Management Bureau, accompanied by his subordinate Xiao Jiang, stealthily exited the vehicle. As they reached the community entrance, Xiao Jiang peered into the shadowy depths of the complex and swallowed hard, murmuring, "Captain, are we sure we haven't pursued the wrong lead? This is Yuan community, where numerous spirits dwell, with thousands of ghostly servants. No one who enters ever returns. We should be on the right track," Qinyu replied softly. "Captain," Xiao Jiang said, his heart racing. He gazed at his captain, his voice tinged with disbelief as he inquired, "Surely you do not intend to venture inside, do you? Otherwise," Qinyu casually replied, "having pursued it all the way here, would you truly be content without taking a look inside?" "Indeed," Xiao Jiang replied without a moment's hesitation. He possessed no such overwhelming curiosity. In this bizarre and resurrected world, the paramount rule for surviving in peace was to first cast aside that damned curiosity. Qinyu began, but then shook his head, solemnly instructing, "Very well, I shall enter and investigate myself. You remain here on guard. If anything seems amiss, return at once." "However," Xiao Jiang began. He glanced at the myriad lights twinkling in the distance and then at the foreboding darkness of the community before him. After a moment of internal conflict, he ultimately changed his mind. "Captain, perhaps we should enter together. The two of us, as spirit tamers, could offer each other some measure of protection. Are you no longer afraid?" Qinyu glanced at the other person. "I am no longer afraid." Xiao Jiang shook his head. "Good lad." Qinyu chuckled softly, giving the other person a gentle pat on the shoulder before taking the lead into the depths of the residential complex. "Come on. Don't stray too far from me," he said as they entered the community, one following closely behind the other. The interior of the eerily silent complex exuded an unsettling chill that sent shivers down their spines. Leaning against the walls, they proceeded cautiously. Inhaling the nauseating stench of decay that lingered in the air, their hearts racing with trepidation. The reputation of Yuan community was well known throughout Donghai City, especially to Qinyu, who had once been part of the Spiritual Administration Bureau and had participated in the sealing of the malevolent entities within this very neighborhood. He was acutely aware of the ferocity of the spirits contained within. Should they inadvertently disturb these entities, it was uncertain whether he would be able to escape unscathed. Yet, despite the inherent dangers, he felt compelled to venture inside. As a member of the Bureau, he bore the responsibility for the lives of countless citizens in Donghai City. He had to ascertain the purpose of the young man in black who had come here. Only then could he discern whether this individual was a friend or foe. After traversing an indeterminate distance, the tension in their hearts reached a near-breaking point. The lifeless black trees lining the path loomed like sinister specters, unsettling their very souls. Turning a corner around a building, Qinyu raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings, and his brow furrowed in contemplation as he murmured, "Strange. Captain, have you made a discovery?" Xiao Jiang whispered, suppressing his voice. "Don't you find the silence within the complex rather unsettling? Isn't that the case for everyone?" Xiao Jiang retorted, "That's not right." Qinyu shook his head, his voice low. "In the Yuan community, there are still over 1,000 ghost slaves hidden in every nook and cranny. Yet, despite our prolonged search, we have not encountered a single ghost slave, which is highly irregular. Isn't that a good thing?" Xiao Jiang instinctively responded. "So, in the captain's eyes, we must confront a ghost slave and risk our lives for it to be deemed correct? Let's proceed ahead and investigate," Qinyu thought, filled with uncertainty. He quickened his pace, moving with significantly more urgency than before. At this moment, a hypothesis began to form in his mind, but to validate it, he needed to witness the reality firsthand. "Captain," Xiao Jiang called out, intending to shout at the top of his lungs, but considering their current predicament. He lowered his voice and said anxiously, "Wait for me a moment." The two of them walked in succession, passing by 2 or 3 buildings when suddenly a horrifying sight met their eyes. Both Qinyu and Xiao Jiang were momentarily stunned, especially Xiao Jiang, who could hardly believe what he saw. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. His breath quickened, and in a hoarse voice, he said, "Captain, these corpses must be the ghost slaves from the community, right?" "It seems so," Qinyu replied, his voice equally hoarse. Although he had harbored suspicions in his mind earlier, the stark reality before him still rendered him incredulous. He stepped forward, entering the sea of corpses, and reached down to touch the remains scattered on the ground. They felt cold to the touch, yet the eerie, heart-stopping energy had dissipated. This indicated that the bodies before him were no longer ghost slaves, but rather ordinary corpses. At that moment, Xiao Jiang approached him, his expression one of disbelief, saying, "Captain, this doesn't make sense. Aren't ghosts supposed to be indestructible? I remember that ghost slaves, like ghosts, cannot be killed." Yet now, Xiao Jiang pointed at the scattered remnants on the ground. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Their entire world had invested years and countless lives of innocent people to painstakingly deduce two unyielding truths about the apparitions that could not be vanquished. And only other apparitions possessed the power to restrain them. Yet everything that transpired today obliterated those two axioms completely. The apparitions could indeed be slain. Am I merely dreaming? Xiao Jiang slapped himself twice, the sharp sound resonating. The dream did not fade. Still, his cheeks burned fiercely as he rubbed his face and murmured, "Captain, shall we venture upstairs to investigate?" "No need." Xinyu shook his head and rose to his feet. He cast a glance at the nearby building and murmured, "If I am not mistaken, the spirits in the community have vanished." As he spoke, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. A series of beeping sounds echoed from the device. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently engaged." Xinyu remained unperturbed, patiently waiting for a moment. Indeed, before long, an incoming call arrived. He answered the phone, and as soon as the connection was made, the furious voice of Director Lu Ruhai from the Spiritual Affairs Bureau erupted from the receiver. "Hello? Is this Captain Chen? Where have you gone? Regardless of your current location, I implore you to immediately abandon all your affairs and proceed to Yuhan community to ascertain what has transpired. Why has there suddenly been an emergence of dozens of spectral entities?" Once Lu Ruhai finished speaking, Qinyu, maintaining a serene demeanor, glanced at the corpses beneath him and replied solemnly, "Director Lu, I am already within Yuhan community. I believe it would be prudent for you to come here personally." Meanwhile, after spending over half an hour, Chao Chuan drove out of the city, arriving at a small village on the outskirts. The village lay enveloped in an eerie silence, shrouded by the cloak of night. Chao Chuan parked the car by the roadside and pointed towards a solitary figure clad in black standing at the village entrance, stating, "That is an A-class specter responsible for patrolling outside the ancient deity cult's stronghold. We refer to it as the Smoke Ghost." As he uttered the word master, Chao Chuan hesitated momentarily, but, recalling that everyone addressed it this way, he felt reassured and continued, "You must exercise caution regarding the black mist it exhales. If anyone becomes ensnared by that mist, they will find themselves unable to resist for a brief period, left vulnerable to be slaughtered. My recommendation is that we infiltrate stealthily and breach from within, subsequently dealing with the exterior entities. Is there surveillance in this vicinity?" Jiang Zhao unfastened his seatbelt, opened the car door, and inquired before stepping out. "Not at all." Chao Chuan shook his head and continued, "There is an A-class specter on guard, accompanied by 4 B-class specters, as well as several C and D-class specters patrolling. Such a formidable defense is far superior to any surveillance system. Even if the Spirit Administration deployed a large force, it would be exceedingly difficult to suppress so many specters acting in concert within a short span of time. Isn't that conclusive?" Jiang Zhao alighted from the vehicle and proceeded towards the village entrance. "Eh? Master, wait for me." Upon seeing this, Chao Chuan swiftly emerged from the vehicle. Before he could catch up, he witnessed Jiang Zhao take a single step, covering several dozen meters in an instant, arriving directly at the entrance of the village before the chain smoker, without any warning, delivering a swift kick. "Who?" A fierce gust of wind swept through. The smoker sensed danger, its body wreathed in spectral energy as a dense black mist coalesced in its mouth, ready to spew forth. Suddenly, an overwhelming force struck. Like a cannonball, the creature was sent hurtling backward. Before it could even hit the ground, Jiang Zhao materialized a blood-red long blade in his grasp. With swift pursuit, he executed the butcher's blade technique. Flashes of crimson light sliced through the air. The smoker, powerless to resist, was dismembered midair before it could even react. Jiang Zhao moved with practiced precision. Without allowing the creature a chance to regenerate, he swiftly sealed its remains into a large earthen jar, the entire sequence seamless and effortless. Just like that, it was over? Chao Chuan stood dumbfounded, as if trapped in a dream. In the past, an A-class specter had been an insurmountable abyss. An entity that would require an entire squad of exorcists working in unison to suppress, and even then, casualties were almost inevitable. Yet today, from the decapitated specter in Jade Case District to this very smoker, neither had lasted even a single breath before his master. Chao Chuan felt his entire worldview shatter. After dealing with the smoker, Jiang Zhao retrieved the banner of 10,000 souls. With a flick of the banner, he unleashed over a dozen vengeful spirits. "Scour the surroundings," he commanded indifferently. "Should you encounter any specters, suppress them immediately. Let none escape." Indeed, a dozen fierce spirits responded in unison. Once they dispersed, Jiang Zhao turned to the still-dazed Chao Chuan and urged, "What are you dawdling for? Lead the way ahead." "Oh, very well." Chao Chuan regained his composure. He swiftly advanced, raising a hand to point ahead, and respectfully stated, "Master, the spirit master of the ancient deity association is situated in the very heart of the village, within that house." Indeed, Jiang Zhao nodded and strode forward. Meanwhile, in the heart of the village, within a dimly lit basement, flickering lights danced upon the faces of several individuals gathered around a table, their expressions shifting like shadows. "What is happening?" A figure clad in a black robe inquired with a hint of perplexity. Initially, in the northern suburbs of East Sea City, a purported ancient deity had manifested. Yet, it had only been a day. Now, what was this about the resplendent glow in the Yuhuan community? Could it be that the malevolent entities within Yuhuan had suddenly attained the level of ancient deities? The ancient deities they spoke of were none other than S-class malevolent entities. Unlike A-class entities, those that reached the S-class not only exhibited heightened intelligence but also awakened a unique ability exclusive to malevolent beings, known as the ghostly trick. One could assert that possessing the ghostly trick rendered an S-class entity fundamentally distinct from those lacking it. With this ability, an S-class malevolent entity could effortlessly vanquish numerous A-class entities without sustaining any harm. The specifics eluded him. Wang Zhongshan slightly shook his head. As the leader of the Ancient Deity Society stationed in East Sea City, he bore the responsibility and obligation to monitor every movement of the malevolent entities in the area. Should any entity ascend to S-class, he was compelled to dispatch someone to make contact without delay. Previously, when the ancient deity had appeared in the northern suburbs, he had sent Chao Chuan to investigate. However, a day had elapsed without any communication from Chao Chuan, and until he returned, Wang Zhongshan hesitated to send out additional personnel. After all, the more individuals involved, the greater the risk of exposure. In just about a day's time, the potential emergence of two S-class malevolent entities would undoubtedly provoke a significant response from the East Sea City spiritual administration. He had consistently infiltrated East Sea City. Yet any misstep could reveal their presence, allowing the spiritual administration to trace them back. Even though the members of the Ancient Deity Society were numerous, they would likely not stand a chance against the spiritual administration. The latter had ensured that East Sea Town had not experienced major disturbances for many years, possessing some foundational strength. Should it come to a serious confrontation, suppressing 2 or 3 A-class entities would not pose a problem. It was merely that they were reluctant to incur such substantial costs. Shaoli, Wan Choshan inhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards a young man. In a solemn tone, he inquired, "Have you managed to get in touch with Chao Chuan?" The individual referred to as Shaoli swiftly rose to his feet and replied promptly, "I reached out earlier, but the phone has been consistently unreachable. Continue the assault." Wan Chongshan declared solemnly, "Do not cease until the path is cleared." "Indeed," Shaoli promptly replied. Before he could take his seat, a figure who had been vigilantly standing by the table, fixated on the ghostly illustrations before them, suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise. "Good heavens! What on earth is happening? Why is our location also emitting a crimson glow?" Hearing the commotion, Wan Choshan swiftly turned his gaze toward the ghostly map on the table. There, over the spot marking their stronghold, a deep scarlet radiance pulsed and intensified. Like an undiluted pool of blood, dazzling and ominous. How could this be? Wan Choshan's brow furrowed in deep concern. Their village had long been concealed by a specialized ghost artifact, rendering it invisible to the spectral chart. By all logic, no supernatural activity within their settlement should have been detectable. Could it be the smog specter? Someone exclaimed with hopeful excitement. Indeed, among all the entities in the village, only the smog specter, an A-class apparition, stood any chance of ascending to the formidable rank of an S-class wraith at this very moment. It is rather improbable. Wan Choshan gently shook his head, his eyes fluttering as he spoke in a composed tone. The emergence of such a situation suggests the possibility that someone has stealthily infiltrated our stronghold and unleashed multiple specters. He rose to his feet and spoke in a grave voice. "You all remain here. I shall venture outside to investigate. Boss, I will accompany you." A figure cloaked in black quickly stood up and replied. "Very well." Wan Choshan pondered for a moment and nodded. Before they could step outside, Shaoli, who had previously been in charge of contacting Chao Chuan, suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Boss, Brother Chao's call has gone through." As soon as the words left his lips, the melodious chime of a mobile phone resonated from beyond the basement door. The ordinary ringtone rang out repeatedly. In times past, many had criticized Chao Chuan's ringtone as being rather unrefined. Yet today, as this ringtone suddenly echoed, an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose within. "It is Brother Chao. Since we are already here, why not step inside?" Some, not overthinking the situation, directly approached the entrance, intending to open the door. "Do not go over there." Before he could open the door, Wan Chongshan suddenly spoke. What is it, boss? The man asked, puzzled. The people outside. Wan Chongshan, highly alert, glanced at Xiao Li, who was still holding his phone, then turned his gaze towards the basement door, speaking in a low voice. It may not necessarily be Chao Chuan. What? The person about to open the door jumped back in surprise, uncertainly exclaiming, Boss, don't scare me like that. This is clearly the ringtone of Brother Chao. If it's not him outside, could it possibly be a ghost? Or perhaps it's the people from the Spirit Management Bureau. Wan Chongshan cast a fleeting glance at the ghostly diagram on the table, where the crimson light still radiated brilliantly. Earlier, he had been puzzled as to why such a dazzling scarlet glow had suddenly appeared near their stronghold, but now he seemed to grasp the situation. If all went as expected, it was indeed the Spirit Management Bureau that had come to strike. Only they could mobilize such a vast array of ghostly powers in such a short span of time. At first glance, it almost gave the impression that an S-class ghost had awakened. Spirit Bureau? Upon hearing these 3 words, the temperature in the room plummeted significantly. Everyone present exchanged glances, a gravity settling upon each countenance. One person queried in a low voice, Boss, what shall we do now? What else can we do? We shall confront them head on. Wan Chongshan replied with a chilling smile, retrieving a large red candle from his pocket. After igniting it with a lighter, he began to stride purposefully towards the door. Just as he was about to open it, with a resounding crash, the entire door was flung backwards. Caught off guard, Wan Chongshan's eyes widened in shock. He could only let out a horrified scream before being swept along by the door, which careened across the room and collided with the rear wall with a thunderous thud. The sound was deafening, and the force was so tremendous that the entire basement trembled, dislodging a cloud of dust. All present stood in a state of bewilderment, their bodies rigid as they turned to gaze at the wall behind them. There, the door was pressed tightly against the surface, and from the narrow gap, crimson droplets trickled forth. Witnessing this scene, every individual present shuddered involuntarily, relieved that they hadn't been the ones to open the door. Otherwise, the fate of the person concealed behind it would have been uncertain. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from outside. Jiang Zhao strode in confidently, casting a sweeping glance at everyone assembled. He took a seat at the table with an air of nonchalance and remarked leisurely, opening a door takes so long. My patience is nearly exhausted. Delay for even a second, and one among you shall perish. Silence enveloped the room, as no one dared to speak. They were paralyzed by fear, for throughout their years as spirit masters, they had never encountered such a merciless figure. Very well, Jiang Zhao exclaimed, expressing his admiration for those with resolute spirit. With a single, fluid motion of his hand, a dark, spectral rope shot forth. Instantly, a cascade of black cords descended from the beams above, ensnaring a member of the ancient deity society before he could comprehend the peril. In less than the blink of an eye, he succumbed, his life force extinguished. Following his demise, the malevolent entity within him, which had been on the brink of resurrection, seemed to sense the surrounding strangeness and fell silent once more. Are you not going to speak? Jiang Zhao furrowed his brow, weary of idle chatter. With a snap of his fingers, another spectral rope descended, swiftly ensnaring a member of the ancient deity society, who was then hoisted to the ceilings. Much like the previous one, at this juncture, the remaining individuals in the room finally regained their composure. My lord, please wait a moment. I proclaim. A figure clad in a black robe stepped forward hastily, raising a hand to point towards the grand door beside him, exclaiming, Our leader awaits just beyond that entrance. Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow. Upon his entrance, he was aware that someone had already met their demise behind the door. However, he paid it little mind, assuming it was merely the misfortune of an unfortunate soul. Little did he expect that it would be the leader of this stronghold. Damn it. Jiang Zhao muttered under his breath. With a swift motion, he extracted the soul of his adversary from behind the door. At that moment, Wan Chongshan found himself in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Why does my head feel so foggy? However, as he turned to gaze upon the blood-stained door within the room, realization dawned upon him. Am I dead? I, a core member of the ancient god society, the leader of a stronghold, a person who has caused countless troubles for the Spirit Management Bureau of Donghai City, have perished so easily? While Wan Chongshan grappled with this perplexity, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. Where is the lair of the ancient god society? Who are you? Upon hearing the voice, Wan Chongshan turned to look at Jiang Zhao. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you now find yourself in my grasp. Reveal to me the location of the ancient deity society's lair, and I may grant you the chance of immortality, Jiang Zhao replied with a smile. Yet, This smile sent a shiver down Wan Choushan's spine. I do not know, Wan Choushan said, shaking his head. Is that so? Jiang Zhao remarked nonchalantly. Having encountered many tough characters before, he possessed numerous strategies to compel his counterpart to speak. With that, he clapped his hands, and members of the Shiguang Club, including Shen Song, swiftly rushed in from outside. Master, what are your instructions? Treat him well, until he recalls the whereabouts of the ancient deity's lair. Indeed. Shen Song and the others sneered, emitting a sinister cackle as they charged towards Wan Choushan, newly transformed into a spirit. Wan Choushan was no match for Shen Song and his companions. In but a single exchange, he was pinned to the ground and mercilessly pummeled. Within the room, the remaining members of the ancient god society shuddered at the scene before them. Although they could not perceive Wan Choushan's spirit, they could see the vengeful figures of Shen Song and his cohorts, mercilessly assaulting an empty space, the ferocity of their strikes sending chills down their spines. After a full quarter of an hour, Jiang Zhao gestured for Shen Song and the others to disperse. He gazed at Wan Choushan's increasingly ethereal form lying on the ground and inquired softly, Do you remember now? I truly do not know. Please spare me. Wan Choushan gasped weakly from his position on the ground. Still putting on a brave front, are we? Jiang Zhao scoffed coldly, commanding, Continue the beating. This was precisely why he did not employ the soul-searching technique. Otherwise, such labor would be unnecessary. It was not due to a lack of desire to learn, but rather that soul-searching required spiritual awareness, which could only be attained after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Presently, he was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, still a small distance away from that milestone. Many dark arts could not be executed under his current limitations. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Wan Choushan's spirit was on the verge of disintegration, yet he still stubbornly resisted. How can a treacherous person be so defiant? At this moment, Jiang Zhao sensed something amiss. He raised his hand to summon Chao Chuan and asked in a grave tone, Did you not say that Wan Choushan knows the location of the ancient god society's stronghold? Aye. Chao Chuan glanced at the tragic state of Wanchong Mountain, his heart pounding. In a hushed tone, he murmured, I see him as the leader of this stronghold, holding significant power within the ancient god society. Perhaps he possesses knowledge of the location of the society's stronghold. Perhaps? Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed sharply. After I had toiled for half a day, you conclude with merely perhaps? Very well. Jiang Zhao laughed with rage. He gently clapped his hands, and the members of the Shiguang Club immediately turned their attention to him, awaiting his command. From this day forth, this person shall receive a beating every day, one for each day, and if he dies, so be it. Do you understand? Hear that? The members of the Shiguang Club exclaimed in unison. Particularly, Shen Song's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his joy was palpable. Previously, he held the lowest position among the souls in the Wan Hun banner. Yet now, with the support of the ancient god society as a stronghold beneath him, he suddenly perceived a shift in his fortunes. After all, although his previously established Shiguang Club had not achieved much, it had at least contributed a modicum of effort to resist the resurgence of the uncanny. In stark contrast, the ancient god society willingly acted as pawns to the bizarre, committing countless nefarious deeds. When compared to these individuals, Shen Song appeared almost virtuous. Jiang Zhao softly acknowledged, his gaze sweeping across the basement. Wherever his eyes landed, the remaining few shrank back, some attempting to plead for mercy. Yet, before they could utter a word, Jiang Zhao's icy voice preemptively resonated, Deal with the rest. As his words echoed, 5 ghostly ropes descended from the beams above, ensnaring the last 5 members of the ancient god society, leaving them to struggle in vain. The moment the ropes ensnared them, the spirits within their bodies were subdued, rendering them powerless to witness the swift passage of their own lives. Soon after, all 5 perished, adding 5 new souls to the room. Jiang Zhao collected them into the 10,000 souls banner, subsequently suppressing the spirits within them before retracting the ghostly ropes. Upon careful examination, after eliminating 8 of the ancient god society's ghost tamers, the strength of the ghostly ropes had increased slightly. However, the enhancement was marginal compared to before, indicating that for the ghostly ropes to evolve further, the slaughter of ordinary individuals would yield minimal benefits. Based on Jiang Zhao's calculations, he would need to eliminate at least several hundred, if not thousands, of ordinary people for the ropes to ascend to the S-class spirits recognized by the ghost tamers of this world. The pace was exasperatingly slow. Jiang Zhao shook his head. In essence, ghost tamers were merely ordinary people harnessing the power of spirits, regardless of the number of spirits contained within them. They could never escape their identity as mere mortals. In contrast, eliminating cultivators proved to be far more efficient. It sufficed to say that dispatching even 1 or 2 fully realized Qi refinement cultivators surpassed the efficacy of slaying numerous ordinary individuals. It appeared he would need to return to his sect to devise a strategy. Jiang Zhao stowed away the ghostly ropes and conducted a thorough search of the basement. Ultimately, he discovered only 3 red candles, 10 white candles, and a yellowed map. Aside from these, he found ordinary mobile phones and coins, which he couldn't be bothered to examine. At his current level of power, such items held little significance. However, the potential uses of the 2 types of candles sparked a flicker of excitement within him. The red candles, when ignited, emitted a radiance that even the ghostly ropes abhorred, repelling them from contact. Conversely, the white candles possessed an inexplicable allure for the ghostly ropes. Had it not been for Jiang Zhao's suppression, the ropes would have devoured the 10 white candles entirely. Intriguing, one repels spirits while the other attracts them. If utilized wisely, he would no longer need to scour for spirits in the future. Jiang Zhao contentedly gathered all the candles into his storage bag. Finally, he cast a glance at the map on the table. Although it was referred to as a map, it resembled a ghost. Its purpose was rather unique, as it could reveal nearby anomalies. After a brief assessment, Jiang Zhao sealed it away completely. Once he confirmed that nothing was amiss, he stepped outside. The malevolent spirits near the ancient deity cult's stronghold had been thoroughly eradicated, with a total of 12 spirits brought forth by Zheng He and others, including the spirits residing within Wan Chongshan and others, as well as the ghostly map and the spirit at the village's entrance. The ancient deity cult's stronghold alone had provided him with a staggering 24 spirits. The reason for such a bounty was primarily due to the fact that among the spirit tamers of the ancient deity cult, some possessed more than 1 spirit within them. This haul was quite impressive. A gleam flickered in Jiang Zhao's eyes. The spoils from merely 1 stronghold of the ancient deity cult were substantial. If he were to add the 7 spirits from Yuhan community and the spirits residing within Chaochuan in another, the number of spirits in his possession would have reached an astounding 33. Initially, he had thought that his goal in this world of revived anomalies was merely to cultivate to the completion of Qi refinement. However, upon reflection, it seemed that establishing a foundation was not so unattainable after all. It was time to contemplate the matter of a breakthrough. As a ghost cultivator, establishing a foundation required a considerable amount of ghostly energy. While 33 spirits were significant, the demand for ghostly energy during the foundation establishment was equally daunting. Compared to the numerous and discerning eyes of the Wansheng Xianzong, breaking through in this world appeared to be a safer option. Jiang Zhao pondered for a moment. Ultimately, the Wansheng Xianzong was, after all, a demonic sect. Moreover, the commotion caused during the foundation establishment would be considerable. Should someone covet his progress and unleash a spell upon his humble abode, even with the protective array in place, the residual force would be unavoidable. A moment's carelessness could lead to a disruption of his breakthrough, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. In contrast, breaking through in this world would present a different scenario. Previously, Jiang Zhao had acquired a detailed tome on formations from the scripture pavilion. With the aid of formations, he would be virtually unassailable in this realm, even during a breakthrough, free from the worry of interruption. After contemplating for quite some time, Jiang Zhao ultimately decided to return to the villa where the Shiguan Club was located. The reason was simple. He was more familiar with this place. After spending around 2 hours, following the instructions from the tome on formations, Jiang Zhao set up a spirit-gathering formation, a defensive formation, and a killing formation around the villa. With 3 formations in place, he walked through the villa, feeling the increasingly dense ghostly energy within, which granted him a sense of security. It should be about time now. Jiang Zhao nodded gently. Finally, he placed the ghost rope near the villa to protect him. Once he confirmed that everything was secure, he contentedly entered a bedroom and began his cultivation, while Jiang Zhao immersed himself in his practice. The headquarters of the Spirit Administration Bureau was in utter chaos. In the conference room, Lu Rahai wore a worried expression. It seemed that the few strands of hair he had were thinning even more in recent days. He surveyed the room and acknowledged Qinyu, who had just entered, with a slight nod. After Qinyu took his seat, Lu Rahai cleared his throat and said, "Is everyone here? We shall commence the meeting. The purpose of gathering everyone today is not for any trivial matter, but to discuss the recent events concerning the Yuhan community in the south suburban Wang village." Lu Rahai spoke calmly, and as he concluded, his gaze fell upon Qinyu, saying, "Captain Qin, please elaborate on the specific circumstances for everyone." "Very well." Qinyu nodded gently, seamlessly taking over the conversation. "Just 3 hours ago, around 11 last night, Jiang and I followed a young man clad in black to the Yuhan community. Shortly after entering the neighborhood, I discovered that the decapitated ghost, which had posed a threat to Donghai City for several years, along with its minions, had vanished without a trace. As these words left my lips, many attendees furrowed their brows in concern. A young man in a white suit, wearing an eye patch, frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, "Captain Chen, do you comprehend the gravity of your statement? The decapitated ghost within Yuhan community is formidable. Its disappearance would spell disaster for all of Donghai City." And yet, the young man's words paused momentarily before he continued. The headless ghost had initially slaughtered nearly half of the residents of Yuhan community, its power having already approached an S level. Over the past few years, it could be said that the headless ghost is now infinitely close to becoming an S-level entity. Should it escape and wreak havoc among ordinary people, the entire Donghai City could face the prospect of annihilation. This statement is not merely a chilling tale. An S-level entity possessing ghostly cunning and considerable intellect would be beyond the grasp of ordinary ghost tamers once it retreats to cultivate its strength. The annihilation of Donghai City would merely be a matter of time. Let us not be hasty. Yu maintained a calm demeanor as he continued. Allow me to finish my thought. When I speak of the headless ghost's disappearance, I do not imply that it has fled. Rather, I surmise that it may have perished. What? Upon hearing these words, everyone present lost their composure. As practitioners of demon slaying, they had battled malevolent spirits for many years. Did they not understand whether these entities could be vanquished? If it were indeed possible to eliminate such beings, the Spirit Management Bureau would have long since sounded the call for a counteroffensive. In truth, it was precisely because these demons could only be subdued and not destroyed that they remained so apprehensive, resulting in the continual encroachment upon human territories. Captain Chen, are you speaking the truth? Someone asked, visibly agitated. If the assertions made by Chen Yu were indeed accurate, it would not only be a monumental revelation for them, but for the entire DU as well. Absolutely. Chen Yu nodded lightly. Holding a remote control, he pressed a button, and instantly, several photographs appeared on the projection screen at the back of the conference room. Enlarging one of the images, Chen Yu continued. What you are currently observing is a picture of Jiang and me taken in the Yuhan community. The image reveals that all the ghostly minions under the headless ghost have completely lost their signs of life. Moreover, the eerie energy within their corpses is dissipating rapidly. We have reason to suspect that the headless ghost has met a similar fate and has been slain like these minions. Is it truly dead? A captain-level figure murmured, gazing at the content on the projection screen. The Yuhan community, a forbidden area in Donghai City, had been a persistent source of trouble for them over the years. If the community harbored only the headless ghost and a few ordinary specters, they would have subdued it long ago. The reason it remained unresolved until now was the presence of over 1,000 ghostly minions, which, like the specters, were impervious to destruction and death, rendering any attempts at suppression futile. They could only be left to their own devices. Yet, no one could have anticipated that this significant dilemma would be resolved so suddenly today. Captain Chen, could you kindly disclose who was responsible for all this? Inquired a young man dressed in a white suit, sitting up straight and pressing for answers. Upon hearing his question, the other captains swiftly turned their heads in curiosity, mirroring the young man's eagerness to identify the individual behind this intervention. In truth, they were all acquainted with this person. Chen Yu pressed the remote again, and on the projection screen, an image of a tall figure clad in a black robe appeared, though the features remained somewhat obscured. The sight of this photograph caused those present to raise their eyebrows in surprise. Is it him? Indeed, Chen Yu nodded and continued, if I am not mistaken. It was he who murdered Jiang Zhao, and similarly, he was responsible for the downfall of the Shiguan Club. Wasn't it said that a mysterious organization was behind the destruction of the Shiguan Club? Someone questioned, perplexed. That was our misjudgment, Chen Yu replied, casting a glance at the individual. He then added, last night, I stationed personnel to monitor the villa where Shun Tsung resides, and we happened to witness this individual appear. Seemingly struck by an unfathomable realization, Chen Yu's expression turned somewhat unnatural as he recounted. Upon his arrival, he disregarded us entirely and proceeded directly towards the Yuhan community. Jiang and I pursued him by car from behind, and approximately 30 minutes later, we arrived at the Yuhan community. However, upon our entry, all the spectral entities within the vicinity had vanished. The remaining ghostly servants had also shown no signs of life. Based on this individual's speed, it is likely that he eradicated all spectral entities and ghostly servants within the Yuhan community in a mere 10 minutes. After listening to Chen Yu's discourse, everyone was left in a state of shock. They struggled for a considerable time when dealing with an ordinary spirit, Yet here was someone who effortlessly subdued an A-grade specter, along with over 1,000 ghostly minions, all within the span of 10 minutes. Is this still a human being? Wait. At that moment, someone noticed the discrepancy and pressed. Captain Qin, you just mentioned that it took you and Xiao Jiang half an hour to arrive, yet that individual had already concluded the battle. Does this not imply that he traversed from the Shun Tsung Villa to the Yuhan community in approximately 20 minutes? Could it be that he possesses the ability to fly? Certainly not, Qin Yu replied, his expression reflecting a mix of confusion and concern as he recalled Jiang Zhao's ghostly figure. However, it is not far from the truth. Previously, whether it was the annihilation of the Shiguang Club, the vanishing of malevolent entities within the Yuhan community, or the events that transpired 2 hours ago in Shaowang Village, our headquarters ghostly apparatus, the Xinan, detected a significant surge of spectral activity. We have substantial grounds to suspect that this individual may be harboring no fewer than 20 malevolent spirits. 20 spirits, my goodness. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. Most of them had only encountered a single spirit within themselves, and even that was enough to drive them to the brink of despair. To contemplate the existence of 20 was beyond their imagination. If all of them were indeed contained within a single body, even without the spirit's awakening, the sheer aura of death they emanated could easily spell doom for them on the spot. By the way, Qin Yu seemed to recall something once more and continued. After eliminating the malevolent spirits in the Yuhan community, that individual ventured to Shaowang Village. Our team, upon conducting a thorough investigation of the scene, has confirmed that it is indeed a stronghold of the ancient deity society. However, all the malevolent entities within that stronghold have mysteriously vanished. Well, everyone was rendered speechless. Previously, they had merely perceived the figure in black in the photograph as formidable. However, now they felt a certain trepidation. Was he not afraid of the resurgence of malevolent spirits? Typically, exorcists, when harnessing the power of these entities, would be meticulous to the second. Yet this individual, in a single night, he first subdued the Yuhan community and then proceeded to the ancient deity society's stronghold. Throughout this night, how many times had he invoked the power of these spirits? Could it be that the entities within him were benevolent souls, posing no threat to his being? Captain Chun, can you ascertain his identity? A commanding officer inquired swiftly. No, Qin Yu shook his head. We have found no trace of his identity in our database. Could it be that he is not one of our DU people? Someone murmured. Regardless of his affiliation, one thing is certain. Qin Yu stated solemnly, this individual is exceedingly attentive to the matters concerning spirits. Attentive to spirits. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through everyone present. The man in black had, within the span of just 2 or 3 days, obliterated the Shiguang Club, the Yuhan community, and a stronghold of the ancient god society. Any one of these factions, if brought into the light, would certainly pose a formidable challenge to our Bureau of Spirit Management. Heaven knows whether this enigmatic figure might one day set his sights on the Bureau. After all, the Bureau is home to numerous spirit tamers, each harboring at least one spirit within them. Should he choose to attack, those present dared not dwell on the implications. Reflecting on their situation, they felt uncertain about their ability to withstand for long. If he could decimate the entire Yuhan community in 10 minutes, he could likely lay waste to the entire Bureau in under an hour. What is your view, Captain Qin? Lu Ruhai inquired after a prolonged silence. This individual is beyond our capacity to confront, Qin Yu concluded thoughtfully. Lu Ruhai nodded in agreement, his voice grave. Captain Qin speaks wisely. I share the same sentiment. In the past, we might have been more defiant, but now, the entire city of Donghai has lost contact with the outside world. The spirit tamers within Donghai alone stand no chance against such an entity. I believe we should consider making contact with him, Lu Ruhai proposed calmly. What does the director mean by that? Someone pressed for clarification. It is quite simple. Lu Ruhai took a sip of tea and remarked pensively. Does he not have an affinity for spirits? Over the past several decades, our Spirit Administration Bureau in Donghai City has dealt with countless bizarre incidents. In our warehouse, we have amassed a considerable collection of ghostly entities. Retaining these spirits is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. One never knows when it might explode. At present, there is someone who revels in collecting such entities. Why not extend a favor and gift him all these spirits? Of course, Lu Ruhai shifted the conversation, continuing. If we can seize this opportunity to become somewhat familiar in his presence, it would not be an unfavorable development for all of us at the Spiritual Management Bureau. Lu Ruhai was acutely aware of his group's standing. He did not dare to wish for Jiang Zhao to join their ranks. After all, If Jiang Zhao truly desired to join, a mere word or glance from him would compel the Spiritual Management Bureau to welcome him with great fanfare. The crux of the matter, however, was that Jiang Zhao had no such intention. Lu Rahai was quite perceptive, refraining from forcing familiarity upon someone who might not reciprocate, lest he be met with disdain. His only aim was to garner a modicum of goodwill from Jiang Zhao, hoping that he would not be treated with the same disdain as the members of the Shiguang Club. What does everyone think? Lu Rahai inquired. In the conference room, there was a moment of silence. Xinyu was the first to respond. I have no objections. Neither do I. Others chimed in agreement. Very well. Lu Rahai nodded slightly and spoke swiftly. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed with this arrangement. Captain Wang, please head to the warehouse shortly and select 30 ghostly entities for containment. As for Captain Shin, continue your search for the whereabouts of the man in black. Once you discover any leads, attempt to make contact with him. Indeed. The two captains promptly rose and responded in unison. Time elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Donghai City was once again shrouded in the veil of night. Meanwhile, in a villa located in the northern outskirts, Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged on a large bed. His countenance was solemn, his hair cascading around him, while a vast multitude of ghostly energy surged towards him, all converging into his dantian. The ethereal ghostly energy, initially in gaseous form, was compressed to its utmost within his dantian, just as it seemed on the verge of overflowing. The true Qi at the center coalesced, transforming into a droplet that fell, marking the emergence of the first drop. Soon, more ghostly energy transformed into true essence. This process repeated endlessly. Jiang Zhao was unaware of how long it persisted, but when all the ghostly energy in his dantian had transformed into true essence, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. In an instant, it felt as if an 8th-level tempest swept through the villa, the force causing drapes to billow and window panes to rattle. Jiang Zhao gradually opened his eyes, a thread of consciousness naturally emanating from his mind, enveloping a radius of 100 meters, rendering everything nearby vividly clear in his perception. Is this what consciousness truly is? With a slight smile playing on Jiang Zhao's lips, he surveyed the entirety of the villa, taking in every detail before reluctantly retracting his gaze. For him, becoming a foundational cultivator was as effortless as the acts of eating and drinking, rendering foundational elixirs utterly unnecessary. After all, his innate talent was far from that of a mere wastrel. Not only was he confident in his ability to succeed in foundational cultivation within 2 or 3 years, relying solely on spirit stones and eschewing elixirs, but he also surmised that, with the aid of such potions, his progress would accelerate even further. In the realm of cultivation, the early stages presented no significant hurdles for him. Based on his own estimations, he anticipated encountering challenges only at the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, with the transition to the transformation stage proving to be particularly formidable. As for the out-of-body stage, he would undoubtedly require auxiliary elixirs. However, given the peculiar circumstances of his current existence, having entered a realm of bizarre revival and embarked upon the path of demonic cultivation, everything had become rather extraordinary, leaving even him uncertain of how far he might ultimately ascend. Rising to his feet, he reveled in the immense true essence swirling within him, his spirits buoyed. At this juncture, he realized that his former self had been akin to an ant. The Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages were worlds apart, and no amount of quantity could bridge that chasm. The mere ability to command flying artifacts had already placed him leagues ahead of any Qi refinement practitioner. After tidying up the room to a degree, Jiang Zhao initially intended to depart. Yet, at that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. Raising an eyebrow, he quickly turned his attention inward and observed that the mass of merit within his dantian had grown slightly larger. Feeling the clarity of thought blossoming in his mind, he recognized that both his comprehension and fortune had notably increased. Was there an unexpected windfall in store for him? Elated, Jiang Zhao found himself in no hurry to leave. With such a significant enhancement in his understanding, it would be a disservice not to seize the opportunity to refine his proficiency in the ghostly shadow step and the human slayer blade. Half a month later, within the villa, a tall figure wielding a blood-red long knife practiced his swordplay. Each movement unleashed a torrent of blade light, suffused with an eerie aura, weaving through the air with a formidable presence that was strikingly intimidating. Moments later, with a resonant clang, Jiang Zhao sheathed his blade and stood tall, his aura swelling around him as he exhaled a deep breath. These past 2 weeks had been transformative. He had cultivated the ghost shadow step and the human slayer blade to a state of consummate mastery. In truth, These two arcane techniques had reached perfection a mere 10 days prior. However, while practicing the human slayer blade, he was persistently beset by an enigmatic sensation, a yearning to break through the confines of his current state. Thus, he chose to pause, hoping to capture that elusive feeling. Regrettably, as half a month slipped by, that sensation remained tantalizingly out of reach, as if separated by a fragile veil. This sensation, he surmised, was the essence of the blade. Jiang Zhao pondered the benefits of heightened comprehension. What might take others half a year, or even a year to perfect, could be achieved by him in just 5 days. Moreover, he had brushed against the threshold of the blade's essence. Yet after 10 days, he still had not grasped its secret. He understood well that excess could be counterproductive. He could not force his way through. Even if he continued to train, a breakthrough would remain elusive. Instead, he resolved to let nature take its course, perhaps one day achieving enlightenment unexpectedly. With this shift in mindset, Jiang Zhao felt a newfound lightness. Casting a glance around the courtyard, he extended one hand and unleashed a torrent of profound energy, restoring the ground to its original smoothness. Upon returning to the villa, he entered a bedroom that he had meticulously transformed. The floor was etched with a mysterious array, continuously drawing in the surrounding ghostly energy and channeling it into the central soul banner. Over the past fortnight, he had not only honed his techniques but also refined the soul banner. After this span of time, the spirits within the banner had undergone a remarkable transformation. Nourished by a deluge of ghostly essence, the weakest of these spirits had attained a strength rivaling that of 4th or 5th layer Qi refinement practitioners. As for the strongest, they could likely match 8th or 9th layer practitioners in combat. This peculiar world of eerie resurrection had its advantages. Ghostly energy was nearly inexhaustible. In the realm of cultivation, achieving such progress for the spirits within the banner would necessitate the slaughter of an entire city, turning it into a wasteland to extract sufficient ghostly essence. The process was not only exceedingly tedious but also fraught with peril. Should he encounter a righteous master, his life could very well be forfeit. He felt fortunate for the existence of the dual crossing gate. Otherwise, he would have been forced to tread the same path as other demonic cultivators. Jiang Zhao reflected on the time since leaving the sect and murmured to himself, "It has been quite a while since I departed the sect. It is time to return. The soul banner in my possession, to put it plainly, is merely a standard artifact of the sect, lacking in both quality and materials, and likely incapable of accommodating spirits of the Foundation establishment realm." He needed to procure some materials and refine them anew. Upon joining the Wanqing immortal sect, disciples were allowed to select their own magical instruments. Initially, Jiang Zhao chose a long sword, but upon realizing the nature of the sect, he later exchanged it for the Wanhun banner. However, the magical instruments provided by the sect were of mediocre quality, essentially common wares. Even if sold, they would fetch only a few spirit stones. At present, the Wanhun banner had already contained over 1,000 spirits, reaching nearly its limit. Jiang Zhao was increasingly concerned that the banner might burst from the strain. After stowing the Wanhun banner, he summoned the ghost rope and tucked it into his sleeve, ensuring nothing was left behind. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a golden portal materialized. Stepping through, his figure vanished entirely. In the next moment, he emerged from the golden portal into a thatched cottage within the outer sect of Wanqing immortal sect. As he surveyed the familiar arrangements, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. He had been away for more than half a month without realizing it. Before purchasing the refining materials, he needed to elevate his status. Jiang Zhao pondered to himself. To buy items, he would have to venture outside the mountain gate. And the distinction between an outer sect disciple and an inner sect disciple was stark. With a higher status, fewer individuals in the outside world would dare entertain ill intentions, thus sparing him considerable trouble. Pushing open the door and stepping outside, he inhaled the fresh air of the cultivation realm, feeling rejuvenated. After orienting himself, Jiang Zhao set off towards Qingyun Palace, a place not only for receiving the sect stipend, but also for advancing his status. He had only traveled partway when, from behind him, a voice filled with surprise suddenly called out, "Brother Jiang?" Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Zhao turned around and beheld a disciple, similarly attired, standing not far behind him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized none other than Li Xian, who had previously accompanied him to receive their sect stipend. Compared to half a month ago, Li Xian had undergone significant transformation. A vibrant aura of vitality enveloped him, indicating a remarkable advancement in strength. Seemingly on the cusp of reaching the second level of Qi refinement. If all went as expected, he had likely acquired a new cultivation technique, and had even taken a life. It appeared that the taste of blood had altered him. For upon encountering Jiang Zhao once more, Li Xian exhibited a newfound confidence, shedding his former timid demeanor. "Is there something you need, junior brotherly?" Jiang Zhao inquired casually, appraising his companion. "Nothing much." Li Xian stepped forward and said with a smile, "Has it not been a long time since we last saw Brother Jiang? By the way, have you been cultivating in the thatched cottage for the past half-month?" "Indeed." Jiang Zhao nodded, not wishing to elaborate further. He casually remarked, "If junior brotherly has no pressing matters, I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment, senior brother." Li Xian hastily stepped forward, blocking Jiang Zhao's path. His expression was somewhat unnatural as he said, "Over the past fortnight, I sought you several times, yet you did not respond. Today, I intended to visit you, but unexpectedly encountered you here, thus saving me considerable effort." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Zhao responded with a hint of surprise. "If you have something to say, junior brother, please feel free to speak candidly." "It's not a matter of great significance," Li Xian replied, rubbing his hands together nervously. "It's just that a certain senior brother wishes to become acquainted with you, Jiang's senior brother. He possesses considerable strength, and it would be beneficial for us to know each other. In the future, as we navigate the outer sect, it would be advantageous to have someone to rely on." "I have no interest," Jiang Zhao flatly declined. He then lifted his foot once more and proceeded towards Qing'an Palace. What a jest! He had already established his foundation. Why would he bother getting to know the outer sect disciples? Their mere Qi refinement cultivation appeared to him as insignificant as ants. He had no inclination to play the role of a caretaker for them. "Senior brother." Upon witnessing this, Li Xian became anxious and stepped forward once more, grasping Jiang Zhao's sleeve, and implored urgently, "Senior brother, it would be prudent to take a look." Jiang Zhao murmured softly, his brow furrowing. It had been half a month since they last met, and Li Xian seemed to have undergone quite a transformation. In the past, he would never have dared to be so brash in front of Jiang Zhao, yet now he boldly grasped Jiang Zhao's arm. This unexpected audacity surprised him. "What is the name of the senior brother you mentioned?" Jiang Zhao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Xian with a meaningful gaze. Li Xian lowered his head, unable to meet Jiang Zhao's eyes, and replied in a hushed tone, "Once you meet him, you'll know." Observing the guilty expression on Li Xian's face, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. After pondering for a moment, he calmly stated, "Since you are so insistent on having me take a look, then please lead the way." "Splendid." Upon hearing this, Li Xian let out a long sigh of relief and with a swift gesture, urged, "Senior brother, please follow me." The vast holy sect occupies an expansive territory. Aside from the majority of the peaks being claimed by various elders, there remain numerous peaks devoid of ownership. Jiang Zhao trailed behind Li Xian, traversing a narrow path through the mountains, gradually venturing into more secluded areas. Were it not for Li Xian leading the way, Jiang Zhao might have mistakenly thought he had strayed beyond the sect's gates into a desolate wilderness. Observing Li Xian's figure ahead, Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly. He found it hard to believe that Li Xian, merely at the first level of Qi refinement, would dare to roam so recklessly within the vast holy sect. After all, the demon sect is not a righteous order. If one were to wander into a quiet place and, by mere misfortune, meet with an untimely demise, it is unlikely anyone within the sect would take notice. The outer disciples are, after all, still marked by their status as outsiders. Death would simply be death. While three-legged toads are rare, those in the Qi refinement stage are plentiful within the vast holy sect. Yet today, Li Xian navigated the path as if he were well acquainted with it, moving with an ease that suggested he had traversed it many times before. This was decidedly unusual. Jiang Zhao lagged a few steps behind Li Xian and, observing his back, calmly inquired, "Junior brother, you seem to be preoccupied today. It is not too late to share your thoughts. Concerns?" Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Li Xian appeared to recall something. His expression stiffening momentarily as a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, yet he swiftly regained his composure. He then turned, a smile adorning his face, and remarked, "Senior brother, you jest. I have no such concerns. You must have misinterpreted my demeanor. Is that so?" Jiang Zhao replied indifferently, her gaze fixed ahead as she calmly remarked, "I must have been mistaken. How much further do we have to go?" "Not far, not far," Li Xian hurriedly interjected, turning to lead the way as he spoke. "We shall arrive shortly ahead." "Very well." Jiang Zhao nodded, choosing to remain silent. He gazed at Li Xian's retreating figure, a chilling intent spreading in his eyes. He had already extended an opportunity, yet it seemed to yield no fruit. Meanwhile, atop an unnamed small mountain's peak, a pavilion housed Yang Hu. who sat confidently on a stone bench, embracing a voluptuous woman. Behind them stood two imposing figures, akin to iron towers, each muscular and formidable, their eyes glinting with a cold light. The woman, with a flirtatious smile, glanced down at the deserted path and then plucked a fruit from the table. Placing it into Yang Hu's mouth with a soft laugh, could it be that Li Xian has come alone again today? That remains uncertain. The man to Yang Hu's left sneered coldly, dismissing the notion. This marks the fourth or fifth time Li Xian has always arrived alone. I doubt this time will be any different. It seems that the esteemed Jiang Xixiang has frightened him. The woman chuckled lightly, her hand covering her mouth in amusement. How could a mere 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner not be afraid of someone like Yang Xixiang? The man on the right spoke up, a smirk playing on his lips. His demeanor indifferent. In my opinion, we need not remain here idly waiting. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to strike directly? After all, we are well aware of Jiang Zhao's whereabouts. No sooner had he spoken than Yang Hu let out a disdainful snort. Fool. Think carefully. The thatched cottage is protected by a formation casually set by the sect's elders. Can you breach it? The man who had just spoken was rendered speechless. The formation on the thatched cottage was of little consequence to the elder, as fragile as if it were made of paper. Yet for them, the outer disciples in the Qi refinement stage, it loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Brother Yang, please calm down, the woman said, gently patting Yang Hu's chest twice with a smile. I have already investigated that Jiang Zhao has only been in the sect for a little over 3 months. Although his rapid ascension to the 8th level of Qi refinement is indeed astonishing, it ends there. After all, the woman's eyes shimmered like flowing silk. Her gaze coquettish yet composed as she spoke leisurely. The Qi refining stage is not the foundation establishment stage. Without achieving grain avoidance, hiding in that thatched hut for half a month must have nearly pushed him to his limits. In my estimation, within 2 or 3 days, Jiang Zhao will have no choice but to emerge. As long as we seize the opportunity, eliminating him won't be difficult. Well said, Ruyan. Yang Hu gave a slight nod, his frigid pupils brimming with undisguised murderous intent. He murmured softly, to dare kill one of my men. Jiang Zhao is the first who's ever had such audacity. Should we capture him, I shall methodically shatter every single bone in his body to vent the seething hatred. Having operated in the outer sect for so many years, when had Yang Hu ever suffered such humiliation? If he didn't demand retribution for Zheng Ke's death, wouldn't it mean that from now on, any insignificant nobody could slaughter his subordinates and then metaphorically defecate upon his very dignity? Senior brother, rest assured, the man on the left interjected with a confident smile. Should he dare show himself, I'll be the first to charge forward. Mid-conversation, Yang Hu's expression suddenly shifted. After carefully attuning his senses for a moment, he exchanged a meaningful glance with the man on his right and uttered calmly, "Go investigate." Indeed, the man immediately leaped out and gazed towards the mountain path outside the pavilion. Before long, a flicker of joy appeared on his face as he turned around and exclaimed, "Senior brother, Li Xian has arrived, and he is followed by another person." Oh! A brilliant light flickered in Yang Hu's eyes as he abruptly rose to his feet, an overwhelming aura of menace radiating from him. With a thunderous voice, he proclaimed, "Come forth." After such a long anticipation, he had finally awaited this moment. Before long, on the winding path, 2 figures ascended to the mountain summit. Upon gazing at the silhouettes in the pavilion, Li Xian's expression grew somewhat unnatural, his once upright posture subtly bent, betraying his inner turmoil. This demeanor did not escape the notice of Yang Hu and his companions, who could not suppress a bout of derisive laughter. However, it was the figure of Jiang Zhao behind him that garnered their additional attention, particularly the woman beside Yang Hu. With a radiant smile, she playfully intertwined her legs and, covering her mouth, whispered, "What a handsome young man he is." Yang Hu, with a disdainful snort, cast a glance at the woman before striding forward to the pavilion's edge. He fixed his icy gaze upon Jiang Zhao and coldly inquired, "Are you Jiang Zhao? You are the one who killed Zhenghe?" Jiang Zhao, seemingly unfazed, slightly turned his head to Li Xian, calmly asking, "Is this indeed the group of senior brothers you mentioned?" Yes, it is them," Li Xian stammered, feeling an immense weight upon his shoulders, struggling to articulate his words. He trembled as he confessed, "Senior brother Jiang, they are all aware of your actions regarding senior brother Zhenghe. You just apologize sincerely to brother Yang. They will not make things difficult for you." Li Shidi spoke wisely. The woman with elegantly arched brows raised her finger and gently tapped the ground, giggling. "All you need to do is crawl over on your knees and admit your fault to brother Yang. Perhaps he will speak a kind word on your behalf. Who knows, brother Yang might show mercy and only break your limbs, sparing your life." As she spoke, her burning gaze drifted from Jiang Zhao's face downwards. And when it reached his waist, she delicately licked the corner of her mouth with her pink tongue. Jiang Zhao maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion. He scanned the faces of the four in the pavilion and finally turned to Li Xian, inquiring once more, "Li Shidi, I wish to know. Was it you who informed them about the killing of Xing He, or was it someone else, or perhaps, did they uncover it themselves?" If you recalled correctly, there had been two witnesses when he eliminated Zhang He. One was Li Xian, and the other an unfamiliar outer sect disciple. If Li Xian had indeed betrayed him, it would be easy to handle. However, if it were the other outer sect disciple who had leaked the information, Jiang Zhao would do everything in his power to root them out. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, yet he would not allow any hidden dangers to linger by his side. This young brother not only possessed striking looks but also had an intriguing way of speaking. The woman beside Yang, who laughed with a captivating charm, teasingly remarked, "At this point, are you still digging for the truth? Do you wish to play the role of a wise ghost? Since you asked, I can benevolently inform you." Yang, whose lips curled into a sinister smile as he chillingly declared, "He came to us first. Otherwise, we wouldn't have discovered you so swiftly. Surprised, are you?" Yang, who reveled in the satisfaction of seeing others flustered and helpless. Little did this disciple named Jiang Zhao know that his fellow townsman had sold him out for a mere 10 low-grade spirit stones. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Zhao suddenly moved. He stepped forward, his form like a specter, instantly appearing beside the woman, his blood-red blade flashing in an instant, freezing the scene in time. "You." The woman's complexion shifted dramatically as she opened her mouth to speak, only to have crimson blood seep forth. It was only at that moment that terror gripped her as she reached for her neck. However, just as her hand was raised halfway, a vivid crimson line swiftly spread across her throat. A tearing sound of fabric echoed through the air. Blood mist sprayed forth as the woman's head rolled lifelessly to the ground. In her final moments, she remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Jiang Zhao lifted her long knife, wiping it on Yang Hu, and gazed at the headless corpse with an unperturbed demeanor. "Did your family never tell you that it is wise to refrain from interjecting when others are speaking? You dared to kill Ru Yin." Yang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if trapped in a nightmarish reverie. He stared blankly at Ru Yin's lifeless form, lost in a daze. When he finally raised his head again, his gaze was a crimson sea of rage, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to pounce. "You are courting death. Do not be so hasty with your anger," Jiang Zhao replied with a warm smile, as gentle as a spring breeze, her demeanor calm and untroubled. "You will soon have the opportunity to reunite. Let's go together." "Kill him," Yang Hu bellowed. The other two, upon hearing his voice, exchanged a glance and swiftly advanced from two directions, launching an assault towards Jiang Zhao. In midair, one could see Jiang Zhao's long blade emit a resonant hum. With a sharp clang, the long blade swept forth, unleashing an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The temperature within a mile radius plummeted suddenly, despite it being midday, evoking an eerie chill that pierced the bones. The black glimmer of the blade spread like an ocean, radiating in all directions. This was the infamous slaughtering knife of the Great Perfection. Yang Hu's two subordinates gazed at the scene with eyes wide in terror. They wished to evade. Yet it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the blade's light pierced through their forms midair, leaving behind only two severed remnants that plummeted from the heavens amidst a torrential downpour of blood. Yang Hu, possessing slightly greater strength than his two subordinates, remained conscious even after being cleaved in two. Supporting his remaining upper body, he struggled to retreat on the ground, his face ashen. He muttered to himself, "You are not merely at the Qi refinement stage. You are a foundation establishment cultivator. Your eyesight is remarkable," Jiang Zhao remarked with admiration. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be a foundation establishment cultivator?" Yang Hu exclaimed in despair. Although the reality lay before him, he remained unwilling to accept it. After all, just half a month ago, he was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. How could he transform into a formidable foundation establishment cultivator in the blink of an eye? Even if he were practicing demonic arts, such rapid advancement in cultivation was unfathomable. Furthermore, how long had it been since Jiang Zhao entered the path? Merely 3 months. This meant that he had ascended from an ordinary person to a foundation establishment cultivator in just 3 months. During this brief period, he not only broke through to foundation establishment but also perfected the human slayer blade. Moreover, with Yang Hu's keen perception, he discerned that Jiang Zhao possessed at least one other perfected technique. What manner of being is this? What kind of monster have I provoked? While others were engrossed in meditation and unable to cultivate any martial techniques, Jiang Zhao, on the other hand, not only progressed swiftly in his cultivation, but also found time to refine his skills. Could it be that he experiences 24 hours in a single day? In this world, nothing is impossible. Jiang Zhao approached Yang Hu, lifted one foot, and placed it upon the latter's face, speaking indifferently. If you lack skill, you must practice more. With that, he exerted force. With a resounding crash, it was as if a watermelon had burst, scattering various crimson and ivory fragments across the ground. After dealing with Yang Hu and his companions, Jiang Zhao turned his gaze towards Li Xian. Sensing Jiang Zhao's penetrating stare, Li Xian hesitated for a moment, his lips moving as if to articulate something, yet the words remained unspoken. His knees buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Like Yang Hu, he too was unable to comprehend how his senior brother Jiang had ascended to the status of a foundation establishment cultivator in such a brief span of time. After altering his cultivation method, Li Xian had envisioned a day when his own prowess would match that of his senior brother, perhaps even surpassing him. He longed to witness Jiang Zhao's demeanor of caution and trepidation when faced with him. However, the reality struck hard. With a single move, Jiang Zhao shattered all his aspirations. As Jiang Zhao's footsteps drew nearer, a tremor coursed through Li Xian's heart. He raised his hand and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to his own face. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Li Xian's face swelled visibly before one's eyes. Brother Jiang, it is entirely my fault, my grave error. I was momentarily blinded and foolishly revealed your secret regarding the demise of Zhang He to Yang Hu. I implore you, Brother Jiang, to grant me mercy for the sake of our shared origins. I, Li Xian, swear upon the heavens that from this day forth, I shall follow your lead unwaveringly. Should you direct me eastward, I shall not venture westward. As he spoke, Li Xian's hands moved swiftly, after a flurry of slaps. His visage had swollen to resemble that of a pig's head. Observing this pitiful sight, Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly and replied calmly. I have already afforded you an opportunity. It is your own inadequacy that has led to this. Li Xian was at a loss for words. In this moment, he recalled that when they ascended the mountain, Jiang Zhao had inquired if he bore any worries. Yet at that time, he had chosen to deny it and continued to lead Jiang Zhao upwards. Contemplating this, Li Xian's mental state began to crumble. His body trembled uncontrollably as he retreated, lamenting. Brother Jiang, it is you. It is you who taught me. You compelled me to reside within the demonic sect, to survive by any means necessary. I merely wish to live a better life. What wrong have I committed? If my memory serves me right, I once imparted a principle to you. Jiang Zhao, raising a hand and forming it into a sword, calmly replied, that is, when confronting an enemy, one must eradicate the roots. With that statement, the blade of slaughter erupted with a blinding light. Clang! A flash of steel streaked through the air. Li Xian's corpse slowly crumpled to the ground. Jiang Zhao's expression remained as unreadable as an ancient well, his gaze lingering upon the lifeless form for a quiet moment. Then, he gathered the bodies and lingering spirits of the fallen before turning away. Jiang Zhao did not return to the Azure Cloud Palace. Instead, he first retreated to his humble thatched hut. Having just slain several men, the corpses required proper disposal. They could not remain indefinitely within his storage pouch. Inside the hut, he tossed the bodies to the hungry ghost rope for disposal before methodically inspecting the contents of each storage pouch. Ah, such a quantity? At first glance, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Before him lay a storage pouch overflowing with spirit stones, piled high like a small mountain. A rough count revealed at least 1,000 pieces, elevating the spiritual energy concentration within the pouch significantly. Of course, these were all low-grade spirit stones. This must belong to Yang Hu, Jiang Zhao thought to himself, impressed. It was no wonder that a person who had roamed the outer sect for many years possessed such a plethora of spirit stones, far exceeding that of ordinary disciples. For an average person to accumulate this many spirit stones would take at least several decades, if not more. After all, the Wanqing immortal sect nominally allocated 5 low-grade spirit stones to each outer sect disciple, yet the actual amount received was far less. Generally speaking, an ordinary outer sect disciple would consider it fortunate to acquire 3 spirit stones for cultivation in a month. After examining Yang Hu's storage pouch, Jiang Zhao glanced at the assets of the others, which were rather disappointing. The maximum was merely around 80 stones, while the minimum amounted to nothing at all. If Jiang Zhao's intuition served him correctly, Li Xian's pouch likely contained the least. Jiang Zhao maintained a positive outlook, although lacking spirit stones. He still possessed a pouch that could serve to hold various items. Collecting all the storage pouches, Jiang Zhao turned his attention to the ghostly rope within the room. During this brief interval, the essence of blood and flesh from the corpses had been almost entirely absorbed by the rope, the remains of 5 Qi Refinement.Period cultivators, along with the formidable Yang who had significantly enhanced the rope's power. Once it had absorbed the essence from the 5 corpses, the ghostly rope lay motionless as if in a state of suspension. Jiang Zhao prodded it with his hand, but received no response. This must indicate an impending advancement, he thought, his eyes brightening. Previously, the rope's strength was already comparable to that of an A-level ghost. Now, upon advancement, it would undoubtedly reach the S-level. It was said that S-level ghosts possessed ghostly tricks. Though Jiang Zhao had already become a foundation-building cultivator, slaying an S-level ghost would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Yet, he was immensely intrigued by the ghostly tricks of the spirits. One could only wonder what the ghostly rope's enchantments entailed. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Jiang Zhao's heart. Subsequently, he stowed away the ghostly rope and rose to venture outside once more. This time, his journey to Qinyan Palace unfolded without incident. Upon arriving, he registered and confirmed his cultivation level was indeed at the foundation establishment stage. The disciple in charge of registration promptly provided him with a new robe and a fresh identity jade token. In addition, even his residence was changed. He did not hasten to inspect his new quarters. Instead, after departing from Qinyan Palace, he turned towards Jinyu Peak. As the name suggests, Jinyu Peak serves as the prison of the Wanxing Xianzong. It is said that beneath the peak lie countless revered figures of the righteous path, including numerous formidable beings at the transformation and out-of-body stages, and even a few ancient beings at the integration stage. Of course, such tales are merely hearsay, and Jiang Zhao had yet to witness any of this firsthand. Nonetheless, this alone attests to the extraordinary nature of Jinyu Peak. Those tasked with guarding such illustrious prisoners are certainly not ordinary individuals. Within the Wanxing Xianzong, they share a unified identity, the enforcers of the Law Enforcement Hall. To become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, one must possess at least the foundation establishment cultivation level. Jiang Zhao's purpose in visiting Jinyu Peak today was to aspire to become an enforcer. Compared to the identity of an ordinary inner sect disciple, the role of an enforcer offered him a greater sense of security. Within the sect, flying was prohibited. It took Jiang Zhao a full quarter of an hour to reach the foot of Jinyu Peak. Gazing up at the imposing, towering peak and observing the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall coming and going, he set foot on the path upward. Upon reaching the midpoint of the mountain, he paused. A resounding crash echoed through the air. On the contest platform not far away, a figure clad in the garb of an inner disciple was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth and nose as he collided with the edge of the arena. Before anyone could rush to his aid, a monstrous beast, towering at least 5 meters tall and resembling a ferocious tiger, lunged forward and devoured him whole. This gruesome scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd surrounding the platform. How foolish to challenge the arena at the initial stage of foundation establishment. What was he thinking? Is he truly unafraid of death? Some murmured. Perhaps he was merely hoping for a stroke of luck? But why here, of all places? The tasks assigned to the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are perilous and represent the very face of the sect. If he cannot even survive this beast, how could he dream of joining their ranks? Look, look, another contender approaches. This one seems promising. I wonder how many rounds he can last against the beast. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their expressions eager for the spectacle. Jiang Zhao, too, cast a glance at the platform. At that moment, it was occupied by a young man clad in black, his demeanor stern, wielding a long sword, exuding an aura of menace that was hard to ignore. Opposite him stood yet another beast, and without a word exchanged, they plunged into a brutal clash. After observing for a moment, Jiang Zhao redirected his gaze and made his way toward the grand hall opposite the contest platform. Based on his estimation, the man on stage would likely meet a grim fate, for within the same tier, the resilience and strength of beasts surpassed that of human cultivators. Defeating such a creature was no simple feat for the average person. Upon entering the grand hall, Jiang Zhao glanced at the registration area, which was devoid of any personnel. However, on the other side of the hall sat 2 elderly men engaged in a game of chess. The elder on the left had hair streaked with white yet appeared vigorous, while the one on the right was frail and lifeless, draped in a loose gray robe that hung from his skeletal frame. Upon noticing Jiang Zhao's entrance, both elders paused their game and turned their gazes towards him. The healthier-looking elder, holding a white piece in his hand, calmly inquired, "Do you wish to join the Law Enforcement Hall?" "Indeed." Jiang Zhao slightly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Indeed." The elder nodded gently, rising to his feet and approaching Jiang Zhao. As he walked, he spoke. The disciple in charge of registration has stepped out for a moment. I shall assist you with your registration. Please present your identity jade token. Very well. Jiang Zhao flipped his palm and produced his jade token, presenting it forward. The old man reached out to accept it. His consciousness penetrated into the token, scrutinizing it closely. Subsequently, his expression shifted, and gripping the jade token in his hand, he quickly raised his head to appraise Jiang Zhao from head to toe, exclaiming in astonishment. You have only been in the sect for just over 3 months? Oh, 3 months? At that moment, within the grand hall, the elder cloaked in gray, with a shadowed countenance and a black staff in hand, lifted his gaze towards Jiang Zhao. Clearly, the notion of achieving the status of a foundational cultivator in just over 3 months was unexpected for him. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a promising talent from the outer sect. With a favorable demeanor, the elder smiled subtly, holding Jiang Zhao's identity jade token, and spoke with earnest gravity. Young one, are you aware of the regulations governing the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall? The disciple is aware, Jiang Zhao spoke, his voice calm. How could one dare to approach knowing this? The elder, appearing quite healthy, cast a surprised glance at Jiang Zhao. It is well known that disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are the elite among their peers. To gain entry, one must first vanquish a formidable beast of their level. Typically, only those at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment consider attempting such a feat, however. Jiang Zhao is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment and has only been training for 3 months. Both elders, upon reflection, could not fathom Jiang Zhao as a match for any beast. In such a short span, it is likely that Jiang Zhao has solely focused on enhancing his cultivation, without ever delving into divine abilities or magical arts. Frankly speaking, even if he were to break through to foundation establishment, he would still rank among the weakest. To be honest, esteemed elder, I am exceedingly eager to progress, Jiang Zhao earnestly declared. Excellent. As soon as Jiang Zhao finished speaking, Gu Yuzhou couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His gaze towards Jiang Zhao was filled with appreciation. Truly, as a disciple of our immortal sect, he possesses remarkable ambition. In that case, I shall register you. With that, he flipped his palm and produced a jade slip. He recorded Jiang Zhao's identification information within it, then gently waved his hand and said, You may proceed. The competition platform outside has been prepared for you. Thank you, elder. Jiang Zhao slightly cupped his hands and turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Gu Yuzhou smiled faintly and murmured, To dare challenge the Law Enforcement Hall's trials at the initial stage of foundation building suggests he is either a fool or possesses some form of confidence. This young lad is certainly no fool. On the other side, an elderly man clad in a gray robe stroked his beard and spoke leisurely. Indeed, he must have some form of assurance. Gu Yuzhou returned to the chessboard, picked up a white piece, and placed it on the board. He then inquired, Elder Zheng, how many moves do you believe it would take for him to defeat the beast? Evidently, Elder Zheng Qian pondered for a moment, his tone laced with a hint of uncertainty. It should take at least 500 exchanges. Even if he has some support, his strength remains fundamentally insufficient. 500 moves. Is it? Gu Yuzhou said with a faint smile, confidently declaring, I believe that within 100 moves, the outcome will surely be decided. Oh. Zheng Qian's eyes brightened as he turned to gaze outside the hall, murmuring, I shall eagerly await the outcome. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall, the competition stage had been nearly cleared. As Jiang Zhao ascended the platform, the young man clad in black from earlier was being carried away, perhaps possessing some hidden cards, as he had not perished on the stage but had managed to preserve his life. Upon Jiang Zhao's arrival, the onlookers nearby were momentarily captivated. Another contender. Yet, their astonishment turned to disbelief as they discerned Jiang Zhao's cultivation level. Another at the early stage of foundation establishment? Surely, I must be mistaken. What is happening today? Just moments ago, a disciple at the early stage of foundation establishment met his demise on this very platform, and now another steps forth. Did he not witness how the previous one fell? But let us not be too hasty. Perhaps this individual possesses some hidden prowess? Yet, what does that matter? In battles of equal rank, it is exceedingly difficult for human cultivators to triumph over demonic beasts, unless they are those rare prodigies of cultivation. However, it is evident that this person is not among them. The murmurs of the crowd reached Jiang Zhao's ears, but he remained impervious to their words. His gaze serenely fixed upon the competition stage not far away. A resounding rumble echoed as the ground trembled beneath. The platform before Jiang Zhao emitted a low hum, parting to reveal an astonishing beast, resplendent in golden hues, emerging from the depths below. Towering at a staggering height of 10 meters, it loomed like a small mountain, instilling a profound sense of dread. The creature bore a striking resemblance to a lion, its golden mane glistening like countless steel needles, shimmering with a piercing brilliance under the sun's rays. Could it truly be a golden lion? It is said that such beasts possess a trace of the ancient bloodline of the golden-haired hound. Who would have thought that the sect would capture such a creature? A gasp arose from the crowd below. The power of this beast was formidable. Those akin to the golden lion, infused with ancient lineage, are akin to prodigies among humankind. Their prowess, in comparison to their peers, is exponentially more terrifying. For an ordinary individual to confront it, merely surviving would be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Unexpectedly, the first time I felt pressure was from a beast, Jiang Zhao mused internally. With clarity of mind, he extended a hand, grasping at the void. A blood-red long blade materialized in his grasp, its edge vibrating with a resonant hum as torrents of formidable energy surged into it. In an instant, the blade's song reverberated through the heavens, unleashing a tempestuous aura that surged in all directions. Roar! Almost simultaneously, the golden lion let out a thunderous roar, its forehooves pounding the ground, its massive form resembling a towering mountain, charging forward. Even before it drew near, a fierce aura of malevolence enveloped Jiang Zhao. Well done! Jiang Zhao uttered with a light exclamation. Like a specter, he stepped forth, rising into the air. In the Foundation establishment realm, only through the means of artifact manipulation could one maintain prolonged flight. Without the support of a weapon, one could only hover briefly. Yet, for Jiang Zhao, this fleeting moment was more than sufficient. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving the colossal golden lion with a flicker of confusion in its gaze. Just as it prepared to lift its head, with a resounding clang, the blood-red long knife wielded by Jiang Zhao descended from above. In that fleeting moment, the sky within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to plunge into darkness. An overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped the surroundings, an almost infinite essence of ghostly energy. The entire arena transformed, as if it had morphed into a realm of hellish torment, teeming with phantoms that radiated boundless lethal intent. Following this illusory spectacle was a breathtaking stroke, a single strike of unparalleled brilliance. Countless spectators bore witness to a scene forever etched in their memories. The obsidian blade glimmered ominously, suspended against the heavens, resembling a dark river cascading downward, cleaving the sky asunder. With a resounding clash, the blade descended, carving a profound gash into the arena below. As for the golden lion upon the stage, its body had become rigid. After several breaths, its head gradually shifted, amidst the astonished and horrified gazes of the onlookers. Subsequently, with a thud, it fell to the ground. This muffled sound snapped everyone back to reality. The human slayer's blade, the blade of the great perfection. Moreover, just moments ago, that strike had grazed the very edge of a profound realm. Near the competition platform, the Foundation establishment cultivators remained unfazed. However, the Qi Refinement practitioners had grown numb. They had come to witness how cultivators at the Foundation establishment level engaged in combat, hoping to glean valuable insights if fortune favored them. Yet, that recent strike had transcended their comprehension. No matter how many times they replayed it in their minds, the conclusion remained immutable. They simply could not learn it. It was utterly beyond their grasp. That strike was far too formidable. In the grand hall, a sudden sound echoed. The two elderly men seated opposite each other were momentarily taken aback. Even as the chess pieces slipped from their grasp, they remained oblivious. Time passed, though the duration was indeterminate. Eventually, Guyuzhou was the first to regain his composure, softly exclaiming, "What a prodigy!" In just over 3 short months, not only had he successfully established his foundation, but he had also perfected the ghostly shadow step and the butcher's blade to an extraordinary level. Observing his movements, the chilling aura he exuded suggested that the lives he had taken were indeed numerous. Zheng Qian's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his emaciated frame trembling slightly. A glimmer of light flickered in the depths of his eyes as he murmured, "Has it truly only been over 3 months since entering the sect? Could there be any falsehood in this?" Guyuzhou instinctively responded, but soon he realized. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Zheng Qian, and with dawning comprehension, he remarked, "Elder Zheng, could it be that you—" His words trailed off. But among the 2 elderly men present, who was not astute? Zheng Qian gave a slight nod, his expression shrouded in shadows. He cast a glance at Jiang Zhao, who was entering the hall, and with an inscrutable demeanor, he spoke, "In my youth, when I broke through to the nascent soul, I was cunningly plotted against by the old demon Han. Now, the hope of achieving that breakthrough once more has eluded me. My remaining days are few, and if I do not seize this opportunity, I fear that in 30 years, I shall merely become a mound of earth. Well, Gu Yuzhou hesitated, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue, ultimately dissolving into a helpless sigh. Alas, he sighed. He was acutely aware of Jiang Qian's thoughts. After all, not everyone can brush aside the treachery they face at the moment of breakthrough. To sever one's future is akin to murdering one's parents. Who would not yearn for vengeance? Yet, given Jiang Qian's current state, seeking revenge was nothing more than a fanciful dream. His lifespan was dwindling and his strength was in decline. Even if he were to face the formidable old demon Han head-on, the odds were decidedly against him. Moreover, those who cultivate have already glimpsed the exquisite vistas on the path to immortality. It is not in human nature to watch one's lifespan dwindle without a flicker of concern. It can be said that in the realm of cultivation, the more powerful one becomes, the more they fear death. At times, they may even be more despondent than ordinary individuals. Embarking on the path of cultivation, everyone harbors the sweet dream of transcending and becoming an ancestor. Jiang Qian was no exception. His disciple, Jiang Zhao, had completed the trials and had come to report to the two elders. Jiang Zhao gracefully entered the hall, slightly cupping his hands in respect as he addressed the two venerable figures. Gu Yuzhou, with a complex expression, remained silent for a moment. However, Jiang Qian, seated opposite, suddenly rose, his form flickering, and he swiftly approached Jiang Zhao, extending a withered hand to grasp the young man's shoulder. Jiang Zhao sensed something amiss. Initially intending to resist, he chose to remain still upon seeing the individual who had intervened. The bony hand gently pinched Jiang Zhao's arm, and in Jiang Qian's aged eyes, a brilliant light began to shimmer, as he could not help but exclaim, "What remarkable talent! Remarkable foundation! Such remarkable insight!" To my astonishment, within the outer sect, there exists such a gem of talent. Little one, would you be willing to take me as your master? Unwilling? Begone! Jiang Zhao silently cursed in his heart. Yet on the surface, he wore an expression of astonished gratitude, slightly clasping his hands together and saying, "What merit or capability does this disciple possess to receive the elder's favor? If he were in a righteous sect, having an elder wish to take him as a disciple would undoubtedly bring him great joy. However, in the realm of the demonic path, such an offer held no allure. For among the practitioners of the dark arts, some elders sought disciples not for the sake of imparting their knowledge, but rather with ulterior motives, perhaps to seize one's body or to find a suitable master soul for their crafted weapons. In any case, the disadvantages far outweighed the benefits. The elder before him appeared frail and decrepit, resembling someone buried up to their neck in loamy earth, and he could not shake the feeling that his intentions were nefarious. Moreover, having just revealed his own talents, Jiang Zhao had every reason to suspect that the elder was merely lusting after his body. How despicable! Do you know who stands before you? At that moment, Gu Yuzhou strolled over, his demeanor composed as he introduced, "This is one of the outer sect elders. Elder Jiang Qian. Hundreds of years ago, he was a formidable being at the golden core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul. Should you become his disciple, it would undoubtedly spare you a century's worth of detours." A century's worth of detours? Jiang Zhao scoffed inwardly. Nevertheless, Gu Yuzhou's words served as a subtle reminder. The name Jiang Qian rang a bell in his memory. After a moment of contemplation, a jolt of realization struck him. If his memory served him correctly, this elder Jiang had lived for over 8 centuries. Typically, the lifespan of a golden core cultivator hovers around 500 to 600 years. Yet, this Jiang Qian had managed to endure for an exceedingly long time. Extending his life by another 100 years would hardly be an exaggeration. Moreover, Jiang Zhao had heard whispers of a rivalry between this elder Jiang and another elder Han, a feud of life and death significance. The reasons for their enmity remained unknown to him, but the conflict between them was no secret. While various thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang Zhao maintained an expression of utmost surprise, raising his gaze to elder Jiang and exclaiming, "So it is elder Jiang in person. This disciple has been blind to the mountain before him. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." "No problem," Jiang Qian replied, his deep-set eyes gazing intently at Jiang Zhao. The lines on his aged face radiated warmth as he smiled gently. "My dear child, have you given it any thought? What choice do I even have?" Jiang Zhao inwardly cursed. He had been cornered to such an extent that if he were to refuse, he would likely find himself with a sword in his back by the next day, succumbing to a fate of suicide. After all, those of the demonic path rarely had the capacity for magnanimity. Should he decline Jiang Qian today, it would surely be a grudge he would harbor in his heart. Though he possessed the means to traverse to another world and escape with his life, He currently lacked the subsequent cultivation techniques necessary for his progress. With his limited perspective and insights as a novice in foundational cultivation, he felt no confidence in devising his own methods. After much contemplation, Jiang Zhao could only offer a slight bow, his face a mask of sincerity as he said, "I, Jiang Zhao, greet my esteemed master." "Excellent, excellent," Zheng Qian exclaimed with great satisfaction, stroking his beard with one hand while raising the other in a gesture of dismissal. "Dear disciple, there is no need for such formalities." He congratulated Elder Zheng on acquiring a remarkable pupil. Gu Yuzhou, standing nearby, also offered his felicitations, remarking that he was merely fortunate to be present at such a momentous occasion. Zheng Qian's laughter resonated, as if the burdens weighing upon his heart had dissipated entirely in that instant. With a flourish of his hand, he produced an ancient tome and presented it before Jiang Zhao. "My dear disciple, since you have chosen to become my apprentice, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a token of my regard. This tome contains cultivation methods that can lead you to the Yuanying stage. I grant it to you today." Jiang Zhao accepted the tome but remained unmoved in posture. Observing this, both Gu Yuzhou and Zheng Qian were left perplexed. "Disciple, do you have other concerns?" Zheng Qian inquired. "Master," Jiang Zhao replied earnestly, "I have just achieved a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, yet I possess no suitable weapon. Should I venture forth into the world and encounter unexpected peril, losing my life would be a trivial matter. However, should I tarnish your esteemed reputation, that would be a grave misfortune." Jiang Zhao spoke with sincere conviction. Zheng Qian pondered for a moment. It appeared to be a reasonable conclusion. Without much hesitation, he turned his palm once more and produced a sleek black long knife, presenting it before Jiang Zhao with a smile. "I have just observed your prowess with the human slaughtering blade, which has already reached a state of consummate perfection. Fortuitously, I possess an ancient weapon known as the Xianyu blade, a premium-grade magical artifact. Today, I shall bestow it upon you. Is this an exceptional magical artifact?" Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily reached out to accept it, stowing it away. Initially, after his breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, he felt that the blood-red long knife acquired from Zheng he had become somewhat inadequate for his needs. However, today, fortune has turned, and he has obtained a superb magical artifact from his somewhat unorthodox master. Such a weapon is not comparable to inferior magical artifacts. Typically, it is already quite commendable for a foundation establishment cultivator to possess a mid-grade or superior magical artifact. As for a top-tier magical artifact, it is something one could scarcely hope for. This old fellow, truly a seasoned golden core cultivator, possesses a wealth beyond measure. Lowering his head, Jiang Zhao licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he once again clasped his hands in respect. Before he could speak, Zheng Qian involuntarily raised an eyebrow, sensing an unsettling feeling in his heart. Indeed, the next moment, Jiang Zhao spoke again. "To be honest, master, although I have fortuitously cultivated the human slaughtering blade to perfection, my defenses are still inferior to those of body-refining cultivators. If I were to compete against such individuals, I would inevitably find myself at a disadvantage. I wonder if you might have a suitable defensive artifact for your disciple?" Zheng Qian fell into silence. He glanced at Jiang Zhao, then at Gu Yuzhou. This was not his own cave abode, and it would be inappropriate to dismiss Jiang Zhao outright. If news of today's events were to spread, others might mistakenly believe that Zheng Qian, having finally taken on a disciple, was unable to provide even a couple of magical artifacts. What a source of ridicule that would be. Although he was a practitioner of demonic cultivation, he was nevertheless a formidable figure at the peak of the Golden Core stage. In the outside world, he was a person of considerable stature. Thus, preserving his dignity was paramount. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Qian reluctantly produced a long robe, pristine white as snow, gossamer thin, radiating a soft, luminous glow. It was evident at first glance that it was no ordinary item. This was a high-grade defensive magical artifact, known as. Before Zheng Qian could complete his introduction, Jiang Zhao gratefully accepted it, bowing deeply. "Disciple thanks you, master." Zheng Qian parted his lips, gazing at his empty palm. He initially intended to say something but ultimately waved his hand slightly and remarked, "Never mind. This is what a master ought to do. My master possesses a compassionate heart, and I, as a disciple, am in deep admiration." However, Jiang Zhao shifted the conversation, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features as she said, "Master, you are well aware that I have been in the sect for less than 4 months, and my purse is indeed rather meager." Zheng Qian's forehead throbbed with tension. He glanced at Gu Yuzhou beside him. Since their acquaintance, Zheng Qian had never felt the other person to be so irksome. After a few intense breaths, Zheng Qian took out several dozen spirit stones, placed them in a storage bag, and handed it to Jiang Zhao. His voice slightly strained as he spoke. Is this sufficient? Enough, enough, Jiang Zhao nodded eagerly. She hastily reached out to take the storage bag, her consciousness probing into it as she examined its contents with great care. Just a glance, and Jiang Zhao's heart blossomed with joy. Truly, he was the golden core old demon. With a single move, he produced 50 high-grade spirit stones. These were indeed of superior quality. When converted into low-grade spirit stones, that amounted to 500,000. A typical outer sect disciple, even if they saved for an entire lifetime, would find it nearly impossible to amass such a vast fortune. If only the disciple did not. Zheng Qian began to speak. Before he could finish, Jiang Zhao hurriedly interjected, Master, as a disciple of the law enforcement hall, the enemies I encounter will undoubtedly be formidable foes. Although I possess the Xianyue ancient blade and a defensive magical artifact, should I encounter an adversary beyond my capabilities, relying solely on the perfect technique of the ghostly shadow step may not suffice to evade their pursuit. I wonder if Master has. All right. Zheng Qian quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Disciple, cease your words. He retrieved a carriage-shaped magical artifact from his storage ring and placed it in Jiang Zhao's hands. Without waiting for Jiang Zhao to respond, he promptly inclined his body slightly towards Gu Yuzhou and said, Elder Gu, I have suddenly recalled some matters in my cave dwelling that require my attention, thus I shall not linger here any longer. In that case, allow me to escort Elder Zheng, Gu Yuzhou replied while casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Zhao. In his heart, he felt a tinge of sympathy for Zheng Qian. This was not merely the acceptance of a disciple, it was akin to adopting a Pishio. No need. Zheng Qian waved his hand in refusal, not even casting a glance at Jiang Zhao, and stepped forward, his figure vanishing into thin air. Having departed from the Jinyu Peak, Zheng Qian returned to his cave dwelling, his countenance exceedingly grim. He shattered a stone table with a flick of his hand, disregarding the swirling dust around him, and turned to gaze in the direction of Jinyu Peak. His voice, icy as the winter's chill, echoed, What an insufferable little wretch. How dare he scheme against me? Having lived for over 8 centuries, Zheng Qian was not oblivious to Jiang Zhao's intentions. He sought merely to exploit their master-disciple relationship to gain something from him. Alas, with Gu Yuzhou present at that moment, and the location being the Jinyu Peak, an esteemed site of the sect, who knew how many terrifying entities lurked in the shadows, those individuals would not permit him to act recklessly. Thus, he had to endure and grant Jiang Zhao some benefits. It was fortunate that he left at the right time. Had he lingered, it was likely Jiang Zhao would have demanded his life as precious treasure next. Little brat, we shall see. Zheng Qian murmured to himself. Indeed. He desired to seize Jiang Zhao's body, but the act of possession was not merely a matter of spirit detachment and entering another's form. It required extensive preparation. For instance, he needed to elevate his own condition to its zenith, then set up a soul-locking array to extract Jiang Zhao's soul little by little, without harming his consciousness. Furthermore, he had to prepare certain spiritual herbs to ensure that his soul would perfectly merge with Jiang Zhao's body post-possession. Any misstep in this intricate process could render all previous preparations futile. Adjusting his state was manageable, yet arranging the formation necessitated the expertise of a master arrayist. A somewhat tedious undertaking. As for the spiritual herbs, Zheng Qian mused softly. Once everything was prepared, he estimated it would take at least over a year. A year is neither excessively long nor particularly short. By then, that little brat should not stir up too much trouble, he pondered. However, he quickly shook his head and smiled. Having lived for so long, he felt he was regressing. Although Jiang Zhao was indeed a prodigy, that was where his prowess ended. Quick progression in the Qi refinement stage meant little. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he could not possibly maintain his previous fervor for breakthroughs. After all, the higher the realm, the more arduous the cultivation, a universally acknowledged truth in the cultivation world. Even a rare genius like Jiang Zhao could not defy this ironclad rule. A year hence, at most, Jiang Zhao would only reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Such cultivation would be easily within his grasp. Disciple respectfully sees off the master. At the mid-level hall of Jinyu Peak, Jiang Zhao bowed deeply, presenting a posture of utmost respect. After all, there was Gu Yuzhou beside him, and he had to maintain appearances. Once Zheng Qian had departed, Jiang Zhao slowly straightened up, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Zheng Qian had vanished, his eyes betraying a chilling resentment. That old fool certainly moved swiftly. The next time we meet, I shall send you on your way. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Zhao lowered his gaze. At that moment, he still held in his hand the small carriage that Zhang Qian had left behind upon his departure. The carriage was no larger than a palm, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue. It was drawn by two magnificent white celestial steeds, appearing remarkably lifelike and majestic. Although Zhang Qian had not specified its grade, Jiang Zhao's discerning eyes suggested that this item was likely a superior flying artifact. With this treasure in his possession, he would no longer need to soar through the skies like other foundation-building cultivators. To wield a superior magical tool right off the bat, how incredibly wealthy must that old man be? Jiang Zhao's heart burned with ambition. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would have long sought out Zhang Qian to demand gold coins. Just wait and see, it won't be long now. Disciple, at that moment, Gyuzhou fell into a brief silence before softly inquiring, "What instructions do you have, Master Uncle?" Jiang Zhao, regaining his composure, promptly responded. Since the other party referred to him as a disciple, he decided to reciprocate and address him as Master Uncle, foregoing the formalities of elder titles. With such closeness established, was it not a bit ungracious for the elder to withhold some acknowledgement of his junior? Cough. Gyuzhou cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Jiang Zhao's intense gaze. As a practitioner of the demonic path, he naturally possessed a thick skin. Were it anyone else, he would have been disinclined to offer any form of greeting. However, the matter at hand concerned Zhang Qian's disciple, within the sacred sect of all saints. He maintained a cordial relationship with Zhang Qian. Observing the latter's acquisition of a disciple, he felt compelled to extend a gesture of courtesy, despite knowing well that Jiang Zhao was destined to meet an untimely demise. Thus, Gyuzhou deemed it a favor to Zhang Qian. With that thought in mind, he flipped his hand and produced an ancient tome inscribed with the 5 characters Wanguishix in palm, presenting it before Jiang Zhao. Disciple, this divine technique is perfectly suited to your current realm. I hope you will dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation and not grow complacent. Rest assured, Master Uncle, Jiang Zhao said with a beaming smile. I shall certainly employ this divine ability to repay my master and you, Master Uncle. She carefully stowed the divine ability into her storage pouch. Gyuzhou gently clapped his hands, and a disciple swiftly approached, carrying a tray. Junior disciple, from this day forth, you are a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. This is your identity jade token, along with the attire of our sect. Remember to keep them safe, and do not misplace them. Disciple, please remember. Jiang Zhao reached out to take the tray, having learned from Zhang Qian's experience. Gyuzhou feared that Jiang Zhao might linger, and swiftly waved his sleeve, stating, upon becoming a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, one is required to complete at least 6 sect tasks each year. Depart promptly, disciple, and do not waste time here. Indeed, Jiang Zhao, with a sense of resignation, clasped his hands and spoke in a solemn tone, I shall take my leave. Upon departing from the Jinyu Peak, Jiang Zhao did not return to his dwelling. With a substantial sum of money in hand, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss if he did not indulge in some expenditure. Moreover, having received such valuable items from Zhang Qian, he felt it necessary to have them examined, lest he harbor any doubts about their authenticity. After all, they were all practitioners of the demonic path, fully aware of each other's backgrounds. It was common for gifts to conceal ulterior motives. What if the techniques and artifacts bestowed upon him by Zhang Qian and Gyuzhou contained some hidden dangers that could lead to his demise before he even realized it? Where could he seek verification? Jiang Zhao pondered. Since the items were given by Zhang Qian and Gyuzhou, he could not consult anyone within the sect. Those two were hardly benevolent, and the others in the sect might not be trustworthy either. Recklessly asking someone in the sect for assistance could very well lead to treachery and theft, even if he were not to be betrayed, should the news leak. It would mean a premature severing of ties with Zhang Qian and Gyuzhou, a scenario Jiang Zhao wished to avoid. As a mere early-stage foundation establishment disciple, he was no match for the 2 formidable golden core old demons. After much contemplation, Jiang Zhao ultimately resolved to descend the mountain. Several hours later, he arrived in Pingyang City, a bustling metropolis not far from the Wanchengxian sect. The streets were teeming with people, and as Jiang Zhao walked along the wide thoroughfare, his gaze drifted to the stalls lining the road, though he found little to pique his interest. Most vendors were ordinary folk, and occasionally, he would spot a solitary cultivator, typically a loose practitioner at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi Refinement, but their wares were unremarkable, causing him to quickly lose interest. As he continued on, he soon came upon an imposing and lavishly adorned palace at the end of the road. The grand plaque at its entrance bore the majestic characters, Wanbao Pavilion. Oh, This place is quite remarkable. Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward. Upon reaching the entrance, a young attendant approached him. Upon noticing Jiang Zhao's attire, his demeanor became even more cordial. Dressed in black, adorned with crimson cloud patterns on his chest, it was evident that he was a disciple of the law enforcement hall of the Wanqing sect, suggesting that he was a significant patron. Esteemed guest, please step inside. Kindly summon your manager, Jiang Zhao remarked as he entered the Wanbao pavilion, surveying the interior decor with a calm demeanor. Please wait a moment, sir. I shall fetch him right away. The young attendant, not daring to delay, promptly turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, a round-faced man with a beaming smile hastily emerged from the back hall. From a distance, he called out, it is a fellow of the Wanqing sect. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I hope you will forgive my oversight. Not at all, Jiang Zhao waved his hand, turning to face the other party with a gentle smile. He spoke eloquently. I have a few items that I wish to part with. I wonder if your Wanbao pavilion would be so bold as to accept them? Friend, you jest, Li Wanfeng replied with a smile. Yet his tone carried a hint of arrogance. At Wanbao Pavilion, our business extends across the seas. Is there anything we would shy away from accepting? However, this is not the appropriate venue for discussion. Shall we proceed inside to converse further? Very well, Jiang Zhao nodded. Please follow me, fellow cultivator. Li Wanfu gestured invitingly and led the way. Soon, the two entered a secluded chamber. Once the attendant served tea, Li Wanfu turned to Jiang Zhao and inquired with a smile, Might I ask what you intend to present? You will see shortly, Jiang Zhao replied, casually waving his hand. 2 jade slips landed gracefully on the table before them. Li Wanfu picked up the slips, probing their contents with his spiritual sense, examining them one by one. Upon inspecting the first slip, his expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. However, as he scrutinized the second slip, his demeanor grew markedly uneasy. Setting the 2 slips down, Li Wanfu sipped his tea, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Zhao. In a serious tone, he remarked, If I am not mistaken, the contents of these 2 slips are indeed the first half of the Huangquan Lianma Jing of the Wanqing sect and the Wanguishixin, correct? You possess sharp insight. My friend, Jiang Zhao replied with a subtle nod, encouraging him to continue. Li Wanfu pressed his lips together, his eyes clouded with uncertainty as he said, The Wanguishixin poses no issue. Our Wanbao Pavilion can accept it. However, regarding the Huangquan Lianma Jing, here, Li Wanfu paused momentarily before continuing. The implications are rather significant. Is that so? Jiang Zhao narrowed her eyes. That old fool Zheng Qian truly tampered with the technique. Can you discern what the issue is? My friend, Jiang Zhao lifted her teacup, taking a leisurely sip, and casually inquired. Not to conceal from my companion, Li Wanfu pondered for a moment before softly speaking. The contents of the Huangquan Refinement of Demon Sutra have been altered excessively. Engaging in its practice without caution may lead to madness at best, or risk falling into demonic obsession at worst. Our Wanbao Pavilion could accept this technique, but as for the price. At this point, Li Wanfu ceased his discourse. Although he did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear, a technique riddled with flaws, even if it could facilitate the attainment of the nascent soul stage, would likely hold little value. After all, whether one would first achieve the nascent soul or succumb to demonic deviation while practicing this technique remains uncertain. Given such circumstances, Jiang Zhao extended his hand and gathered the 2 jade slips, chuckling lightly, then Jiang shall not sell them. Li Wanfu was taken aback. Is there truly such a way of conducting business? Why not make an offer? How can one simply refuse to sell? Although the Huangquan refining demon scripture has its issues, the Wanguishixin is perfectly sound. Why not sell both? Li Daoyu, take a look at these items. With a flourish of his hand, Jiang Zhao summoned several magical artifacts onto the table, each radiating a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire room. Li Wanfu narrowed his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. Though the previous deal fell through, this one appeared promising. Upon inspection, it was evident that the lowest grade among them was a superior magical artifact, and one was even of exceptional quality. After acquiring it, reselling it would surely yield a considerable sum of spirit stones. Let me examine them closely, Li Wanfu replied gravely, picking up each artifact and scrutinizing them meticulously before finally stating, These artifacts are in good condition. If you sincerely wish to sell, I can offer this amount for the exceptional quality longsword. As he spoke, Li Wanfu extended his fingers and waved them before Jiang Zhao. Too low. Jiang Zhao's face remained expressionless as he uttered those 2 words, instantly retracting all the magical artifacts. He calmly stated, I shall not sell them. Alas, at that moment, Li Wanfu found himself utterly perplexed. In all his years of conducting business, it was his first encounter with someone who, without engaging in haggling, simply collected the items upon seeing a reduced price. Are you jesting with me? He thought to himself. It was only due to Jiang Zhao's attire. Reminiscent of a disciple from the enforcement hall of the Wanqing sect, that he refrained from exploding with anger. Had it been anyone else, he would have undoubtedly had them expelled without hesitation. Li Daoyu, I regret to inform you that these two transactions may not come to fruition. However, Jiang Zhao gently shook his head, retrieving a list from his storage bag, which he presented solemnly to Li Wanfu. I sincerely hope that this business endeavor does not disappoint me. My cultivation period has been brief, so please do not deceive me, for my master, Zheng Qian, would not let this matter rest lightly. Zheng Elder? Upon hearing this, Li Wanfu's eyes narrowed. Their Wanbao Pavilion in Pingyang City was situated not far from the Wanqing Xianzong, and naturally, they were well acquainted with the formidable figures within the sect. While he had little interaction with those at the transformation stage, out-of-body stage, or integration stage, he was somewhat familiar with the elders of the Golden Core and nascent soul stages, including Zheng Qian. This old man had lived for over 8 centuries and had slain numerous cultivators, making him a notorious figure among the righteous. Moreover, with Zheng Qian's lifespan nearing its end, it was not surprising if such an ancient being were to act recklessly in his final days. Although Wanao Pavilion was a substantial establishment, the branch in Pingyang City was not its headquarters. Encountering a madcap Golden Core Peak powerhouse would certainly pose a significant challenge. Contemplating this, a warmer smile spread across Li Wanfu's face as he responded, My friend, you speak too modestly. Our Wanbao Pavilion has always conducted business with integrity and would never resort to deceiving our customers. That's wonderful, Jiang Zhao smiled. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare everything for you. Li Wanfeng rose, grasped the list, offered a slight bow, and swiftly turned to depart. Shortly thereafter, Li Wanfeng returned with a storage pouch in hand, hurrying back to place it upon the table before Jiang Zhao. Everything has been arranged, he said quickly. Feel free to examine it. As for the spirit stones, there are a total of 12 superior-grade spirit stones, along with 32 middle-grade spirit stones. Considering Elder Zheng's standing, I shall forego the remainder. Thus, the total comes to 12 superior-grade spirit stones and 30 middle-grade spirit stones. Jiang Zhao lightly responded. In his view, after deducting the small change, it should amount to 10 high-grade spirit stones, shouldn't it? It appears that the old man Zheng Qian's reputation is only worth 2 medium-grade spirit stones. I never realized before that this old demon Zheng seems rather unimpressive. Perhaps next time, I should bring Gu Yuzhou along. The two of us together might exert a greater deterrent effect. Resolving this in his mind, Jiang Zhao picked up his storage bag and glanced inside. First, he saw an alchemical furnace, followed by several materials for refining weapons. After confirming everything was in order, Jiang Zhao paid the spirit stones and took his leave. At the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion, Li Wanfeng wore a beaming smile, saying, Safe travels, my friend. Do come again. As he watched Jiang Zhao depart, Li Wanfeng clicked his tongue. Although he had successfully completed a transaction and should feel pleased, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow suffered a loss. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint where the loss lay. While the process of inspecting the goods was correct, an instinctive feeling told him that something had gone amiss at some point. Upon returning to the Wanqing Xianzong, Jiang Zhao first visited the scripture repository. At the entrance stood the same old man as before. Hearing a commotion, he glanced outside, and, upon seeing Jiang Zhao, couldn't help but exclaim softly, Have you laid the foundation? Elder, with keen insight, Jiang Zhao said while slightly cupping his hands. What a remarkable young man. It has only been a short while, yet he has already established his foundation. The old man raised his hand to stroke his beard, a broad smile illuminating his face. It seems that soon, our Wanqing immortal sect will welcome yet another golden core cultivator. Your praise is excessive, Elder. Jiang Zhao replied with poise and grace. I have come today to select some techniques and divine abilities, and I hope the Elder will grant me permission. Please proceed inside. The old man gestured with his hand and advised, the foundational techniques and abilities are located on the second floor. Each volume of technique costs 5 medium-grade spirit stones, so be sure to act within your means. The disciple understands. Jiang Zhao nodded and stepped into the scripture repository, making his way directly to the second floor. He first perused the martial arts section, ultimately selecting a technique titled Mystic In True Interpretation. This manual comprised only the first half, and although its complete version would only allow cultivation up to the peak of the Golden Core stage, It was preferable to the one provided by Zheng Qian. Its primary advantage lay in the tranquility of practice, free from the worry of clandestine schemes. After settling on the technique, Jiang Zhao chose another manual called Moonshadow Soaring Swan as an elevated alternative to the ghostly shadow step. As for offensive techniques, he currently possessed the 10,000 Ghosts Devouring Heart Palm. While commendable, he held a stronger affinity for blade techniques, having already achieved great perfection with the Human Slayer blade. He stood but a hair's breadth away from comprehending the essence of the blade. Thus, it was impractical to divert his focus to other offensive methods at this juncture. After an extensive selection process, Jiang Zhao finally chose the blade's Scripture of No Life. Like the mystic true interpretation, this was also an incomplete technique. However, the distinction was that the latter half of the mystic true interpretation resided on the third floor of the Scripture repository, whereas the lower half of the blade Scripture of No Life was located within the Bloodblade sect. Although possessing only half of it, completing his training would suffice until he reached the nascent soul stage. After breaking through to the Golden Core level, he could inquire at the Bloodblade sect about the possibility of cultivating the latter half. If successful, all would be well. If not, a slight smile crept onto Jiang Zhao's face as he pondered. After all, he was a demonic cultivator. If necessary, he could simply forego the beef. Regardless, he was determined to obtain the latter half of the blade Scripture of No Life. Not even the arrival of Jesus could deter him. Once he had selected all the techniques and divine abilities, Jiang Zhao sought out a secret tome on artifact refinement and a manual on soul searching, bringing them down with him. Presently, he possessed a considerable number of magical artifacts, equipped for both offense and defense. However, the 10,000 Souls banner required a thorough reforging. This particular artifact was excessively malevolent, making it unwise to rely on others for its refinement. Thus, he had no choice but to self-study the art of artifact crafting. After registering at the entrance, Jiang Zhao, with several manuals in hand, turned to depart. Following the route indicated on his identity jade tablet, he did not return to the outer sect area but instead proceeded directly to the inner gate. After a journey of approximately 15 minutes, a serene valley came into view. Flanking the valley were towering mountains, majestic and imposing, with ancient trees reaching skyward, casting vast shadows. In the center, a gentle stream flowed down from the mountains, traversing the entire valley, its crystal-clear waters revealing playful fish beneath the surface. Jiang Zhao walked along the stone path into the valley, taking in the lush greenery and the mist that veiled the landscape. Pavilions were built into the mountainside, harmoniously blending with nature, creating a scene reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the world. This sight brought a sense of relaxation to his heart. To his surprise, demonic cultivators also knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. With a sigh, Jiang Zhao reflected on the grim reality of the demonic cultivators, who, despite their propensity for violence, would hardly wish to dwell amidst a sea of corpses. Such an environment not only dampens one's spirits but also makes one conspicuously vulnerable to pursuit by righteous cultivators. After traversing the valley for a short while, Jiang Zhao halted his steps and turned to ascend the mountain. Moments later, a courtyard constructed of verdant bamboo came into view. Utilizing the identity jade token at his waist, he dispelled the external wards and pushed open the door. The courtyard, though modest in size, approximately 100 square meters, excluding the living quarters, was a significant improvement compared to previous accommodations. The usual dwellings for outer disciples were rudimentary straw huts, where thousands of disciples were crammed into a small area, surrounded by countless tiny shanties. In contrast, the inner disciples resided in this spacious valley, with only about 20 of them occupying the area, making the disparity in treatment glaringly evident. Upon returning to his bedroom, Jiang Zhao first performed a blood oath to establish ownership of all his magical artifacts. He then carefully reviewed the techniques and spells he had acquired, committing them to memory. With a flick of his wrist, a golden portal materialized before him. Stepping through, he was instantaneously transported to another realm, where he was enveloped by a thick aura of ghostly energy. Jiang Zhao felt elated, pondering that perhaps old demon Zheng could never have envisioned that he would traverse into such a ghost-ridden world, where he could rapidly enhance his power by refining spectral entities. Reaching the Golden Core stage, wasn't it merely a matter of having hands? He mused quietly. Glancing at the outside world, he chose not to venture out immediately. Ghostly beings were ever present and could be sought at any time. His immediate priority was to refine the 10,000 Souls banner. Otherwise, should he encounter ghostly servants, the banner would soon be unable to contain them. More critically, the newly added souls of Yang Hu and others were formidable entities in their own right. With just a bit of nurturing, they would become fierce specters at the great perfection of Qi refinement stage, if he could not promptly elevate the banner's quality. The moment their souls broke through to the foundation establishment stage, it would likely burst under the strain. After all, a sect-standard magical artifact could never accommodate a malevolent spirit at the foundation establishment level. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Zhao entered his bedroom and retrieved the alchemical furnace he had recently purchased from the treasure pavilion, placing it at the center of the room. The furnace, meant for crafting artifacts, was somewhat pricey, so he opted for a low-grade alchemical furnace as a temporary measure. As he did not intend to craft any exceptional artifacts, merely aiming to enhance the quality of the 10,000 Souls banner. If he could elevate it to a mid-grade artifact, that would be deemed a success. An upgrade to a high-grade artifact would be a delightful surprise. With a flourish, spiritual stones flew from his storage pouch, embedding themselves into the grooves of the alchemical furnace. As the stones were integrated, intricate and arcane patterns illuminated the furnace's surface. In the next moment, a soft sound echoed, and a faint azure flame suddenly leaped from the furnace. Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he recalled the records from the secret tome of artifact refinement. He promptly cast the Hun banner into the flames, followed by an array of rare materials, each tossed into the alchemical furnace in an orderly manner. As time flowed slowly, a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Outside the villa, a large truck stood parked by the roadside. In front of the truck, Chun Yu and Lu Ruhai stood side by side, gazing at the villa before them, hesitant to take a step closer. After a prolonged silence, Lu Ruhai turned to Qin Yu and inquired, "Captain Qin, are you certain there has been no error in your investigation? It has been over 10 days. Yet that gentleman has not shown himself. I cannot say for certain, but I am convinced that he must be within the villa," Qin Yu replied with unwavering certainty. "Is it possible for an ordinary person to go without food or drink for such an extended period inside the villa?" Lu Ruhai asked, astonished. Yet the question remains. Qin Yu pressed his lips together and gazed toward the villa, murmuring, "Is that gentleman truly an ordinary person?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai fell silent. Indeed, a normal individual could not have swept through the Yuhuan community and subsequently obliterated a stronghold of the ancient god society in a single night. "Perhaps it would be best if you returned to deal with the unusual incidents at the bureau, Captain Qin. I can manage here alone," Lu Ruhai suggested after a moment of contemplation. In recent times, following the annihilation of a stronghold of the ancient god society, numerous spirit manipulators had flocked to Donghai City upon receiving news from the society's headquarters. In their quest for the truth behind the stronghold's destruction, they launched a frenzied retaliation against both the Donghai City Spirit Management Bureau and ordinary citizens. Over the past fortnight, the Bureau had already suffered the loss of more than 10 spirit manipulators. If this continued, even the Spirit Management Bureau, despite its vast resources, would not withstand such losses. After all, they lacked the backing of an S-class spirit and could not continuously produce spirit manipulators, while the ancient god society faced far fewer constraints. An ordinary person who aligned with the ancient god society could swiftly become a spirit manipulator with the aid of an S-class spirit, were it not for the cowardice and fear of death exhibited by these individuals. The spiritual administration would have long succumbed to the pressure exerted by the ancient deity society and faced annihilation. However, the thought of leaving you alone here fills me with trepidation. As Qin Yu spoke, he cast a glance toward the villa. The ancient deity society is indeed formidable. Yet the true source of pressure emanates from that figure within the villa, whose presence is even more terrifying. Should I depart and leave Lu Ruhai by himself? I fear for our director's safety in the face of that individual. After all, since his emergence, that person has never spared a single life among his subordinates. Nobody knows his temperament. What if he is a remorseless killer? By staying here with Lu Ruhai, I can provide some measure of protection. If Lu Ruhai were to confront the being in the villa alone, I suspect our director would not last even a single round against him. Is my life less valuable than that of an ordinary citizen? Lu Ruhai nudged Qin Yu, urging him, "Go. I will act prudently. Do not forget that I am also a spirit master." Unable to resist Lu Ruhai's insistence, Qin Yu reluctantly nodded and began, "Very well. I shall attend to a peculiar matter and return immediately." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, boom, the earth trembled suddenly. Within the villa, an aura of malevolence soared to the heavens. "What is this?" Qin Yu and Lu Ruhai exchanged a glance, both astonished by the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They turned to face the scene before them. Above the villa, a series of enigmatic symbols illuminated the air, each emitting a faint glow akin to distant stars, strikingly prominent. Beneath this multitude of symbols, a straight column of black smoke surged skyward, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The dark mist shot towards the heavens, rapidly spreading and obscuring the sunlight, casting vast shadows below. Enveloped by this black fog, both Qinyu and Lu Ruhai felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling sensation creeping from their feet to the top of their heads, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Is this the aura of a malevolent spirit? Qinyu murmured. As a captain within the Spirit Management Bureau, he had long been engaged in confrontations with such entities and was well acquainted with their presence. Yet, the spirits he had encountered before, regardless of their strength, merely instilled a sense of caution. However, today, the malevolent energy emanating from the villa transcended mere apprehension. It invoked sheer terror, as if an insignificant ant were gazing up at a colossal dragon, utterly devoid of any resistance. Fortunately, the mysterious symbols outside the villa mitigated much of the overwhelming force. Otherwise, Qinyu sensed that he and his superior might have been gravely injured in that very moment. Is he cultivating malevolent spirits? Lu Ruhai's complexion turned ashen as he recalled the Bureau's earlier speculations regarding the enigmatic figure in black, his heart racing with dread. What level of spirit could possess such formidable power? Perhaps an SSS rank? Qinyu swallowed hard, whispering to himself, ordinary S-class spirits can easily obliterate a city, while SS-class spirits can devastate a province. As for SSS-class spirits, they are theorized to have the capacity to annihilate a nation. Yet, such entities have yet to manifest. They exist only in conjecture. They had not anticipated witnessing what seemed to be an SSS-class spirit in the outskirts of Donghai City. In that moment, Qinyu and Lu Ruhai were at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or weep. Meanwhile, within the villa, the alchemical furnace was ignited, and a large black banner ascended gracefully, its surface shimmering with a flowing darkness resembling a small black sun, radiating myriad beams of light. Within the banner, numerous spirits roared in unison, their collective presence forming a vast, surging ocean of malevolence. The sheer number of these spirits elevated the banner's power to an extraordinary level. Even the sorcerer residing there would surely marvel at such a treasure. Success. Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight as he raised his hand to catch the wandering soul's banner, which gracefully descended from the air. After carefully attuning to its essence, his eyes gleamed once more. It was precisely as he had anticipated, a mid-grade magical artifact. The quality of the materials used was commendable, placing it just a hair's breadth away from being a superior-grade artifact. With a bit of further refinement, the power of the wandering soul's banner could ascend to even greater heights. Having achieved success in his initial foray into artifact crafting, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but smile faintly. He understood well that his smooth progress was inextricably linked to the celestial merits conferred upon him in this realm. After all, the blessings bestowed upon him not only enhanced his comprehension but also subtly elevated his fortune. The experience gained from each crafting endeavor, augmented by his heightened insight, was comparable to the cumulative achievements of others who labored over their craft a dozen times. Furthermore, with the aid of fortune, he found himself averting disaster at the brink of failure time and again. The synergy of these two factors made it quite challenging for him to encounter genuine setbacks in his crafting pursuits. If he were to refine a few more artifacts, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he earned the esteemed title of master craftsman within the cultivation world. Jiang Zhao felt an immense sense of elation, bursting into laughter. After thoroughly admiring the fruits of his labor, he stowed the wandering soul's banner away, preparing to venture forth in search of apparitions. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation and turned to gaze outside. Excuse me? Once again, it is him? Prior to his last visit to the Yuhan community, Jiang Zhao had encountered Qinyu. He was aware that the latter was surveilling him with accomplices. However, at that time, his focus was on gathering spectral entities, so he chose to disregard them. Now, seeing Qinyu once more, peering suspiciously outside his villa, even Jiang Zhao, known for his temperance, felt a surge of murderous intent. As a practitioner of demonic arts, he abhorred the notion of being secretly observed. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Zhao summoned the Wandering Soul's banner, conjuring Shinsong, and commanded, "Eliminate them." Indeed, Shinsong responded respectfully. Just as he was about to depart, Jiang Zhao suddenly spoke again. "Wait, what further instructions could the master have?" Shinsong inquired with a hint of confusion. Jiang Zhao did not answer him. Instead, he extended a thread of divine consciousness, surpassing Qinyu and the others, directing his gaze toward the large truck in the distance. Through the cargo compartment, he distinctly observed. The truck was brimming with dozens of spectral entities. "Oh?" Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow, the shadow of gloom on his face dissipating. replaced by a subtle smile at the corners of his lips. Could it be that they had come bearing gifts? He was on the verge of seeking out spirits to enhance his strength, yet unexpectedly, someone had come to his door uninvited, saving him considerable effort. Shen Song, please bring them in, Jiang Zhao commanded. Indeed, Shen Song was bewildered. Although he could not comprehend why his master had changed his mind in such a short span of time, he understood that he merely needed to follow orders. Outside the villa, Qinyu and Lu Ruhai remained engulfed in the shock of recent events, occasionally glancing towards the villa. Just as a sense of unease began to settle in their hearts, a figure enveloped in swirling black smoke emerged from the villa. Director Lu. It has been quite some time. A familiar voice resonated, causing Lu Ruhai's heart to skip a beat. Regaining his composure, he looked towards the figure shrouded in dark mist. Upon recognizing the individual, a tempest of emotion surged within him. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, his throat dry as he murmured. So it is Mr. Shun. I am no longer Mr. Shun. I am merely a pawn in my master's service, Shen Song replied dismissively, waving his hand. He then turned slightly, gesturing invitingly. My master requests your presence. Please follow me. Wait a moment. Lu Ruhai swallowed hard, speaking in a hushed tone. May I inquire as to your master's name? My master's surname is Jiang, Shen Song replied matter-of-factly. Ah, so it is Mr. Jiang. Lu Ruhai's understanding deepened. And as he spoke, he subtly signaled to Qinyu. The latter quickly grasped the hint, turning and dashing towards the truck to retrieve a considerable assortment of items. He returned at a brisk pace, laden with 2 packs of cigarettes, a case of fine liquor, 2 tins of high-quality tea, and an antique. Fortunately, Qinyu was a spirit master. Otherwise, he might have struggled to carry such burdens. Follow me, Shen Song said without elaboration, turning to lead the way. The 2 humans and the ghost subsequently entered the grand hall of the villa. Upon their arrival, they beheld a shadowy figure clad in black descending leisurely from the 2nd floor. Shen Song, filled with trepidation, promptly bowed and announced, Master, I have brought the guests. Behind him, Lu Ruhai exchanged a glance with Qinyu, then turned back to emulate Shen Song's gesture of respect, saying, Lu Ruhai, Qinyu, pays his respects to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Zhao lightly murmured, seated on the sofa in the hall, casting a glance at the 2 individuals. Lu Ruhai and his companion, having not heard the invitation to sit, found themselves awkwardly standing in place, momentarily at a loss. Although they had encountered numerous formidable challenges outside, their capabilities seemed rather insignificant in Jiang Zhao's presence, rendering them too apprehensive to engage in any transgressive behavior. Please, do share. After a brief silence, Jiang Zhao broke the stillness in the air and spoke first. What brings you here? Mr. Jiang, it is indeed a pleasure, Lu Ruhai replied with a beaming smile. Hastily continuing, we have come today primarily to express our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the millions of citizens from Donghai City for your previous acts of kindness. Had it not been for your intervention, the malevolent spirits in the Yuhan community and the ruthless members of the ancient god society would have claimed countless innocent lives. In honor of this meeting, we have prepared a small token of appreciation, and we sincerely hope you will not decline it. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Qinyu, who promptly placed an item in the hall. Jiang Zhao glanced at the object in Qinyu's hands before returning his gaze, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. In the past, such items would have held significant value for him, but now, having established a solid foundation, he found himself indifferent to these technological trinkets. Lu Ruhai noticed this shift and, sensing an opportunity, spoke again. We have heard that you have a particular fondness for collecting spirits. Hence, prior to our visit today, we made special arrangements to procure a few for you, which are currently in our truck outside. I wonder if they might pique your interest? You are most thoughtful, Jiang Zhao responded, a rare smile gracing his lips as he offered his praise. It is our honor to serve you, Mr. Jiang, Lu Ruhai replied, a wave of relief washing over him. Faced with a formidable being capable of effortlessly dismantling their Bureau of Spiritual Management, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no pressure. Thankfully, Jiang Zhao's demeanor had softened somewhat, allowing Lu Ruhai to ease the anxiety that had gripped him. By the way, Mr. Jiang, Lu Ruhai seemed to recall something and continued. We also have some spirits stored in our bureau's warehouse. If you are interested, I can arrange for them to be delivered shortly. Oh, there is such a delightful occurrence. In Jiang Zhao's eyes, a glimmer of brightness emerged, yet her expression remained composed and indifferent as she replied, then let someone bring it over. Very well. Lu Ruhai readily agreed, then tugged at Qinyu and cupped his hands, stating, Mr. Jiang, if you have no further matters at hand, we shall take our leave for the time being. Upon our return, we will promptly arrange for someone to deliver it personally. Having established a familiar presence before Jiang Zhao, Lu Ruhai felt his objective had been accomplished. As for other aspirations, he dared not hope. He merely wished for Jiang Zhao not to cast his gaze upon the Spirit Management Bureau while searching for spectral entities. That alone sufficed. The two turned to depart. But Jiang Zhao's voice echoed once more from behind. Since you are here, why the haste to leave? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai's form quivered slightly, and he slowly turned back, a look of uncertainty crossing his face as he inquired, May I ask what further instructions you have, Mr. Jiang? If it is within our capability at the Spirit Management Bureau, we shall certainly endeavor to fulfill it. There's no need to be anxious. Jiang Zhao waved his hand and chuckled lightly. I harbor no ill intentions towards you both. On the contrary, I intend to bestow upon you a grand fortune. After all, I am neither a wholly good nor entirely bad person. You meant to imply that you are not a good person, did you not? Lu Ruhai silently scoffed within, yet maintained an expression of uncontainable joy on his face as he spoke. Mr. Jiang, you are exceedingly gracious, but as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. From my perspective, this great fortune, is it not something you desire? Jiang Zhao furrowed his brow. Lu Ruhai hurriedly shook his head in denial. Mr. Jiang, you have misunderstood. If you were willing to bestow upon us this fortune, we would be overjoyed. How could we possibly not desire it? That is well, Jiang Zhao said, lightly waving his sleeve. From the storage pouch at his waist, a flurry of yellow talismans emerged. Grasping a vermilion brush, he began drawing symbols in the air. Within a mere quarter hour, 100 spiritual talismans were successfully completed. The art of talisman drawing was something he had learned upon joining the Wancheng immortal sect, initially intending to utilize this skill to earn some extra income within the sect. However, after awakening his dual traversal ability, he gradually set this skill aside. Fortunately, as his strength increased, his proficiency in talisman drawing did not diminish. Rather, it improved significantly. With not a single failure among the 100 talismans. Putting away the vermilion brush, Jiang Zhao presented a stack of talismans to Lu Ruhai, speaking gently. I observe that you, as ordinary mortals, must endure great suffering while controlling spirits. Moreover, your bodies are constantly besieged by ghostly energy, which will inevitably reduce your lifespans. Thankfully, I possess some ghost-restraining talismans. When you return, affix them to yourselves, and you shall have no further worries. Yet, in truth, Jiang Zhao had no real knowledge of ghost-restraining talismans. He merely inscribed the slave spirit mark onto the talisman paper. As long as these talismans were affixed to their bodies, the spirits within them would effectively bear Jiang Zhao's mark, akin to ghostly ropes, becoming his minions. With a mere thought, Jiang Zhao could compel these spirits to suppress their ghostly energy, rendering them harmless to humans. Conversely, he could also, with a single thought, command the spirits within to eliminate their hosts in an instant. Under normal circumstances, as long as the personnel from the Spirit Management Bureau did not harbor hostility towards him, Jiang Zhao had no intention of allowing the spirits to harm their hosts. After all, he was kind-hearted and could not bear to see the common folk suffer. Thus, he offered a glimmer of hope to the spirit controllers of the Bureau. Upon receiving this hope, Jiang Zhao believed that the personnel of the Spirit Management Bureau would exert themselves even more diligently in combating spirits. Consequently, the spirits he would later acquire would multiply. Most crucially, should any spirit controller fall during their battles, Jiang Zhao would generously allow their descendants to inherit their parents' spirits. With the weight of their parents' blood feuds pressing upon them, Jiang Zhao anticipated that the subsequent spirit controllers would harbor even greater animosity towards spirits. Thus, this cycle would perpetuate endlessly, ensuring that he, Jiang Zhao, could simply reap the rewards of spirits that came to him, with only minor inconveniences requiring his intervention. Ghost-restraining talismans? Lu Ruhai remained entranced by the spectacle he had just witnessed, still unable to grasp the reality. Indeed, throughout his life, he had never witnessed anyone effortlessly conjuring such a multitude of talismans with a mere wave of their sleeve, particularly when those talismans floated in midair without descending. It was nothing short of a divine display. Could it be that this Mr. Jiang is indeed an immortal? Contemplating this, Lu Ruhai's attitude towards Jiang Zhao became increasingly respectful. His face adorned with a broad smile, he tremulously accepted the spiritual talisman with both hands, treating it with the utmost reverence. A gift from an immortal must undoubtedly be something extraordinary. Moreover, given the formidable prowess of this individual, there is nothing he could possibly desire that he does not already possess. As an ordinary person, Lu Ruhai considered himself merely a relatively strong ghost master. Such a level of ability pales in comparison to Mr. Jiang. Furthermore, he believed there was nothing of significance about himself that would warrant Mr. Jiang's attention. Therefore, it stands to reason that this Mr. Jiang, bestowing upon them these spiritual talismans, was motivated solely by goodwill and would not wish them harm. I bestow upon you the ghost-restraining talismans, considering your unwavering dedication to the public good. I hope that after you address your physical ailments, you remain true to your original intentions, Jiang Zhao stated calmly, though he emphasized the last 4 words with a weightier tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai's expression grew solemn as he assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, our Spirit Management Bureau has always regarded ghostly entities as adversaries. Even without the ghost-restraining talismans, we would fight against them until the very end. With the talismans now in our possession, our entire bureau will face any challenge, be it climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames, without so much as a furrowed brow." "Excellent," Jiang Zhao exclaimed, clearly pleased. "That is precisely what I wish to hear. The malevolent spirits outside are beyond your current abilities to manage. Henceforth, any spirits you subdue may be directed to me." His expression was solemn, exuding an air of righteousness, akin to that of a towering figure of virtue. "I shall devise a means to eradicate them one by one. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we are fully aware of the necessary course of action," Lu Ruhai assured him repeatedly. "Indeed," Jiang Zhao gently nodded, waving his hand. "As long as you are aware, should there be." Her words trailed off. Jiang Zhao's expression shifted as she glanced toward the exterior of the villa, stating with an air of indifference, "Are the 2 spirit tamers from the community across the street also affiliated with you? Across the road?" Lu Ruhai, bewildered, exchanged a glance with Qinyu. After a moment, he gently shook his head and replied, "We have no idea. Over 10 days ago, after they gauged Jiang Zhao's capabilities, they withdrew all personnel from the nearby Spirit Administration Bureau. After all, Jiang Zhao's displayed power is exceedingly terrifying. Just the fact that he hasn't sought trouble with us is already worthy of our gratitude. Who would dare to send someone to surveil Jiang Zhao's every move at this juncture? That would be akin to the old immortal hanging themselves, seeking an end to a long life. Isn't he one of yours?" Jiang Zhao's lips curled into a smirk as he slowly rose to his feet, taking a step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, on the 18th floor of the opposite apartment, 2 shadowy figures clad in black funeral garments peered through a pair of binoculars, intently observing the villa area across the street. "Brother Ming, what do you think has transpired inside with Lu Ruhai and Qinyu being in there for so long?" asked a gaunt man in a hushed tone. Beside him, the man referred to as Brother Ming lowered his binoculars and retorted irritably, "How should I know? Our mission is to keep a close watch on Lu Ruhai and Qinyu." Meng Gu, the lean man remarked, his eyes darting with a hint of obsequiousness. "I now suspect that the individuals responsible for the demise of our ancient deity society's stronghold reside in the villa below. Do you really need to state the obvious?" Meng Gu retorted with a scoff, clearly irritated. "I am not blind. Moments earlier, when Lu Ruhai and Qinyu entered the villa, their gestures of offering cigarettes and alcohol, coupled with their utmost respect, had not escaped the keen observation of the 2 onlookers. One was the director of the Spiritual Affairs Bureau, and the other was the captain of the same bureau. Either of them would be a prominent figure in Donghai City. Could an ordinary person command such reverence? Furthermore, considering the terrifying events that had just transpired, Mengu couldn't help but feel a twinge of dread. To the uninformed, it might have seemed like the apocalypse had descended. It was likely that only this individual could swiftly obliterate a stronghold of the ancient deity society in such a short span of time. "Has the news spread yet?" Mengu inquired, raising his binoculars once more to observe below, confirming that Lu Ruhai and the others had not yet emerged before turning back to ask his question. "Rest assured, Meng," said the slender man, shaking his phone in his hand with a smile. "I just sent a message back." "What did they say?" Meng pressed. "They instructed us to remain vigilant and not to alert the enemy. In another hour, they will send some strong reinforcements," the slender man replied swiftly. "An hour?" Meng furrowed his brow. In the past, he would have thought little of it, but now an hour felt interminable. The slender man seemed to sense Meng's unease and offered reassurance with a smile. "There's no need to worry, Meng. Even if the individuals in the villa are formidable, how many can they truly contend with? Our ancient god society has invested heavily for this confrontation. 3 Class A specters, 10 Class B specters, along with over 10 spirit controllers. Even if the Spirit Management Bureau deploys their main force, it will be more than enough to handle them." "Damn it, I know this already. Do you need to remind me?" Ming shot back, kicking the man lightly with irritation. "Keep your voice down. We don't want the people below to catch wind of us. Don't we have the ghost shrouds?" The slender man rubbed his belly and brushed off the footprints on his clothes, looking somewhat aggrieved. The ghost shrouds can conceal our ghostly aura, and ordinary folks surely won't detect us. Besides, didn't Lu Ruhai and Xinyu fail to notice our presence? They may not have noticed, but what about the one inside the villa? Ming turned and glared at him fiercely. Then, he picked up the binoculars and continued to observe below. Just as his eyes were trained on the lenses, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, "What is that?" In the villa, a black light surged forth with astonishing speed, appearing just moments ago hundreds of meters away and now hovering before the window. As it drew closer, Ming finally discerned what the dark light contained. It was a person, more precisely a young man. This individual was shrouded in an overwhelming aura of darkness, resembling a judge of the underworld emerging from the depths of hell. Just a single glance sent chills down one's spine, leaving one feeling as though they were plunging into an icy abyss. This is bad. We've been discovered. Ming's heart raced, and as he instinctively attempted to retreat, it was already too late. With a resounding bang, the window shattered, sending a flurry of glass shards into the air. Ming and a slender man were struck as if by an unseen force, their bodies hurtling backward like cannonballs, crashing against the rear wall with a thunderous impact. Countless cracks radiated outward from their point of collision, spreading wildly in all directions. Yet, despite the chaos, both men remained alive. After all, as practitioners of spirit manipulation, their vitality surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Now tell me, who sent you? Jiang Zhao strolled into the room, took a seat, and regarded the two with an air of nonchalance. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing echoed. Mengu struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a fierce glare, he directed his gaze towards Jiang Zhao not far away and coldly declared, "If you have the guts, then kill me. Regardless, our message has already spread. It won't be long before the ancient gods arrive here. I am not afraid to reveal it. Want to die? I shall grant you that." Jiang Zhao, disinterested in further dialogue, raised his hand and struck. In the void, a surge of ghostly energy swirled, coalescing into a colossal black handprint, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it descended upon Meng Ji's head. A muffled thud resonated through the air. Before Meng could complete his sentence, it was abruptly cut short. Before them stood a headless corpse, stationary and incessantly spilling blood onto the ground. This chilling scene sent shivers of terror coursing through the lean man beside him. He had known Meng for a considerable time and understood the essence of his character. Meng was not one to remain unperturbed in the face of death. His earlier bravado, invoking the name of the ancient deity society, was merely an attempt to intimidate the cloaked figure before them. Yet, who could have anticipated the sheer ferocity of this dark-clad individual? Without uttering a word, he had obliterated Meng's head with ruthless efficiency. Did he not fear the ancient deity society? In that moment, the fragile string of resolve within the lean man snapped irrevocably. He hastily knelt, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. I will tell you everything." But it was too late for such confessions. Jiang Zhao rose and approached the man, extending a hand to rest upon his head. A thread of divine awareness surged from his palm into the man's mind. In a fleeting moment, a vast array of memories unfurled before Jiang Zhao's eyes. After perusing the revelations for some time, he withdrew his hand, his mind now grasping the truth. 3 Class A specters, alongside 10 Class B specters and 13 spirit manipulators. With such meager strength, did they dare to conspire against me? Navi. Jiang Zhao smirked, glancing down at the emaciated man at his feet, whose body lay limp, a foolish grin on his face, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a swift motion, Jiang crushed the man's skull beneath his foot. Subsequently, he collected the 2 wayward spirits along with the souls of the 2 individuals, and approached the window, raising his hand to summon a black carriage. As the carriage materialized, it elongated in the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye into a genuine carriage, towering at 2 meters and stretching about 4 to 5 meters in length. The 2 white horses at the front appeared so lifelike that one might mistake them for reality if not observed closely. That old man Zheng Qian must possess quite a few treasures, Jiang mused. I must ensure to extract them from him. With a whisper to himself, Jiang stepped into the carriage. In the next moment, the white horses neighed, their hooves leaving the ground, as they pulled the black carriage into a streak of dark divine light, soaring skyward, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. After Jiang Zhao's disappearance, Lu Ruhai and Xinyu had just exited the villa. The two stood, awestruck, gazing at the vanishing brilliance in the sky. Mr. Jiang is truly a celestial being, isn't he? Lu Ruhai murmured. It must be so, Xinyu replied, uncertainty clouding his voice. Yet the events of the day had irrevocably shattered his previous worldview. Now that the extraordinary has unfolded, is the presence of a celestial being truly so far-fetched? Director, should we pursue him? After all, Mr. Zhang's every action creates quite a stir. We ought to assist him in the aftermath, Chen Yu suggested softly. That makes sense. Lu Ruhai pondered for a moment before retrieving the car keys from his pocket and walking towards a black car, speaking as he moved. Let's take my car and see if we can catch up with Mr. Jiang. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in Donghai City, a dozen figures were seated around a conference table. Each individual exuded a chilling aura, and the leaders among them were not even human, but rather spectral entities. Their terrifying presence causing the temperature of the entire meeting room to drop several degrees. Is everyone present? At the head of the table, a man with a scarred face glanced at the assembly and spoke in a grave tone. I have just received news from Xiao Meng regarding the recent developments concerning the eradication of the ancient deity's stronghold in Donghai City. Who is responsible? A raspy voice interjected, emanating from a head placed upon the table, while its body remained seated in the chair behind. Any outsider witnessing this would be horrified. Yet those present were accustomed to such scenes and paid it no mind. It is said that it was an individual residing in a villa in the northern suburbs. The identity of this person is still unclear, but we have discovered the owner of the villa, the scarred man responded swiftly. Who is the owner of the villa? Someone inquired. He is the president of a club of demon tamers, but that club has since disbanded. The scar-faced man spoke. In that case, why wait any longer? Let us directly confront him and crush him without hesitation. The headless corpse rose, casually picking up the head from the table, preparing to stride towards the exit. However, after taking only a couple of steps, the scar-faced man immediately stood up to intervene, saying, Mr. Ghost Leader, please pause. What more do you wish to say? The Ghost Leader halted, his voice chillingly cold. Hearing his tone, the demon tamers present could not help but shudder, while others were unaware. They possessed some knowledge. The individual from the Ancient God Society's outpost in Donghai City, known as the Smoker, was said to have emerged from the same place as the Ghost Leader, indicating a close camaraderie between the two demons. And now, the Ghost Leader's urgency was also motivated by a desire for vengeance for the Smoker. It is thus. The scar-faced man said, his scalp tingling with apprehension, yet he gritted his teeth and continued. The individual at the villa in the northern suburbs managed to dismantle one of our Ancient God Society's outposts in a remarkably short time, revealing his formidable strength. If we act recklessly without thorough preparation, I fear we may allow him to escape. Once he evades us and goes into hiding, locating him again will be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Well, upon hearing these words, the Ghost Leader pondered for a moment, then lifted his head and returned. He resumed his seat, turning his head towards the scarred face with a somber expression, and said, Speak of your plan. My plan is as follows. Shortly, I shall lead several ghost tamers to the entrance and block it, while you, sir, along with 2 other A-class ghost deities, will remain hidden nearby. The scarred face spoke solemnly, surveying everyone present before continuing softly. When we engage them in battle, you will emerge unexpectedly. At that moment, even if he possesses formidable strength, he shall undoubtedly meet his demise. This plan may not be meticulously crafted, but it relies on surprise. With a success rate exceeding 70%. What does everyone think? The plan is quite commendable. Just as the scarred face finished speaking, a voice of praise rang out. Upon hearing this, the scarred face felt a swell of pride. After all, having one plan crack, the glass shattered. Jiang Zhao stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as he counted the number of individuals. 3 A-class spirits and 13 spirit tamers, yet there were still 10 B-class spirits missing. Where could they be? As he spoke, a dark banner materialized in his hand, which he thrust into the ground with a resounding thud. The banner billowed, releasing tendrils of black mist that enveloped the area, sending a shiver down the spines of those present. Who are you? Do you even realize where you are? The scarred-faced man did not respond, but one of his subordinates, a spirit tamer, rose abruptly and reprimanded him with a voice full of fury. Are you quite courageous? Jiang Zhao turned his head. As soon as he uttered these words, from the array of spirits beside him, a fierce ghost surged forth, imbued with a thick aura of malevolence, charging towards the ghost master. A sudden sound akin to fabric tearing echoed through the air. Before anyone could react, the spirit master was violently obliterated, a cloud of crimson mist enveloping the room, mingling with fragments of flesh and bone, splattering in all directions. In the conference room, each individual was inevitably stained with traces of blood. Such a gruesome spectacle, despite their familiarity with death, sent shockwaves through their minds. If I am not mistaken, it seems your actions have annihilated a faction of my ancient deity society, remarked the scarred face, his expression calm, yet turbulent waves roiled within his heart. What is happening? How could this occur? We had yet to approach, yet he has taken the initiative to strike? Could it be that little Meng has betrayed us? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he rose slightly, an eerie aura emanating from his being. However, before he could fully straighten, a sinister black hand suddenly appeared upon his shoulder, gripping tightly. With a resounding thud, he was thrust back into his seat. The scarred face swiftly turned, only to discover, behind him, an ominous silhouette cloaked in swirling black smoke, its crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity, as if poised to rend him limb from limb. What on earth is this? The scarred man was utterly bewildered. As he turned around, he realized that he was not alone. Every other spirit practitioner present, and even the ghostly entities behind them, were similarly accompanied by a shadowy figure. Indeed, you guessed it correctly. Jiang Zhao stepped forward, slowly approaching the scarred man. He gently shook his head and remarked, "But that is not the answer I seek." As he spoke, he raised a hand and placed it atop the other man's head. An overwhelming surge of consciousness enveloped the space. Moments later, Jiang Zhao withdrew his hand. Drawing from his previous experience, he conducted the soul's search with remarkable swiftness, soon uncovering the answer he desired. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within the scarred man's mind. He still could not locate the whereabouts of the ancient god society's lair. This group of spirit practitioners and ghostly beings hailed from a city within the Great U territory, a place that had been mysteriously obliterated. In that city, humanity had perished, transformed into a bizarre sanctuary. The outpost established by the ancient god society there had lost its purpose. Consequently, the headquarters of the ancient god society had redirected them to Donghai City. Their dual objectives were to investigate the truth behind the obliteration of the previous outpost and to re-establish a foothold in Donghai City. To his surprise, the ancient god society had concealed itself so thoroughly, it seemed necessary to enlist the spirit practitioners from the Spirit Management Bureau for a thorough investigation. Jiang Zhao pondered. Considering that the ancient god society, dominated by the bizarre, frequently attracted these individuals or spirits to their doorstep, which should have been advantageous for him. Yet, he preferred not to passively accept the arrival of ghostly entities. He relished the idea of proactively confronting them. Otherwise, each time he crossed over, he would be burdened with these trifles, wasting precious time. Having formed a resolution, Jiang Zhao turned his attention to the headless specter beside him. Its severed head resting on the table, its lifeless eyes fixated on him with unyielding intensity. Despite bang, Jiang Zhao struck down with a fist, sending it back once more. "This is sufficient for you." Jiang Zhao took a seat in the chair previously occupied by the scar-faced man and gently gestured, "Please take care of everything." Indeed, the spirits responded. In the next moment, a chilling scream pierced the air, only to abruptly cease. A dozen spirit tamers met their demise simultaneously, their inner demons, along with 3 Class A entities, sealed away entirely. Observing the myriad souls within the soul banner, Jiang Zhao felt an unperturbed calm. After all, having learned from the tragic events at Yuhuan community, the addition of these souls hardly stirred any excitement. In comparison to ordinary spirits, those from Yuhuan community, driven solely by bloodlust, possessed a far greater value. It seemed he would need to consult Lu Ruhai and the others regarding the locations with a higher concentration of ghostly servants. Jiang Zhao contemplated. After dealing with the members of the ancient god society, he did not depart immediately, but chose to wait a while longer. Approximately 20 minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the conference room. Soon, the door swung open, and over 10 spirit tamers rushed in. Upon entering, the gruesome scene within left them in a state of shock. Some of the more inexperienced tamers turned pale, quickly covering their mouths and fleeing the room. However, the leader, Lu Ruhai, maintained a semblance of composure. Steadying himself, he gazed at the figure clad in black, seated calmly at the conference table, a respectful smile blossoming on his face. "Mr. Jiang, are you unharmed?" "It is nothing," Jiang Zhao casually replied, "yet you all arrived later than I had anticipated. You traveled by flight while we ran. How could we possibly match your speed?" Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Lu Ruhai dared not voice them. He offered an apologetic smile and said, "We were delayed on the way, and I hope Mr. Jiang can be understanding." "Not a problem." Jiang Zhao waved his hand, casting a sidelong glance at the other party, and said leisurely, "Since you have arrived, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we will handle it with utmost diligence," Lu Ruhai assured. thumping his chest in guarantee. Indeed. Jiang Zhao rose and inquired once more. During this period, please investigate the whereabouts of the ancient deity's lair, as well as the locations with a higher concentration of ghostly servants. Report to me immediately upon receiving any information. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he straightened his posture. Could it be that Mr. Jiang intended to take action against the Ancient God Society? This would indeed be splendid news. For years, the Ancient God Society had persisted in unleashing malevolent spirits upon Donghai City, leaving the Spirit Management Bureau no room for complacency. If Mr. Jiang were to eradicate the Ancient God Society, it would grant the Bureau a much-needed respite. Leave. There is no need to see me off. Jiang Zhao waved his hand and approached the window, stepping into the carriage that had been patiently waiting outside. Once settled, the two white horses neighed and surged into the sky. As Lu Ruhai watched Jiang Zhao depart, a spirit master behind him could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Director, who is this Mr. Jiang? He does not seem to inspire confidence. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ruhai swiftly interjected with a sharp reprimand. Silence. With that, he swiftly made his way to the window, peering outside to confirm that Jiang Zhao had not returned. Only then did he discreetly exhale a sigh of relief. Turning around, he fixed his gaze intently on the spirit master who had just spoken. Do you realize the weight of your words? Fortunately, Mr. Jiang has already departed. Otherwise, every one of us present today would have to pay the price for your indiscretion. As the director of the spiritual administration, he was well aware of whether Jiang Zhao was a good or bad person. Over the years, while he may not have claimed to know countless individuals, his long tenure in a position of power had exposed him to a myriad of personalities. He had learned to deduce character based on one's conduct. As for Jiang Zhao, as long as he stood in opposition to the bazaar, Lu Ruhai cared little for the rest. What did it matter if his methods were ruthless? As long as he possessed strength and directed it against the bazaar or the Ancient God Society, even the most brutal tactics were justifiable. Throughout the years, who among the ordinary people who fell victim to the Ancient God Society or the bazaar did not meet a tragic end? In the conference room today, rather than feeling that the proceedings were cruel, Lu Ruhai felt as though he had expelled a long-held frustration from his chest. I merely. Beyond my OG who had just spoken pressed his lips together, seemingly wishing to articulate further. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Ruhai, who inquired in a grave tone. Pray tell, what time is it now? And who, may I ask, has perished within this room? Indeed. Do not continue with that. The world has already reached its end. Those who perish in this room are all heinous villains. Lu Ruhai's expression was frigid as he articulated each word. Are you aware of how many lives are claimed daily in our great you due to the bizarre resurgence? At present, the anomalies have nearly seized control of the entire world. Even our Donghai city has severed ties with the outside realm. Yet, at this moment, there exists one individual who can safeguard you, me, and even our families, friends, and the millions of citizens in Donghai City. Do you still wish to ponder whether this person is virtuous or malevolent? Upon the conclusion of these words, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. After a brief pause, the spirit master spoke softly. Director, I comprehend. You comprehend nothing. Lu Ruhai retorted sharply, casting a disapproving glance at the individual. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Go home and reflect for a while. Return only when you can control your tongue. As for all of you. Lu Ruhai turned his gaze towards the others and stated solemnly, Upon your return to the Bureau today, each and every one of you shall sign a confidentiality agreement. Regardless of what you witness or hear today, not a single word must be divulged to the outside world. Is that understood? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Indeed. Lu Ruhai uttered softly, surveying the room's surroundings before continuing, Leave 2 individuals here to meticulously clean this place, ensuring not a trace remains. The others shall escort all personnel from this company back to the Spiritual Administration Bureau for thorough interrogation, in hopes of uncovering any valuable information. As Lu Ruhai ascended the stairs, he had already taken note that the floor they occupied belonged to a software company. The ability of the members of the Ancient Deity Society to silently infiltrate this conference room undoubtedly indicated an inextricable connection to this software firm. Presently, Mr. Jiang had tasked him with investigating the lair of the Ancient Deity Society. Therefore, it was prudent for him to first confront the individuals behind this company, seeking to extract any pertinent intelligence. Go ahead, Lu Ruhai waved his hand. Indeed. The crowd responded and turned to leave. However, Captain Shun, observing the departing group, Lu Ruhai seemed to recall something and called out, Director, do you have any other matters? Shin Yu turned back, curiosity evident in his voice. Please arrange for a few individuals to stand guard at the corridor entrance to prevent anyone from approaching the conference room. Furthermore, Lu Ruhai's expression grew more solemn as he advised, please instruct the personnel in the bureau to be prompt and efficient in delivering the spirits required by Mr. Jiang. We must not keep him waiting. Understood, Qin Yu replied, nodding before swiftly departing. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Zhao proceeded to unload all the spirits from the large truck, although he was already aware of the exact count. Witnessing 30 spirits laid out before him brought an undeniable joy to his heart. Lu Ruhai is truly a generous man. Jiang Zhao marveled inwardly. He had personally made a trip earlier and had only acquired 26 spirits. Yet, Lu Ruhai had sent him an entire 30 in one go. Combined, his collection now amounted to a staggering 56 spirits. It seemed his foundation establishment was assured. Before Jiang Zhao could bask in his elation for too long, the sound of brakes echoed from outside the villa. He looked up, and, upon seeing the source, a smile broke across his face. Another delivery. A spirit controller from the Spirit Administration Bureau arrived in a truck laden with additional spirits. While the quantity was not as plentiful as the last shipment, it still contained a commendable 22 spirits. Jiang Zhao gestured for Shen Song to lead a group of vengeful spirits outside to assist in transporting the newly arrived spirits indoors. Master, upon returning to the villa, Shen Song placed the ghostly object down and said, the person from the Spiritual Affairs Bureau asked me to convey a message to you. What did he say? Jiang Zhao inquired. He mentioned that the supernatural entities within the Spirit Administration had already been vacated. Is this all there is? Jiang Zhao furrowed his brow. As far as he knew, the resurgence of malevolent spirits in this world had been ongoing for quite some time, and the Spiritual Administration Bureau of Donghai City had managed to endure through the apocalypse for as long as they had, indicating a certain depth of foundation. How could it be that there were only 70 or 80 spirits? In response, the master spoke. The spirit tamers have informed me that when Donghai City was not yet isolated from the outside world, most of the malevolent spirits were sent to Kyoto. The ones we have here are merely those accumulated over the past 6 months. Shen Song recounted slowly. I see, Jiang Zhao nodded slightly. Though not as many as he had anticipated, the current count of 78 spirits would suffice. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, each breakthrough within the minor realms required a substantial accumulation of true essence, and it would certainly not be as simple as in the Qi refinement stage, where just a few spirits could facilitate a breakthrough. Jiang Zhao estimated that after refining all 78 spirits, while he could not guarantee reaching the peak of foundation establishment, attaining the later stage of foundation establishment should be well within reach. After waiting half a month at the initial stage of foundation establishment, it was indeed time to advance. Returning to his room, Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged on the bed. He arranged dozens of malevolent spirits in a line, from inside to outside the room. Feeling the dense aura of malevolence surrounding him, slowly, he closed his eyes, preparing to break through to the next realm. In the next moment, as the true essence coursed through Jiang Zhao's meridians, the surrounding thick malevolent energy seemed to find a channel, surging wildly into his body. As the massive influx of malevolent energy entered him, Jiang Zhao's cultivation began to rise swiftly. More than half an hour later, in the office of Lu Ruhai at the Donghai City Spiritual Administration Bureau, Lu Ruhai sat behind his desk, while 8 captains stood before him. The reason I have summoned you today is to entrust you with something, Lu Ruhai spoke calmly. As he spoke, he pulled out a thick stack of talisman paper from his bosom. Upon seeing the stack of talismans, a flicker of confusion crossed the faces of the 8 captains. Long before the strange phenomena emerged, the DU government had consulted both the Buddhist and Taoist sects to inquire if they had any methods to deal with the anomalies. Yet the response had been one of helplessness. Little did they expect that today, Lu Ruhai would present them with a pile of talisman papers. Beside him, Qin Yu, who was already aware of the situation, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. However, since Lu Ruhai had yet to speak further, he refrained from saying much. You must be very curious about what this is. Lu Ruhai took a sip of tea, disregarding the eager gazes of the captains, and said slowly. I won't keep you in suspense. This item is called the Ghost Suppression Talisman. I acquired it from a highly skilled individual. The specific effects have yet to be tested. Who among you would like to be the first to try it? The 8 captains exchanged glances. Finally, Qin Yu stepped forward, just about to speak, when someone else interjected. I'll give it a try. A young man spoke, clad in a white suit, his face obscured by an eye mask, and his expression appeared rather haggard. This was to be expected. After mastering the spirit entities, these apparitions linger within the host, incessantly draining their life force. Every practitioner of spirit control suffers similarly. Their vitality diminished. Some are reduced to mere shells of their former selves, with the entities within poised to awaken at any moment. Lu Ruhai cast a glance at the speaker and nodded slightly. Since Captain Han is willing to make the first attempt, let him demonstrate for everyone. With that, he produced a piece of yellow talisman paper and placed it in Captain Han's hand. How is this used? Captain Han inquired. Lu Ruhai fell silent. This question seemed to have slipped his mind. However, with the situation pressing upon him, he felt compelled to inquire. Albeit with a touch of uncertainty, why don't you try placing it upon your eyes? Very well. Captain Han nodded, placing the talisman over his eyes. In the next instant, the mysterious patterns on the talisman seemed to come to life, shimmering with a dark radiance. An arcane rune gracefully ascended, transforming into a streak of luminous energy that, with a swiftness that defied perception, surged into Captain Han's mind. With a resounding thud, Captain Han found himself enveloped in darkness, his body collapsing feebly to the ground. What is happening? The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Even Lu Ruhai stood up in uncertainty, gazing towards Captain Han. Captain Han, are you all right? Shin Yu approached him, reaching out to assist him. However, before his hand could make contact, Captain Han raised his hand to stop him. He gently shook his head. His voice, though faint, carried a hint of joy. I am perfectly fine, Captain Han said as he propped himself up with his hands and rose to his feet. He slowly removed the eye mask from his face and retrieved a small mirror from his pocket to inspect his now restored black and white pupils. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "The talisman truly works. It is indeed miraculous. Not only am I unharmed, but I feel absolutely splendid. What about the spirit within you?" Someone inquired. "I shall give it a try," Captain Han responded. Subsequently, without any further movement, his eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, the red radiance spreading forth to envelop the entire office. Captain Han's figure drifted through every corner of the office like a specter. After an extensive attempt lasting 7 or 8 minutes, he reluctantly retracted his enigmatic power. Meanwhile, another captain switched off the timer on his phone. 7 minutes and 36 seconds. Upon stating this duration, he glanced at Captain Han and continued, despite utilizing such peculiar powers for an extended period. There are no signs of any supernatural resurgence in Captain Han. It appears that the spirit within Captain Han has truly been subdued. Is it truly so? Lu Ruhai felt a surge of energy. He glanced at the more than 90 ghost-restraining talismans remaining on the table, and his heart ignited with fervor. For years, their spirit management bureau had been suppressed by strange forces and ancient deities, primarily due to the limitation that the spirit tamers could not continuously wield supernatural powers. Under normal circumstances, when engaging with the supernatural, utilizing such powers for a minute or two was commendable. To sustain it for 7 or 8 minutes was beyond imagination. However, the present moment was markedly different. With the assistance of the ghost-restraining talismans, Lu Ruhai was confident that within a month, he could capture dozens of malevolent spirits. Indeed, it was quite possible that the number would exceed expectations. Mr. Jiang was truly extraordinary. Lu Ruhai silently praised in his heart. Before handing the talismans in his hand to Captain Chun Yu before him, stating gravely, "Captain Chun, please distribute the ghost-restraining talismans to everyone." Indeed, Chun Yu promptly responded. As he distributed the talismans for subduing spirits to each captain, one of the captains who had just received a talisman could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Director, where did you procure these talismans for subduing spirits?" "Do not ask too many questions." Lu Ruhai waved his hand and cast a glance at the other party, speaking in a low voice. "Just remember, from now on, you all need to capture more ghostly entities. Each captain must apprehend at least 7 to 10 ghostly beings every month. Is that too much to ask?" "Not excessive." Several captains hastily shook their heads. As Jiang Zhao endeavored to break through and the spiritual bureau busied itself with exorcising spirits, time quietly slipped away. Half a month later, at the foot of a peak belonging to the Wanqing immortal sect, Zheng Qian clasped his hands in salute, a trace of a smile emerging on his aged face as he hoarsely spoke. "Daoist Zhou, I shall escort you no further." "Daoist Jing, you are far too courteous," replied the elderly man addressed as Daoist Zhou, whose head was crowned with white hair and whose power was modest, being merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, he bore another significant title, Master of Array Formation. Such individuals are rare treasures within the cultivation world. While their personal strength may be lacking, without the assistance of formations, a single Zheng Qian could easily overwhelm 5 Golden Core Array Masters. Yet, once the formations were set, those 5 Jingqians might find themselves at a distinct disadvantage against a single array master. Taoist Zhou, the price I have offered is worth your consideration. There is no one in the vicinity of the Wanqing immortal sect who can provide a lower price than I, the elder with the surname Zhou said with a smile. Rest assured, Taoist Zhou, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity after I deliberate thoroughly, Jingqian replied, his smile devoid of sincerity. Very well. The elderly man surnamed Zhou slightly cupped his hands and said, I shall take my leave for today. After uttering these words, he turned and departed. Once he had flown far away, Jingqian's expression abruptly turned cold, and he scoffed. What audacity! 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for a soul-locking great formation. And this does not even cover the cost of materials. Even with my years of accumulation, I cannot afford such extravagance. I cannot possibly become a pauper after successfully seizing a body. It seems I must consult other masters of formations. Zheng Qian pondered, as he considered the nearby formation master. He caught sight of his attendant out of the corner of his eye and inquired, Has my dear disciple been up to anything of late? Returning to the master. The attendant quickly bowed and respectfully stated, Since Brother Jiang returned to his residence, he has not stepped outside for the past half-month. Is that so? Zheng Qian chuckled coldly, expressing disdain as he remarked, My dear disciple seems to be planning to retreat into seclusion for rigorous training, only to surprise me later. What a pity. It is regrettable that one only realizes the importance of diligent practice when it is already too late. With less than a year remaining, he has nearly prepared himself. In such a brief span, even if Jiang Zhao were to seclude himself for daily cultivation, what difference would it make? A year later, could he truly turn the tides? Although the odds of such a transformation are slim, Zheng Qian believes it prudent to be prepared for all possibilities. Make a visit to Jiang Zhao's residence, Zheng Qian calmly instructed. Inform him that remaining idle within the sect is quite unbecoming. As a disciple of the Wanqing Xianzong, he must contribute to the sect's endeavors. I urge him to undertake more tasks at the mission hall in the coming days. By the way, let us observe what advancements he has achieved over the past fortnight. Venturing outside is far more perilous than remaining within the confines of the sect. Zheng Qian doubts that, under such circumstances, his obedient disciple could still focus on seclusion and cultivation. Indeed, I shall promptly inform Brother Jiang of this matter. The attendant bowed deeply and swiftly turned away. Meanwhile, in a mysterious realm, within the villa, Jiang Zhao has immersed himself in a peculiar state. Grasping the Xianyue ancient blade, he diligently practices the Wuxing Sword Sutra. Although he does not employ true essence, each movement is executed with exquisite precision. Akin to the elusive horns of an antelope, impossible to trace. With each cycle of practice, the formidable aura of the blade surrounding him intensifies. 2 days have elapsed. Every blade of grass and tree within the villa seems to have been influenced, transformed into chilling blades that resonate with a clang as Jiang Zhao swings his sword. Not far away, Shen Song and a host of formidable spirits have taken refuge beneath the eaves, their eyes reflecting profound terror as they observe Jiang Zhao's swordplay in the courtyard. Though he has not harnessed true essence, the sheer force of his blade grants them the unsettling illusion of impending dismemberment. Has it been over 2 days? Should we not call upon our master? Someone suggested in a hushed tone. Absolutely not. Shen Song shook his head, gazing at Jiang Zhao's figure. In a solemn tone, he remarked, The master's current state resembles that of enlightenment found in novels. To awaken him at this moment would likely incur his wrath. Just in case. At this point, Shen Song cast a meaningful glance at the ghost who had just spoken, saying, Can you withstand the summons of the spirits within the 10,000 souls banner, who call upon you 10,000 times each day? Upon hearing this, the previously speaking ghost shuddered. The situation now was vastly different from before. The malevolent spirits within the 10,000 souls banner had already exceeded 1,000. If each were to summon someone 10,000 times, even a deity would struggle to endure such torment. Yet, it was not a sustainable practice for the master to continue honing his skills this way. We must hope that the master awakens before we meet our end. 4. Another ghost, eyes filled with dread, murmured, Has the master not provided us a means to escape this villa? Endure it for a while. Shen Song glanced at the figure in the courtyard and sighed. It should be soon. Although he had ventured out previously, it was only with Jiang Zhao's permission that he could leave the villa. Should Jiang Zhao disallow it, he would not dare to depart unbidden. The consequence would be nothing short of obliteration. As despair began to envelop Shen Song and the other spirits, Jiang Zhao remained calm and introspective. Clutching a bloodied long knife, he traversed an expanse of desolation, his feet treading upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. An innumerable pile of bodies accumulating behind him. Since the inception of his enlightenment, He had lost count of the lives he had extinguished. Fortunately, as the last creature succumbed, no new beings emerged. Was the essence of the lifeless blade scripture merely to slaughter all living things? Jiang Zhao murmured to himself, lifting his gaze to the heavens. Sensing that his comprehension of the human slayer blade and the lifeless blade scripture had ascended to a new echelon. Yet, while his insight into the human slayer blade felt accurate, he perceived a certain deficiency in his understanding of the lifeless blade scripture. Before he could reflect further, the mountain of corpses behind him suddenly trembled, transforming into a swirling mass of dark energy, billowing upwards to coalesce into a colossal figure in the sky. This figure towered 100 zhang high, wielding an obsidian-long knife. The moment it took form, it uttered not a word, but immediately swung its blade downwards. The blade's radiance cascaded like a waterfall, akin to a celestial river descending from the heavens. Even before it reached him, Jiang Zhao was struck by an imminent sense of mortality. This strike, should he fail to counter it, would spell his demise. Instinctively, Jiang Zhao sought to sidestep the blow. But in the next heartbeat, he raised his gaze to the heavens, the visage of the dark figure standing aloft imprinted in his mind's eye. Damn! How could it be Zheng Qian? This old fellow, when outside, would covet his body, and now that he has attained enlightenment, he still cannot let go of him in his subconscious. Initially, Jiang Zhao wished to evade. However, at this moment, he resolved not to retreat. Gripping the hilt of the sword with one hand, Jiang Zhao took a deep breath. An immense surge of true essence flowed into the long blade. And the Xianyu ancient sword in his grasp emitted a melodious resonance. The sharp edge of the sword sliced through the air, and a magnificent blade intent erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the heavens. With a resounding clash, Jiang Zhao unsheathed his blade. An endless surge of malevolent energy and ghostly aura erupted, tumultuous and overwhelming, transforming the vicinity into a vast ocean centered around him. In that moment, waves of fury surged, and the dazzling light of the blade cleaved through the heavens, stunning the world and rendering everything nearby dim in comparison. Two beams of light collided mid-air, producing a thunderous roar. As the surrounding reality began to fade, illusions gradually dissipating, the scene within the villa slowly came into focus. Jiang Zhao stood upon a clear patch of land. The essence of his blade solidified around him, resembling a transcendent sword, its brilliance unmistakable, his hair flowing in the wind. He murmured to himself, "So it is. In the realm of nothingness, one must be driven to the brink of death to be reborn. Only in the void can the most astonishing strike be delivered." Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhao let out a long laugh, wielding the Xianyu ancient sword in his hand. Two distinct sword intents intertwined around him, coalescing into a singular, profound beam of sword light that pierced the heavens. The malevolent energy within a radius of several hundred meters surged violently, converging towards him, amplifying the already terrifying sword light by threefold. The formation Jiang Zhao had previously set up disintegrated as if made of paper before this radiant beam. Then, the sword light ascended into the sky, resonating throughout the city. That night, countless souls in Donghai City remained sleepless. It was likely that old Zheng Qian could never have fathomed that I, at this moment, not only advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, but also comprehended two sword intents. A smile curled at the corners of Jiang Zhao's lips. Thus far, he had cultivated two remarkable sword techniques, the human slayer sword and the lifeless sword cannon. Although the ranks of these techniques differed, there was no superiority in their foundational intent. One followed the path of slaughtering the masses, while the other embraced life through death. Now, both sword intents had transcended the initial stage in his hands, reaching a minor accomplishment. Should this news return to the Wanchen Xian zone, countless demonic cultivators would surely be left astounded. Many spend their entire lives without grasping any profound insight. Yet, in contrast, Jiang Zhao not only comprehended one but two. Is there no justice in this world? Indeed, comprehension is a remarkable gift. Jiang Zhao murmured softly, turning to the trembling spirits before him, and inquired, "How many days have passed?" "Master, it has been 2.5 days," Shen Song replied with a respectful tone, having steadied himself. "Has it been so long?" Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow. Taking into account the time spent enhancing his cultivation and practicing other supernatural abilities, it meant that he had lingered in this bizarre, resurrected world for a total of 17 days. Having vanished for such an extended period, it was indeed time to return. Before departing, Jiang Zhao meticulously rearranged the formation. While setting up the array, he uttered a call into the air. "Ghost rope. My master, I am here." A dark light swiftly surged out from the room. Several days prior, the ghost rope had awakened, not only rousing from slumber, but also, like other spirits in this world, gaining wisdom. At the moment of its awakening, Jiang Zhao was preoccupied with comprehending divine abilities, thus neglecting to fully grasp the current prowess of the ghost rope. Now, with nothing pressing at hand, it was an opportune moment to ascertain the extent of its enhancement. Have you awakened the ghostly veil? Jiang Zhao inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Master, the ghost rope promptly replied. As it spoke, its form writhed, and tendrils of white mist rapidly spread, enveloping an area of 100 meters in mere moments. Within this shroud, visibility was utterly obliterated. Reduced to a vast expanse of white, Jiang Zhao, engaged in arranging a formation, instinctively halted his actions and extended his consciousness to sweep the vicinity. Taking a moment to carefully sense the atmosphere, and he nodded faintly in approval. This mist considerably hampered both his spiritual awareness and sensory perceptions. Even at the late stage of foundation establishment, he felt a reduction of about 10% in his capabilities. Although this may seem insignificant at first glance, one must understand that at his level, the outcome of a confrontation often hinges on a fleeting instant. Should his opponent's consciousness and senses be diminished by even a fraction, they would stand no chance against Jiang Zhao. Is the range so limited? Jiang Zhao inquired once more. Not at all, Master. The ghost rope shook its body, seemingly in negation, and with a sense of pride declared, in its maximum capacity, I can shroud the entirety of the city. However, at that magnitude, the effectiveness of the ghostly veil would be greatly diminished. I estimate that at that point, it would only be able to confuse ordinary people or typical spirit tamers. To envelop an entire city. Jiang Zhao mused softly. In the realm of cultivation, this might not be particularly impressive, yet in the realm of the uncanny, one could assert that the ghost rope would be capable of wreaking havoc. In a world plagued by the resurgence of the bizarre, there were no cultivators, let alone the elevated means of spiritual awareness. Even if the ghost rope unleashed its full ghostly veil, it was likely that few spirit tamers could traverse it unscathed. Can you teleport within the ghostly veil? A surge of excitement kindled within Jiang Zhao as he recalled the novels he had read prior to his crossing. The ghost rope was his spirit companion. If it could teleport within its own veil, it would signify that he too could teleport within the ghost rope's domain. Such an ability, even beyond the foundation stage, would be an unparalleled weapon. According to Jiang Zhao's understanding, golden core cultivators merely possess a swifter flight speed. They are still far from mastering the art of instantaneous movement. With this trump card in hand, he felt a newfound confidence when facing Zheng Qian. Even if he were unable to prevail in battle, fleeing would pose no challenge. He could hardly believe that the old man Zheng Qian could catch up to someone capable of instantaneous movement. However, it seemed that was not the case. The voice of the ghostly rope diminished, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Jiang Zhao pressed his lips together. The flicker of excitement that had just ignited within him was swiftly extinguished by the mere mention of the words ghost rope. The inability to teleport was somewhat disappointing. However, he quickly regained his composure. In this bizarre world of revival, there were likely few with 2 legs left. Yet, the ghosts possessing ghostly abilities were abundant everywhere. If necessary, he could always capture a few more. With a bit of nurturing, what type of ghostly abilities could he not acquire? Moreover, the ghost rope's abilities might not be inferior. Cultivating it to an advanced stage could prove advantageous. If he could cleanse the consciousness and senses of a nascent soul or even an ancient being at the transformation stage, wouldn't that be as simple as dealing with a fool? With that thought in mind, a smile crept across Jiang Zhao's face. Upon returning to the cultivation realm, he was determined to procure a few foundation establishment cultivators to feed to the ghost rope for devouring. His expectations were modest. He merely needed to transform those at the foundation establishment stage into fools. Before long, the final spirit stones soared into the air. A brand new grand formation rose majestically around the villa. Compared to before, this formation was several tiers stronger. With 2 experiences in arranging formations under his belt, Jiang Zhao felt he had developed some personal insights into the art of formation. This seemed satisfactory. Jiang Zhao clapped his hands and nodded in contentment. Subsequently, he stored away the ghost rope and the various spirits, waving his sleeve to summon a golden portal. Stepping through it, the scenery around him changed instantly. Upon returning to his courtyard, Jiang Zhao poured himself a cup of tea. Just as the cup neared his lips, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Zhao frowned, setting down his teacup, murmuring to himself, at this hour, who could be seeking me? Within the sect, the only individual he was somewhat acquainted with, Li Xian, had already been stripped of his senses, nearly reaching the 6th or 7th level of Qi refinement within the 10,000 souls banner. Apart from Li Xian, Jiang Zhao truly could not fathom who else might come to find him. Could it be that old fellow Zheng Qian? A shiver ran down Jiang Zhao's spine. He became fully alert, cautiously stepping toward the door. Upon opening it, an unfamiliar figure immediately came into view. Upon first glance, the person appeared to be just over 20 years old, yet an aura of decay enveloped them, suggesting a fleeting time left to live. In the mid-stage of foundation establishment, they must have consumed longevity pills. Jiang Zhao's mind quickly assessed the newcomer, and he felt a slight easing of tension. Junior brother Li Su, under the orders of Lord Zhang, has come to pay his respects. Should there be any offense, I hope brother Jiang will forgive me. Upon seeing Jiang Zhao open the door, Li Su promptly performed a respectful bow, although he stood behind Zheng Qian and had accompanied him longer than Jiang Zhao. The distinction between them was clear. Jiang Zhao was a disciple, while Li Su was merely a subordinate. In essence, Li Su was akin to an ordinary servant in the eyes of Zheng Qian. During Zheng Qian's seclusion, Li Su managed the medicinal fields and spirit beasts on the mountain, placing his status in stark contrast to that of Jiang Zhao. After all, Zheng Qian had only Jiang Zhao as his disciple, making it a matter of both sentiment and reason that he could not afford to offend him. Master Zheng. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zhao's expression instantly turned icy. Is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed, there were matters to address. Li Su struggled to articulate his thoughts. Moments ago, all had been well, but for reasons unknown. The mere mention of Zheng Qian seemed to envelop the senior brother in an ominous aura, a terrifying pressure encroaching from all directions, leaving Li Su feeling a chilling dread, as if he might be torn asunder at any moment. Master Zheng has requested that I convey to you, senior brother, as a disciple of the immortal sect. It is imperative to contribute to the sect's endeavors. It would be prudent for you to undertake several sect tasks in the coming days, Li Su stated hastily. Very well. I understand. Is there anything else? Jiang Zhao nodded, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. He had contemplated this notion previously. The sect's regulations mandated that disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall complete no fewer than 6 tasks annually. His absence from the public would not go unnoticed. Even without Zheng Qian's reminder, the internal affairs of the Law Enforcement Hall would undoubtedly send someone to summon him. Should he be discovered missing from his residence yet remain within the sect, it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Nothing more, Li Su responded quickly, shaking his head and offering a slight bow. I've delivered the message, and I shall take my leave. With that, he hurriedly departed. Only after running a considerable distance did he come to his senses. I seem to have neglected to inquire about senior brother's cultivation. However, recalling the terrifying pressure exuded by Jiang Zhao, Li Su couldn't help but shudder as a wave of apprehension washed over him. Never mind. Let us discuss it later. After approximately half a month had elapsed, Brother Zhang's prowess had not significantly advanced. After bidding farewell to Li Su, Jiang Zhao did not linger for long. He secured his small courtyard, imposing restrictions, and promptly made his way to the task hall of the Wanxing Xianzong, also known as the Hall of Verification. This hall was situated atop a majestic peak. Upon entering the Hall of Verification, Jiang Zhao observed numerous tasks displayed on the surrounding walls, with a multitude of disciples standing beneath each one. As he scanned the tasks, he noted, Task: Deliver the head of Bai Zhengfeng, a core disciple of the Zhengyang sect. Requirement: Peak Foundation Establishment. Reward: 5 high-grade spirit stones. Task: Exterminate the remnants of the Zhou clan from Qingyang. Requirement: Foundation Establishment Stage, 7 individuals. Reward: 140 mid-grade spirit stones. Task: Refine 10 blood pearls. After a thorough assessment, Jiang Zhao could not help but lament the nature of the tasks. Truly, this was a demonic sect. The tasks displayed on the walls were predominantly centered around killing. Many were particularly arduous, requiring the annihilation of an entire sect or the eradication of a family. At present, Jiang Zhao was incapable of single-handedly vanquishing a sect. He could only seek simpler tasks as a compromise. Jiang Zhao held modest expectations for the tasks. Proximity to the sect was his primary concern. After completing the missions, he needed to return swiftly to the enigmatic realm to enhance his cultivation. After all, the sinister figure of Zheng Qian loomed over him like a predator, instilling in him a palpable sense of unease. He could not afford to be complacent until he eliminated this threat. Sleep eluded him. After an extended period of selection, Jiang Zhao chose the task of exterminating the remnants of the Zhou clan from Qingyang, along with the task to gather in windgrass. Both tasks were located within 30,000 miles of the sect. Should he complete them expeditiously, the round trip would take approximately a week. At the entrance of the Hall of Verification, after a brief registration, Jiang Zhao tucked the 2 task tokens away and hastily made his way outside the sect. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Wanxing Xianzong, figures lingered by the roadside, some seated and others standing. A disciple clad in blue attire wore an expression of impatience, frequently glancing towards the interior of the sect. It has been half a day. Why is one of our party still missing? Patience, Junior Brother Wang, replied a bearded man seated upon a stone slab. We have waited this long. A few moments more one team make a difference. Moreover, the difficulty of our task is considerable. It is quite possible that among the remnants of the Zhou clan, there are those at the late stage of foundation establishment. It is only natural that others are reluctant to accept this task. Humph. Upon hearing this, Wang Shou felt a wave of discontent wash over him, his tone turning frigid as he remarked, both Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Xie have already departed. Their prowess is evident for all to see. Let us not find ourselves in a position where, upon the completion of the task, we four are left with nothing but empty hands. In the affairs of the Wanxing Xianzong, it has always been the case that those who exert the most effort reap the greatest rewards. At present, two formidable senior brothers have already set off, while we remain stagnant at the mountain gate. Should the sect suddenly announce that the task has been completed, we four would be left with nothing to do but stare blankly, devoid of any recourse. Although senior brothers Zhao and Xie are powerful, the remnants of the Zhou clan are not easily dealt with. Perhaps we should consider. The bearded man, with a broad grin, began to speak. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a flicker of realization crossed his face as he glanced down at the task token at his waist. Upon reading its contents, a radiant smile broke forth. What was it that Junior Brother Wang had just said? The bearded man waved the token in his hand and exclaimed, "The last individual has arrived, has he not? Jiang Zhao?" Wang Shou also glanced at his token. Pondering for a considerable time, he inquired with uncertainty, "Who is this person? Does anyone recall?" The individuals surrounding him gently shook their heads. A man with a bushy beard contemplated for a moment and mused. "This name sounds rather unfamiliar to me as well. He must be a recent breakthrough among the inner disciples, I presume." "It appears that way." Wang Shou let out a cold scoff, his expression darkening significantly. After waiting for a considerable time, he had anticipated the arrival of a senior brother at the late stage of foundation establishment, or even at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, to assist them. Instead, they received a novice at the early stage of foundation establishment who would require their guidance. As the bearded man stated, the remnants of the Zhou family were not to be trifled with. Not long ago, a family that had been obliterated by a golden core elder of the Wanxing immortal sect had been caught unaware, allowing a few small fish to escape after the major catches had been dealt with. The golden core elder, disinclined to waste time personally, sought to eradicate the remnants, which led to the posting of this task in the mission hall. At first glance, this task seemed trivial. However, upon deeper reflection, one could not underestimate those who managed to escape a golden core cultivator's grasp. Although this junior brother Jiang may possess lesser strength, he nonetheless serves as a valuable ally. The bearded man offered words of encouragement. Help, not causing trouble, would be commendable enough. Wang Shou's eyes flickered, cold glimmers bursting forth as he murmured, "How dare someone at the initial stage of foundation establish such an audacious task? It is sheer folly. However, it conveniently aligns with my needs, as I lack a primary soul in my 10,000 souls banner. If he were to be slain by the remnants of the Zhou clan, it would perfectly fill the void in my banner." Upon hearing this, the three individuals present could not help but cast their gazes towards him. The man with the bushy beard swallowed hard, yet ultimately refrained from speaking further. In the realm of demonic practices, such as the norm, taking lives and refining souls is as commonplace as one's daily meals. Yet, many refrain from bringing such matters to light, especially when targeting their own fellow disciples to avoid raising suspicions. However, Wang Shou was indifferent to these concerns. He spoke his mind freely, emboldened by the knowledge that he had a master of external sect elder status, albeit of limited strength, yet still a formidable golden core adept. The difference of a single realm is sufficient to subjugate these inner disciples at the foundation establishment stage. Wang Shidi, this might not be entirely appropriate, would it? After a brief pause, the man with the bushy beard pondered before speaking. Not suitable. Wang Shou responded with a hearty laugh. I am merely imparting a lesson to that junior brother Jiang, so he understands that one should only undertake tasks commensurate with one's abilities. If one lacks the skill, who can one blame for the consequences? A well-spoken remark. A clear voice resonated. Wang Shou's heart stirred as he turned towards the source of the sound. Before he could discern the identity of the speaker, a dark figure rapidly approached, obscuring his field of vision. With a resounding thud, Wang Shou was engulfed in darkness. He felt an overwhelming force of gravity bearing down upon him, and before he could react, he was swept away, his entire being propelled backward by this tremendous power. Thud. His head made an intimate contact with the ground, and Wang Shou felt as if his brain was being thoroughly shaken. It was precisely at this moment that he suddenly regained his senses. Was that the sole of a shoe? Was that what you meant earlier when you said you would teach me a lesson? With a foot pressing down on Wang Shou's head, Jiang Zhao looked down at him and spoke in a calm tone. You seek death. Wang Shou's anger surged. Since joining the Wanxing Xianzong, he had never been so humiliated in over a decade. Especially after becoming a disciple of a Golden Core elder, he had traversed the inner sect with a certain pride, receiving compliments from every inner disciple he encountered. He had grown somewhat complacent with such praise. Deep down, he believed that he was merely lacking in fortune compared to those favored disciples of the sect leaders and the elder disciples at the out-of-body and transformation stages. Among his peers, he dared not claim to be the best, but he certainly considered himself among the top 10. Yet today, he had been ambushed by a complete stranger, and in a moment of unawareness, he found himself trampled underfoot. To him, this was an unparalleled disgrace. Indeed, Wang Shou believed that his defeat was solely due to the ambush. In a fair confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. If you possess the ability, let us battle honorably. Wang Shou struggled to speak. As he spoke, true essence surged rapidly into his arms, and he pushed against the ground, attempting to rise and reclaim his lost dignity. However, before he could muster his strength, the boot pressing down on his head suddenly lifted. Just as he was momentarily bewildered, the boot, with an even more terrifying force, came crashing down upon him. An honorable battle? Have you forgotten your own identity? Jiang Zhao mocked as he swept his foot out. Wang Shou's body flew like a cannonball, arcing through the air before crashing against the mountain wall with a resounding thud. Dust filled the air, and large chunks of debris tumbled from above. Witnessing this scene, the three inner disciples nearby felt a tempest of shock rise within them. Each of them examined their task tokens, as if confirming something, and astonishment flickered in their eyes. If their guess was correct, this young man must be Jiang Zhao, the disciple tasked with hunting down the remnants of the Zhou family. This name was unfamiliar to them. They were almost certain that Jiang Zhao had recently become an inner disciple. But the question lingered. Had the new inner disciples become so formidable? With a single kick, he had incapacitated Wang Shou, who was at the mid-foundation stage. What level of cultivation did that require? The three of them contemplated probing Jiang Zhao's strength. Yet after witnessing his merciless action against Wang Shou, they were filled with trepidation. At this critical moment, to extend their consciousness and investigate his cultivation would be akin to courting danger. As the smoke dissipated, amidst the rubble and scattered stones, Wang Shou emerged, bearing the weight of his shattered form. His hair was disheveled, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and a significant portion of his chest had caved in, revealing a stark white fragment of bone exposed to the air. As he crawled forward, a vivid trail of crimson was left in his wake. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes gleamed with a fierce malice, fixated intently on Jiang Zhao. Gasping for breath, he rasped, "So you are Jiang Zhao, are you? I shall remember you. We shall meet again. Surprisingly, you're still alive?" Jiang Zhao expressed his astonishment. The kick he had delivered moments ago, though not executed with considerable force, appeared sufficient in his estimation to shatter the opponent's meridians, resulting in an immediate demise. Upon closer inspection of Wang Shou, Jiang Zhao noticed the individual was clad in a tattered golden vest. The vest, dimly gleaming and riddled with damage, was likely a defensive artifact. However, its grade was low, and after absorbing the impact of his kick, it had been rendered utterly useless. It seemed he should have aimed for the head instead. Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly, his demeanor indifferent, as he stepped forward, placing his foot once more upon the opponent's head. "Given that you have managed to survive, why not feign death? Yet, why do you insist on emerging to utter threats?" As Jiang Zhao exerted pressure, a chilling sound of cracking bones emanated from Wang Shou's skull. Simultaneously, a piercing scream escaped Wang Shou's lips, echoing relentlessly before the mountain gate. At this moment, among the three inner disciples nearby, a man and a woman involuntarily rose to their feet. However, after a moment of contemplation, they sat back down. Ultimately, it was the bearded man, his face adorned with a thick beard, who swiftly approached, raising his voice. "Jiang Zhao, hold on a moment. Do you wish to act as a fair mediator?" Jiang Zhao turned to regard him. Under the weight of Jiang Zhao's gaze, the bearded man faltered in his actions, forcing a sheepish grin that betrayed his unease. "Brother, this is the mountain gate. Wang Shou's master is Elder Hong Wanqiu from the outer sect," and he continued, discreetly gesturing towards the two disciples stationed to guard the mountain gate. Those two had already retrieved a communication jade slip as soon as Jiang Zhao had made his move, relaying the situation back. By now, it was likely that disciples from the law enforcement hall were en route. Upon hearing the bearded man's words, Wang Shou regained some vigor. From beneath Jiang Zhao's foot, he shouted, "Yes, yes. My master is Hong Wanqiu. You cannot kill me. If you do, my master will not let you go." And what of having a master? Jiang Zhao chuckled lightly, applying more force, resulting in a muffled explosion akin to a large watermelon bursting beneath his foot, with various crimson and white substances splattering in all directions, especially affecting the bearded man, who was positioned relatively close and had not anticipated Jiang Zhao's willingness to act. He found himself splattered with blood. The man with a beard was taken aback. Behind him stood a man and a woman, along with the disciple responsible for guarding the mountain gate, all equally stunned in place. They never anticipated that someone would dare to harm a fellow disciple right before the mountain gate. Such audacity was a blatant disregard for the sect's rules. The regulations of the Wanxing Xin Zone were, to most, akin to mere scraps of paper. However, the context and location mattered greatly. In a desolate area, the life of a mere Wang Shou could be extinguished without consequence, and likely, apart from his master. No one within the Wanxing Xin Zone would care. But at this very moment, they were at the mountain gate. To commit murder here was tantamount to trampling the sect's rules underfoot. With a gulp, the man with a scruffy beard swallowed hard, rendered speechless. At that moment, in his eyes, Jiang Zhao had become synonymous with an unrestrained and ruthless criminal, despite the fact that the entirety of the Wanxing Xian sect comprised demonic cultivators. However, demonic cultivators are not all created equal. Jiang Zhao, without a doubt, belonged to the type that acted recklessly. Someone who would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who dared to provoke him. Such individuals are best approached with caution. Should one unwittingly draw his ire, even remaining within the safety of the mountain gate would not guarantee security. The bearded man silently departed. Yet he had not ventured far when a chilling voice resonated from above. Who dares to cause a disturbance before the mountain gate? As the words settled, two figures appeared beside Jiang Zhao, clad in dark garments adorned with crimson patterns. A terrifying aura pulsed between them. They cast a glance at the headless corpse at Jiang Zhao's feet. One of them extended a hand, and a forceful pull ensued, drawing Wang Shou's identity token into his grasp. Delving into it with his consciousness, he quickly scanned its contents. Wang Shou, the disciple of Elder Hong Wanqiu? Upon uttering these words, another disciple from the enforcement hall could not help but furrow his brow. To commit murder at the mountain gate is already audacious, however. The victim was connected to an elder, suggesting that this incident would not simply be brushed aside. If not handled with care, the repercussions would likely fall upon the two of them. After all, they were merely at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Although they stood on the precipice of breaking into the Golden Core stage, that thin line felt akin to divine retribution. Without entering Golden Core, they would be regarded as insignificant insects in the eyes of Golden Core cultivators. Realizing the potential consequences, both their gazes turned simultaneously towards Jiang Zhao. The one who had just retrieved Wang Shou's identity token spoke solemnly. "Did you kill him?" "It is I," Jiang Zhao did not deny. With so many witnesses present, even if he wished to deny it, he could not. "Very well," spoke the individual, nodding slightly, his tone devoid of warmth. "You shall accompany us. Do you think you can apprehend me? Are you aware of my identity?" Jiang Zhao chuckled softly. "Who cannot summon assistance? Wang Shou has his patrons." Speaking as if Jiang Zhao were inconsequential. "I care not who you are." The speaker's demeanor shifted to one of frostiness upon hearing Jiang Zhao's intention to detain him, ready to reprimand her. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a slightly portly disciple from the enforcement hall swiftly intervened, a smile gracing his face as he inclined his head slightly towards Jiang Zhao. His tone amicable. "May I inquire how to address this junior disciple? Which elder do you study under?" "I am Jiang Zhao, a recent addition to the enforcement hall." Jiang Zhao replied, her gaze rising as she continued. "My master is Elder Zheng Qian, and Elder Gu Yuzhou of the enforcement hall is my uncle by apprenticeship." Upon hearing these words, the two disciples of the law enforcement hall gasped in unison. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the apprehension that lingered in their eyes. Particularly the slightly portly disciple felt an immense sense of relief within. Fortunate was he for having inquired further, for had he not, they would have found themselves in considerable trouble. It was indeed true that Wang Shou's master was Hong Wanqiu, yet in essence, Hong Wanqiu was merely an ordinary outer sect elder. Such elders were plentiful within the entirety of the Wanqing immortal sect. However, Zheng Qian was a different matter entirely. He was an esteemed veteran golden core cultivator, boasting peak golden core prowess, not someone to be trifled with. It was rumored that Zheng Qian had once endeavored to transcend to the nascent soul stage in his earlier years, though the reasons for his failure remained shrouded in mystery. Despite his unsuccessful attempt, the depth of his golden core cultivation was formidable and not to be underestimated. Had he not aged, Zheng Qian would undoubtedly rank among the strongest individuals below the nascent soul realm. Moreover, there was also Qi Zhao, whom Jiang Zhao had just mentioned. This elder was even more formidable, wielding authority within the law enforcement hall that surpassed that of Zheng Qian, effectively serving as their immediate superior. Most crucially, Zheng Qian and Qi Zhao shared a close camaraderie. To provoke one would equate to antagonizing both. While the disciples addressed Qi Zhao as elder, Jiang Zhao referred to him as Shishu, highlighting the stark contrast in their titles. Contemplating this, the expressions of the two law enforcement disciples shifted uneasily. After a brief moment, warm smiles illuminated their faces simultaneously. Ah, so it is Brother Jiang. What a delightful coincidence to find ourselves among kin. Although the two had entered the sect prior to Jiang Zhao and held slightly higher cultivation levels, the term brother was genuinely heartfelt. Indeed, what a fortuitous encounter it was. The slightly portly disciple gently tapped his palm, exhaling a sigh as he remarked, "Had I known Brother Jiang was here, there would have been no need for our visit. After all, as fellow disciples of the law enforcement hall, we could have entrusted this matter to him directly. By the way," the slightly plump disciple of the law enforcement hall turned to Jiang Zhao and ingratiatingly inquired, "Master Jiang, how do you intend to handle this matter? Was it not this Wang who acted first?" Jiang Zhao's expression was pensive. Indeed, the sudden change in attitude from these two individuals left him somewhat unsettled. He had yet to utter a word, merely responding with an yet the two disciples of the enforcement hall had evidently acquired the answer they sought. It was indeed he who made the first move. Another disciple of the enforcement hall, with eyes wide open, held up a recording stone and turned to the nearby individuals. Speaking in a low voice, "Did the three of you also witness what just transpired?" Ahem. The bearded man took half a step back, swallowing hard. His gaze flickered from Wang Shou's headless corpse to Jiang Zhao, then down to the still damp bloodstains on his own ropes. With startling alacrity, he nodded vigorously. Yes. I witnessed everything." Wang Shou struck first. Senior brother Jiang had no choice but to defend himself. His two companions chimed in eagerly, embroidering the account with vivid details until even Jiang Zhao grew bewildered. Had the altercation truly lasted so long? The enforcement hall disciples exchanged satisfied glances after corroborating the story with the gatekeepers. With synchronized smirks, they pocketed the memory stone. This case was airtight. Short of intervention from core formation elders, those ancient, jaded creatures who'd long since lost interest in petty sect squabbles, no power in heaven or earth could dispute that Wang Shou had been the aggressor. After all, the 10,000 Saints Immortal sect was no righteous orthodoxy, but an unapologetic demonic sect where strength dictated truth. "Since matters are settled, we shan't impose," declared the portlier enforcer, presenting a jade missive with practiced deference. "This humble junior is Qing Huan, and my associate Xie Feng. Should senior brother ever require our services." He left the promise hanging, bowing deeply alongside his partner. "Quite so," Jiang Zhao replied with a smile, tucking away the communication jade slip and returning the gesture with cupped hands. "Farewell, junior brothers." After seeing them off, Jiang Zhao first took care of Wang Shou's corpse, subsequently capturing Wang Shou's soul with the soul-gathering banner, before turning his gaze towards the three men with beards. Upon sensing Jiang Zhao's stare, they all shuddered in trepidation, particularly the bearded man, whose smile appeared more sorrowful than a frown. How had he, merely undertaking a routine task for the sect, ended up entangled with a figure as formidable as senior brother Jiang? After completing the task, would he, like Wang Shou, turn against them and use them as sacrificial offerings? Such acts of harming fellow disciples were considered an egregious crime in righteous sects, yet commonplace in demonic sects, where rapid cultivation of dark arts was the norm. The Wanqing immortal sect had little fear of losing disciples, after all. The true core of the sect consisted solely of the direct disciples of the sect leader or those elders at the divine transformation or out-of-body stages. The likes of them, mere inner disciples, were not held in high regard. "What troubles you, my three friends?" Jiang Zhao inquired with a gentle smile and a clear voice. "Have you abandoned your sect's mission?" Do. The man with the scruffy beard regained his composure and hastily summoned a flying carpet, extending his hand in invitation. "Master Jiang, please." As Jiang Zhao and his companions embarked on their mission for the sect at the Wansheng Immortal Sect in the Outer Gate. Within a grand hall atop a mountain peak, Zhang Qian sat solemnly beside a stone table adorned with a dozen jade boxes. His murky gaze swept over each box as he muttered to himself. The ethereal spirit water, the celestial blue warm jade, the colorful winged flower, and the life and death crystal are all present. However, I am still lacking the purple laurel heavenly fragrant grass and the soul-anchoring divine wood to ensure a seamless possession. The purple laurel must be at least a millennium old, yet the Wambao Pavilion only has one that is 600 years in age. Its efficacy, therefore, falls short. Zhang Qian shook his head softly, a trace of reluctance crossing his face. It seems I must have them procure a specimen from elsewhere. Moreover, the soul-anchoring divine wood is also rather difficult to obtain. While Zhang Qian continued to calculate in his mind, a humble voice echoed from outside the hall. Young Li Su requests an audience with the master. Please come in. Zhang Qian waved his sleeve, clearing everything from the table, and then spoke in a calm manner. Upon hearing this, Li Su hurriedly entered the hall, approached Zhang Qian, and promptly knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, I report to you, my lord, that I have already conveyed your words to Master Jiang. Oh. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's eyes sparkled as he inquired, did he say anything? No. Li Su shook his head. Is that so? Zhang Qian, upon hearing those words, raised his hand to stroke his beard and let out a hearty laugh, expressing his contentment. Though that young lad Jiang Zhao is indeed talented, he remains rather inexperienced. In the face of an elder like me, he harbors a modicum of reverence. Initially, he had thought that once Jiang Zhao discerned his intentions, there might be some resentment brewing within him. Today, he had sent his subordinates to urge Jiang Zhao to undertake a task for their sect, and Zhang Qian assumed that the youth might offer some resistance. To his surprise, after receiving his command, Jiang Zhao actually set out to fulfill the sect's assignment. Given that he had embarked on this task, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for him to return. Once he was back, Zhang Qian would arrange further tasks for him. As Zhang Qian pondered this, a light chuckle escaped his lips, and a knowing expression graced his features. A year is but a fleeting moment, with just a few assignments. The time would swiftly pass. Once his preparations were complete, Jiang Zhao's favorable days would come to an end. As for the possibility of Jiang Zhao defecting during this year, Zhang Qian had never entertained such thoughts. He understood well that Jiang Zhao was no fool. Setting aside the question of whether he could evade the pursuit of the Wansheng sect, even if he did manage to escape, the very techniques he practiced marked him with the indelible mark of the demonic path. Those of the righteous path would never let him go unpunished. They would not believe that he, having betrayed his sect, would henceforth renounce his past and strive to be a virtuous individual. To those of the righteous path, only the slain demonic cultivators were deemed righteous. Moreover, by eliminating a practitioner of the demonic path, the righteous cultivators would not only enhance their own records, but also gain unexpected rewards. Why would they not seize such an opportunity? By the way, Zhang Qian seemed to recall something and asked once more, my dear disciple, after such an extended period of seclusion, has there been any advancement in your cultivation? Upon hearing these words, Li Su couldn't help but shiver, a cold sweat trickling down his back. He fumbled with his words, murmuring a glance at the small and the large. How is it? Zhang Qian squinted, his tone considerably somber. Junior brother Jiang, he at this point. Li Su closed his eyes and replied in a deep voice, he is still at the early stage of foundation establishment. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Li Su's response, Zhang Qian burst into hearty laughter, for it aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Over the past half-month, his dear disciple's cultivation had hardly advanced at all. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Even if Jiang Zhao were to meditate in seclusion for an entire year, it would be a stroke of fortune if he could manage to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Silly disciple Zhang Qian's gaze turned icy as he shook his head slightly. At Jinyu Peak, had Jiang Zhao requested pills to enhance his cultivation, Zhang Qian might have harbored some apprehension. Yet, the reality was that Jiang Zhao sought magical artifacts. While those items could indeed bolster his combat prowess, they would only serve to showcase his abilities among peers. Relying on them to fight beyond his level was utterly impossible. He pondered silently, wondering if his teachings had been diligently practiced by Jiang Zhao. If Jiang Zhao had indeed mastered the techniques he provided, the situation would become significantly more manageable. You have handled this matter commendably. This vial of elixirs is your reward. Zhang Qian glanced at Li Su, waved his sleeve, and a vial of elixirs soared forth, landing gracefully before Li Su. Thank you, my lord. Li Su, overjoyed, was just about to extend his hand to receive the elixir. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, causing the entire summit hall to tremble momentarily. Soon after, a powerful voice, imbued with an air of authority yet tinged with a hint of chill, resonated from beyond the mountain. "Where is Jiang? Step forth and respond." "Eh?" Upon hearing the voice, Li Su remained perplexed, yet an expression of indignation had already surfaced on Jiang's face. He abruptly rose to his feet, and with a single stride, his figure vanished outside the mountain. It was only then that he beheld a towering figure clad in a crimson robe. A middle-aged man exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, as if it were a solid form, standing in the sky beyond his mountain peak. The man's hair billowed wildly, his face adorned with frost, and his hands were clasped behind his back, his robe fluttering ominously. The terrifying presence he emanated was indisputable, embodying the formidable power of a late-stage golden core cultivator, akin to a tempestuous wave crashing against the heavens, overwhelming all directions. Nearby, several inner disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, witnessing this spectacle, felt their legs weaken in fear. Even some elders, also at the golden core stage, were stirred by this commotion and instinctively emerged to discern what transpired beyond. It turned out to be Elder Hong. Jiang's countenance darkened as he glanced at the mountain beneath him, and then cast a sidelong glance at the other elders watching the scene with keen interest. With a cold snort, he declared, "We bear no enmity, yet you have the audacity to disrupt my place of cultivation. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I fear this matter will not conclude peacefully." After all, they were practitioners of the demonic path, and none were known for their amiable temperaments. Jiang had been quietly residing in his abode, only to be confronted unprovoked by an elder of equal standing. If he were to submit meekly, how could he continue to navigate this domain with dignity? Would he allow his reputation to be tarnished? Years prior, an Elder Han had interrupted his affairs. He could not permit another Elder Han to emerge after all this time. An explanation? Upon hearing Jiang's words, Hong Wanqiu seemed to find something amusing. He let out a cold laugh and said in a chilling tone, "I have come today not for any other reason, but to seek an explanation. What does this mean?" Jiang was utterly perplexed, gazing at Hong Wanqiu with confusion. "Is there some misunderstanding here, Elder Hong? Judging by the current circumstances, it seems I am the one who has been wronged. Why does it appear that Hong Wanqiu bears such a deep grudge?" Hong Wanqiu let out a cold sneer, stepping forward, his aura intensifying ominously. In a chilling tone, he declared, "You ought to inquire with your esteemed disciple, Jiang Zhao. I shall not pressure you. Simply hand over Jiang Zhao for my disposal, and I will consider today's events as if they never transpired." The moment Jiang heard this, his expression darkened considerably. If it were anything else, he might have acquiesced. However, Jiang Zhao was the vessel he intended to seize. In other words, if Jiang Zhao were to perish, so too would his own life be in jeopardy. At this juncture, Hong Wanqiu's demand for Jiang Zhao's surrender felt akin to a death sentence for him. Moreover, they were both at the golden core stage. Should he simply hand over his disciple at a whim? What would become of his standing? Even in the mundane world, individuals fight for their dignity. In the realm of cultivation, those who have lived longer are even more concerned with their face. For ordinary people, losing face might lead to a few decades of mockery. However, for cultivators, the repercussions are far graver. Will you yield or not? Hong Wanqiu's voice was frigid. The death of his disciple, especially at the foot of the mountain, with so many witnesses, was a matter of great shame. It was said that Jiang Zhao had crushed Wang Shou underfoot. Was that not a blow to his pride? He held little regard for Wang Shou's demise, but the loss of his own dignity was something he must reclaim today. Jiang took a deep breath, his gray robe billowing as an intimidating aura surged, ascending as he stepped into the air. With a grave tone, he replied, "What if I refuse to comply?" "Very well," Hong Wanqiu said, dismissing any further conversation. He had merely to engage in a single bout. Raising his hand into a fist, he struck the air, causing a tremor in the void. As his fist descended, it drained the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming into a blood-red mass that resembled a colossal mountain, bearing down upon Jiang. With a resounding clang, Jiang unfurled a black umbrella, rapidly expanding it until it soared nearly to the height of the mountains behind him, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of demonic energy that transformed into a formidable black dragon, clawing and thrashing its way forth. The collision of a fist and the dragon in midair produced a deafening roar, sending terrifying shockwaves cascading across the heavens. It was as if the world was on the brink of apocalypse, causing the earth within 100 miles to tremble incessantly, leaving countless individuals awestruck and pale with fear. Both combatants were cultivators at the golden core stage. However, there existed a distinct difference between them. Jiang Qian had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, nearly a step away from the nascent soul realm, but lamentably, his age had rendered him close to the end of his lifespan, far from his peak condition. In contrast, Hong Wanshou, though only at the late golden core stage, was in the prime of his youth. When they clashed, the battle was evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. They fought from the heavens to the earth and back again, their battlefield stretching for miles. Fortunately, within the sanctum of the Wansheng immortal sect, protective formations adorned every mountaintop, preventing their confrontation from causing catastrophic damage. After a sustained quarter of an hour, an elder from the nascent soul stage intervened to halt their skirmish. Although their clash was forcibly terminated, it was clear to all that the enmity between the two had been irrevocably established. How infuriating! Jiang Qian, bruised and battered, returned to his mountain palace. Upon his arrival, he unleashed his pin-up rage by shattering a large boulder with a single punch. The fury within him had yet to subside, and the force of his blow seemed to aggravate his internal injuries. His complexion darkened as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, staining his garments. Quickly, he swallowed a medicinal pill and regulated the chaotic energies within him before turning to Li Su, who stood a short distance away, and spoke coldly. You immediately investigate what that little rascal Jiang Zhao has done. Yes, I shall do so at once, Li Su replied, not daring to delay. He hastily descended the mountain. Before long, Li Su returned, and upon witnessing Jiang Qian's lingering wrath, he hurriedly knelt on the ground, stammering, Master, I have inquired about the matter. What did he do? Jiang Qian inquired frostily. Senior brother Jiang. He killed Elder Hong's disciple, Wang Shou, at the mountain gate. What? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. He abruptly rose to his feet and, with a powerful punch, shattered the nearby jade stone table into a fine powder. The force of this blow exacerbated his internal injuries, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. He opened his mouth and coughed up another mouthful of blood. His chest heaved violently several times as he swiftly swallowed a medicinal pill, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Indeed, Jiang Qian struggled to utter these 4 words through clenched teeth. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. No wonder Hong Wanshou had come to confront him. The roots of the conflict lay in matters of the heart. What a cunning scheme it was. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Qian spoke with a somber expression. Jiang Zhao had slain Wang Shou, and as Wang Shou's mentor, Hong Wanshou would undoubtedly not let this transgression go unpunished. It became clear why Hong Wanshou had stormed in today, intent on engaging him in combat. On the surface, their confrontation appeared evenly matched, a stalemate of sorts. Yet, those who know their own affairs understand the deeper truths. Unlike Hong Wanshou, who still stood at the pinnacle of his strength, Jiang Qian was already in the twilight of his years. Though he sustained some injuries from their clash today, with ample time for recovery, Hong Wanshou could readily return to his prime. In stark contrast, Jiang Qian's lifespan was dwindling. This battle had cost him a significant portion of what little time he had left, over a decade, perhaps. It could be said that while others expend their vital essence in conflict, Jiang Qian was, in truth, sacrificing his very life. Should he engage in another bout or two, he might not even need to contemplate seizing another's body. He could simply dig his own grave and erect a tombstone. Ahem. Jiang Qian covered his mouth with his hand, engaging in a fit of violent coughing. Upon removing his palm, he beheld the crimson stains in his hand, his expression growing increasingly somber. It appears that I must hasten my pace. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on a flying carpet of the Wansheng immortal sect, Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged at the forefront, holding a communication jade slip in his hand. As his consciousness delved into its contents, he scrutinized the message sent by Qing Huan, a flicker of regret crossing his face. Alas, Jiang Zhao sighed softly. It seemed that Hong Wanshou was rather ineffective. After such a prolonged struggle, he had failed to vanquish the elder Jiang. It appeared that she would have to intervene personally. Brother Jiang, are you perhaps concerned for elder Jiang? At that moment, Yu Gang, with his full beard, turned his gaze and inquired with curiosity. As an inner sect disciple, he had acquaintances within the sect, and given the magnitude of the events unfolding, it was only natural that he would have received some information. Indeed, Jiang Zhao remarked with a sense of contemplation. Could he not be concerned for Jiang Qian? Given their relationship, he feared that Jiang Qian might be thriving too well. Otherwise, once he achieved a breakthrough to the golden core stage, eliminating Jiang Qian could pose considerable difficulty. Today's battle between Hong Wanshou and Jiang Qian served as a stark reminder. If he wished to eliminate Jiang Qian, it would be prudent to do so in one decisive strike. 2 strikes would be unacceptable. Should the confrontation drag on, it was likely that higher-ups from their sect would intervene. At that juncture, not only would Zhang Qian be difficult to eliminate, but he would also need to be ever vigilant against Zhang Qian's schemes. Given Jiang Zhao's character, the prospect of constantly guarding against a concealed adversary was far from appealing. After all, there is a limit to how long one can play the role of a thief. The same cannot be said for those who must remain alert to such threats. Brother Jiang need not worry. Elder Jiang is destined to be safe. Yu Gang and the others offered words of comfort. However, upon noticing Jiang Zhao's disinterest in conversation, they fell silent. From their perspective, it seemed only natural for Brother Jiang to be anxious about Zhang Qian, especially considering Zhang Qian's advancing age. Within the sect, this was no secret. And facing a formidable opponent like Hong Wanshou could spell disaster. Should anything untoward occur, Zhang Qian could depart from this realm at any moment. Should Zhang Qian be lost, Jiang Zhao's most significant support would vanish. Bereft of Zhang Qian's backing, whether Jiang Zhao alone could withstand Hong Wanshou's retribution was far from certain. As for Elder Gu Yuzhou, those present understood well that while it was acceptable to address him as Uncle Gu in Zhang Qian's presence, the absence of Zhang Qian rendered such familiarity moot. In the realm of demonic practitioners, the most notable traits are their ruthlessness and their propensity to sever ties without hesitation. As time gradually passed, 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. While Yu Gang deftly maneuvered the flying carpet, a sudden shift in demeanor occurred among Jiang Zhao and the others. In unison, the four of them flipped their palms and retrieved a task token to examine its contents. Yu Gang, the quickest to react, glanced at the information on the token and exclaimed with delight, "Everyone has received the news about Brother Zhao and Brother Xia, right?" "Received." Jiang Zhao and the others nodded gently. They had not anticipated that these two senior brothers would act so swiftly, in just 2 or 3 days. They had actually located the remnants of the Zhou clan. Yu Gang appeared exhilarated, but upon discerning their location in the sky, a hint of embarrassment flickered across his brow. "However, it seemed we have veered off course. I had been flying according to the coordinates provided for the sect's mission. Yet the whereabouts of the Zhou remnants now lay a staggering 8,700 miles away from us. Even if we hastened our pace, it would likely take nearly a day to reach them." "Senior brother, do not blame yourself," Yu Gang began, but was quickly interrupted by a lean man named Yin Shui. Possessing mid-stage foundation building strength, he was comparable to Wang Shou. He continued, "The tracking token for the Zhou remnants was already taken by Zhao and his companion. It is only natural that they would be the first to locate the Zhou remnants. Moreover, those from the Zhou clan are not lifeless. As we pursue them, they will undoubtedly flee in all directions, making it inevitable that we would misjudge our course." "Indeed, what junior brother Yin says holds merit," Yu Gang replied, adjusting the direction of the flying carpet. "It is not too late for us to head there now. With 2 senior brothers present, I believe the Zhou clan will find it difficult to turn the tide." Before he could fully change course, Jiang Zhao rose, lightly waving his sleeve. A beam of divine light shot forth, transforming into a carriage that hovered before the flying carpet. "Let us use my flying artifact to expedite our journey." Initially, he had intended to keep some cards close to his chest. After all, the surrounding brothers were all cultivators of demonic arts, appearing amiable on the surface. Yet no one could truly discern the thoughts hidden within their hearts. During this mission, with some possessing flying artifacts, Jiang Zhao was more than willing to catch a ride. However, after 3 days of travel, Yu Gang's carpet had proven not only slow but had also gone off course. Now, reaching the mission site would require an additional day's journey, resulting in a total of 2 days lost. While Yu Gang and the others could afford to waste a day or two, Jiang Zhao could not. The old demon Zhang Qian loomed ominously over him, and every moment was precious. He could no longer afford to be discreet. Completing the mission took precedence. Following the eradication of the Zhou remnants, he had an additional task of gathering in windgrass, which would prolong his endeavors by another 10 days. An upper-grade flying artifact? A gasp of astonishment arose as Yin Shui beheld the artifact Jiang Zhao had summoned. A spark of fervor gleamed in his eyes. Among foundation-building cultivators, it was quite remarkable for someone like Yu Gang to possess a low-grade flying artifact. Most individuals of his modest means typically traverse the skies upon their own weapons, engaging in what is commonly referred to as sword flight. In contrast, those like Jiang Zhao, who wield superior flying artifacts at their disposal, are undoubtedly the esteemed disciples of genuine lineage, deserving of such privileges. Yin Shui swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Zhao, swiftly concealing the fervor that flickered in his eyes. The memory of Wang Shou's demise lingered vividly in his mind. Presently, their location was far from the mountain gate. Should he offend Jiang Zhao, his fate would likely mirror that of Wang Shou's, if not worse. More critically, he lacked a mentor to support him. If he were to perish, it would indeed be the end, with no one to advocate on his behalf. Jiang Zhao, as a disciple of Elder Zheng, was undeniably of substantial means. In the future, should any need arise, he might seek assistance from his junior sister. Beside Yin Shui, a white-clad female cultivator approached gracefully, subtly moistening her lips. With a gentle tone, she remarked, "Junior sister, you must receive me warmly. I have an elegant seat available in my 10,000 souls banner. Would you care to consider it?" Jiang Zhao responded. Upon hearing this, the cultivator named Huating froze momentarily, forcing a strained smile as she whispered, "Senior brother, you jest." "Ha." Yu Gang laughed heartily, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense. He quickly intervened, saying, "My dear senior brother is merely jesting with everyone. Our task takes precedence. Let us proceed on our journey. The forthcoming stretch of the road will indeed require the assistance of Brother Jiang." Jiang Zhao murmured softly, her gaze sweeping over Yin Shui before she turned and stepped onto the carriage, with Yu Gang closely following behind. Once the four of them settled in, the black carriage, under Jiang Zhao's command, transformed into a beam of divine light, soaring into the sky and swiftly vanishing from sight. After more than 4 hours, a dilapidated village came into view. Keeping a distance from the village, Jiang Zhao reined in the carriage, and along with Yu Gang and the other two, they subdued their presence and stealthily approached the vicinity. Bathed in the moonlight above, the four clearly observed several Qi refining stage cultivators patrolling near the village entrance. If nothing unexpected had occurred, these individuals were likely the remaining members of the Zhou clan. It seemed that they had been away from home when their family encountered calamity, and upon hearing that a powerful member had narrowly escaped, they had gathered together. "Strange," Yu Gang murmured, positioned discreetly behind a grand tree. He emanated a wisp of spiritual awareness, cautiously surveying his surroundings before whispering, "Where are Brother Zhao and Brother Xie? Why are they not here? Shall we send a message to inquire about their whereabouts?" suggested Yin Shui. "There's no need to search any further," Jiang Zhao remarked, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "They're right inside." "Inside? Have they begun to fight?" "Yet, there is no commotion," Yu Gang replied, momentarily taken aback and slow to comprehend. By the time he regained his senses, he noticed Jiang Zhao had already stepped forward, arriving at the village entrance. Observing Jiang Zhao's retreating figure, Yu Gang pondered deeply, feeling an inexplicable sense of excitement in Jiang's voice when he mentioned discovering Zhao and his companion within the village. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he witnessed Jiang Zhao at the village entrance, gracefully waving his hand. Suddenly, from the heavens above, dark ropes descended like ominous tendrils, exuding an eerie aura as if conjured by malevolent spirits. Upon their emergence, these ropes swiftly ensnared the few individuals patrolling the entrance. The unfortunate souls struggled momentarily in vain before swiftly succumbing to the silence of death. Upon witnessing this scene, both Yu Gang and Yin Shui, along with Huating, felt a sudden chill in their hearts. What kind of technique is this? They had never encountered anything like it before. While Yu Gang and the others remained momentarily stunned, Jiang Zhao's figure had already vanished. Only a wisp of mist gradually spread, soon enveloping the entire village. At this juncture, Yu Gang and his companions had no time for further contemplation and hurriedly followed in Jiang Zhao's footsteps. Not long after they entered the village, they heard a hearty laughter emanating from a brightly lit house. "Come, Zhao Daoist, Xie Daoist, let us raise a toast together." Within the room, 7 or 8 figures were seated, and the atmosphere was lively. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, his face adorned with a cheerful smile as he raised his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. To his left was a young man with flowing black hair, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he delicately sipped from his cup. This man was none other than Zhao Feng, the Zhao Shixiang spoken of by Yu Gang and the others. Opposite him sat another figure, Xie Tianqing, known as Xie Shixiang. The man in azure set down his cup, casting a brief glance at the two before proclaiming, "Esteemed friends, your willingness to lend Zhou a hand fills my heart with gratitude. Allow me to toast you both once more." With that, he refilled his cup and raised it again. "Zhou Daoist is being overly courteous," Zhao Feng replied, a smile lingering on his lips as he spoke leisurely. "Myself and Shitty Xie are merely in this for the remuneration, after all." The sect's task did not stipulate that success was the only outcome permissible. He left unsaid the fact that even if they succeeded, the rewards from this endeavor would be scant, with only 140 mid-grade spirit stones, which amounted to less than 1.5 high-grade stones to be divided among 7 individuals, who would be willing to risk their lives for such meager gains. If the Zhou clan members were all mere novices, it might be a different story. However, the crucial point was that upon their arrival, both he and Xie Tianqing had quickly noticed two late Foundation establishment cultivators. One was currently accompanying them, while the other was none other than Zhou Can. Seated at the head of the table, Zhou Can's prowess was quite formidable. Zhao Feng surmised that he was likely concealing part of his strength and could very well be a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Faced with such individuals, Zhao Feng and Xie Tianqing exchanged contemplative glances. Even if the two joined forces, they may not necessarily be a match for their opponent. After all, both are practitioners of demonic cultivation, and even in collaboration, one must ponder whether their fellow disciples might betray them at a crucial moment. In contrast, Zhou Can and his companions are different. They are of the same lineage, working together in perfect harmony. Should a direct confrontation occur, even if the 5 others who accepted this task were to arrive, they may not succeed in their objective. Given this reality, it is more prudent to collaborate. In this way, everyone benefits mutually. As for the elder who annihilated the Zhou clan, that is beyond their concern. Brother Zhao is indeed correct. Xie Tianqing nodded and added, I only hope that after achieving his goals, Zhou Daoist will not make things difficult for us. Rest assured, my friends, Zhou Can declared boldly, once the task is completed, each person shall receive 2 high-grade spirit stones, not one less. Upon hearing the mention of high-grade spirit stones, both Zhao Feng and Xie Tianqing could not help but smile faintly. Just look at them. They offer 2 high-grade spirit stones right off the bat. In stark contrast, the elder within the sect issued such a daunting task, yet was willing to offer only 1.5 high-grade spirit stones. Completing it would require a miracle. Zhou Can, after finishing his drink, set down his cup and turned his gaze towards Zhao Feng, smiling as he inquired, when will your fellow disciples arrive? I have just sent a message to Brother Yu. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment before responding. At their current pace, they should arrive within 5 or 6 more hours. Once they are here tomorrow, Xie Shidi and I will certainly coordinate with Zhou Daoist to subdue them all. Excellent, Zhou Can exclaimed, slapping the table with his palm. With their lives at stake, Zhou would have something to offer when he arrived at the territory of Zhengong sect, ensuring he would not lack for protection. Come, let us raise a glass. Please. Zhao Feng raised his glass. As he drank, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of Xie Tianqing. Noticing no signs of abnormality from his companion, a more fervent smile blossomed on his lips. It seemed his junior brother Xie remained blissfully unaware. Tomorrow, he too would be among those presenting gifts to their mutual friend, Zhou. The spiritual stones meant for Xie Tianqing would ultimately find their way into his possession. To compensate for his own gains, Zhou Can had even promised him an additional spiritual stone. Adding them together, that amounted to 5 high-quality spiritual stones. If converted into medium-quality stones, it would total a staggering 500. Such a wealth of spiritual stones could not be amassed through the meager allowances from his sect without years of diligent saving. For the sake of his promising future, he could only afford to slightly inconvenience his junior brother. Meanwhile, seated across from Zhao Feng, Xie Tianqing felt a momentary stiffness in his movements. But he quickly regained his composure, appearing as untroubled as anyone else. With a smile gracing his features, he raised his cup and drank it down in one gulp. Yet, within the depths of his heart, turmoil brewed. Why was Zhao Shixing observing me? Has he sensed something amiss? This cannot be. Our previous conversation with Zhou was conducted in utmost secrecy. Logically, he should not have discovered anything. Perhaps I am merely overthinking? With this thought, Xie Tianqing glanced at Zhao Feng again, and, upon realizing that his companion exhibited no signs of suspicion, he could not help but exhale slowly in relief. It seemed he was indeed overreacting. Resolutely, he resolved to secure his benefits first before taking action. Once everyone was dealt with, he would employ a secret technique to make his escape. After all, once Zhao Feng and the others were eliminated, he would be left isolated and vulnerable. Should Shoukan turn against him, he alone would stand no chance against the formidable Zhou clan. After setting down his wine glass, Shoukan let out a soft chuckle. His gaze swept over Zhao Feng and the others, a profound expression gracing his face. The spirit stones of the Zhou clan are not so easily obtained. Not long ago, he had ordered the establishment of a lethal formation surrounding this village, anticipating the arrival of several others from the Wanqing demon sect the following day. Once the formation is activated, none of the 7 shall escape. While it may be beyond his immediate reach to slay the elder from the Wanqing demon sect who annihilated the Zhou clan, eliminating a few nascent soul cultivators is well within his capability. With the heads of these 7 individuals as collateral, he need not worry about securing protection from the righteous sections. Simultaneously, Outside the dwelling, Yu Gang and the others appeared pallid. They were unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling within the hearts of those inside, yet they could perceive the jovial atmosphere within. Their senior brothers, Zhao and Xie, were currently seated with their intended targets, sharing drinks and engaging in lively conversation. It was apparent from their words that they had been betrayed by their two senior brothers. Senior brother Jiang, shall we make our exit? Yu Gang discreetly transmitted. The two senior brothers within the room possessed overwhelming strength compared to them. And with the assistance of the remnants of the Zhou clan, Yu Gang could scarcely envision a path to victory for their group. Since we have come this far, why leave now? Jiang Zhao cast a sidelong glance at him, inwardly commanding, Ghost rope, extract the nearby spirit stones and formation materials. Let nothing go to waste. Yes, master. The ghostly rope replied and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao lifted his foot and proceeded towards the door. Upon witnessing Jiang Zhao's actions, Yu Gang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily transmitted a warning. Jiang Shixiang. Behind him, Huading and Yin Shui exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes, having also observed the scene within the room. Now, as Jiang Zhao approached the door, it appeared he was intent on courting death. They acknowledged Jiang Zhao's formidable prowess. Indeed, even when united, they doubted their ability to match him. Yet, when faced with the individuals inside the room, the outcome remained uncertain. Just the two of them, Zhao Shixiang and his companion, were formidable late-stage foundation establishment experts. And alongside the Zhou clan, the odds seemed daunting. Alone, Jiang Zhao would likely find his fists inadequate against their combined strength. With this thought, the two subtly retreated a step. They were not righteous heroes, and their acquaintance with Jiang Zhao had only spanned 3 or 4 days. Lacking the depth of any profound bond, naturally, they were disinclined to accompany him to his demise. Observing Jiang Zhao willingly walking into danger provided them with a timely opportunity to escape. Arriving at the door, Jiang Zhao delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the door shattered. A dense fog surged wildly through the entrance. Who? Where does this mist originate? Sensing something amiss, the occupants of the room immediately rose, their expressions grave as they directed their gaze toward the entrance. Waves of spiritual awareness radiated outward, sweeping across the surroundings of the house like ripples. Although the ghostly mist posed certain limitations to their perception, it could not obstruct the scrutiny of so many foundational cultivators. In less than a breath's time, Yin Shui and his companion, who had fled to the village entrance, along with Yu Gang, who stood hesitantly outside the door, and Jiang Zhao, who stepped into the room, were all captured within their keen sight. Young Master Yu. Zhao Feng's expression transitioned from one of solemnity to relaxation. Yet, as if recalling something, he cast a glance at Shou Ken at the head of the table. A surge of murderous intent washed over his face, growing ever more intense. Did you see it all? I saw nothing at all. Yu Gang vehemently shook his head like a rattled drum, hastily denying, Junior brother, I did not see anything. Ah. Zhao Feng chuckled lightly, an expression of serene indifference gracing his features as he slowly advanced, speaking as he walked. Do you truly believe the words you utter? While I remain oblivious to the reason behind your swift arrival, you must be prepared to bear the consequences for witnessing what you ought not to have seen. As he passed by Jiang Zhao, Zhao Feng paid him little heed. This junior brother appeared somewhat unfamiliar and likely lacked strength. After all, having spent several years within the inner sect, he had a recollection of those more powerful than himself. He found it hard to believe that someone could suddenly emerge from a remote corner, possessing greater prowess than he. Thus, he dismissed any curiosity regarding the other's cultivation level and directly inquired of Yu Gang. Why are there only 4 of you? Where's the other one? Wang Shidi, Yu Gang's complexion paled. His lips trembled as he hesitated to finish his sentence, instinctively casting a glance towards Jiang Zhao. At that moment, Zhao Feng sensed something amiss and quickly turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhao. Just as he did, he heard Zhou Can's voice issuing a warning in his ear. Be cautious. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, he suddenly beheld a gigantic fist rapidly enlarging before his eyes. You dare. Zhao Feng's eyes widened with fury. Just as he was about to raise his hand in defense, it was already too late. With a resounding thud, a fist the size of a sandbag, infused with immense power, struck out ferociously, and a once proud head burst open before the horrified gazes of all present. Various crimson and ivory remnants scattered in all directions. In that very spot, only a headless corpse stood silently. Jiang Zhao retracted his fist, flicked the blood from his hand, and, with a slight elevation of his gaze, addressed the onlookers within the room, speaking leisurely. It was I who kicked down the door, and I was the first to enter. Yet it seems you have overlooked my presence, haven't you? You. Zhou Qian's mood was heavy as he gazed at Jiang Zhao, articulating each word with care. The late stage of foundation establishment? Your discernment is commendable, Jiang Zhao remarked, nodding towards the headless corpse beside him, and added with a smile, at the very least. It surpasses his considerably. Fellow Taoist, Zhou Qian took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he spoke in a low voice, as the saying goes. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Why don't we sit down and converse? I can fulfill the promises I made to Taoist Zhao and deliver the benefits to you in full. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao remained unresponsive, but at the entrance, Yu Gang was the first to panic. He anxiously urged, Jiang's senior brother, do not listen to him. Silence. However, before he could finish his words, he was abruptly reprimanded by Xie Tianqing. Subsequently, a smile emerged on his face as he quickly added, you must be junior brother Jiang. Indeed, as our friend Zhou mentioned, we harbor no deep-seated enmity with him. Why should we refuse the opportunity to acquire spirit stones that come without cost? Call me senior brother. Jiang Zhao gazed at Xie Tianqing and then slowly stepped forward, speaking calmly, as for the spirit stones, if I were to kill you, your spirit stones would still belong to me. Zhou Qian narrowed his eyes, a formidable aura surging forth from his being, akin to a tempest sweeping across the surroundings, causing the entire room to tremble violently. So, does this mean there is nothing left to discuss? He slightly turned his head to gaze at Xie Tianqing and swiftly proclaimed, Friend Xie, my previous promise still stands. Once this individual is slain, I shall double the reward I offered you. Is it a promise? A glimmer of excitement shone in Xie Tianqing's eyes. One word is a promise. Zhou Qian stepped forward, raising his voice. Attack. No sooner had the words left his lips than he produced a yellow gourd, which transformed into a size comparable to a small mountain. The gourd's mouth exhaled radiant light, unleashing an infinite aura of lethality, shattering the entire roof above. With a resounding hum, countless beams of light surged forth from the gourd, cascading down upon Jiang Zhao. Concurrently, Xie Tianqing and another formidable cultivator from the Zhou family, both at the late foundation establishment stage, unleashed their attacks almost simultaneously, a palm strike and a sword thrust imbued with terrifying power, converging from two directions towards Jiang Zhao. The three of them launched their assaults in unison, effectively constricting all avenues of escape for Jiang Zhao. All is lost. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Gang felt an ominous premonition surge within him, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. How could anyone withstand the united force of three formidable cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage? Unless, of course, a peak foundation establishment expert were to arrive. Then perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet even if such a figure were to appear, Yu Gang believed that even if they managed to fend off this strike, they would likely sustain severe injuries, let alone his fellow disciple, Brother Jiang, who was merely at the late foundation establishment level. At this moment, a tinge of regret washed over him. He should have fled alongside Yin Shui earlier. Now it seemed rather too late to escape. Just as he wavered in uncertainty, within the confines of the room, Jiang Zhao stood with his robes billowing, an air of tranquility enveloping him. He extended a single hand, grasping the void, and a dark aura coalesced within his palm, transforming into a pitch-black longsword. Its blade as dark as ink and chilling to the bone. In the next instant, a magnificent surge of blade intent erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, soaring into the heavens and engulfing all directions. Centered around Jiang Zhao, an area spanning several hundred meters seemed to metamorphose into an ocean of chaos, tumultuous and relentless, immersing those within it in a nightmarish realm of despair. It felt as if, in the blink of an eye, one would be mercilessly executed by an endless barrage of gleaming blades. Damn it! Zhou Qian's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but curse aloud. The essence of the blade. This individual has comprehended the spirit of the sword. Quick, move. Before he could turn around, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. The long blade swept across, unleashing a tempest of malevolent energy, akin to thunder erupting from a serene plain. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and within the gazes of all present, only a profound and obsidian blade of light could be seen, expanding in a frenzied circular motion. Under the shroud of night, Jiang Zhao struck with his blade, obliterating all magical forces before him. Only a single beam of knife-like radiance, dark as the void, infused with ghostly and sinister energies, surged outward in a chaotic spread. Wherever it traversed, nothing remained unscathed. Everything within its sight was cleaved asunder. Even the moonlight cascading from the heavens appeared severed, momentarily plunging the entire village into a realm of darkness and silence. Outside the village, Yin Shui and Huaring concealed themselves in a corner, their eyes fixated on the distant settlement. Surely, Brother Jiang and the others have commenced their battle, Yin Shui remarked, his gaze aflame with anticipation. Initially, both he and Huang contemplated fleeing. However, midway through their escape, a realization dawned upon them. Brother Jiang was no ordinary foe. Even if a conflict erupted, the combined forces of Zhao, Xie, and the remnants of the Zhou clan might struggle to vanquish Brother Jiang in a short span, for he possessed formidable backing. With high-grade artifacts at his disposal and guidance from a golden core elder, Brother Jiang's combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of ordinary cultivators. Perhaps, by the end, the outcome would be one of mutual destruction. At this juncture, the two unscathed mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators returning to the village would spell doom for their adversaries. In such a scenario, the treasures possessed by the remnants of the Zhou clan, as well as the assets of brothers Zhao and Xie, along with Brother Jiang's artifacts, would fall into their hands. The mere thought of the high-grade flying artifact that Jiang Zhao had previously summoned sent shivers through Yin Shui's very being. Even without engaging in combat, it seemed inevitable. Huang chuckled lightly. Very well, let us bide our time. Once the battle concludes, we shall strike decisively. Yin Shui nodded in agreement, ready to voice his thoughts. Just as he began to speak, a thunderous roar erupted, unleashing a terrifying intent of the blade within the village. Following closely was a blade of darkness, as black as ink, that spread wildly. The blade's radiance surged forth like a deluge, swiftly engulfing all in its path. In the presence of this blade's light, the entire village appeared as fragile as a sheet of white paper, effortlessly torn apart. Curse it! Where did that blade intent come from? Yin Shui let out a strange cry, preparing to flee. However, it was already too late. He and Hua Ying were swept away like a leaf adrift in an endless ocean, sent flying dozens of feet. In midair, they continuously spewed blood. Upon landing, the two dared not look back and fled into the distance. A sense of dread filled Yin Shui's heart as he silently communicated with Hua Ying. Hurry! That's the aura of Brother Jiang. He must have triumphed. We cannot return to the sect now, or we may encounter Brother Jiang along the way. Given his temperament, he likely wouldn't spare us. Let us head east and hide for a while. In the village, Jiang Zhao stood still. The house he had previously occupied had vanished without a trace. Along with it, the upper half of Brother Xie had also disappeared, as well as the left half of another Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family. Only Shouken remained, clinging to the last vestiges of life. At this moment, Shouken lay amidst the ruins, left with only the upper half of his body. Beside him lay a golden gourd and an ancient azure shield. Though the shield was riddled with countless cracks, as if it would shatter into a myriad of fragments at any moment. Shouken swallowed the blood in his mouth, his eyes betraying an unmistakable terror as he slowly began to speak. Yet, before he could utter even a single word, he was interrupted by Jiang Zhao. With a swift motion, he seized the ancient shield beside him, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction as he remarked, "You have damaged my magical artifact. How do you intend to compensate for it?" Shouken found himself at a loss for words. Yet he clung to his last breath, resolutely stating, "I possess spirit stones, and everything within my storage ring can be yours. I only ask that you spare my life." "Your hopes are quite fanciful," Jiang Zhao chuckled, casually remarking, "To purchase your life with my possessions, I must say your calculations are rather astute." As she deftly removed the storage ring from his hand, Jiang Zhao did not hasten to inspect its contents but instead inquired once more. "Your Zhou family was once a considerable clan. Surely you must have left some means to make a comeback?" "None remain. It's all in your possession now," Shouken replied, shaking his head. "So, it appears you are utterly useless." Jiang Zhao raised her long blade, poised to strike, once facing imminent death. Shouken unexpectedly regained a flicker of vitality. He flipped onto his seat, swiftly forming hand seals, a glint of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes as he murmured, "Since you wish to kill me, let us descend into the underworld together. 6 Suns Exorcism Formation. Rise." This was his carefully devised contingency plan, specifically intended to counteract Xie Tianqing and Zhao Feng. However, he had not anticipated that events would unfold so swiftly. Zhao Feng perished almost immediately, followed by Jiang Zhao's swift strike. Among all present, either death or severe injury awaited them. Yet, he still clung to the last vestiges of life. Although his internal vitality was dwindling, activating the formation posed no significant challenge. Once this murderous array commenced, his own survival remained uncertain. But he was confident that Jiang Zhao would accompany him to the grave. He could not fathom that a mere late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator could breach the meticulously arranged 6-young exorcism array he had set. Bang! The final handprint was placed down. A profound silence enveloped the air. The anticipated formation did not materialize. Instead, it was merely Jiang Zhao and Zhou Qian exchanging bewildered glances. How could this be? Zhou Qian, refusing to succumb to disbelief, formed the hand seals once more. Save your efforts. I will explain shortly why your formation has vanished. Jiang Zhao stepped forward and, with a swift motion of his blade, cleaved the corpse in two. Subsequently, with a single hand, he grasped an ethereal soul, extracting it from Zhou Qian's lifeless body. Grasping Zhou Qian by the collar, Jiang Zhao lightly waved his hand, commanding, "Spirit rope, come here." "Master, I am on my way." Outside, the spirit rope hurried in, presenting a bundle as if offering a treasure, and promptly delivered it to Jiang Zhao. Upon unwrapping the package, a clear display of dozens of spirit stones and various array materials was revealed. "See? Your formation is right here." You, Zhou Qian, filled with a mixture of shame and indignation, glanced at the spiritual stones within the package and then turned his gaze towards Jiang Zhao. Fortuitously, he was already a soul. Otherwise, he would likely have spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Calm down. Although we were adversaries before, we shall be friends henceforth. The days ahead are long, and we will inevitably spend much time together. Wouldn't you agree, Junior Brother Xie and Junior Brother Zhao?" As he spoke, Jiang Zhao's attention drifted to the corner of the previous room, where several ethereal figures stood. These individuals possessed considerable strength and life. And though their physical forms had been shattered by Jiang Zhao's blade, their souls had miraculously survived. Nevertheless, they were not in a favorable state. Their spirits were exceedingly tenuous, far more so than those of ordinary humans, appearing as if they were on the verge of dissipating completely. This was largely thanks to Jiang Zhao's restraint. For had he unleashed his full power, not even a trace of their souls would have remained. "Brother Jiang, we were wrong. We truly recognize our mistakes. We beseech you, grant us mercy and spare us." Zhao Feng and Xie Tianqing fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing their heads and pleading. Like Jiang Zhao, they were practitioners of demonic cultivation, well aware of the methods employed by their kind. Once in the hands of their adversaries, they risked losing their consciousness and becoming malevolent spirits, condemned to serve their captors for eternity. In life, you were merely foundation-level cultivators, yet by aligning yourselves with me, I can assure you that you may one day attain the status of nascent soul or even transcend to the divine transformation level. In fact, you should express your gratitude to me. With that, Jiang Zhao waved his sleeve, and a large black banner descended from the heavens, firmly embedding itself into the ground. The banner billowed, releasing tendrils of dark mist that swirled around. Amidst the grateful words of Zhou Qian and the others, Jiang Zhao absorbed them all into the myriad souls banner. Subsequently, he kicked the corpse beside him. "The ghost ropes are now yours." "Thank you, Master." The ghostly rope, filled with exuberance, swiftly extricated itself from the remnants of the corpse, voraciously absorbing the essence of flesh and blood. Witnessing the ghostly rope's gluttonous feast, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but twitch his lips. With the essence depleted, his aspirations of practicing corpse refining were dashed. However, accepting his lack of proficiency in such arts, he felt a sense of relief. After all, having fed the ghostly rope, he deemed it not a waste. With no distractions, Jiang Zhao extended his consciousness, swiftly searching the vicinity. Before long, he unearthed half a storage bag from a mound of earth. He grasped it and pulled. Indeed, it was merely half a bag. A wave of unease washed over him as he held the fragmented storage bag. Such items are notoriously weak in terms of defense, far inferior to protective artifacts. Even a casual foundation-building cultivator could easily rend a storage bag asunder. Within these bags lies a miniature spatial realm. Once breached, the ensuing spatial turbulence could obliterate all tangible entities. Generally, any spiritual herbs or elixirs would scarcely withstand such spatial slicing forces, with only the more resilient heavenly materials managing to escape unscathed. Yet, would such treasures truly find themselves in the possession of a foundation-building cultivator? Jiang Zhao remained deeply skeptical. After rummaging through the ruins for quite some time, Jiang Zhao ultimately discovered 2 intact storage bags and several damaged artifacts, none of which were of remarkable quality. However, the yellow-skinned gourd in Zhou Qian's possession caught Jiang Zhao's eye. This artifact was well-preserved and boasted a commendable grade, achieving the status of a superior item. When activated, the gourd could unleash countless divine lights, aiding in vanquishing foes. Ordinary foundation-building cultivators would find it nearly impossible to withstand such power. This indeed was a valuable find. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhao swiftly infused his blood to claim it as his own, toyed with it for a brief while, and then casually stowed it away, before turning his attention to the 2 storage bags, inspecting them one by one. Alas, whose meager storage bags are these? Just a glance left Jiang Zhao internally lamenting. The 2 bags contained a mere 50 or so spirit stones, and even those were of mediocre quality. Apart from the spirit stones, there were various unlabeled vials and jars. A casual inspection revealed that these elixirs were far from remarkable. Despite the lackluster contents, Jiang Zhao consoled himself with the fact that he had at least acquired 2 bags. He then turned his attention to the last item of value, Zhou Qian's storage ring. As his consciousness delved within, a smile swiftly spread across Jiang Zhao's face. The storage ring, indeed a high-grade item in the cultivation world, boasted a capacity several times greater than that of the storage bags and contained treasures that left Jiang Zhao astounded. A cursory glance revealed over 20 jade slips of cultivation techniques. While most of the methods were rather rudimentary, suitable for those in the Qi refinement stage, there were indeed some noteworthy finds. For instance, the Imu Cha Qingju, a legitimate technique that could be cultivated up to the golden core stage, was among them. This method, characterized by its high entry threshold, relied entirely on one's innate talent and comprehension, yet it promised a solid foundation and the benefit of longevity. In addition to the Imu Cha Qingju, there was also a technique named Lanwei Shou, which similarly caught Jiang Zhao's eye. This technique, classified as golden core level, boasted the capability of plucking stars and moons upon reaching perfection. Such claims seemed exaggerated. If one could pluck stars and moons at the golden core stage, what devastation would a nascent soul cultivator unleash? Jiang Zhao scoffed internally but hastily skimmed through the content, ensuring it was etched in his memory before returning it to the ring. Beyond the jade slips, the ring also contained a substantial number of spirit stones, with over 100 high-grade spirit stones and more than 1,000 medium-grade ones. As for low-grade spirit stones, there were even more, piled up like a small mountain within the ring. Moreover, in a corner of the ring, numerous jade boxes were neatly arranged, each housing a spirit herb. Upon casually opening one, Jiang Zhao discovered that the herbs were at least 300 years old. This must be a fraction of the Zhou family's wealth, he mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. It was hard to believe that Zhou Qian, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, could amass such fortune, especially with a storage ring in his possession, an item almost exclusive to golden core cultivators. Most foundation establishment practitioners were still content with storage bags. Speaking of which, what kind of decent person carries an assortment of cultivation jade slips when venturing out? With these resources at hand, re-establishing a family is almost effortless. Furthermore, with a technique that directly leads to the golden core, nurturing a golden core cultivator over a span of 100 or 200 years while maintaining a low profile poses no challenge whatsoever. As Jiang Zhao reflects on his gains, outside the village, a mound of yellow earth stirs gently. With a loud clatter, the earth was disturbed, and a figure tumbled forth, the tattered Yu Gang lying on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his face adorned with the joy of surviving a calamity. I actually survived, Yu Gang murmured to himself. He sat up and glanced at the village not far away, then looked at the place where he found himself. Unable to contain his astonishment, could it be that I flew over from there? That must be 400 or 500 meters. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill wind swept by, and he suddenly felt a frigid sensation atop his head. Raising his hand to touch it, he discovered that his once thick and dark hair had been completely shorn away, leaving only a shining bald crown. Then he lowered his gaze to his other hand. In the palm lay a dozen defensive talismans, all reduced to powder. Even the low-grade defensive artifact he wore had become utterly ruined. Yu Gang regarded these remnants with a twinge of regret, yet, regardless of the losses, he was ultimately alive. Fortunately, Jiang Zhao's strike had not been aimed at him. Otherwise, even with double the life-saving measures in his possession, he would still have met his demise. Blade intent. As Yu Gang pondered the final scene he witnessed before losing consciousness, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. Brother Jiang had actually comprehended the blade intent. Such enlightenment, even among the true disciples, must surely mark him as an extraordinary individual. In stark contrast, he found himself merely an ordinary person, who once lived a mundane life in his hometown. Then, out of the blue, a celestial being descended, and with a mere wave of their sleeve, he and a dozen other youths from his village were whisked away to the heavens. When he next opened his eyes, he had become an outer disciple of the Wanqing immortal sect. He spent a full 7 or 8 years in the outer sect, and it was during this period of cultivation that he unearthed a terrifying truth. He was indeed just an ordinary person. In the realm of cultivation, he was almost entirely ignorant, devoid of any aptitude for practice. In a legitimate sect, he would not even qualify for the role of a menial laborer. He could not even break through to the first level of Qi refinement. It was only by remaining within the Wanqing immortal sect that he came into contact with some demonic arts, which barely allowed him to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Though he had become an inner disciple, he treaded carefully every day, as if walking on thin ice. Acutely aware that foundation establishment was merely the foundation of the cultivation world, without a significant opportunity or an even more formidable demonic art. His achievements in this life would likely be confined to this level. He dared not dream of great opportunities. And he was aware that the otherworldly demonic arts lay within the scripture repository. However, his strength was insufficient, and his realm too low to access them. Yet today, after witnessing Jiang Zhao's performance, the flickering ember of hope that he thought had extinguished suddenly reignited. Having spent so many years within the demonic sect, his mindset had long since transformed. He had not only learned the ruthless and treacherous nature of demonic cultivators, but had also embraced their audacity. Demonic cultivators inherently defy the heavens, facing tribulations that are far more arduous than those of ordinary practitioners. If one does not dare to take risks, how can they hope for a sliver of chance? If one succeeds in their gamble, the path ahead would be smooth sailing. With this thought, Yu Gang lowered his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Brother Jiang, do not hold it against me. I also desire longevity. Junior Brother Jiang, amidst the ruins, Jiang Zhao had just finished tallying his harvest when a familiar voice reached his ears. He looked up, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Junior Brother Yu? Are you unharmed? Previously, when he struck down with his blade, the entire village was utterly decimated. Even Zhou Can, at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, was left in a severely weakened state. At that moment, he extended his consciousness to survey the village but found no other signs of life. He had assumed that Yu Gang had also perished beneath the aftermath of his strike. However, to his surprise, Yu Gang emerged once more, albeit appearing gravely injured. His junior brother had miraculously survived. Had it not been for Brother Zhang's intervention, he might very well have met his demise. Yu Gang expressed his profound gratitude with a respectful gesture. Jiang Zhao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, Yu Gang spoke the truth. Without his assistance, Yu Gang and Yin Shui would have had no chance of survival against Zhao Feng and his companions. Though Yu Gang had suffered a serious wound at Jiang Zhao's hands, he had ultimately managed to salvage his life. As for Yin Shui and his companions, Jiang Zhao waved his hand, casting a curious glance behind Yu Gang as he inquired. In Jiang Zhao's eyes, Yu Gang occupied a position where he could be spared or eliminated. Given that he had not directly betrayed his allies and had not previously offended Jiang Zhao. However, Yin Shui was a different matter altogether. Setting aside the fact that Yin Shui had fled before the battle commenced, Jiang Zhao had ample reason to eliminate him based solely on the expression he had displayed when Jiang Zhao summoned his flying artifact. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhao had deemed him potentially useful at that time, which was why he had spared his life. Yet, in hindsight, it appeared that keeping Yin Shui around served little purpose. Has junior brother Yin been gone for quite some time? Perhaps he has returned to the sect by now? Yu Gang pondered uncertainly. Have you returned to the sect? Jiang Zhao squinted, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Did he believe that by retreating to the sect, he would find safety? Deep within his gaze lay a frigid resolve. Run all you wish, but while you may escape the monk, you cannot evade the temple. One day, our paths shall intersect again. The merits of demonic cultivators are numerous, yet Jiang Zhao had yet to master them all. However, he had honed his skills in harboring grudges and being petty to perfection. His junior brother had come to bid farewell to Jiang Zhao, but he also bore a token of gratitude, wishing to present it as a means to repay Jiang Zhao for his life-saving intervention. I hope you will not decline. Senior brother, he implored. With that, Yu Gang flipped his hand, producing a jade vial, which he reverently presented to Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao accepted it, unsealing the vial's enchantment. Instantly, a rich fragrance of medicinal essence wafted forth, instilling within him a fleeting sense of enlightenment. Is this the Qingyun pill? After confirming it multiple times, Jiang Zhao cast a peculiar glance at Yu Gang. This pill was exceedingly rare. The process of concoction was intricate, the success rate dismally low, and the spiritual herbs required were precious. Moreover, once created, it was only beneficial to cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. For those in the Qi Refinement stage, consuming it could easily propel them through several minor realms. Even foundation establishment cultivators could save years of arduous practice, and if fortune favored them, they might even experience a brief moment of enlightenment, should one fall into a state of comprehension. Mastering a particular divine ability to a significant degree within a short span would be entirely feasible. Yet, for those at the Golden Core stage, the efficacy of the Qingyun pill diminished considerably. Due to these factors, the status of the Qingyun pill has always been somewhat awkward, generally. Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment cultivators could hardly afford it, for alchemists would never sell such pills at a loss. Meanwhile, golden core cultivators could purchase it, yet found little use for it. Thus, it was only when major factions sought to nurture their outstanding juniors that they would concoct a few batches, rendering this elixir a rare sight in the outside world. To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, Yu Gang had actually produced one and offered it to him. "You wish to gift me this pill?" Jiang Zhao scrutinized the Qingyun pill once more, a meaningful smile gracing his lips as he teased. Indeed, Yu Gang lowered his head, not daring to raise it, and responded swiftly. "Very well." Jiang Zhao nodded and casually remarked, "I shall accept it." Upon hearing this, Yu Gang discreetly exhaled in relief. As long as he managed to deliver the elixir, half of his objective had already been fulfilled. Reflecting on combat prowess, Yu Gang acknowledged to himself that he would be no match for Jiang Zhao, even 10 times over. However, in the realm of poison, he estimated that his senior brother might not rival his expertise. A prodigy capable of grasping the essence of blade intent surely had little time to delve into the study of toxicology, or so Yu Gang presumed. Today, he had presented a Qingyun pill. He found it hard to believe that after receiving such a precious elixir, Jiang Zhao could resist the temptation to consume it. Once he did, then everything would be at Yu Gang's discretion. "If my senior brother has no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave," Yu Gang said, casting a subtle glance at Jiang Zhao before speaking in a low tone. "No need to see me off," Jiang Zhao nodded. Junior brother takes his leave. Yu Gang clasped his hands in salute and turned to depart. He had scarcely taken a step when he turned around. With a sudden and jarring sound reminiscent of fabric tearing, a painful sensation surged through Yu Gang's chest. Struggling to lower his gaze, he discovered, to his horror, that a half-submerged, obsidian blade had embedded itself within his torso. The chilling long knife emanated an aura of dark malevolence, and in that fleeting moment of penetration, the razor-sharp edge shattered his entire network of veins. "Are you truly leaving?" A chilling voice emerged from behind. Upon hearing this, Yu Gang's lips trembled. Crimson blood trickling down as disbelief washed over him. He turned to face Jiang Zhao, murmuring, "Senior brother Jiang, do you think you are the only one who has studied the manual of 10,000 poisons? Surely, you do not believe that the heart-eating worm concealed within the Qingyun pill is flawless?" Jiang Zhao spoke calmly. Previously, in the scripture pavilion, he had selected a plethora of divine arts and secret techniques, not with the intention of mastering them all, but rather to broaden his horizons. At the very least, when others plotted against him, he would be able to discern certain clues. In the realm of cultivation, there exist numerous insidious tactics. Mere strength does not guarantee victory. By acquiring more knowledge, he would inevitably find it useful. Indeed, today, the manual of 10,000 poisons proved its worth. Withdrawing his long blade, Yu Gang's lifeless body crumpled to the ground with a thud. He directly captured Yu Gang's soul within the soul-collecting banner. Jiang Zhao declared once more, "Ghost rope. Clean this up immediately." "Very well, master." The ghostly rope exclaimed with joy as it surged forth from Jiang Zhao's sleeve, swiftly entwining itself around Yu Gang's lifeless body. In no time, the essence within Yu Gang was completely absorbed by the ghostly rope. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from the rope had intensified manifold. Having consumed the remains of numerous foundational cultivators, the ghostly rope's prowess had advanced beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. Based on his conjecture, the ghostly rope was now capable of single-handedly confronting 5 or 6 Yu Gang, if the ghostly specter were to be unleashed. Even the combined forces of Zhao Feng and Xie Tianqing might struggle to subdue it. With a casual motion, Jiang Zhao retracted the ghostly rope and took out a task token, examining it intently. The Valley of Cold Moon. This is a place abundant in windgrass. According to the route of his mission, the valley lies directly to the east of his current position, approximately 6,000 miles away. With a horse-drawn carriage, it would take only 2 or 3 hours to reach. After collecting the windgrass, he planned to return to the enigmatic world of resurgence. After so many days, the Spirit Management Bureau must have accumulated a considerable number of ghostly entities. Whether he could transcend to the Golden Core stage remained uncertain, but at the very least, he aimed to become a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Firmly resolved, Jiang Zhao waved his sleeve, and a black carriage materialized in the sky. He stepped inside, and with a hum, the carriage soared into the heavens, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. During his journey, Jiang Zhao patiently contemplated the recently acquired lunar grass technique. Although it was a divine ability attainable only at the Golden Core stage, his formidable comprehension allowed him to grasp its fundamentals. Given enough time, Mastering it in its entirety would not pose any challenge. Half an hour later, while immersed in his reflections, Jiang Zhao's expression suddenly shifted as he gazed downward. There, on the ground, a fierce and resentful aura surged, indicating the aftermath of what must have been the deaths of hundreds, sufficient to conjure such an atmosphere. It seemed likely that a fellow disciple had acted here. Jiang Zhao expanded his spiritual awareness for a brief survey before preparing to depart. The regulations of the Wanqing immortal sect clearly stated that disciples were prohibited from harming ordinary people near the sect. After all, the sect was rife with demonic cultivators. And if left unchecked, it would result in a desolate radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, devoid of even an ant. If all ordinary people perished, recruiting new disciples would become exceedingly problematic. They could hardly venture into the domains of righteous sects to capture commoners repeatedly. A few attempts might go unnoticed. But with frequent incursions, the risk of failure increased. Should they be intercepted by righteous practitioners far from their own sect, the outcome would be grim. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the sect's regulations were merely guidelines, not absolute truths. While the edict forbade the slaying of ordinary people, disciples could discreetly extinguish a few small villages as long as they avoided major cities, provided they were not caught in the act. The higher-ups within the sect would seldom inquire about such matters. Today, having witnessed the events below, Jiang Zhao felt no inclination to intervene. In this world, countless ordinary people met their demise daily, not solely at the hands of demonic cultivators. Even righteous sects were not composed entirely of virtuous souls. Disputes could easily lead to the slaughter of a disrespectful village, a commonplace occurrence. In the eyes of most accomplished cultivators, ordinary people were but ants. Saving them was an act of benevolence, while neglecting them was simply fate's decree. Retracting his spiritual awareness, Jiang Zhao prepared to leave. Yet, in the next moment, a soft exclamation escaped his lips. This seemed to be, "Is that Yin Shui?" Upon recognizing a familiar figure, a swift smile spread across Jiang Zhao's face. It was indeed a case of having traversed countless paths only to stumble upon this serendipitous encounter, one that required no exertion at all. He had initially intended to settle accounts with old devil Zhang before seeking out Yin Shui. Yet, who could have predicted this unexpected meeting? One might ponder whether it is your misfortune or my good fortune that has led us to converge in this direction. As he spoke, Jiang Zhao urged the horse-drawn carriage forward, plunging down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he landed in a small courtyard. With 3 quick strides, he approached the door and delivered a forceful kick, resulting in a resounding crash as the door shattered. Amidst the swirling dust, he stepped into the room. Upon entering, Jiang Zhao's gaze fell upon a man hanging on the wall in a grotesque shape, his limbs impaled by iron nails. Crimson blood trickled from the wounds, staining half the wall. Below, on a wooden table, lay a disheveled woman, appearing to be in a state of gasping for breath, likely beyond salvation. Turning slightly, Jiang Zhao noticed 2 headless, hunched bodies entwined on a nearby wooden bed, cradling an infant between them. However, the infant had long since succumbed to death. After surveying the grim scene, Jiang Zhao's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. His earlier examination through spiritual perception had revealed that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The entire village was engulfed in similar horror. It was precisely because all the villagers had endured torment in life and met with a tragic end that such a potent aura of resentment had manifested. This malevolent energy was precisely what demonic cultivators cherished most. Senior brother Jiang, startled by the noise behind him, Yin Shui, who was dressing, fumbled with his clothes. His mind momentarily blank. When he turned to face Jiang Zhao, he was left utterly aghast. After several breaths of stunned silence, he managed to stutter out a few words, barely managing a greeting. At that moment, he could not fathom why Jiang Zhao, having completed his mission, chose not to return to the sect but instead ventured in the opposite direction. Had he known this beforehand, he would have flown westward to return to the sect without hesitation. "Did you do all of this?" Jiang Zhao inquired as he approached the table, casting a glance at the woman and adjusting her tattered clothing with a gentle motion. "Senior brother Jiang, you do not intend to seek vengeance on their behalf, do you?" Yin Shui's mind wrestled with conflicting thoughts. After a moment of silence, he finally managed to respond, albeit with difficulty, "Yes." However, after uttering those words, he hastily added, "Senior brother, I am not the only one who engages in this. Most of our outer sect brothers do the same. I learned this from my fellow seniors. They advised me that to obtain the most fearsome spirits, one must, in their presence, slay their parents, violate their wives, and extinguish their offspring. Only then, upon their death, will they become extraordinarily vengeful, and with a bit of nurturing, they can transform into formidable malevolent spirits. That method is rather ingenious," Jiang Zhao remarked with admiration. Hearing this, Yin Shui could not help but exhale in relief. He quickly smiled and said, "Indeed. The spirits within the 10,000 souls banner come from such means. Since we have encountered you today, I shall do you a favor and present all these fierce spirits to you, hoping you will graciously accept them. These are insufficient." Jiang Zhao shook his head. Despite his words, he was not slow in his actions. With a gentle wave of his hand, a large black banner appeared, its surface billowing. And all the surrounding souls were violently drawn in, becoming absorbed into the 10,000 souls banner. While collecting them, Jiang Zhao also deftly erased their consciousness. These villagers, who had suffered immensely in life, were doomed to have their corpses left to decay in the wilderness after death. Had Jiang Zhao not intervened, their futures would have been dismal, leading to one of two fates. Either they would remain here, left to perish without the prospect of reincarnation, ultimately scattering into nothingness, or they would be consumed by the surrounding malevolent energy, gradually growing into vengeful spirits, only to be captured by wandering demon cultivators and confined within the 10,000 souls banner, their lives controlled by others. Neither outcome was what Jiang Zhao wished to witness. He possessed a kind heart. He could not bear to see ordinary people suffer, nor could he allow these malevolent spirits to later pose a threat to others. In his helplessness, he could only gather them into his 10,000 souls banner, sharing the path of immortality with them. Observing the fierce spirits he had summoned being taken by Jiang Zhao, Yin Shui felt a tremor in his heart, a sense of reluctance, yet he patiently probed. "Is my senior brother satisfied now?" "Not by a long shot," Jiang Zhao replied, raising an eyebrow as he turned to Yin Shui with a smile and inquired, "Do you have any family?" "Me." Yin Shui, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that this brother Jiang had been toying with him from the very beginning. The other party had never intended to let him go. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Yin Shui ignited the essence of his blood, propelling himself towards the exit with unparalleled swiftness. With years of cultivation in the blood ignition secret technique, when activated, he could rival the might of a pinnacle foundation establishment cultivator, far beyond the reach of Jiang, who was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. The idea of catching up to him was akin to chasing a mirage. A sense of pride swelled within Yin Shui, though his prowess was lacking as a demonic cultivator who didn't possess a few hidden talents. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering the blood ignition secret technique, precisely to prepare for situations like this. Even when faced with a foe he could not defeat, should he choose to flee, most would be unable to detain him. With this thought lingering in his mind, he cast a glance behind him, yet saw no trace of Jiang Zhao. Indeed, as I anticipated, he remained unresponsive. Yin Shui's lips curled into a smirk as he prepared to hasten his escape from the scene. However, when he turned his head, it was as if he had witnessed something beyond comprehension. His pupils involuntarily constricted in shock. The figure that had soared into the sky abruptly halted midair. "Brother Jiang." In that instant, Yin Shui felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his hands and feet turning cold. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom why, despite employing secret techniques, Jiang Zhao was still able to match his speed, even managing to position himself ahead without Yin Shui's awareness. What manner of movement technique was this? "Junior brother Yin, where do you think you're going?" Jiang Zhao inquired with a smile. Yet, this expression sent a chilling shiver down Yin Shui's spine. Could it be that such a prodigy exists, one who, in addition to grasping the essence of the blade, still finds time to cultivate their movement skills? Observing Brother Jiang's speed, it was evident that he had mastered a movement technique to its utmost perfection. Yin Shui was rendered speechless, forcing a smile on his face that was more grotesque than tears. He deflected the conversation, saying, "I had no particular destination in mind. I merely intended to get some fresh air." As he spoke, one hand slipped behind him, palm upward, revealing a talisman. "If I were you, I would refrain from using that talisman," Jiang Zhao interjected. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his figure vanished like a specter, only to reappear before Yin Shui in an instant, delivering a powerful kick directly to Yin Shui's dantian. In the next moment, Yin Shui felt as though he had been struck with immense force. His eyes bulged, veins protruding from his face, and his body contorted at an unnatural angle, plummeting rapidly towards the ground like a boiled shrimp. A resounding crash echoed through the air. A cloud of dust was stirred up, revealing Yin Shui lying in the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his bones seemingly shattered beyond repair. Yet, what instilled in him a far greater terror was not his physical state, but the realization that as Jiang Zhao's foot descended, he could no longer sense his own cultivation. The vital essence that once coursed through his meridians was dissipating at an alarming rate. "Has my cultivation been utterly destroyed by you?" Yin Shui's incredulous voice murmured as he lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes filled with a profound resentment. Do not be angry. Jiang Zhao descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the ground. With a serene demeanor, he remarked, we have only just begun. Subsequently, he formed a seal with his hands and directed it towards the distant Wanhun banner. As he struck it, the banner trembled, and a vast expanse of ghostly mist unfurled, resembling a black ocean that enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Before long, from within the ghostly haze emerged one malevolent spirit after another, each with blood-red eyes and an aura of malevolence swirling around them. Merely casting a glance upon them sent shivers down one's spine. Most of the spirits within the Wanhun banner had their consciousness obliterated by Jiang Zhao, leaving only a few, such as Shen Song, who retained their wits. The reason for preserving these few was that in this bizarre and resurrected world, he required one or two subordinates to carry out tasks. Without intellect, communication with others would pose a challenge. However, in the realm of cultivation, figures like Shen Song would no longer be necessary. What he sought were merely obedient and fearless enforcers. Listen carefully, he commanded, surveying all the vengeful spirits. Aside from Shen Song and the other lingering souls, I shall release all the malevolent spirits from the Wanhun banner. He then cast a dagger from his hand, his voice calm yet firm. Each of you must inflict at least 10 cuts upon him. If he meets his demise at the hands of a cacophony of wailing and lamentation erupted. Jiang Zhao furrowed her brow. After regaining her composure, she realized this was the downside. She could no longer articulate a single word. Go, Jiang Zhao waved his hand. Over 1,000 vengeful spirits, upon receiving Jiang Zhao's command, surged towards Yin Shui like a frenzied tide. You, Jiang, I curse you. If you have the guts, kill me. Yin Shui's complexion turned ashen as he beheld the overwhelming horde of specters, his curses falling on deaf ears. Blades of light flickered before him. The once boisterous Yin Shui soon emitted a wail of despair. Seizing the moment, Jiang Zhao glanced into Yin Shui's storage bag, finding little of worth. Yet his gaze lingered on the wandering soul banner. Delving into it with his consciousness, he discerned 3 vengeful spirits within. The weakest possessed the strength of peak Qi refinement, while the strongest was a spirit at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This was not due to Yin Shui's lack of bloodshed, but rather because he, like many ghost cultivators, followed an elite path, killing a number of individuals and allowing the spirits to devour each other, thereby leaving only the strongest behind. After all, in this world, the essence of spiritual energy was abundant, but ghostly Qi was exceedingly rare. If the wandering soul banner housed too many spirits, he could not sustain them. In contrast, Jiang Zhao faced no such constraints. He resided in a bizarrely reviving world, capable of nurturing as many vengeful spirits as he wished. Given time, he could cultivate all the spirits within the banner into formidable beings on the verge of transcendence. Over 1,000 beings on the cusp of transcendence. Jiang Zhao cast a glance at the vengeful spirits dismembering Yin Shui, his mood considerably uplifted, a thrill coursing through him as he envisioned a promising future. However, just as he indulged in these thoughts, his expression shifted. He turned to gaze outside the village, where a figure in white was slowly retreating, seemingly frozen in place as if ensnared by an immobilization spell. Their eyes locked, Hua Ying's face drained of color, her legs trembling. Unbeknownst to her, a terrifying intent surged forth, akin to a tidal wave. Merely a glance sent chills racing down her spine, a frigid wave sweeping from her feet to the crown of her head. Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, Huang dared not entertain any notions of luck. What manner of person could command a wandering soul banner harboring over 1,000 vengeful spirits, each of formidable strength exceeding the 7th level of Qi refinement? How had he amassed such ghostly Qi? How many lives had he taken to cultivate these spirits? The depths of this matter were too profound for her to contemplate. Sensing she had been discovered, Huang instinctively summoned all her true essence, brandishing a white longsword as she soared into the sky. Humph! As she watched Hua Ying's departing figure, Jiang Zhao scoffed. Do you think you can escape? With a resounding clang, Jiang Zhao wielded his long knife, slicing through the air with a single stroke. A torrent of true essence surged through his meridians, converging into the blade. As the long knife descended with unwavering force, a magnificent arc of light emanated from it, stirring the malevolent energies around, casting a shadow upon the heavens. The blade's brilliance extended, akin to the roar of thunder, swiftly traversing over 1,000 meters, spanning the void. From a distance, it resembled a colossal black mountain collapsing, its imposing presence striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. With a resounding thud, an unrefined strike descended from above, akin to a cannon firing at a mere mosquito. Huang did not emit a single cry of anguish before being transformed into a mist of crimson in the sky. What significance did a blade that spanned 1,000 meters hold if one could only flee 900? Jiang Zhao sheathed his sword and spoke with an air of indifference. Observing the blood mist drifting downwards, he instructed the ghostly rope to proceed and absorb the essence of the corpse, for such valuable resources must not be squandered. As for the storage pouch, should it contain anything, he would retrieve it. If not, it mattered little. He was acutely aware of the potency of his previous strike. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the storage pouch was a lost cause. Given the distance, he could not hope to slay a foe without damaging it. After dealing with Huaying, Jiang Zhao transferred the 3 malevolent spirits of Yin Shui into his myriad soul banner. Completing these tasks, he lingered for a brief moment. Soon enough, a wail echoed in his ears, heralding Yin Shui's demise. It must be noted that the formidable strength of the vengeful spirits was indeed remarkable. They executed their strikes with precision. Each of the over 1,000 spirits felled with neither excess nor deficiency. Gazing upon Yin Shui, who was now scarcely flesh and bone, Jiang Zhao reached out and extracted his soul. A cursory examination revealed that Yin Shui's method appeared to be genuinely effective. At this moment, Yin Shui's eyes were blood red, his power significantly surpassing that of ordinary vengeful spirits, and dark smoke billowed from his frame. Even without Jiang Zhao impairing his intellect, he exhibited signs of unstable mental state, seemingly eager to engage in conflict with anyone he encountered. With a bit of cultivation, he could undoubtedly become a formidable asset. Jiang Zhao marveled at this and swiftly dulled Yin Shui's senses before incorporating him into the myriad soul banner. After scanning the surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, he waved his sleeve and summoned a carriage. Stepping inside, he hurried towards Cold Wind Valley. This time, the journey proceeded without incident, and he arrived at Cold Wind Valley at an exhilarating pace. After a prolonged search through its nooks and crannies, he finally discovered 10 stalks of wind grass. Though not particularly aged, they sufficed for the task at hand. With both assignments fulfilled, his next course of action was to return to the sect and submit the completed tasks. After all, failing to submit a completed task is no different from not having done it at all. However, before returning, Jiang Zhao felt compelled to venture into the bizarre world once more. Having lingered in the late stage of foundation establishment for an extended period, he was beginning to feel somewhat restless. He found a secluded spot and released his divine sense, scanning the area 3 or 4 times to ensure absolute safety. Once he was certain, he unleashed a golden portal, stepping into it and swiftly vanishing from sight. Upon re-entering the realm of strange awakenings, Jiang Zhao was enveloped by the intensely rich aura of ghostly energy surrounding him. This sensation brought him a profound sense of tranquility, as if even the circulation of true essence within him had accelerated significantly. In the depths of his being, he sensed an overwhelming feeling that the entire world was, in some ineffable way, welcoming his arrival. Shinsong. Jiang Zhao retrieved the Wandering Souls banner, releasing Shinsong, and commanded, "Go and seek out Lu Ruhai. Instruct him to neatly package all the spectral entities and expedite their delivery to me." "Indeed, Master," responded Shinsong, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist and swiftly making his way towards the Spirit Administration Bureau. Approximately half an hour later, 3 trucks came to a halt outside the villa. Lu Ruhai opened the door and leaped out, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow before respectfully stating, "Mr. Shin, would you like us to assist in carrying them inside?" In this realm, the spirits varied greatly in size. Some were no larger than the palm of one's hand, while others rivaled the dimensions of a bed or wardrobe. Otherwise, the Spirit Administration Bureau would not have dispatched 3 trucks for transportation. "No need, I can manage it myself." Shinsong declined with a wave of his hand. He then raised his hand gently, and a stream of black mist surged forth from his palm. To Lu Ruhai's astonishment, the dark vapor burst open the truck doors, swirling around the sealed spirits, which charged forth like untamed steeds, racing into the villa with remarkable speed. "Ah, this!" Lu Ruhai exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at Shinkong. A tempest of emotion surged within him during Shinsong's previous existence. When he served as the director of the Spirit Management Bureau, he had often interacted with Shinkong. At that time, he had not perceived Shinsong's formidable prowess. Yet now, how brief a period had passed since Shinsong began his association with Mr. Jiang. How was it possible for him to wield such power over the ethereal? In a mere moment, the specters from 3 delivery trucks had been entirely transported. Lu Ruhai involuntarily swallowed hard, forcing a stiff smile upon his face. He produced a sleek black mobile phone and presented it to Shinsong, saying with a smile, "Mr. Shin, I kindly ask you to convey this to Mr. Jiang." Should any matters arise in the future, please feel free to communicate via this number. The entire Spirit Management Bureau is devoted to serving Mr. Jiang to the best of our abilities. Furthermore, Lu Rahai's words paused slightly before he continued, regarding Mr. Jiang's previous instruction to locate the headquarters of the Ancient Deity Society. We have yet to make any progress. However, the ghostly servants have unearthed a considerable amount of information. Could you kindly inquire and see when Mr. Jiang might have the time to discuss this? Shinsong gently nodded, turning to swiftly enter the villa. As he stepped inside, he beheld Jiang Zhao standing in the courtyard, who offered a subtle wave. There's no need to say more. I am already aware. Let them return and await news. His time is rather constrained. After enhancing his strength, he must return to the sect. Once he has completed his tasks, he can return to purge those ghostly slaves. After all, it is merely a matter of a day or so. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruhai, Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged in the courtyard, surrounded by numerous ghostly entities. With the passage of time, the array surrounding the courtyard operated automatically, gathering the surrounding ghostly energy into this very space. It could be said that Jiang Zhao's villa had become one of the most concentrated places of ghostly energy in the world. As time accumulated, Jiang Zhao even began to suspect that every blade of grass and every tree in the courtyard might spontaneously evolve into a specter. After all, with the richness of spiritual energy, all things under heaven would naturally awaken. It stood to reason that with the abundance of ghostly energy, specters would inevitably come into existence. Setting aside his distractions, Jiang Zhao closed his eyes, and a terrifying force emanated from his being. In the courtyard, it was as if a tempest of magnitude 12 had erupted, swirling into a vortex above his head, pouring down an almost endless stream of ghostly energy into his body. Jiang Zhao's cultivation began to soar with an unprecedented rapidity, akin to riding a rocket. Approximately an hour later, a profound energy surged forth, expanding outward. After lingering for a considerable time at the late stage of foundation establishment, Jiang Zhao finally ascended to the pinnacle of this realm. Despite the presence of over 70 ghostly entities, he found them insufficient, although he had brushed the edge of the golden core stage. The overwhelming ghostly essence required for a breakthrough was far beyond his current capacity. He would need at least double the quantity. Jiang Zhao pondered this deeply. Although he had not yet transcended to the golden core stage, his current strength undoubtedly surpassed the peak of foundation establishment, effectively rendering him at the threshold of the golden core realm. After 4 months of cultivation, he stood merely a step away from the golden core, a commendable pace. It was unfortunate that his extraordinary ability had awakened rather late. Had it manifested sooner, a mere Zheng Qian would have been easily crushed with a single hand. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips, rose from his seat, and ceased his musings. He retracted Shinsong back into the Wandering Soul's banner. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, he conjured a golden portal and stepped through, returning to the cultivation realm. Once there, he boarded a carriage and swiftly made his way toward the direction of the sect. Meanwhile, within the grand hall atop the peak of the Wanqing immortal sect, Zheng Qian awoke from his recuperation, his brow furrowed in concern. He retrieved a jade slip that shimmered with a white light, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction within. Several days had elapsed since his confrontation with Hong Wanshou. Yet his injuries had yet to fully mend. Just as he was in the midst of healing, an unwelcome message had arrived through his communication jade slip, its source unknown. Upon glancing at the content, Zheng Qian's already dark expression deepened further. "Very well," Zheng Qian exclaimed, his voice resonating with a terrifying murderous intent that surged through the grand hall. How dare a mere blood knife sect pursue the descendants of this old man? If not for his advanced age and the injuries he sustained from his recent altercation with Hong Wanshou, he would have already stormed their gates to teach them a lesson about the vibrancy of blooming flowers. Did they truly believe that the vengeful nature of demonic cultivators was merely a jest? While he may be indifferent to the fates of others, he held his own descendants in high regard. Generally, demonic cultivators are ruthless towards outsiders, yet they exhibit a degree of care for their kin. After all, not all demonic cultivators tread the path of ruthless detachment. As long as a semblance of parental affection exists, they tend to look after their offspring. Moreover, Zheng Qian's family was quite astute, sending ample spirit stones and elixirs every year. This further emphasized the importance of his family and his heart. With his descendant being hunted by the Blood Knife sect today, if he chose to ignore it, there would surely be those plotting the annihilation of his clan tomorrow. Sitting on the cushion, Zheng Qian contemplated his current state and the potential to rescue his descendant. Though he could succeed, it would undoubtedly delay his recovery and hinder his other plans. After much deliberation, he concluded that it would be more prudent to send his somewhat ungrateful disciple on this errand. Originally, He intended to assign Jiang Zhao other tasks upon his return to keep him occupied, but fate had presented him with this ready-made opportunity. As for the near rupture of their relationship, Zheng Qian pondered whether Jiang Zhao would act out in anger and endanger his family. He deemed this unlikely. Li Su had previously mentioned that Jiang Zhao was merely at the initial stage of foundation building, having known Li Su for over 2 centuries. Especially during his periods of seclusion when Li Su managed affairs on the mountain, Zheng Qian trusted that Li Su had been diligent and honest throughout the years. Since Li Su had not deceived him, what harm could come from Jiang Zhao uncovering the whereabouts of his family? Although there were no Golden Core experts within his clan, they did have a peak foundation-building patriarch. The disparity between their realms spanned several minor stages. Drawing from his experience of over 800 years, Zheng Qian surmised that even if 2 Jiang Zhaos joined forces, they would likely not stand a chance against the patriarch of the Zheng family. With this realization, Zheng Qian felt a sense of calm wash over him. He estimated that Jiang Zhao would be returning soon, just as he was about to call for Li Su. However, Li Su's voice preempted him, announcing from outside, "Esteemed master, we have received news from Wanbao Pavilion." Oh, upon hearing this, Zheng Qian's eyes immediately lit up. He gently waved his sleeve, and a soft breeze swept through, opening the grand hall's doors. With a hint of excitement in his voice, he said, "Come in and speak." Indeed, Li Su hurried into the hall, kneeling on the ground, and respectfully spoke. "My lord, the Wanbao Pavilion has just sent word to me, stating that the Ziluo Tianxiang herb you requested, as well as the Dinghun Divine Wood, has arrived. Is that true?" Upon hearing these words, Zheng Qian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and his aged body involuntarily quivered. "Absolutely," Li Su stated solemnly. "Very well. How delightful." Unexpectedly, even I have encountered a stroke of fortune. Zheng Qian abruptly rose, spinning around twice in his excitement, unable to contain his joy. He had previously believed that these 2 items would take at least several months to arrive. Yet, astonishingly, just a few days have passed, and the Wanbao Pavilion has delivered the goods. It is evident that their impressive scale of business is well-deserved. They certainly deserve their profits. What was initially planned for a year has now been condensed by several months, and it appears that my plans will require a slight adjustment. Li Su. Zheng Qian raised his head and gazed at Li Su, solemnly instructing, "You must visit Jiang Zhao at once. Upon his return, direct him to this location to rescue a descendant of mine." As he spoke, he casually tossed a jade slip, which landed before Li Su. Li Su, not daring to be negligent, promptly accepted the jade slip and bowed respectfully. "Yes, I shall proceed immediately." After watching Li Su depart, a smile could no longer be contained on Zheng Qian's lips, and he erupted into hearty laughter, tilting his head towards the heavens. "Aha, indeed. The heavens are on my side. I fear that the young rascal Jiang Zhao could never anticipate my swift preparations. Upon your return, it shall be your demise." Not long after, a black carriage descended before the mountain gate. Jiang Zhao stowed away the carriage and hastened into the gate, traversing the mountain path until he soon arrived at the Grand Hall of Tasks. Upon entering the hall, he approached the disciple responsible for task registration and presented 2 task tokens, along with a jade box containing the Inwind grass. He spoke. "Would you kindly assist me with the registration?" "Oh, very well." The disciple clad in black glanced at Jiang Zhao and said nothing further, swiftly assisting him with the registration. The first task presented no complications. The disciple merely took a cursory glance, confirming the quantity of Inwind grass and its age, before promptly handing Jiang Zhao 5 mid-grade spirit stones. However, regarding the second task, he scrutinized the task token once more and then looked at Jiang Zhao's solitary figure. His expression tinged with skepticism as he inquired, "Senior brother, are you alone?" "Yes, just me," Jiang Zhao affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the disciple's demeanor shifted slightly, though he refrained from further comment. Such occurrences were all too common within the demonic sect, where several companions would embark on a mission, only to return with one remaining or worse, none at all. An observant individual would readily discern the underlying tension. However, as a mere record-keeping disciple, he dared not pry or inquire further. After confirming that the corpse of Zhou Can brought back by Jiang Zhao posed no issues, the disciple swiftly calculated the spirit stones owed to him. An additional 100 or so mid-grade spirit stones were credited to Jiang Zhao's account, uplifting his spirits as he gathered all the stones and proceeded directly towards his small courtyard. Before he reached the entrance, he noticed a figure standing before the gate from a distance. "Brother Jiang." Upon seeing Li Su, Jiang Zhao noticed him as well. A seemingly unpleasant memory flickered across his mind, and after exchanging greetings, he took a step back. What now? Casting a sidelong glance at Li Su, Jiang Zhao proceeded directly toward his small courtyard. He had already reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, mere steps away from the Golden Core stage. With Li Su standing before him, he felt no fear. Even if Zheng Qian himself appeared, he would not be intimidated. Worst case, he could retreat to that enigmatic realm. After all, the technique he possessed could lead him to the peak of the Golden Core. When he returned next time, it would be Zheng Qian who would be on the run. The old master has a descendant who is being pursued by the Bloodblade sect. Li Su pressed his lips together and slowly spoke. The old master wishes for you to personally undertake a journey to rescue that descendant. Not interested. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Jiang Zhao instinctively sought to decline. During his previous mission for the sect, his primary concern had not been Zheng Qian. After all, Zheng Qian was merely a Golden Core cultivator, posing little threat to him. His true apprehension lay with the other formidable figures within the law enforcement hall. After all, having secluded himself in his small courtyard and refrained from venturing out, he was wary of being discovered. Should a thorough investigation ensue from above, his secret of traversing between realms might remain concealed. However, the notion that he could simply vanish without a trace would likely not escape the scrutiny of the observant. In the enigmatic realm, he could navigate freely, appearing and disappearing at will, for others posed no threat to him. Yet in the cultivation world, exercising caution 1,000-fold would still be insufficient. Having completed 2 sect missions, he found himself with ample time to enhance his strength. The idea that Zheng Qian might expect him to assist with tasks was, without a doubt, a fanciful dream. Just as he was about to refuse, a sudden thought struck Jiang Zhao, making him question his own hearing. He quickly inquired, "What did you just say?" "The Lord wishes for you to make a personal visit." Li Su began to speak. Before he could finish, Jiang Zhao eagerly interrupted the previous statement. "The Lord has a descendant who is currently being pursued by the Bloodblade sect." Li Su hesitated, momentarily taken aback. He has a descendant? Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with newfound realization, as if he had stumbled upon an undiscovered continent. Previously, he had never considered this aspect. His mind solely preoccupied with thoughts of eliminating Zheng Qian. Yet now, it became apparent that he had been woefully neglectful in his duties as a demonic cultivator, having entirely overlooked the necessity of investigating Zheng Qian's family. Indeed, Li Su retracted his head, feeling inexplicably intimidated by this senior brother Jiang, who appeared significantly more formidable than before, rendering him incapable of making any sudden movements. After all, he was merely a novice. Despite having lived for over 2 centuries and reaching the mid-foundation stage of cultivation, he had never engaged in combat. For the past 200 years, he had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the Wancheng Xin zone. Where was that hunted descendant of his family? Jiang Zhao, eager and ready, inquired swiftly. The advantages of demonic cultivators are numerous, yet the most crucial is their unwavering commitment to their words. When they declare a death sentence upon your family, they fulfill it without hesitation. In recent days, Jiang Zhao had found himself at an impasse regarding Zheng Qian. However, sending off Zheng Qian's kin was not a daunting task, allowing him to mask his intentions. To avoid revealing his motives too overtly, Jiang Zhao deliberately refrained from asking about the location of the other party's family. After all, once he located the descendant of Zheng Qian, he could easily inquire about their ancestral home and the formidable guardians that resided there. The master had meticulously recorded all pertinent information within a jade slip, detailing the appearance of that descendant and their current whereabouts. Li Su produced a jade slip and spoke rapidly. "Oh." Jiang Zhao grasped the jade slip, his consciousness delving within. After a brief glance, a smile graced his lips as he said, "Please convey a message to my master for me. I shall ensure that this matter is handled with utmost precision, leaving no room for oversight, striving for him to reunite with his family at the earliest opportunity. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother." Li Su bowed in acknowledgement. "Ah," Jiang Zhao uttered softly, and his figure immediately vanished from sight. By the time Li Su raised his head, Jiang Zhao had already reached the outskirts of the valley. Although flying was prohibited within the sect, Jiang Zhao's swiftness was nonetheless astonishing. Watching Jiang Zhao's disappearing silhouette, Li Su could not help but feel a sense of awe. Although he was unaware of Zheng Qian's intentions regarding possession, his intuition suggested that there might be some discord between his master and senior brother Jiang. However, it now seemed that he had overthought the matter. Upon hearing that his master's descendant was in trouble, senior brother Jiang had rushed over without a moment's hesitation. His speed was far superior to that of their last encounter. After departing from the sect, Jiang Zhao did not hasten to rescue anyone. Instead, he sought a secluded spot to venture into the bizarre world. Previously, he had planned to return to the sect and immediately head to the strange realm, where he would casually explore the vicinity of Donghai City, dismantling a few ghostly dens and refining some ghost slaves, all while elevating his strength beyond the Golden Core stage. However, given the emergence of other pressing matters, he realized that direct intervention was no longer feasible, and thus, he would have to endure for a while longer, compelling Lu Ruhai and the others to work overtime and capture more ghostly entities over the next few days, to enhance the efficiency of suppressing these spirits. Jiang Zhao also retained the services of Shen Song and 4 other formidable spirits. With their oversight, clearing out the entire Donghai city should pose little challenge. Before departing, Jiang Zhao imparted a crucial piece of advice to Shen Song. If they struggled to capture wild ghostly beings, they should first target the local practitioners of ghost taming, as they too harbored spirits within them. Upon returning to the cultivation realm, Jiang Zhao cast a glance at the distant gates of the Wanqing immortal sect, a cold smile spreading across his lips. Wait for it. The next time I return, it will be the end for you, Zhang Qian, you old wretch. A day later, in a dense forest 30,000 miles from the Wanqing immortal sect, for men clad in crimson garments, wielding long blades, dispersed to extend their spiritual senses, enveloping the vicinity for hundreds of meters, while their gazes incessantly scanned the surroundings. The leader, with a defiant expression, spoke loudly. Boy, I know you are hiding here. If you are wise, come out willingly. Our belongings are not so easily obtained. Hand over what you have, and we may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you had better pray that we do not find you, once you fall into our hands. Humph. The man let out a cold sneer, his expression twisted with malice. You are about to suffer. Not far away, in a pit of earth, Zhang Xian lay in tattered clothing, blood streaming from his body. He was sprawled at the bottom of the pit, a layer of medicinal powder sprinkled over him to mask the scent of blood. Additionally, he had covered himself with a layer of dry leaves for camouflage. Only his pair of eyes remained exposed, occasionally glancing furtively at the red-clad man and others who were pacing back and forth a few meters ahead of him. Thud. Zhang Xian swallowed nervously, clutching a jade slip in his hand as he fervently transmitted messages to the outside world. Observing the approaching footsteps of the 4 Blood Blade sect disciples, his heartstrings were taut with anxiety. In the span of mere breaths, he had sent out nearly 100 messages. Yet, the only response he received from the jade slip was a single line: do not panic. Stay steady. A disciple of the ancestor has already gone to rescue you. As he read the message from his family head, Zhang Xian could not help but curse under his breath. This was precisely what had been conveyed the previous night. And yet, a whole night had passed. Where are they? He was aware that the recent disciple accepted by his ancestor appeared to be quite extraordinary, having just ascended to the Foundation establishment stage and already joined the law enforcement hall of the Wanqing immortal sect. The renown of the Wanqing immortal sect is well known. With hundreds of thousands of disciples, each member of the law enforcement hall is among the elite, though both were Foundation establishment cultivators. The distinction between those from ordinary sects and those from grand sects was insurmountable. If that disciple of his ancestor arrived, eliminating the 4 Bloodblade sect disciples should pose no challenge. However, the crux of the matter was that he had sent out an abundance of distress signals, and yet, so much time had elapsed without a sight of that disciple. Could it be that the ancestor-esque disciple had lost their way? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of despair began to rise within Zhang Xian. Just as he was about to send another message to his family, a sudden rustling sound of withered leaves resonated through the air. Zhang Xian's heart trembled, and he abruptly lifted his gaze, only to lock eyes with a pair of mocking orbs. The man clad in crimson wore a sly grin, revealing a row of glistening white teeth. So, you were hiding here all along. Oh no. Zhang Xuani silently thought to himself, realizing the gravity of his situation. He hastily attempted to retreat, using all his limbs, but before he could take more than a couple of steps, his body collided forcefully with a solid object. Slowly raising his gaze, he discovered that a figure in red had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Not only was there someone at his back, but also on either side stood a disciple of the Blood Knife sect, effectively rendering him trapped with no escape. Run? Why not continue to flee? The foremost individual, a towering figure with a scruffy beard, strode forward and approached Zhang Xuani. He raised one foot and brought it down with a thundering force, producing a sharp crack. Zhang Xuani could not suppress a cry of agony. Looking down, he realized that his right leg had contorted into a grotesque angle, with a boot pressing down on it, spinning incessantly. With each rotation, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. What was it I just said? The brawny man spoke menacingly. You had better pray that you do not fall into our hands, for if you do, I shall methodically shatter each of your limbs. Ah, Zheng Xian gasped. Struggling to speak? Are my limbs functioning? Yelling? Upon hearing this remark, the four individuals nearby erupted into laughter. Faced with imminent demise, how dare one negotiate terms? The man's eyes widened, and with his long blade raised, he was about to bring it down. Wait a moment. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Xian urgently shouted. At that moment, he could no longer afford to heed the pain in his right leg, and he hastily declared, My ancestor is Zheng Qian, an elder of the outer sect of the 10,000 Saints Immortal sect. Should you take my life, do not expect to escape unscathed. Zheng Qian? The burly man maintained an impassive expression, mockingly stating, I have heard of that old fellow. He has lived for far too long, and likely has only a few years left. To think you could use him to intimidate me is bound to leave you disappointed. Moreover, the man in red suddenly remarked, as if struck by a thought, if memory serves me right. That old fellow Zheng Qian is still featured on the wanted lists of both the Zhenyang sect and the Xianyang sacred sect, is he not? Should he dare to step outside the sect, I believe we need not lift a finger. There will undoubtedly be others eager to hunt down the demon. At this juncture, the man in red and his three companions erupted into a fit of raucous laughter. Zheng Qian has lived for quite some time, leaving behind a considerable legacy. Over the past few centuries, he has been pursued by righteous cultivators on multiple occasions, yet he managed to evade capture each time. These exploits have become a source of boastful pride for Zheng Qian, and given that many witnessed his confrontations with the righteous sects, his reputation has spread far beyond his own sect. Even in the outside world, numerous cultivators have heard of Zheng Qian's formidable name. After all, not every demon cultivator can emerge unscathed from an encirclement of righteous adversaries. I am not afraid to divulge this, Zheng Qian said, his complexion paling as he spoke tremulously. My ancestor has dispatched a disciple from our sect, and if we calculate the time, he should have arrived in the vicinity by now. Oh? The man in red raised an eyebrow, glancing around with disdain. Does that old fool Zheng Qian even have a disciple? Where is he? Not that it matters if he's absent. Even if he stood right before me, I would still cleave him in two with a single strike. The sentence remained unfinished. With a swift flash of black steel, a sound akin to fabric tearing echoed through the air almost simultaneously. The blade sliced through the necks of four individuals, its momentum unyielding as it soared into the distance, cleaving through dozens of towering trees before gradually dissipating into the vastness of the world. The four men in red attire shuddered slightly, exchanging glances that revealed mutual disbelief in their eyes. The burly man stammered, struggling to utter the fourth word. Just as he was about to speak the fifth, the next moment unfolded. With a sharp sound, crimson blood gushed forth from the wound on his neck, drenching Zheng Qian in a chilling spray. Although he appeared quite disheveled, his face bore an expression of astonishment. Through the gaps between the corpses of the four crimson-clad men, he distinctly saw a young man in black, who was leisurely approaching, wielding a dark long knife. As he moved, the blade transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly dissipating. Jiang Xianqing, Zheng Xian exclaimed in surprise. Despite sharing the same foundational cultivation level as Jiang Zhao, their statuses were vastly different. Zheng Xian was a descendant of Zheng Qian, separated by countless generations, while Jiang Zhao was a disciple of Zheng Qian. The disparity in their identities was monumental, rendering him unable to address Jiang Zhao as a fellow cultivator, and thus he could only refer to him as Xianqing. As Jiang Zhao approached, he effortlessly brushed aside the bodies of the red-clad men, akin to swatting away ants, and extended a hand towards Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian's eyes brightened. Indeed, the ancestor's disciple proved to be reliable, not only saving his life but also seemingly offering to support him, having noticed the severity of his injuries. This gesture felt overly courteous. With that thought in mind, Zheng Xian hastily reached out. However, their hands merely crossed in midair. In Zheng Xian's bewildered gaze, Jiang Zhao's hand had already settled atop his head. Jiang. Zheng Xian managed to utter a single syllable. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual consciousness penetrate his mind through Jiang Zhao's palm. Just before his awareness faded, a terrifying thought flickered in Zheng Xian's mind. Could this possibly be soul-searching? After a brief pause, Jiang Zhao withdrew his hand and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He then produced the 10,000 souls banner, gathering the souls of several individuals before speaking once more. Ghost rope. Come forth and cleanse the ground. Here I come. The ghostly rope exclaimed with joy, swiftly darting out from Jiang Zhao's sleeve. During this period, it felt as though it had been living in paradise, spending its days in a blissful slumber. Upon awakening, it was greeted by a plethora of delectable treats laid out before it. After feasting so abundantly, it was uncertain of its current prowess. After all, there was no benchmark for comparison. Yet, it could vaguely sense that it had grown astonishingly powerful. Regrettably, among these corpses, there were no souls to be found. Had there been any, it could have effortlessly cultivated a few ghostly servants to assist its master. However, the absence of souls was undoubtedly a deliberate choice by its master, a notion the ghostly rope did not wish to ponder further. Observing the ghostly rope as it absorbed the essence of flesh and blood, Jiang Zhao picked up several storage bags, inspecting them one by one. The bags belonging to the disciples of the Bloodblade sect revealed nothing of interest, merely some spirit stones and ordinary garments. In contrast, within Zheng Xianyi's storage bag lay a blood-red long knife, no larger than a palm. The blade appeared to be crafted from a type of jade, its surface gleaming and translucent. As soon as it was extracted, a formidable aura emanated from it, sweeping in all directions. Was this the treasure spoken of by the disciples of the Bloodblade sect? Jiang Zhao squinted, scrutinizing the blood-red long knife. After a lengthy examination, he was unable to discern its true nature. The blade was only half intact, the other half mysteriously vanished, and the cut was smooth, leaving him to wonder who had severed it. In his estimation, this was likely not a magical artifact, but rather a kind of token. Summoning the souls of the 4 disciples of the Bloodblade sect, he questioned them individually, only to find them equally uninformed about the specific function of the blood-red knife. It was simply an item belonging to the Bloodblade sect, and he resolved to inquire further later on. Shaking his head, Jiang Zhao decided not to dwell on it any longer. He was determined to visit the Bloodblade sect, not only for the token he possessed, but also for the completion of the lifeless blade scripture, a divine technique of the sect. Presently, he only held the first half of it. To acquire the latter portion, a visit to the Bloodblade sect was unavoidable. Stowing the half-blade away, he meticulously recalled Zheng Xianyi's memories before turning his gaze toward the south, softly uttering, Luoshui City, Zheng family. Before his crossing, an ancient saying from his homeland echoed in his mind. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying by evening. Now, he had finally discerned the path to the Zheng family. Gazing upward at the sky, one realizes it is the early morning. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhao gracefully flourished his sleeve, conjuring forth a black carriage. He stepped inside, while 2 white horses ahead neighed, their hooves pounding in unison, transforming into a streak of light as they surged into the heavens. Time flowed seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. In Luoshui City, at the Zheng family's residence, before a pavilion, a young servant clad in green respectfully addressed a middle-aged man whose expression was as somber as still water. Young master, the patriarch of the Qin family has come to call. Which patriarch of the Qin family? Was the curt reply. I have never heard of him. I shall not receive him. No sooner had the servant spoken than a defiant voice echoed swiftly from within the pavilion. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man stepped forward and declared solemnly, Young Master Zheng, whether you choose to meet with me, Qin, is of little consequence. I merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of my daughter. What little girl? In the attic, the owner of the voice spoke with a trace of impatience, exclaiming loudly, This is the residence of the Zheng family. What impudent wretch dares to come here in search of a daughter? Good fortune. Here comes the young master. The servant at the door promptly saluted. Why haven't you thrown him out yet? Well, the young servant, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of hesitation. He raised his gaze towards the middle-aged man and spoke softly, Master Qin, perhaps you have indeed come to the wrong place. Might I suggest you explore other avenues? Humph. The middle-aged man stood still, emitting a cold snort as he solemnly declared, at the hour of the serpent today. Numerous witnesses at the East City Gate beheld young Master Zheng forcefully abducting my daughter. Does young Master Zheng dare to deny his actions? As he spoke, the middle-aged man stepped forward, raising one hand, his inner energy coalescing in his palm as he prepared to break in forcefully. However, in the next moment, the door swung open on its own. A young man, clad in white, adorned with a beautiful jade pendant and holding a folding fan, gracefully emerged. With a sideways glance at the middle-aged man, he coolly remarked, I wondered who was barking outside my door at this hour. It turns out to be the head of the Qin family. You. The head of the Qin family, his face clouded with frost, clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. His cultivation, at the late stage of foundation establishment, remained concealed. After taking several deep breaths to forcefully suppress the anger surging within him, he solemnly inquired once more, Young Master Zheng, may I ask where my daughter is at this moment? He was acutely aware of their current location. Even as the head of the Qin family, he could not dare to act recklessly here. The Qin family was not comparable to the Zheng family. He alone represented its strongest force, with his abilities only reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. In contrast, the Zheng family possessed a formidable advantage. Their patriarch was not only a peak foundation establishment expert, but also had a powerful backing, the outer elder of the Wanxing Xinzong, Zheng Qian. Although a golden core cultivator might not hold much value within the Wanxing Xinzong, outside, they were undoubtedly a formidable presence. In many smaller families and sects, a foundation establishment cultivator could be considered an ancestor, let alone a golden core expert. If the Qin family were to provoke the Zheng family, Qin Jingyong could almost guarantee that none of the over 100 members of the Qin family would see the light of the next day. Faced with the Zheng family's aggressive demeanor, Qin Jingyong had contemplated relocating his entire family from Luoshui City. However, the issue lay in the fact that their current territory was not within the righteous domain, but rather under the jurisdiction of the Wanxing Xinzong. Within the city, the rules imposed by the Wanxing Xinzong constrained its cultivators, preventing them from brazenly annihilating an entire populace. Yet outside, the restrictions were significantly less binding. Should misfortune befall them during their exodus, encountering a wandering disciple of the Wanxing Xinzong could lead to their entire clan being wiped out on a whim. And he doubted anyone would come to their aid. They could neither escape nor remain in peace. Since assuming the position of family head, Qin Jingyong had consistently chosen to endure for the sake of tranquility, yet today, with his daughter being abducted in broad daylight, he found it increasingly intolerable. The daughter of the head of the Qin family, Zheng Yunsheng, raised the folding fan in his hand, gently tapping his forehead, and apologized. "I must apologize for my forgetfulness. Indeed, I invited your daughter to my residence this morning. She should still be in the guest room." As he spoke, he stepped forward, continuing, "Since you have come, Qin family head, you may take her back now." Qin Jingyong followed closely behind Zhang Yuxing, hastening through the Zheng residence. As they approached the guest room, his unease intensified. Soon after, Zhang Yuxing halted and pointed with his fan toward a room ahead, saying, "Qin family head, your daughter is in the room just ahead. Please, go and see for yourself." Upon hearing this, Qin Jingyong's heart trembled, the feeling of unease reaching its zenith. He cast a deep glance at Zhang Yuxing, inhaled deeply, and quickly strode to the door, extending a hand to push it open. The moment he entered the room, he beheld a disheveled young woman reclining on the bed. "Waner." Qin Jingyong's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly approached the bedside, grasping the woman's wrist. He channeled his immense vital energy into her, yet it vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea, yielding no response whatsoever. In that moment, the hope that had lingered in Qin Jingyong's heart was extinguished. He released his consciousness to scan the surroundings but found nothing of value. As his complexion paled, he tremulously pulled the covers over the woman. Then, with a hoarse voice, he spoke, "Young Master Zhang, my daughter has perished in the Zheng residence. Will you not provide me with an explanation?" "An explanation?" Zheng Yunxing seemed to have heard something utterly astonishing. He looked up and let out a hearty laugh, mocking. "What kind of explanation does the head of the Qin family seek? Surely, you do not wish for me to offer up my life in exchange for your daughter? Paying with a life once more." Qin Jingyong spoke coldly. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuxing leisurely interjected, "I advise you to think carefully before you speak." "Master Qin." Upon hearing this, the furious Qin Jingyong swiftly regained his composure. He glanced at the lifeless body of his daughter on the bed, and then at the proximity of Zhang Yuxing. After a moment of silence, the tension in his demeanor and the clenching of his fists gradually relaxed. Indeed, while he could strike down Zhang Yuxing today, what would follow? It was likely that the entire Qin family would meet their demise alongside him, and given Zhang Yunxing's status, he surely possessed means of protection. Perhaps before he could even lay a hand on Zhang Yunxing, the formidable members of the Zheng family would have arrived. At that point, he would not only fail to avenge his daughter, but could also lose his own life, leading to the obliteration of the entire Qin family. Observing Qin Jingyong's gradual calmness, Zhang Yunxing could not help but scoff lightly and stated flatly, "Do you still require an explanation, Master Qin?" "No need," Qin Jingyong managed to utter with great difficulty. The moment those 3 words escaped his lips, he appeared to age decades in an instant, his posture slightly hunched. He turned to look at the woman on the bed, now devoid of any signs of life. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the removal of his daughter's body. Then, he pivoted and walked towards the door. Just as he was about to exit, a servant rushed in from outside, calling out from a distance, "Young master, the celestial sect has arrived. The master instructed you to hurry, lest we lose our courtesy." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxin's eyes sparkled with interest as he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Zhengyong and inquired with faint curiosity. May I ask which celestial being from the immortal sect has graced us with their presence? Indeed. The servant hurriedly approached, breathless, and quickly remarked, I have heard that he is the esteemed disciple of our ancestor, possessing formidable strength. So much so that even the head of the family treats him with utmost respect. That immortal has commanded everyone from the Zhang family to gather in the main hall, as he wishes to personally review each one of them. Even the second master, who recently secluded himself in meditation, has been summoned by the head of the family. Is that so? Zhang Yunxing felt a surge of joy within. The standing of Zhang Qian in the Zhang family is self-evident. Without Zhang Qian's influence, the Zhang family would have been annihilated countless times. Now, with the arrival of Zhang Qian's sole disciple, the entire Zhang clan dared not exhibit any signs of negligence. After all, the fact that Zhang Qian's lifespan is dwindling is no longer a secret. Once Zhang Qian passes away, the family's most significant backing, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will inevitably shift to this singular disciple. Currently, as the individual summoned everyone from the Zhang family, Zhang Yunxing surmised that they must be inclined to offer some benefits. Otherwise, why would they gather so many people? Contemplating this, Zhang Yunxing smiled slightly and turned to Qin Zhengyong, saying softly, shouldn't the Qin family come along with me? I have pressing matters at home. Qin Zhengyong promptly declined without a second thought. He was not part of the Zhang family. And given that his daughter had recently perished within their confines, why would he willingly approach their benefactor? That would merely be an act of self-revulsion. What? Zhang Yunxin's smile faded instantly, and he spoke with indifference. Is the head of the Qin family unwilling to extend this courtesy to me? Or is it that you do not wish to show respect to the immortal from the Wanqing immortal sect? Perhaps I could speak a few favorable words for your Qin family when we meet the celestial being? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhengyang's expression changed dramatically. He was acutely aware of the Wanqing immortal sect's reputation. They had no qualms about taking lives at will. If they had justification, annihilating an entire clan would seem lenient. Zhang Yunxin's insistence on taking him there was merely a means to assert dominance under the guise of the Wanqing immortal sect's authority. After much contemplation, Qin Zhengyong clenched his teeth and nodded, replying solemnly, I shall accompany you on this venture. Aha. Upon receiving a response from Qin Zhengyong, Zhang Yunxing chuckled heartily and turned to call out, Lai Fu, lead the way. Moments later, in the grand hall of the front courtyard, the upper echelons of the Zhang family were gathered, each individual brimming with vitality and unable to conceal their smiles. Outside the hall stood numerous younger members of the Zhang family, who had congregated together, whispering among themselves and occasionally glancing curiously towards the interior, their expressions tinged with excitement. Though they could not behold the ancestral elders, they were fortunate enough to witness the disciples of their revered ancestor today. A single glance revealed that they were indeed figures of remarkable stature, emanating an air of distinction that set them apart from the ordinary. Jiang Zhao occupied the position of honor at the head of the table, delicately sipping from a cup of tea. Before turning to the Zhang family head beside him and inquiring leisurely, are there still a few who have yet to arrive? Returning to the immortal, the Zhang family head, a corpulent middle-aged man, replied, his brow glistening with sweat. Yet, he dared not wipe it away, instead maintaining a forced smile beside Jiang Zhao. He awkwardly suggested, shall I send someone to urge them along? It's nothing, Jiang Zhao said leisurely as he set down the teacup. There's no rush. I possess a measure of patience. However, you must remember this. Every member of the Zhang family must be present. Not a single one can be absent. Are you aware? Understood. Understood. The head of the Zhang family nodded hastily and responded swiftly, rest assured, I have taken care of everything without fail. All have been duly notified. Very well. Jiang Zhao nodded slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man accompanied by 2 attendants and a middle-aged man hastily entered the courtyard. Upon the arrival of Zhang Yuxing, the head of the Zhang family quickly urged, wretched child, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects to the immortal. Hearing this, Zhang Yunxing, not daring to exhibit any negligence, swiftly ran a couple of steps into the main hall, his gaze sweeping the interior before finally settling on Jiang Zhao. He hurriedly cupped his hands in salute, proclaiming, I am Zhang Yunxing, a junior, paying my respects to the esteemed immortal. Is this the last individual? Jiang Zhao remained silent, instead turning his attention to the head of the Zhang family. Indeed, the head of the Zhang family nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. My son is the last one. I wonder what the immortal has. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Zhao raise a hand and swing it downwards. In an instant, the air shimmered with the tumult of true essence, and a colossal palm imprint coalesced, accompanied by a piercing whistle as it descended rapidly. With a resounding boom, the entire Jiang family hall trembled violently, enveloped in a haze of dust and debris. Well, everyone was taken aback. In their eyes, Jiang Zhao, as a disciple of their esteemed ancestor, should have offered some benefits or at least paid a compliment upon meeting the distinguished descendant of the Jiang family, Zhang Yunxing. However, to their astonishment, Jiang Zhao's palm strike shattered the hearts of countless Jiang family members. They were utterly unprepared for what transpired. All they witnessed was Jiang Zhao's hand descending, leaving a palm imprint several meters wide in the center of the hall. Zhang Yunxing found himself ensnared within that imprint, appearing as insubstantial as a blank sheet of paper. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall turned eerily silent. Each person present began to doubt their own eyes. Wasn't this Jiang Xianzhang a disciple of the ancestor? Why did he? Countless questions surged within them, yet no one had the answers. Outside the hall, Qin Jingyong stood amidst the crowd, his face pale and his body trembling uncontrollably. Though he remained silent, his heart roared with turmoil. Was this the essence of demonic cultivation? Was this truly a disciple of the Wanxing Xinzong? Indeed, as the rumors suggested, they showed no mercy when it came to slaying others, even disregarding their own master's family. Now, with the death of Zhang Yusheng, what fate awaited him? Although Jiang Zhao's strike had avenged him, Qin Jingyong felt little gratitude. Instead, he was engulfed by overwhelming fear. After all, Jiang Zhao was not intimately acquainted with him. He was not there solely for the sake of vengeance. Even without his prompting, that palm strike would have been delivered regardless. Qin Jingyong contemplated fleeing, yet before he could take a single step, he sensed a terrifying consciousness locking onto him. He was almost certain that should he dare to move, he would meet the same fate as Zhang Yunxing. While Qin Jingyong hesitated, pondering his next course of action, within the hall, the head of the Zhang family gazed at his son, now reduced to a mere heap of flesh. He staggered backward, but in a crucial moment, the second elder of the Zhang family stepped forward to steady him. Then, in a grave tone, he addressed Jiang Zhao, Jiang Xianzhang. What is your intent? Surely, our Zhang family has not transgressed in any way? If you cannot provide us with a satisfactory response today, we shall have no choice but to summon our ancestor to seek justice. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can intimidate me with that old fool Zhang Qian? I fear you shall be sorely disappointed. Jiang Zhaosen chuckled softly, gradually rising to his feet, as boundless ghostly energy erupted from his being, resembling the emergence of a ghostly king from the depths of the netherworld, causing all present to involuntarily shudder. With a wave of his hand, a massive black banner descended from the heavens, and with a resounding bang, it plunged into the ground, its surface fluttering ominously, as countless vengeful spirits surged forth in a frenzy. In no time, they filled every corner of the Zhang family's estate. As far as the eye could see, there were spirits everywhere, each possessing a cultivation level of around the 7th or 8th layer of Qi Refinement, with some of the stronger ones even reaching the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. You have taken the lead, but Zhang Qian shall soon join you. Master Jiang. The second master of the Zhang family was about to speak, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the head of the Zhang family. Jiang Zhao. Return my son's life. His eyes blazed crimson, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him, coalescing into a tangible force. With a thunderous roar, he raised his hand to form a seal, conjuring a colossal black mountain that emerged from thin air, surging downwards with the fury of tempestuous winds and thunder. As he unleashed his assault, the head of the Zhang family could not refrain from speaking. Second son, have you lost your senses? At this juncture, words are futile. He will not spare us. We must fight with all our might, for there lies a slender chance of survival. If we continue to speak, we shall simply await our demise. We will hold him off. You must activate the family array and ensure the clan members disperse to escape. Do not forget to inform the ancestor too. As he spoke, his words faltered, caught in his throat, unable to continue. He looked down to find a streak of black light, a blade, had pierced his neck, extending several feet, its hilt gripped in Jiang Zhao's hand. Jiang Zhao, with one hand propping up the descending black mountain and the other firmly clutching the Xianwei ancient blade, spoke languidly, with death looming. There is no need for idle chatter. However, there is one thing I can share with you. A faint smile graced his lips as he inverted the long knife, tracing a sweeping arc in the air with the dark blade. In its wake, severed heads soared, and several headless corpses stood in place, gushing forth blood, transforming the grand hall into a veritable hell on earth. The Xianwei ancient blade in my grasp was also bestowed upon me by your ancestor. You. The head of the Zhang family fell to the ground, yet he did not perish instantly. He murmured as if attempting to articulate something, but before his words could escape his lips, his gaze dimmed entirely. The ancestor has betrayed me. The second master of the Zhang family cried out, his body soaring backward, Fortuitously, he had already begun his escape the moment the family head spoke. Thus, he was spared from being beheaded by Jiang Zhao. However, upon fleeing the grand hall and casting a glance back at the scene within, he was overwhelmed by darkness, nearly fainting on the spot. Had he known this would transpire, they would never have permitted Jiang Zhao to enter the Jiang family so brazenly. Although the Jiang family lacked a golden core cultivator to safeguard them, their lineage, sustained over several centuries, still possessed considerable depth, having long established a protective formation around their estate. Had Jiang Zhao not borne the identity of the ancestor's disciple, he would never have gained such effortless access to the heart of the family. While the Jiang family rose to prominence through Zhongqian, their eventual downfall was inextricably linked to him as well. Retracting his gaze from the grand hall, the second master of the Jiang family, suspended in midair, dared not hesitate. He glanced at the courtyard scene and shouted, "Everyone, scatter and flee." With that, he took the lead and dashed into the distance. As he fled, he retrieved a jade slip, intending to send a message to Zhongqian, who was far away at the Wanqing immortal sect. Just as he produced the jade slip and prepared to relay his message, he felt an oppressive weight above him. Struggling to turn his head, he was met with the sight of a hand, fingers splayed, pressing down upon his crown. "The immortal touches your head. The next line, receive. I." The second master of the Jiang family trembled slightly, gripping the jade slip tightly in his hand, his lips quivering as he uttered, "The bond of our vows." Boom. With a seemingly effortless palm strike, the head of the second master of the Jiang family exploded into the sky, leaving only a headless corpse plummeting swiftly to the ground. Jiang Zhao withdrew his hand, cleansing the bloodstains with a surge of true essence, and remarked calmly, "You made the wrong choice." Having dealt with all the upper echelons of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhao descended step by step from the heavens, murmuring as he walked, "Dispose of them all." At his command, the Jiang family disciples, already subdued by a horde of spectral beings, were instantly decapitated. Only their translucent souls remained standing in place, trembling violently as they beheld the surrounding malevolent spirits. Returning to the main hall, Jiang Zhao settled into his chair and lifted the teacup he had sipped from earlier. The tea was still warm, though its surface was now veiled in a thin layer of dust. He poured out the tainted brew, rinsed the cup, and poured himself a fresh serving. After taking a measured sip, he cast out the ghost rope before turning his gaze to the nearly faded figure of the Jiang family patriarch beside him. "Come here." Jiang Zhao beckoned with a flick of his finger. The head of the Jiang family shivered, his step slow as he approached. As he gazed into the intimidating presence of Jiang Zhao, his eyes were filled with trepidation. Before taking action, he had anticipated a disparity between himself and Jiang Zhao. Yet he could never have fathomed the chasm would be so vast. In mere moments, the entire Jiang family was extinguished, with not a single soul surviving. Now, facing Jiang Zhao once more, it was impossible for him to claim he felt no fear. After all, the Jiang family's ancestor was a formidable practitioner of the demonic path, and he was all too aware of the ruthless nature of those who tread such a dark path. To fall into their clutches meant a swift and merciless end. "You shall take my subordinates and retrieve all that your Jiang family has amassed over the years. Should you accomplish this task, I can grant you a swift release." Jiang Zhao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the head of the Jiang family, his tone deliberate and unhurried. Upon hearing this, while others remained nonchalant, the head of the Jiang family's eyes brightened, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Is that true? I, Jiang, am a man of my word." Jiang Zhao affirmed earnestly, "Very well." After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Jiang family nodded in agreement. At this juncture, he had no choice but to place his trust in Jiang Zhao. Although it seemed absurd to aid the enemy responsible for his family's destruction in seeking out his predecessor's estate, the harsh reality left him with no alternatives. In the clutches of someone like Jiang Zhao, a figure steeped in darkness, the entirety of the Jiang clan harbored a singular wish: to meet a swift demise, thereby sparing themselves from further torment. As the head of the Jiang family departed, accompanied by several spectral entities, Jiang Zhao slightly turned his gaze towards the second master of the Jiang family. "You are the second master of the Jiang family, correct?" he casually remarked. "Make your way to summon the head of the Qin family from Luoshui City." Through the memories of Zhongxian, he was aware that Luoshui City was home to two families, the Zhengs and the Qins. With the Zheng family now extinguished, the Qin family stood unrivaled in Luoshui City. Should he simply vanish after obliterating the Zheng family, the Qins would inadvertently reap a significant benefit without exerting any effort, effortlessly seizing control of all the Zheng family's assets. It was a stroke of fortune one could scarcely dream of. Jiang Zhao was no benevolent soul, regardless of his motives for dismantling the Zheng family. The fact remained that he had facilitated the Qin family's dominance over Luoshui City. As the future benefactor, it seemed only reasonable to provide some form of compensation. The head of the Qin family adjusted. The second master of the Zhang family did not shift his position but instead turned to gaze outside the main hall. Just in time, two fierce spirits arrived, bearing a half-dismembered man, swiftly entering the hall. Upon entering, they unceremoniously cast the middle-aged man onto the floor. Subsequently, the two spirits emitted a resounding roar. After observing the two spirits for a considerable duration, Jiang Zhao found himself utterly bewildered by their intentions. Enough. Jiang Zhao waved his hand dismissively and spoke with an air of indifference. You may leave now. Once the two specters had retreated into the distance, Jiang Zhao lifted the teacup in his hand and splashed its contents onto Qin Jingyong's face. Startled, Qin Jingyong immediately regained his senses. Upon raising his gaze and surveying his surroundings, the realization that he was still within the grand hall of the Zhang family extinguished the flickering flame of hope in his heart. As his eyes darted about, he first caught sight of the formidable second master of the Zhang family, followed by a multitude of high-ranking members of the Zhang clan, which only deepened his already despondent mood. Is it now the turn of the Qin family? Qin Jingyong pondered. The scene of the Zhang family's demise lingered vividly in his mind. The cultivator named Jiang Zhao had summoned thousands of vengeful spirits with a mere gesture, each possessing a cultivation level of at least the 7th or 8th stage of Qi refinement. Such a fearsome individual, capable of nurturing so many malevolent beings, surely had a blood-soaked history. It would not astonish Qin Jingyong in the slightest if he had sacrificed the entire city of Luoshui. Pray tell, what is your name? As Qin Jingyong contemplated how he might meet his end with some semblance of dignity, a clear voice suddenly resonated in his ears. His thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality. Qin Jingyong felt a shiver run through him as he slowly rose to a kneeling position on the ground, respectfully addressing. I am but a humble individual named Qin Jingyong, and I have the honor of meeting the esteemed immortal Jiang. Qin Jingyong? Jiang Zhao murmured the name repeatedly, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, the head of the Qin family? Moments ago, he had been puzzled as to why the two spectral entities had brought Qin Jingyong back. Now, everything made perfect sense. Before engaging, he had commanded the vengeful spirits within the Wandering Souls banner to subdue all members of the Zhang family. It seemed that when Qin Jingyong was captured, he had uttered a declaration asserting he was not one of them. This fortunate utterance had saved his life amidst the onslaught of the two malevolent beings. Indeed, a wise observation, esteemed immortal. Qin Jingyong felt a surge of joy within, yet dared not show it outwardly, promptly stating, I am indeed the head of the Qin family. My presence in the Zhang household today is due to pressing circumstances. You need not worry, esteemed immortal. I shall not disclose a single detail of today's events. Should you harbor doubts, I can swear before the heavens. There is no need for oaths, Jiang Zhao interjected, gesturing towards a nearby chair with a casual wave of his hand. Please, take a seat. In the presence of an immortal, how could one presume to occupy a position of lesser stature? Qin Jingyong remained kneeling on the ground, his demeanor profoundly humble as he replied. It is sufficient for me to remain in this posture. Jiang Zhao shook his head with a faint smile. As for Qin Jingyong, he did not press him further but continued, since the Zhang family has been annihilated, from this moment forth, it is your Qin family that shall dominate Luoshui City. You understand what must be done next, do you not? Upon hearing this, Qin Jingyong could hardly feign ignorance regarding Jiang Zhao's intentions. In the quiet hours of the night, he had often envied the Zhang family's formidable backing. Over the past few centuries, the heads of the Qin family had sent their most gifted descendants to the Wanqing immortal sect on numerous occasions, hoping that one among them might rise to the level of a formidable golden core cultivator like Zhang Qian. Yet, the outcome. While the Wanqing immortal sect may have been accessible, survival proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Over the years, they had dispatched over 10 family members, yet none had returned, let alone offered protection to their clan. By the time it came to Qin Jingyong's generation, he had relinquished all hope, merely wishing to preserve the meager foundation of the Qin family. However, he had not anticipated that today he would encounter a turning point, a person who, with a mere wave of his hand, had obliterated the entire Zhang family. Qin Jingyong could deduce that this individual was extraordinary. Despite appearing to possess only peak foundation establishment cultivation, one could only wonder what realm he might ascend to in the future. If the Qin family were to align themselves with this formidable figure, perhaps in a few decades, they too might reach the heights that the Zhang family once enjoyed. With this thought in mind, Qin Jingyong promptly bowed deeply, respectfully declaring, grateful for your patronage, esteemed immortal. The entire Qin family is willing to serve you faithfully. Should any descendant disrespect your commands, they shall meet a fate of 1,000 arrows piercing their hearts. You certainly know how to climb the ladder." Jiang Zhao remarked with a light laugh. He merely sought to obtain some benefits from the Qin family, yet Qin Zhengyong had promptly declared his allegiance. Although slightly surprised, Jiang Zhao had no intention of refusing. While the Qin family was not particularly large, once they seized control of Luoshui City, the annual gains would be quite substantial. Over time, it would undoubtedly be more than sufficient to support a golden core cultivator in their pursuits. "Please rise," Jiang Zhao said, lifting her hand and speaking in a calm tone. "Thank you, immortal master," Qin Zhengyong exclaimed with delight, slowly rising to his feet. The fact that Master Jiang had not outright refused indicated his tacit acceptance of the Qin family's allegiance, provided they could demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Henceforth, it seemed that the Qin family would possess a formidable backing. With this thought in mind, Qin Zhengyong hastily began, "Respected immortal master. According to the customary practices of the Zheng family, they allocate 30% of their annual family profits." "Only 30%? Jiang Zhao's brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhengyong's heart sank, realizing the precariousness of the situation. Zheng Qian, as the ancestor of the Zheng family, was afforded certain privileges. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to extend some leniency. However, the Qin family had no such connection with the esteemed Jiang Zhao, whose willingness to offer protection was merely a matter of serendipity. Should he attempt to emulate the Zheng family's offerings, it would undoubtedly lead to his own ruin. With this realization, Qin Zhengyong forced a laugh, quickly clarifying, "Immortal master, I have not yet completed my thought. What I intended to convey is that the Qin family shall allocate 30% of our profits for the cultivation of our kin, while the remaining 70% shall be entirely yours." "Now that is more agreeable," Jiang Zhao replied, her brow relaxing and a warm smile gracing her features. As she spoke, she formed a single-handed gesture, and an intricate rune materialized, surging into Qin Zhengyong's mind. Faced with this rune, Qin Zhengyong dared not evade. He allowed it to penetrate the depths of his consciousness. He understood that this was the foundation of mutual trust. Establishing a visible bond was far more favorable than covertly scheming against one another. Moreover, he had anticipated this moment from the instant he resolved to ally with Jiang Zhao. "Prepare the share for this year," Jiang Zhao instructed, dismissively waving her hand after the rune was inscribed. "Indeed," Qin Zhengyong replied, bowing his head, "I shall prepare it forthwith." Shortly after Qin Zhengyong departed, the head of the Zheng family returned swiftly, accompanied by several specters. Unlike their departure, each specter now bore a storage bag. One particularly fearsome ghost clutched a storage ring as well. Jiang Zhao accepted all these items, examining each in turn. Most contained spirit stones, alongside a collection of techniques, divine abilities, and an assortment of rare materials, though their quality was rather mediocre. While they may prove invaluable to foundational cultivators, their significance diminishes at the golden core stage. Nonetheless, Jiang Zhao did not disdain them. After all, they were resources, and even if they were of no use to him, selling them would yield a considerable profit. Observing Jiang Zhao gather all the items, the head of the Zheng family pursed his lips and hesitantly stated, "Jiang Xianzhang, it is now time for you to fulfill your promise, is it not? Commitment?" Jiang Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Rest assured, I, Jiang, have always placed great importance on my promises." As he spoke, he raised his hand and erased the consciousness of the head of the Zheng family, subsequently sealing it within the soul banner. The entire process was fluid and effortless, as if Jiang Zhao had performed it countless times before and had nearly mastered it. However, to the onlookers from the Zheng family, the scene was utterly different. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. They felt a chilling sensation creep over their limbs. Particularly, the second master of the Zheng family stepped forward, his voice grave as he exclaimed, "Jiang Xianzhang, have you perhaps forgotten the promise you made to us?" "What did I promise you?" Jiang Zhao replied, casting a sidelong glance at the speaker, a smirk playing on his lips. "Was it not to grant you a swift resolution? Did I not just provide the head of the Zheng family with a quick end?" The second master of the Zheng family turned pale with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Zhao, his voice trembling as he declared, "You are untrustworthy. Do you not fear retribution?" "Ha." Jiang Zhao seemed to have a newfound understanding of second master Zheng, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "Have you perhaps forgotten my identity, dear sir? How could you?" The second master of the Zheng family was momentarily speechless. Countless words seemed to choke in his throat, yet none could escape his lips. Indeed, the figure before him, Master Jiang, was no ordinary righteous cultivator, but a veritable demon practitioner. To discuss betrayal and faithlessness with a demon was akin to casting pearls before swine. Had it been a righteous cultivator engaging in such conduct, perhaps the seeds of inner demons would sprout after many years. However, demon practitioners are devoid of such sentiments, let alone the notion of inner demons. Throughout history, demon practitioners have met their demise in various ways, some struck down by lightning, others slain by their peers, and many perished under the siege of righteous forces. Yet, one seldom hears of a demon practitioner falling victim to inner demons. Inner demons are akin to moral coercion from a past life, if one possesses no morals. How can one be coerced? Observing the second master of the Jiang family, whose expression was rife with indignation and resentment, it seemed he was on the verge of invoking their ancestral spirits once more. Disinterested in further discourse, Jiang Zhao rose from his seat, forming hand seals and directing them toward the soul banner in the hall. In the next moment, the banner radiated a dark brilliance, akin to a small black sun, unleashing myriad rays of obsidian light. A terrifying force of suction spread outward, compelling all souls present to uncontrollably rush toward the soul banner. Once every soul had been drawn within, Jiang Zhao meticulously erased the consciousness of each one. The entire process consumed a full quarter of an hour. After cleansing the Jiang family's souls, Jiang Zhao returned to his seat and awaited the arrival of the head of the Qin family. At last, he appeared, carrying a tray adorned with several storage bags, which he respectfully presented before Jiang Zhao. Master Jiang, this is the tribute from the Qin family for this year. I humbly request you to examine it. Indeed. Jiang Zhao casually glanced around, collecting the several storage bags before leaving a communication jade slip for Qin Zhengyong, instructing him to notify him of any matters using the slip. If I have no pressing issues, I shall arrive at the earliest possible moment. The humble Qin Zhengyong respectfully accepted the jade slip and bowed deeply. When he lifted his head again, Jiang Zhao's figure had already vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, thousands of miles away from Luoshui City, Jiang Zhao descended from the heavens in a black carriage. He circled a mountain peak twice, extending his divine sense to scan the surroundings, confirming the absence of any outsiders. Satisfied, he landed in a secluded corner, conjured a golden portal, and stepped inside, his form disappearing. Upon arriving in the enigmatic realm, he felt the acceleration of his true essence circulating within him. Jiang Zhao's mood lifted considerably. He retrieved the mobile phone that Lu Ruhai had previously left for him, located the contact number, and dialed directly. The passage of time in the bizarre world matched that of the cultivation realm, and not much time had elapsed since his last departure. Jiang Zhao mentally prepared himself for the likelihood that the Spirit Management Bureau had not captured many anomalies. His purpose in calling Lu Ruhai was primarily to inquire about the prevalence of anomalies in that location. With time on his hands, he intended to embark on a personal journey, intending to eliminate several anomaly nests and subsequently elevate his cultivation to the golden core stage. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone echoed briefly through the phone, but the call was not connected. Jiang Zhao put away his phone, glanced at the screen, and gently shook his head. He had long asserted that this device was of little utility, and now it was evident he was correct. The advancements in technology were not lacking in strength. Yet the scientific progress in this world was clearly not formidable enough to defy the heavens. Even the two-dimensional foil remained unachieved. When faced with the bizarre resurgence, it was effortlessly subdued by the supernatural. A mere ghostly illusion could easily cloak electronic signals, rendering the phone in his hand utterly useless once it lost connectivity. Inferior to a simple brick. Stowing the phone, he retrieved the Wand of Souls and carefully sensed Shinsong's location. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze towards the east, took a step forward, and vanished from sight. At the headquarters of the Spiritual Management Bureau, the first-floor hall was already teeming with people. A glance around revealed at least several hundred individuals, divided into two factions, poised for confrontation, with tensions running high and the atmosphere thick with the potential for violence. At the heart of the crowd stood a conference table. Lu Ruhai occupied the southern end, his demeanor grave, flanked by Shinsong and several other spectral entities, with the captains from Donghai City positioned behind him. Further back were nearly 100 core personnel of the Bureau, all alert and on guard, with some even brandishing firearms. While conventional weapons bore little effect on the supernatural, they still posed a threat to the spirit controllers. Despite the resilience of the spirit controllers, a couple of well-aimed shots could easily reduce them to mere pincushions, provided they had not awakened their ghostly illusions. Observing the Bureau members, who appeared to be bracing for an impending conflict, a white-haired man, seemingly youthful yet aged, smiled and addressed Lu Ruhai. "Director Lu, what is the meaning of this? We have come today solely to discuss a potential collaboration. This behavior of yours is hardly hospitable. Is this how you conduct negotiations for collaboration? Lu Ruhai's gaze drifted past the white-haired man to the numerous spirit controllers behind him, his tone laced with mockery, though he hadn't counted them meticulously. A cursory glance revealed that the opposing faction boasted no fewer than 200 spirit controllers, many of whom likely housed multiple spectral entities within. Moreover, it is feared that the entities controlled within their bodies number around 3 or 4. The presence of so many spirits has forged a peculiar equilibrium within them. Consequently, upon their arrival, these individuals unleashed a myriad of ghostly traps, enveloping the entire Spiritual Administration Bureau in their grasp. In times past, the city of Donghai was not beset by such a multitude of spirit tamers. However, as the bizarre phenomena have increasingly escalated, countless cities within the Great Yu realm have met with ruin in swift succession. The displaced spirit tamers have converged upon the remaining safe havens, with Donghai City being one of their targets. Over the years, the precise number of folk spirit tamers within Donghai City has eluded even the Bureau. And today's gathering of over 200 is merely a fraction of the whole. When confronted with the uncanny, these individuals flee with remarkable speed. But upon sensing potential gain, they converge like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Your Spiritual Administration Bureau is no longer what it once was. The silver-haired man remarked nonchalantly, glancing back at his companions with a confident smile, and continued with an air of casualness. Shall we simply wait to be picked off one by your bureau? He paused briefly, retrieving a list from his pocket and placing it on the table. In recent days, your bureau has certainly suppressed a considerable number of folk spirit tamers, hasn't it? Director Liu. Could you enlighten me on what crimes they committed to warrant such repression? Abuse of supernatural abilities, endangering public safety. Does that charge suffice? Lu Ruhai replied coldly. A rather grand accusation. The silver-haired man applauded lightly, gesturing toward the captains behind Lu Ruhai, and remarked with a languid tone. Your bureau has mitigated the risks posed by spirit tamers being harmed by the supernatural, yet you label us as abusers of such powers. Do you find that appropriate? By Jingsheng, mind your words, Lu Ruhai's expression darkened. No one within the Spiritual Administration Bureau has ever misused supernatural abilities or endangered the safety of ordinary citizens. Calm yourself. Director Liu, by Jingsheng maintained his smile, adding, Indeed, we could avoid endangering the public, provided you disclose how your bureau has addressed the threat of supernatural backlash. I assure you, we shall depart immediately and refrain from opposing your bureau henceforth. We might even collaborate against the supernatural together. Hiki. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruhai merely chuckled coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the other party. Indifferently, he remarked, Do you truly believe that? When our Spirit Management Bureau invited you to join, you were all consumed by fear, turning a blind eye to the rampant anomalies. Now that you see the benefits the Bureau has garnered, you rush to us, attempting to leverage your numbers to intimidate. Is there such a good fortune in this world? Director Liu, I advise you to think twice before you speak. Bai Jingsheng lifted his gaze towards the individuals behind Lu Ruhai, his tone laden with significance. Indeed, the spirit practitioners within your bureau possess considerable individual strength. However, their power is ultimately limited. When you gather them all, you number only a little over 100. You cannot possibly remain together at all times, can you? In the event that anomalies arise, there will inevitably be times when you are isolated. A smirk curled at the corner of Bai Jingsheng's mouth as he spoke in a low voice. When that time comes, should your spirit practitioners of the Bureau let their guard down and make a misstep, the outcome may not be favorable. After all, while anomalies cannot be killed, surely humans are not invulnerable either? Are you threatening me? Lu Ruhai's brow arched, rising abruptly, his expression swiftly turning frosty. Director Liu, please don't take it that way. Bai Jingsheng maintained a sly smile, speaking calmly, I am merely stating facts. Since the resurgence of the anomalies, it has been decades now. Is there ever a case of handling such incidents without casualties? Moreover, Bai Jingsheng's gaze shifted to the several specters beside Lu Ruhai, and he spoke in a low tone. You from the Spirit Management Bureau have formed an alliance with the supernatural entities. What right do you believe you have to stand on a moral high ground and castigate me? Surely your methods for resolving the internal threats posed by these entities were learned from them as well? Recently, the Spirit Management Bureau has undergone significant transformations. As far as Bai Jingsheng is aware, in the past, the Bureau dealt with merely 7 or 8 supernatural incidents each month. Any more than that would overwhelm the ghost tamers within. After all, the powers of the supernatural cannot be unleashed indefinitely, while the entities may remain unharmed. The practitioners will surely perish. However, In the last month, the ghost tamers of the Bureau have been invigorated, tackling supernatural events with an alarming ease. Their abilities seem to function as though they were in a state of perpetual activation, even being utilized continuously without consequence. The number of incidents handled has surged from the previous 7 or 8 to an astonishing 70 or 80, and this is merely what Bai Jingsheng has come to know. The actual number could be even greater, once the supernatural occurrences within the city were largely mitigated. The Bureau abruptly shifted its focus onto the civilian ghost tamers just 2 or 3 days ago. In such a short span, the Bureau has subdued dozens of these civilian practitioners. This rapidity has truly astonished Bai Jingsheng. Although there are many civilian ghost tamers, they cannot withstand the Bureau's onslaught. Given a month or two, would the entirety of Donghai City not be thoroughly cleansed by the Bureau? Later, after sending someone to investigate, Bai Jingsheng discovered that the ghost tamers of the Bureau had undergone a profound transformation. Each of them appeared vibrant and radiant, utterly devoid of any signs of being corroded by the supernatural. In stark contrast, he and his allies resembled shadows of their former selves, as if on the brink of collapse. Despite Bai Jingsheng's young age, just over 20, had there been no resurgence of the supernatural or other unforeseen events, he would have had at least another 40 to 50 years to live. Yet now, due to the 3 specters within him relentlessly devouring his vitality, his lifespan has plummeted to a mere 2 or 3 years. Moreover, he remains at the mercy of the entities within, should one awaken prematurely. That scant time would be insufficient for him to endure. Upon hearing of the Bureau's method for addressing the threats to ghost tamers, he merely disseminated this information slightly, which attracted over 200 allies to his side. With such a multitude gathered, Bai Jingsheng is confident that Lu Ruhai will be compelled to acquiesce. While it is true that the Bureau has found a way to mitigate the backlash from the supernatural, surely they remain mere mortals, do they not? If a confrontation were to ensue, it is uncertain whether his 200 allies could prevail. However, the Bureau would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, and he cannot believe that Lu Ruhai could bear such a heavy toll. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Lu Ruhai will ultimately have no choice but to negotiate cooperation with them, albeit begrudgingly. Once they resolve the peculiar hazards within their bodies, shall they not transform into superhumans akin to those depicted in films? Relying on his unique and enigmatic abilities, Bai Jingsheng is confident in his capacity to construct an entirely new realm, one ruled by himself. In due time, he, Bai Jingsheng, shall stand as the sole monarch of this apocalyptic world. Director Liu, what have you contemplated? Is it not time we settle down to discuss matters of collaboration? Bai Jingsheng raised his gaze towards Lu Ruhai, a smile ever present upon his lips, as though he had already secured the upper hand, which was indeed the case. The spectral beings surrounding Lu Ruhai are formidable, appearing to approach the strength of S-class spirits. Yet, even at their peak, they number merely 4 or 5. In contrast, they boast over 200 individuals, each a skilled spirit controller, some wielding mysterious ghostly artifacts. Should a confrontation arise, they may struggle to vanquish the peculiarities. Yet eliminating the personnel of the Spirit Management Bureau would pose little difficulty. Unbeknownst to him, this predicament mirrors the plight of Shinsong and his companions, who endured relentless assaults within the Soul Banner, resulting in minimal enhancement of their powers. Otherwise, it would not be a challenge for Shinsong and his allies to clear out all their spirit controllers. How dare you presume to negotiate with us? Before Lu Ruhai could utter a word, Shinsong surged forward, closing the distance to Bai Jingsheng, his voice hoarse. Having spent each day within the Soul Banner, surrounded by a throng of mindless spirits, Shinsong and his companions, though not entirely stripped of their intellect, had nonetheless been influenced. Witnessing Bai Jingsheng's aggressive demeanor, he instinctively yearned to crush his opponent. Heh. Bai Jingsheng let out a cold laugh, casting a scornful glance at Shinsong, his lips curling into a dismissive smirk. So, this must be the illustrious Shinsong, the esteemed president, whose reputation precedes him. I have heard tales of your prowess. Yet, I never imagined you would have stooped to become a mere lapdog for the Spirit Management Bureau. If I am not mistaken, it seems you have been abandoned by your master, have you not? The downfall of the Shiguang Club is no longer a secret among the folk who command spirits. There are channels of information, and it is not difficult to uncover the truth of the matter. From their perspective, it is merely the arrival of a mysterious and formidable spirit master in Donghai City, who effortlessly obliterated the Shiguang Club and subsequently forged a connection with the Spirit Management Bureau. This alliance has provided the Bureau with a means to counter the bizarre backlash they faced. Bai Jingsheng lacked the audacity to confront this enigmatic spirit master directly. However, It was not beyond him to threaten the Bureau, especially since their sole aim was to eliminate the lurking dangers within themselves. After all, does it truly matter whom they seek? I extend a modicum of respect by addressing you as President Shin. Without such respect, you would be of no consequence. Do you genuinely believe that having found a master grants you the liberty to act with impunity? Bai Jingsheng laughed unabashedly, his tone dripping with mockery. We are surrounded by numerous powerful spirit masters here. Do not overestimate yourself. Even if your master were to appear, what could they possibly achieve? As his words hung in the air, Shen Song prepared to take action. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the hall. Upon hearing this sound, everyone instinctively turned their heads towards its source. To their surprise, they discovered a young man standing at the entrance, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. He appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age, clad in a long robe of black adorned with red edges, wearing a jade crown upon his head. His bright eyes and handsome features shone as he smiled at the gathering. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, an inexplicable chill enveloped the crowd, as if a deep-seated fear had suddenly arisen within them. As he stepped forward, the crowd parted unconsciously, allowing Jiang Zhao to pass through. Upon reaching the other side, Lu Rahai's eyes sparkled with a newfound hope, exclaiming, "Mr. Jiang." However, Jiang Zhao disregarded him, instead standing beside Bai Jingsheng, his gaze lowered. Slowly, he raised a hand and placed it atop Bai Jingsheng's head, all while the latter's astonished and fearful eyes bore witness to the act. As Jiang Zhao made his move, Bai Jingsheng yearned to resist, yet his body felt utterly unresponsive, as if it were no longer under his control. Even the two ghostly entities within him seemed to have fallen silent. Only a cold, indifferent voice echoed in his ears. "You just asked what I could possibly do here. Now, allow me to enlighten you on how it can be done." With that, Jiang Zhao forcefully seized Bai Jingsheng's head, slamming it onto the conference table. With a resounding thud, the table trembled, and a splatter of crimson blood erupted in all directions. The only thing left in its wake was a headless corpse. Sprawled across the table, a chilling stream of blood oozing forth. Silence. The entire hall plunged into an eerie stillness where even a falling needle could be heard. No one anticipated that the once self-assured Bai Jingsheng would, in the blink of an eye, be reduced to a headless body before their very eyes. The flying chunks of flesh and brain matter splattered onto many faces and garments, yet they dared not even wipe them away. Each individual stood frozen, gazing at Jiang Zhao's figure, as if an obstruction had lodged itself in their throats, rendering them speechless. Bai Jingsheng, amidst them, was no weakling. Although he possessed merely two peculiar entities within him, their powers were anything but ordinary. In a confrontation, it would be safe to say that 99% of the spirit masters present would falter before him. Yet, the outcome was astounding. Such a formidable spirit master, when faced with this young man, found himself utterly powerless, easily subdued and extinguished. Thud, a sound, faint yet jarring, echoed as someone swallowed hard. At that moment, it pierced the silence uncomfortably. The folk exorcists had previously agreed that if anything went awry, they would act immediately. Yet, faced with the current predicament, none dared to take the initiative. After all, with Bai Jingsheng's demise and the peculiarities within him remaining dormant, surely they could not be more mindless than those anomalies. "Mr. Jiang, you have arrived?" At this juncture, Lu Rahai was the first to regain his composure. He meticulously wiped the chair he had just occupied and called out loudly, "Please, have a seat." Jiang Zhao murmured softly, deftly retrieving a handkerchief from the pocket of the person beside him, meticulously wiping his palms before taking 2 steps forward to settle into a chair. Once seated, he raised his gaze to survey the individuals across from him, nonchalantly stating, "Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise?" "Jiang, Bai Jingsheng has passed away. At this moment, it is a middle-aged man who speaks, his Adam's apple bobbing as he solemnly states, "Mr. Jiang, we are not here today to engage in conflict with you. We have come to discuss a collaboration." "Oh?" Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow. With his freshly cleaned hands, he slowly lifted them, and as if grasped by an invisible hand, the figure's body seemed to be seized tightly. With a resounding bang, the air erupted in chaos. Flesh and blood were scattered, as if a torrential rain of crimson had descended upon the entire hall. Upon witnessing this spectacle, all the folk exorcists were left utterly astounded. How could he act in such a manner? Without uttering a single word, he proceeded to take a life? "It appears my previous remarks were not comprehended. I inquired how you wish to meet your demise, not what brings you here." Jiang Zhao retracted his palm, speaking with a nonchalant air. The true nature of these individuals was laid bare to him with a mere glance. Had he not been present today, it would have resulted in mutual destruction, leaving no one unscathed. However, with his arrival, it signified that they were here to discuss collaboration. without any ulterior motives. The stark contrast between their initial arrogance and subsequent subservience was, upon reflection, quite laughable. Those bearing the surname Jiang. After two individuals met their demise, the true nature of Jiang Zhao became painfully evident. Their pleas for mercy were utterly futile. At that moment, a robust woman stepped forward, her voice cold and commanding as she declared, "Do not push us too far. Bai Jingsheng commanded you to kill, and so did one see you in. What more do you desire? We acknowledge your formidable strength, capable of obliterating the Shiguan Club and the ancient deity's stronghold. That is indeed your prowess. Yet, with so many of us present, I refuse to believe you can eradicate us all." As she concluded her statement, the woman glanced at her companions and noted their unified expressions of defiance, which ignited a sense of camaraderie within her. She could not help but continue, "We do not wish to complicate matters with you. Let me reiterate. If you provide us with a solution to the peculiar threats, we shall gladly assist you. Moreover, our numbers surpass those of the Spirit Management Bureau, enabling us to act with greater efficiency." Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai's expression shifted dramatically, and he could not help but speak out in anxiety. He too was concerned that Jiang Zhao, who stood beside him, might be swayed by the words of those opposite. Should Jiang Zhao indeed choose them and abandon the Spirit Administration Bureau, it would likely herald the Bureau's doom. After all, the woman had accurately remarked that the number of folk ghost tamers far surpassed that of the personnel within the Bureau, before the statement could be fully articulated. Jiang Zhao raised his hand to halt the discourse, casting a scornful gaze upon the assembly before him. Ultimately, it boiled down to the necessity of submission, did it not? Had they maintained a steadfast demeanor throughout, Jiang Zhao might have regarded them with a modicum of respect. However, the final utterance undoubtedly laid bare their ulterior motives. His subordinates were already assisting the Bureau in their tasks. As for the absorption of these folk ghost tamers, Jiang Zhao harbored no interest whatsoever. The primary reason being the woeful lack of initiative among these individuals. Even if he were to alleviate their dangers, they would still cower in fear when faced with the supernatural. Their nature was immutable, and it could not be altered in a fleeting moment. In contrast, the Spirit Administration Bureau, without the need for his oversight, harbored an unwavering animosity towards the supernatural. After resolving their crises, they would be invigorated, ready to pummel the anomalies with fervor. "Since you refuse to choose your own demise, allow me to make that choice for you." "Ghost rope," Jiang Zhao exclaimed. As soon as his words fell, a streak of black light surged forth from his sleeve. Before anyone could react, a thick fog materialized out of thin air, obscuring everyone's vision. In the next instant, dark, decay-scented grass ropes descended from the void, encircling the necks of each individual before they could resist. The ghostly ropes abruptly tightened. "What is this? Could it be a ghostly trick?" "Everyone, flee." Alarmed, I realized that the strange presence within me was suppressed, rendering me immobile. "Mr. Jiang, spare me." The hall erupted with chaotic noises, yet these sounds lasted less than 2 seconds before ceasing abruptly. Behind, over 100 officials from the Spirit Management Bureau gazed curiously at the fog before them, eager to unravel the mysteries concealed within. After all, there were more than 200 spirit manipulators. Even they would find it daunting. Yet, the enigmatic Mr. Jiang merely cast forth a single entity. Could it be that with just this one being, he could vanquish all the spirit manipulators? If so, what caliber of entity could this be? Their doubts lingered not for long. Within mere breaths, the mist in the hall dissipated, revealing a horrifying spectacle to all present. Upon discerning the scene before them, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The entire hall was adorned with lifeless bodies, each suspended in midair by a pitch-black rope, though deceased only recently. The corpses had already taken on the appearance of desiccated remains. As the gentle breeze swept through, each body swayed ominously. An unsettling sight that would send chills down anyone's spine. In the midst of the assembly, Lu Ruhai stood, his usual composure faltering. Even he, seasoned by tumultuous experiences, felt a pallor wash over him. Internally, he was grateful for his keen judgment in aligning himself with Mr. Jiang. Had he and his companions confronted this man, their fate would likely mirror that of these unfortunate spirit manipulators. There were over 200 adversaries, some wielding ghostly artifacts, yet ultimately, none of their tactics bore fruit. Mr. Jiang had simply cast a rope, annihilating them all. That very rope, if nothing else, could likely obliterate the entire Spirit Management Bureau. Regaining his composure, Lu Ruhai swiftly tapped the still-dazed Qin Yu on the shoulder, commanding, "Captain Qin, what are you still doing? Please head to my office and retrieve the tea leaves from the second drawer on the left of my desk. Prepare a brew for Mr. Jiang." "Understood. I shall fetch it at once," Qin Yu exclaimed, turning to hastily exit. The others, likewise, did not dare to linger. Some boiled water, others cleaned teapots, while a few swept the floors. Though each appeared busy, their gazes never strayed from the suspended corpses above, clearly still reeling from the earlier shock. With a gentle wave of his hand, Jiang Zhao summoned the ghostly rope back, and as if dumplings were being dropped into boiling water, over 200 bodies cascaded to the ground in unison. Xiao Jiang, Lu Ruhai, not daring to delay, swiftly summoned his assistants, instructing them to gather some individuals and package the peculiarities within them, so that they may be delivered to Mr. Jiang shortly. Yes, Director. The young man named Xiao Jiang, accompanied by dozens of spirit manipulators, cautiously advanced. Although these individuals were deceased, the eerie essence within them remained alive. Their careful approach was driven by the fear that the malevolent forces within the corpses might suddenly erupt and cause harm. After all, even the spirit manipulators could easily fall victim if caught off guard in such proximity. However, what surprised Xiao Jiang and his companions was that these malevolent entities remained surprisingly compliant, as if they were obedient grandchildren, motionless during the suppression process, showing no signs of revival. Remarkably strange. In such circumstances, it was not only Xiao Jiang who was astonished. Everyone in the Spirit Management Bureau was witnessing this for the first time. The spirit manipulators, not lacking in intelligence, exchanged furtive glances towards Jiang Zhao upon realizing the unusual behavior of these entities. In that fleeting moment, they were all taken aback. They beheld Jiang Zhao, as if performing a magic trick, producing a large black banner intricately adorned with arcane patterns, enveloped in swirling black mist. Just a single glance sent chills down their spines. What on earth was this? They dared not voice their thoughts or inquire further. They watched as Jiang Zhao formed hand seals, and suddenly, a tempest arose in the grand hall. It seemed as though a voice echoed from the void, only to vanish swiftly. It was as if something within the hall had been taken away, yet upon closer inspection, they felt that nothing was amiss. After completing these actions, Jiang Zhao stood up and calmly stated, "You may continue your work. I shall take my leave." Mr. Jiang. Lu Ruhai wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. "Would you care for a cup of tea before you depart?" "No." Jiang Zhao waved his hand and approached the door. He paused, turning back to glance at Lu Ruhai, and generously praised, "You performed admirably today. Keep up the good work next time. If you excel, I shall provide as many town exorcising talismans as you desire." Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Lu Ruhai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Doing well? Where had they excelled? Today, they had been besieged by the folk ghost tamers at their doorstep. Had it not been for Mr. Jiang's timely arrival, he could scarcely imagine how the day would have concluded. If a confrontation had ensued, the casualties among the ghost tamers would have been staggering. The scene would have been nothing short of a collective awakening of hundreds of eerie entities. Even if everyone in the Spirit Management Bureau exerted their utmost, they might not have been able to suppress the chaos. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ruhai keenly discerned a glimmer of insight. The folk ghost tamers had indeed blocked their entrance. Could it be that Mr. Jiang was alluding to this? Although the Spirit Management Bureau had found themselves in a dire predicament today, from another perspective, they had inadvertently aided Mr. Jiang by gathering the minor threats together. After all, with over 200 ghost tamers, it would have taken a considerable portion of the day to visit each one individually. Yet today they had delivered themselves right to the doorstep, saving Mr. Jiang a significant amount of effort. So this was what Mr. Jiang meant. Lu Ruhai murmured to himself. Behind him, a captain from Donghai City gradually approached, glancing in the direction Jiang Zhao had departed, and whispered, "Director, who exactly is Mr. Jiang?" As a captain, he was regarded as part of the upper echelon within the Spirit Management Bureau. He had previously encountered some information regarding Jiang Zhao. Initially, he had envisioned someone capable of crafting a ghost-restraining talisman to be a distinguished and formidable figure, yet after today's encounter, the image he had held of Jiang Zhao had utterly shattered. Clad in black, his methods were ruthless, and after the ordeal, he had produced a large black banner. Although he did not read many novels, he had certainly heard others mention that Jiang Zhao's every action had begun to parallel the archetype of a demonic cultivator in his mind. If he was not mistaken, that final black banner must be the fabled soul banner or the refining soul banner, perhaps. It would be prudent to refrain from inquiring further about Mr. Jiang's affairs. Lu Ruhai cast a meaningful glance at the captain and remarked, "Knowing too much may not bode well for you." Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao returned to the villa. He ascended to the second floor and pushed open a door, revealing a profound array that emanated a dark glow, slowly revolving. If the ghostly aura throughout the villa had reached its zenith, then the atmosphere in this room had nearly reached a state of liquefaction. Should a corpse be placed within this chamber, even without any intervention, merely leaving it there for a month or two might result in its automatic evolution into a flying zombie. In the center of the room, Jiang Zhao planted the Wand of Souls. As the formation began to operate slowly, the dense aura of ghosts in the air seemed to find an outlet and surged wildly into the Wand of Souls. Nourished by a vast amount of ghostly energy, nearly 2,000 malevolent spirits within the wand let out a collective roar. The terrifying aura intertwined, causing the Wand of Souls to emit a faint glow, its flickering light illuminating Jiang Zhao's profile, rendering his smile even more profound. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before even the weakest of the spirits within the Wand of Souls attained the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Zhao could hardly contain his elation. As for the strongest, they were likely on the verge of reaching the golden core stage. After all, those who perished at his hands, such as Zhou Qian and Xie Tianqing, were not weak, boasting cultivation levels above the late foundation establishment stage. With a little nurturing, they would transform into foundation establishment spirits. Now, with an abundance of ghostly energy aiding them, breaking through to the golden core stage was hardly a challenge. Having set up the Wand of Souls, Jiang Zhao lingered in the villa for a while. Before long, a line of trucks approached from the end of the road. After unloading the eerie entities and stacking them in the courtyard, Jiang Zhao felt a surge of joy. He had counted earlier, and there were over 300 of these entities, more than enough to facilitate a breakthrough to the golden core stage. If he were to refine all these entities, he might even attain a flawless golden core. Seated in the middle of the courtyard, Jiang Zhao slowly closed his eyes, channeling his internal energy. The over 300 ghostly beings nearby acted like a multitude of power banks, continuously supplying him with ghostly energy. As this immense ghostly energy flooded his body, the true essence flowing through his meridians expanded from a mere stream into a roaring river, a magnificent surge. Each meridian within him reached its limits, tirelessly transporting the ghostly energy into his dantian. Within his dantian, the true essence, already condensed to perfection and nearly entirely liquefied, underwent a dramatic transformation under the relentless downpour of ghostly energy. Chunks of true essence froze together, forming a solid entity. Upon introspection, it resembled a colossal sphere. Is this the golden core? But why is it black? Could it be due to the ghostly cultivation? As Jiang Zhao practiced, he gazed at the enormous, pitch-black golden core within his dantian, feeling a twinge of surprise. After careful observation and comparison with the cultivation techniques in his mind, he found nothing amiss and could only settle his mind to continue his practice. Unbeknownst to him, a day passed, and the once massive golden core had been forcibly reduced in size. Although the golden core had shrunk, the total amount of true essence contained within had more than doubled, and its quality had also become purer and more refined than before. Thus, enlightenment dawned upon Jiang Zhao. According to the records of the Xian in true interpretation, a golden elixir requires 9 rounds of refinement to achieve perfection, and he pondered how many rounds he could endure. For an ordinary individual, successfully condensing a golden elixir is already a commendable feat within the realm of cultivation. Many practitioners of mediocre talent have never even contemplated the refinement of their elixirs. After all, this is not mere dough that can be shaped at will. The golden elixir within their bodies represents their very life and destiny. A misstep could shatter the elixir, leaving them with no recourse for lamentation. Only the prodigious heirs of prominent sects or illustrious families would consider refining their elixirs even a few times. The number of refinements need not be excessive. Even 3 or 4 additional rounds can significantly elevate their combat prowess, distinguishing them markedly from ordinary golden elixir practitioners. Each round of refinement serves to purify and solidify their true essence further. The disparity between those who have refined their golden elixirs and those who have not is akin to wielding a steel sword against a wooden one, an overwhelming advantage akin to a father besting his son. For those who have never refined their elixirs, without the support of formidable magical artifacts, it would be nearly impossible to reverse their fortunes. As another day passed, Jiang Zhao's golden elixir diminished yet again in size. With each successive round of refinement, the elixir within him grew increasingly potent and flawless. He could distinctly sense a significant transformation in the true essence contained within his elixir, one that surpassed previous changes. Should he complete the 9 rounds of refinement, he estimated that the difference between his elixir and that of an ordinary practitioner would be even more pronounced than that between water and crystal. Meanwhile, within the Wan Shengxian zone, atop a mountain peak, Zheng Qian slightly cupped his hands in respect to an elderly man with white hair, whose deeply wrinkled face bore an unshakable smile. I appreciate your hard work these past few days, fellow Taoist saying, he said. The old man gently shook his head and replied, I am merely fulfilling my duty for compensation. Now that the soul-locking great array is complete. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, fellow Taoist saying, Zheng Qian responded, turning to Li Su beside him. Li Su, please escort fellow Taoist Zheng. Yes, Li Su replied promptly, stepping forward and gesturing invitingly. Senior Zheng, please follow me. Indeed. The elder with white hair gently nodded and swiftly followed behind Li Su as they descended the mountain, observing their retreating figures. Zheng Qian could no longer contain the mirth bubbling within him and let out a hearty laugh that resonated through the air. In just a little over a month, he had accomplished everything he needed for his soul transfer. The entire process unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of any setbacks, to the extent that Zheng Qian almost believed he was ensnared in a dream. It was worth noting that he had initially prepared for this endeavor over the span of a year. It seemed as though the heavens were indeed favoring him. Zheng Qian gazed upward, his heart brimming with reflection. Centuries ago, his advancement to the nascent soul stage had been thwarted by an adversary, leaving him stagnant in his cultivation and casting a pall over his existence. Since that fateful day, his life had been fraught with misfortune. Every venture outside his door resulted in pursuit by righteous cultivators, and his attempts at alchemy were predominantly failures. This unfortunate streak persisted until he encountered Jiang Zhao. Ever since he took Jiang Zhao as his disciple, inexplicably, his fortunes had shifted, and every endeavor seemingly materialized effortlessly. In his view, this marked the turning of his luck. After enduring a lifetime of adversity, it was only fitting that he would experience a resurgence. Now, all was in readiness, save for the arrival of his obedient disciple. Zheng Qian pondered deeply. Just as this thought emerged in his mind, an inexplicable sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. A feeling so abrupt and bewildering that it momentarily stiffened the smile on his face. Zheng Qian scanned his surroundings. Yet he found no signs or clues to explain this sudden unease. Strange, he muttered under his breath. For a moment, he could not comprehend the situation. But he dismissed it from his mind. This time, he had prepared thoroughly. The entire mountain's formation had been comprehensively reinforced, ensuring that he would not encounter the same circumstances as when he broke through to the nascent soul stage. From any perspective, it should be foolproof. Surely, it could not be because of that obedient disciple of his. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly expelled it. Although Jiang Zhao was talented, he was still just a novice. It would take him several decades of cultivation to contend with him. Upon seeing Li Su returning along the mountain path, Zheng Qian casually inquired, "Has my dear disciple returned to the sect?" Returning to the master, Li Su bowed promptly and respectfully replied, "Brother Jiang has yet to return." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "However, you should be back soon." "Not back yet?" Zheng Qian furrowed his brow, a sense of perplexity stirring within him. When his descendant was being hunted, although the distance to the Wanqing immortal sect was considerable, this distance was inconsequential for Jiang Zhao, who possessed a superior flying artifact. By the reckoning of time, Jiang Zhao ought to have returned by now. Could it be that my dear disciple is attempting to delay? Upon this thought, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Zheng Qian's eyes. He set his foot towards the mountain's base, murmuring, "In that case, I shall personally make a trip to await my dear disciple. If you wish to hide, so be it. You may escape the monk, but you cannot elude the temple. I shall go directly to block the door." Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. On this day, within the villa where Jiang Zhao resided, ghostly energies surged, and a flawless, perfectly round black golden core, as dark as ink, began to ascend. Within this golden core resided terrifying true essence, its surface radiating countless streams of dark light, resembling a small black sun shining brilliantly from afar. Yet, the vast power emanating from it was enough to instill dread in the hearts of many. Fortunately, Jiang Zhao had the foresight to set up formations around the villa in advance. Otherwise, the might of this golden core would have surged forth, capable of ravaging a substantial portion of Donghai City merely by its presence. Ordinary people in proximity could easily be crushed to death by this overwhelming force. After all, in the realm of cultivation, even the most powerful practitioners could incapacitate lower-tier cultivators with just a trace of their own might. As for ordinary mortals, their physical forms were far too fragile to withstand such oppressive power. Moments later, seated in meditation, Jiang Zhao opened his mouth and swallowed the golden core from the heavens. As the majestic true essence coursed through his limbs and bones, he underwent a profound transformation from within. Even in stillness, he emanated an unparalleled aura of pressure, buzz, Jiang Zhao opened his eyes, and brilliance radiated from his gaze. He lifted his head to the sky, and at that precise moment, a golden light swiftly descended, piercing through the array and directly entering his being. As the golden light infused within him, Jiang Zhao felt a significant enhancement in his fortune, comprehension, and overall luck. It is said that the infusion of merit elevates one's personal luck, yet he pondered the extent of his own fortune with a hint of regret. Such intangible elements are devoid of any tangible reference, making comparison impossible. He could only rely on his personal intuition to gauge its magnitude. Glancing at the now considerably expanded merit within him, Jiang Zhao withdrew his consciousness and turned his attention to the golden core inside. After undergoing 9 rigorous tempering sessions, his golden core had solidified to a truly formidable state. A similar divine ability, when unleashed from his hands, would likely sweep away many adversaries of the same rank. However, to ascertain precisely how many he could overcome, he would need to conduct a few experiments. After familiarizing himself with his internal strength, Jiang Zhao released his divine sense and swept the surroundings. This time, as soon as his consciousness ventured forth, it enveloped the entirety of Donghai City. Everything within the city appeared crystal clear in his eyes. His divine sense permeated every corner of the streets and scrutinized the ordinary populace. In a city of over 10 million, there were no secrets hidden from his gaze. All that was meant to be seen and not seen unfolded before him. Having scanned the city, Jiang Zhao remained unsatisfied. He fully extended his divine sense outward, stretching it towards the horizon. It reached over 500 miles before it seemed to hit its limit. Although he could extend it further, the images relayed back became significantly blurred compared to before. Within 500 miles, every detail was rendered in ultra-high definition, but beyond that distance, the quality diminished rapidly. Jiang Zhao speculated that the clarity might not even reach 1080p. Retracting his divine sense, Jiang Zhao returned to his villa and glanced at the Wanhun banner placed on the second floor. Over the past 10 days, the spirits within the banner had undergone considerable changes. The weakest still hovered around the 7th or 8th level of Qi Refinement, while the strongest had reached the initial stage of the Golden Core. The 2 spirits that had attained this level were Zhou Kan and the head of the Zheng family. The average strength of the malevolent spirits within my Wanhun banner has significantly lowered the prowess of those civilian ghost handlers, Jiang Zhao mused lightly. Yet, he paid little mind to this. Their current weakness was only temporary. Given sufficient time, those 200 or so civilian ghost handlers could potentially become tribulation-level powerhouses, or even ghost immortals, in the future. With the Wanhun banner stowed away, Jiang Zhao waved his sleeve to summon a golden portal and stepped into it. His figure reappeared in the cultivation realm. Casting a distant glance towards the direction of the Wansheng Xianzong, his eyes brimmed with a cold, murderous intent. "Old fool, I have come for you," he declared, his murderous gaze still unyielding. A resounding thunderclap echoed ominously. Jiang Zhao shuddered, raising his gaze to the heavens, only to discover a tempest brewing above. Dark clouds gathered in vast swathes, enveloping the surroundings for miles. Within the ominous clouds, flashes of lightning flickered, exuding an unsettling aura of thunder. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Jiang Zhao's brow furrowed in realization. He had nearly forgotten. Upon the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, one would face a tribulation of 3 nines. During the transformation to the Divine Transformation stage, a tribulation of 6 nines awaited, and upon reaching the final stage, the tribulation would culminate in 9 nines. Surmounting the final tribulation would signify the culmination of countless cultivators' aspirations, the great ascendants. In this realm, one would undergo a baptism of celestial energy, shedding their mortal coil to become an ethereal being, possessing unparalleled strength. At the very least, within this world, there would be few rivals. Unlike other demonic cultivators who indiscriminately slaughtered ordinary people, Jiang Zhao had primarily been wary of the heavenly tribulation. The mutual slaughter among cultivators was inconsequential in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. After all, wielding formidable weapons naturally incited bloodshed. Cultivation itself was a weapon. Embarking on the path of cultivation inevitably entailed the shedding of blood. Having committed such acts, one could hardly complain when facing retribution. However, should a cultivator engage in large-scale slaughter of ordinary folk, this would be deemed a severe transgression by the heavenly Tao, necessitating a minor tribulation to serve as a warning. Typically, the tribulations faced by demonic cultivators were somewhat more formidable than those of others. As for ghost cultivators, particularly those who had slaughtered millions or even tens of millions of innocent souls for the sake of refining the soul-collecting banner, their tribulations reached an almost exaggerated severity. Should they succeed, their power would surge dramatically. Yet, if they were to fail, the consequences would be equally dire. Under the heavenly tribulation, all beings are equal. Lacking the means of dissolving into spiritual essence and transcending as a loose immortal during the tribulation phase, the only fate awaiting them would be complete obliteration of their souls. Having never harmed an ordinary person in this world, Jiang Zhao pondered whether the heavenly Tao would bestow upon him an exceptionally harsh tribulation. A sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, witnessing the clouds looming overhead, he drew forth his weapon, assumed a defensive stance, and prepared himself for the impending tribulation. In the next moment, with a resounding boom, the heavens erupted in a blinding brilliance. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the ominous clouds, each one as thick as a barrel, embodying a terrifying power that evoked a sense of impending apocalypse. Such ferocity? A heavy sensation settled in Jiang Zhao's heart as he raised his long blade, exuding a formidable aura reminiscent of a mighty strike against Mount Hua. Before he could even unleash the blow, the myriad of lightning serpents before him swiftly diminished, transforming from their original thickness akin to a barrel to merely the width of a pinky finger by the time they reached Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao momentarily found herself at a loss for words. As the thunder struck, a tingling sensation coursed through her, causing her to shudder, and she felt her physical form subtly elevated in a manner unbeknownst to her. Beyond that, there was no further anomaly to be discerned. Is it possible to experience this? Jiang Zhao was left speechless, gazing at the golden light of virtue within him, a dawning realization taking root in his heart. While others faced tribulations upon breaking through to the golden core stage, he sensed something different. This was not a trial at all. It was as if the heavenly Tao had come to bestow blessings upon him. Without hesitation, he ceased his resistance and allowed the thunder to envelop him. The 3 successive tribulations struck down, and Jiang Zhao felt as though he had indulged in a warm bath, every fiber of his being revitalized. The thunder tempered his true essence and enhanced his physical defenses to a new level. Soon after, as the dark clouds dispersed, Jiang Zhao found himself suspended in midair. Overwhelmed by the surging true essence within him and the increasingly formidable strength of his body, he could not help but let out a long, triumphant howl toward the heavens. Delightful. It was only now that he realized that overcoming the tribulation could be so effortless. Was it merely a matter of having hands? The 9th layer of tribulation was brief, consisting of just 3 waves. Approximately 15 minutes later, the tribulation dissipated entirely. Jiang Zhao gazed towards the direction of the Wansheng immortal sect. This time, he did not summon the black carriage. Instead, he transformed into a beam of black divine light, soaring into the sky with a speed akin to thunder, significantly swifter than the previous black carriage. Before returning to the Wansheng immortal sect, Jiang Zhao made a stop at the treasure pavilion. After purchasing a high-grade concealment talisman, he promptly affixed it to himself. In the past, Jiang Zhao would have been indifferent to concealing his cultivation. After all, the sect he belonged to was not a righteous one, within righteous circles. Concealing one's cultivation would only elicit mild ridicule. However, in the demonic sects, a low cultivation level would often incite thoughts of how to eliminate you. To mitigate unnecessary troubles, Jiang Zhao revealed only as much of his cultivation as was necessary. His true trump card had never been his cultivation but rather his sword intent, and the dual crossing gate. Yet, this time, in dealing with Zheng Qian, Jiang Zhao deemed it prudent to play it safe. Should Zheng Qian discover his breakthrough to the golden core stage, the latter would undoubtedly take precautions. If he were to launch a surprise attack then, the returns might not be as fruitful as he envisioned. Now, as he approached the mountain gate of the Wansheng immortal sect, it was too late to practice the concealment technique. Thus, after much contemplation, Jiang Zhao opted to purchase a concealment talisman to use for the time being. Upon entering the sect, Jiang Zhao moved swiftly and made another trip to the scripture repository. This time, his target was Zheng Qian, who held the position of an outer elder of the Wansheng immortal sect. He was not someone akin to those easily dealt with in the streets. Killing him would undoubtedly provoke unforeseen consequences, even for Jiang Zhao, although slaying one's master was not considered a grave sin in demonic sects. The severity of the sin depended on the individual. If placed upon the head of the sect leader of the Wansheng immortal sect, it would be a mere trifle. No one would dare question or mention it. However, if the same were to happen, this estimation is also impractical, for he is, after all, an inner disciple of the Wansheng immortal sect, required to return to the sect annually to undertake tasks. Zheng Qian is not a fool either. He could simply wait at the sect's entrance, making it impossible for him to step away from the mountain gate even for a moment. Lost in various thoughts, Jiang Zhao arrived at the scripture repository. At the entrance of the repository, the same old man was present. He reclined on a lounge chair outside, swaying gently in the sunlight. Upon hearing a sound nearby, he turned his head to glance at Jiang Zhao. Subsequently, is it you? The old man sat up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, which swiftly transformed into a smile of contentment. He nodded slightly and remarked, "You, my little friend, are quite impressive. Far superior to those few younglings under Ren Qinghong." Ren Qinghong, the head of the Wanxing Xianzong. While the other party dared to assert such a statement, Jiang Zhao felt hesitant to respond in kind. He slightly cupped his hands and replied, "Elder, you flatter me. I am but a humble learner, with only a modicum of understanding. One cannot speak in such a manner." The old man waved his hand dismissively and earnestly advised, "As a disciple of our Wanxing Xianzong, you must not emulate those who consider themselves the orthodox path. You must stand firm, do you understand? Disciples shall heed the elder's teachings." Jiang Zhao responded with a respectful bow. "Ah." The old man nodded slightly and casually remarked, "Have you come here this time to learn the art of supernatural powers as well?" Elder's keen insight, Jiang Zhao spoke in a low voice. "Go ahead," the old man said as he reclined once more, waving his hand with indifference. "For those in the Golden Core realm, it is necessary to ascend to the third floor of the Scripture Pavilion, where each tome of divine arts or techniques requires 5 top-quality spirit stones." Jiang Zhao's foot faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. This was indeed reasonable. The top-grade concealment talisman he possessed could easily deceive Golden Core practitioners, and even the average Yuaning elders might overlook it if they weren't particularly attentive. However, to think he could outsmart this old man stationed at the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion was clearly a stretch. With a grateful expression, Jiang Zhao proceeded into the depths of the pavilion. Just as he crossed the threshold, the old man's voice echoed behind him once more. "You, young one, possess commendable talent. Should you encounter any difficulties within the sect in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out here." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zhao's heart soared with joy. He promptly turned around, clasped his hands in salute, and declared loudly, "Disciple expresses profound gratitude to the elder." Go on, the old man waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "As one ages, there are few aspirations left. I merely wish to see the promising talents of the immortal sect flourish rather than fade away unexpectedly." Listening to the old man's words, Jiang Zhao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps he had found a new ally? Yet, the efficacy of this ally remained uncertain in his heart. To avoid any potential missteps, he decided to adhere to his original plan and first ascended to the third floor of the Scripture Pavilion, selecting dozens of martial arts techniques and spells. He then returned to the second floor to choose several more, and finally, he selected over 100 volumes on the first floor. In his estimation, should he eliminate Zheng Qian without incurring any repercussions from the sect, the spirit stones expended today in the Scripture Pavilion would serve merely to broaden his horizons and enrich his foundational knowledge. However, if the sect chose to pursue him, he would not hesitate to flee to the enigmatic realm. With such an abundance of techniques and spells at his disposal, albeit of modest rank, their sheer quantity would be considerable. Once he thoroughly absorbed this knowledge, he could rely on the insights gained from vanquishing the anomalies in that strange world to forge his own advanced techniques. Should he find himself unable to create anything anew, Jiang Zhao remained untroubled. He could simply disseminate all the techniques he possessed, inciting a widespread frenzy of ghostly cultivation, in a world teeming with individuals pooling their intellect. He could hardly believe they would not produce a single technique capable of guiding one to the tribulation stage. Naturally, these were merely contingency plans. The true outcome would only be revealed after he dealt with Zheng Qian. Upon returning to the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion to register, the old man, reclining in his chair, suddenly straightened up, his small eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld Jiang Zhao cradling a collection of jade slips. "Young man." The old man scrutinized Jiang Zhao with suspicion, inquiring, "What are your intentions?" Upon Jiang Zhao's arrival today, he sensed something amiss. Jiang Zhao, who had never concealed his cultivation, was inexplicably doing so today. As a seasoned old fox, he had garnered some inkling of the situation, out of a sense of appreciation for talent. He had uttered those final words to Jiang Zhao. Yet, despite his clear stance, this young man appeared utterly impervious, having pilfered an excessive number of techniques and divine arts from the library. Although the Wansheng Xian sect did not prohibit its disciples from acquiring various divine arts, this was rather excessive, was it not? The amount he had gathered could suffice for establishing his own sect. From every conceivable angle, the old man felt that the disciple named Jiang Zhao had seemingly resolved to defect from the sect, hence his intent to seize a fortune from the library before departing. Returning to the elder, I intend to learn more divine arts, so that when I encounter those who self-proclaim as righteous, I might possess some hidden cards. This is to preserve the esteemed reputation of our Wanxingxian sect, Jiang Zhao respectfully replied. Well, the old man raised his hand to stroke his beard. This was indeed a reasonable point. However, the issue at hand was. He pinched several jade slips with his fingers, puzzled, and queried, "What about these techniques? Why are there so many? You don't intend to practice a dozen techniques simultaneously, do you?" The elder chuckled. Jiang Zhao pressed her lips together and quickly replied, "I merely wish to broaden my horizons and see if I can devise a technique of my own." While that was her assertion, the actual creation of a technique was another matter entirely. "Your idea is commendable," the old man mused for a moment, casting a penetrating glance at Jiang Zhao before slowly adding, "Yet, the creation of a technique is a serious endeavor. Do not aim too high too soon. The disciple understands." Jiang Zhao said, clasping his hands together, yet his feet remained firmly planted. After a brief silence, the old man let out a deep sigh, choosing not to elaborate further. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled all the restrictions on the jade slip and instructed, "Go forth." The old man harbored great anticipation, eager to see how far you would ultimately progress. Elder Xie. Jiang Zhao cupped his hands respectfully, retrieving a pouch filled with spirit stones and presenting it to the elderly man. The old man cast a fleeting glance at the pouch, verifying the quantity of stones before waving dismissively. As Jiang Zhao departed, the elder contemplated for a moment. Then, with a sweep of his palm, a convergence of radiant lights coalesced in the void, materializing into a massive azure boulder, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud. The elder extended a finger, unleashing a surge of true essence that carved bold, elegant characters into the stone's surface. Those who enter the scripture pavilion shall select no more than 3 techniques or divine arts at a time. Placing the stone at the entrance's left side, the elder dusted his hands, admiring the stark, forceful strokes of the inscription. Stroking his beard, he chuckled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, having left the scripture pavilion, Jiang Zhao did not return to his dwelling. Instead, he proceeded directly to Zhengqian's mountain peak. All necessary preparations had been made. Contingencies were in place. Now, it was time to eliminate Zhengqian, lest complications arise from delay. Upon reaching the mountain's base, Jiang Zhao tapped the formation barrier. Soon, a gap parted within the protective array, revealing a young man emerging from within. It was none other than Li Su. The moment their eyes met, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Su's face. "Brother Jiang? Where is my master?" Jiang Zhao, feeling disinclined to engage in further conversation, simply raised his head to glance behind him. However, to his dismay, he did not catch a glimpse of Zhengqian. "Didn't he the master go to find Brother Jiang? Is it possible that you did not encounter him?" Li Su inquired with astonishment. "Have you come to find me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao immediately realized the implications. Emotion swirled within him. He had unknowingly aligned with Zhengqian. He intended to confront Zhengqian at his doorstep, only to discover that Zhengqian was already waiting at his own. Given this situation, matters became simpler. They would engage atop Zhengqian's mountain, regardless of the circumstances. It was Zhengqian's territory, leaving one to ponder what hidden strategies he might possess. However, once they departed from their respective peaks, they would be on equal footing, poised at the same starting line. It was merely a question of who would strike first. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zhao bid farewell to Li Su and promptly turned to leave, making his way along the mountain path. Before long, the valley that housed his residence came into view. Meanwhile, at the entrance of his bamboo cottage, Zhengqian, who had been waiting to the brink of existential doubt, suddenly jolted, swiftly turning his gaze towards the end of the road. His previously murky eyes now sparkled with a brilliant light. "At last, you have arrived," Zhengqian murmured, suppressing the excitement within him. After such an extended wait, he had begun to suspect you might have fled. He had even contemplated enlisting the enforcement hall to trace your whereabouts. Yet here you are, having returned of your own accord, extending his spiritual sense. He assessed Jiang Zhao's cultivation level. Mid-foundation establishment. This was the utmost limit of the concealment talisman, capable of suppressing Jiang Zhao's abilities only to this extent. However, in Zhengqian's eyes, it was still a source of profound admiration. Truly a genius. Throughout the majority of the past month, he had been occupied with external affairs, and yet he had managed to advance to the mid-foundation establishment stage. If granted a year, it was highly plausible that this promising disciple could attain the late stage or even the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Nevertheless, it is too late to say anything now. With a low chuckle, Zheng Qian brushed his slender fingers over a dark green fragrance pouch at his waist, releasing an enchanting aroma that wafted through the air. He wore a warm smile as he approached Jiang Zhao, despite the considerable distance of 1,000 feet between them. Zheng Qian called out, "My dear disciple, it has been quite some time since you last visited your master. Have you forgotten me? How could a disciple dare to forget a master who has shown such profound kindness?" Jiang Zhao replied, "In these past days, I have prepared a grand gift for you, master, and I hope you will take a look." Before he finished speaking, a black long knife materialized in Jiang Zhao's hand, descending sharply through the air. The strike was sudden and unexpected, without any prior indication. Jiang Zhao exuded no murderous intent, nor did he emanate any terrifying aura. Yet, as the blade fell at an angle, clang, a radiant blade of light cleaved through the heavens, splitting the very fabric of reality. It was a stroke of despair, as if the entire firmament had been rent asunder, with boundless demonic might crashing like tumultuous waves upon the shore, sweeping away all tangible entities in its path. Zheng Qian's smile froze, a chilling sensation of death enveloping his entire being. He abruptly raised his gaze, only to behold a pitch-black blade of light expanding rapidly within the depths of his pupils. After years of arduous cultivation to reach the golden core stage, never had he felt so close to death. The golden core. Zheng Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, a strangled cry escaping his lips. In such a brief span of time, Jiang Zhao had progressed to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. While that was commendable, Zheng Qian could hardly fathom that Jiang Zhao was, in fact, a golden core cultivator. What had he been doing these past few days? Could it be that he had taken lives? How many must he have slain to forcefully elevate his cultivation from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the golden core realm? How had he weathered the tribulation? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind, yet reality afforded Zheng Qian no time for contemplation. He summoned all his true essence, coalescing it in his right hand. His fingers curling into claws, darkened and fierce, reaching skyward with the intent to rend the heavens asunder. However, at the very moment his fingers made contact with the blade of light, they shattered instantaneously, followed by his arm, his head, and ultimately his entire form. It was as though a knife sliced through tofu. All his esteemed techniques were rendered null and void before that radiant blade. Having traversed the cultivation realm for over 8 centuries, how could he possibly meet his demise here? Zheng Qian's astonished and indignant words were left unspoken as the blade of light descended to the ground. A thunderous roar resonated, shaking the earth to its core. As terrifying blades of energy surged in all directions, the ground resembled a tumultuous ocean, with waves crashing and debris flying. Amidst the swirling dust, Zheng Qian's physical form disintegrated. Yet his soul was enveloped by a bronze bell, soaring skyward in a desperate attempt to escape. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Zhao, without uttering a word, raised his hand and instantly seized the bronze bell, refining it in an instant. The last remnants of Zheng Qian's soul were now grasped in Jiang Zhao's hand, his expression a picture of anguish. For this day, Zheng Qian had prepared meticulously, however. He had never anticipated that his once obedient disciple would actually achieve the golden core stage. Had he foreseen such a development, he would have taken decisive action to subdue Jiang Zhao while still at the prison peak. At that time, he had hesitated, considering that his own preparations for possession were not yet complete. Acting rashly without the ability to instantly control Jiang Zhao could lead to complications. After all, it was trivial for a golden core expert to eliminate a foundation establishment cultivator with a full-force strike. However, to seize control in an instant required greater finesse. Should Jiang Zhao react, severing his own meridians or even resorting to self-destruction, all of Zheng Qian's schemes could be thwarted before they even began. Moreover, the location of his hesitation was the prison peak, a significant stronghold of their sect, teeming with formidable old monsters both above and below. The consequences of taking action there were unpredictable. As Zheng Qian reflected on his regrets, he realized that those considerations were not the crux of his turmoil. The paramount question remained: how had Jiang Zhao managed to attain the golden core stage? By what means did he achieve this? Throughout the history of the Wanqing immortal sect, there have been individuals who reached the golden core stage within a year. However, they were either extraordinary prodigies or madmen. The former were gifted with exceptional talent, high comprehension, and rapid cultivation, making it impossible for the average practitioner to compare. The latter, on the other hand, had practiced perilous demonic arts, forcibly elevating their cultivation to the golden core stage within a year, only to exhaust their potential, leaving them stagnant for life. In the long history of the Wanqing immortal sect, there were many who fell into the latter category, yet true geniuses were exceedingly rare. appearing only once every 5 to 6,000 years. Having lived for over 800 years, Zheng Qian had never encountered even one. Based on his extensive experience, he viewed Jiang Zhao as talented, yet still somewhat distant from the realm of true prodigies. Not only Zheng Qian, but the vast majority of people tend to consider matters from their own limited perspective and experiences. It was this very reasoning that left Zheng Qian lamenting his miscalculations. He had never anticipated that a mere disciple he had taken under his wing could indeed be the kind of extraordinary genius that appears only once in several millennia. With such impressive qualifications, why do you find yourself wandering outside the gates? Shouldn't you have directly taken disciples under your wing? Zheng Qian was utterly perplexed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom the reasoning. He had a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, yet when the words reached his lips, they transformed into a feeble plea. Disciple, could you spare your master's life? No, Jiang Zhao firmly rejected, raising a hand to erase the opponent's consciousness. He then retrieved the wandering soul's banner, preparing to confine Zheng Qian within it. At that moment, 3 distinctly powerful shouts resonated from above, echoing through the air. Cease at once. Hold on. Impudence. The 3 voices echoed like thunder, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that descended upon Jiang Zhao like the weight of 3 colossal mountains. With one hand grasping the wand of souls and the other clutching Zheng Qian's spirit, Jiang Zhao stood frozen in place. Although he remained motionless, his heart was on high alert. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, the golden portal would appear beneath him in an instant. After all, this device was his golden finger, not a supernatural ability. It required no expenditure of true essence, and with but a thought, it could transport him to the bizarre realm. In that strange world, he had previously attempted to use it, and others could not perceive the golden portal. Merely believing he had employed some mysterious technique to vanish without a trace, they would never suspect he had journeyed to another world. Jiang Zhao, you possess audacity beyond measure. How dare you act against an elder within the sect? 3 figures shot from the distant sky, 1 in front and 2 behind. Before they drew near, one figure on the right spoke coldly. The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Jiang Zhao, prompting him to look in its direction and finally discern the identity of the speaker. It was none other than Gu Yuzhou, a close friend of Zheng Qian. As an elder of the law enforcement hall, it was only natural for Gu Yuzhou to arrive promptly given the gravity of the situation unfolding within the sect. The 3 halted in midair, with Gu Yuzhou being the first to extend his consciousness, scanning the dazed state of Zheng Qian's spirit in Jiang Zhao's grasp. Upon seeing that Zheng Qian's mind had been obliterated, Gu Yuzhou's brow furrowed, and a fierce blaze of anger ignited within him. He coldly declared, "What an unbridled wretch! Was it the sect's intention to raise you for this? Do you not accompany me to the law enforcement hall to face punishment?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, summoning a colossal black hand from the tumultuous sky, casting a shadow that enveloped hundreds of meters around. It descended like a dark cloud, exuding a terrifying aura as it thundered down toward Jiang Zhao. The other 2 elders stood to the side, with no intention of intervening. Regardless of who was right or wrong between Jiang Zhao and Zheng Qian, they would be taken to the law enforcement hall first. Gu Yuzhou's slightly excessive response could be understood, given his friendship with Zheng Qian, which was no secret. It was only natural to harbor some personal bias. After all, who in this world is devoid of selfish motives? However, before Gu Yuzhou could bring his palm crashing down, the elder in black suddenly shifted his demeanor, casting a respectful glance towards the direction of the scripture pavilion. He stepped forward, and without any extraneous movement, a violent wave of energy surged forth, shattering the descending black hand into nothingness. Elder Lu. Gu Yuzhou's expression changed, retracting his hand as he turned to the black-clad middle-aged man beside him. Speaking in a grave tone, do you intend to protect such a lawless, ungrateful disciple? Elder Gu, do not be hasty in drawing conclusions. There may be underlying circumstances at play, Elder L remarked nonchalantly. The act of betraying one's master and annihilating one's ancestors is perhaps a rare occurrence within the righteous path. However, within the confines of the sacred immortal sect, such events have transpired more times than one can count. To speak of instances I am aware of, there are no fewer than 4 or 5. Yet, I have chosen to feign ignorance. After all, residing within the demonic sect, the paramount concern is to blend in with the crowd. Everyone understands that certain matters, when weighed, may not seem substantial, but once they are placed on the scales, they could weigh 1,000 pounds. If one were to truly pursue the matter of betrayal, one must first hold the sect leader accountable. The question remains, who in the law enforcement hall possesses the audacity to do so? The three individuals present are acutely aware of the hidden calculations in Zheng Qian's heart. It is merely a case of failing to seize an opportunity. Zheng Qian has sacrificed everything. Were it not for Jiang Zhao's formidable backing, Elder L, as a law enforcement hall elder, would not hesitate to enforce justice today and curb the malicious winds within the sect. Yet, at this moment, it seems Jiang Zhao has connections, and those connections are anything but ordinary. Consequently, how Jiang Zhao chooses to handle the situation warrants careful consideration on Elder L's part. Jiang Zhao, you say? Elder L, alongside another elder, descended from the heavens and approached Jiang Zhao. He placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Come. Tell this elder why such an incident has transpired today. Speak without fear. With me here, no one shall take you away." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's face lit up with joy. However, in the sky, Gyuzhou's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot upon witnessing Elder L's affable demeanor toward Jiang Zhao. Junior Jiang Zhao, I have the honor of meeting the two esteemed elders. Jiang Zhao first performed a respectful salute, then quickly explained, the situation is as follows. Zheng Qian, driven by greed, compelled me to act, and I could not bear the injustice, so I, as Jiang Zhao spoke with fervor. Gyuzhou's already gloomy countenance became increasingly stormy, nearly seeping with frustration. Previously, at the Jinyu Peak, Jiang Zhao had addressed him as Uncle Master with such frequency. Yet now, with three elders before him, he only acknowledged the other two, completely disregarding Gyuzhou. The thought of having bestowed upon Jiang Zhao a tome of mystical arts filled him with regret, as time had been too pressing to leave behind any contingency. What a significant loss. Indeed, after listening to Jiang Zhao's account, Lu Xuandao exchanged a glance with another elder, then nodded gently and said, "If that is the case, it is quite reasonable. After all, Zheng Qian had sinister intentions from the outset, ostensibly taking you as his disciple, yet in truth seeking to usurp your body for his own rebirth. Therefore, your act of slaying him is not without justification." However, in the sky, Gyuzhou swiftly descended, his face etched with anxiety. Before he could complete his sentence, Lu Xuandao cast him a sidelong glance and replied indifferently, "What is it? Elder Gu, do you have anything further to add?" Gyuzhou clenched his teeth, glancing at Jiang Zhao, and then back at Lu Xuandao. He murmured, "No matter the circumstances, Zheng Qian is still an outer sect elder. Is it not somewhat unreasonable for him to be slain by an inner sect disciple today?" Inner disciples? Lu Xuandao glanced around, perplexed, and inquired, "Where are they? Elder Zhang, have you seen any inner disciples?" "No, indeed." Elder Zhang promptly replied with a smile, saying, "Within the sect? How could there be such a formidable inner disciple capable of slaying an outer elder?" "Indeed." Elsa nodded slightly, turning his head to see Jiang Zhao with a stern expression, displeased as he remarked, "Junior Jiang, as a golden core cultivator, why do you still don the attire of an inner disciple? Unbelievable." I turned around, remembering to change it. Indeed, a smile illuminated Jiang Zhao's face, as he could hardly contain his delight. Little did he expect that after vanquishing Zheng Qian, he would be granted the opportunity to forge connections. He immediately clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Master Uncle. I shall change promptly." Lu Xuandao murmured lightly, and then, as if casually, he secretly transmitted a message inquiring, "How did you come to know Elder Fong, young Master Jiang?" "Master Fong." Jiang Zhao murmured to himself. Who could this be? It seemed he did not recognize the name. However, since Elder Lu had inquired, it was evident that there must be a purpose behind the question. As he pondered swiftly, a stooped figure of an elderly man surfaced in his mind. Could it be him? Jiang Zhao made up his mind quickly, displaying a blend of reverence and familiarity on his face. He then sent a swift transmission, replying, "Master Fong has indicated that our relationship is not to be disclosed to others." In essence, this meant, can you guess? Regardless of what you surmise. It is not my own words. If Master Fong were to take issue, the fault would lie with your far-fetched conjectures. "Indeed," Elder L replied, a warm smile gracing his face, exuding an air of understanding. Meanwhile, Gyuzhou was oblivious to the clandestine exchange between Jiang Zhao and L Xindao. However, observing the subtle glances and expressions shared between the two, he sensed that the situation was rather dire. He ventured cautiously, "Elder L, do you intend to let today's events pass without consequence? Our law enforcement hall has always upheld the law with unwavering resolve. How can we simply overlook what transpired today? After all, we have lost an elder." L Xindao spoke with righteous indignation. Upon finishing his statement, he deftly shifted his tone, continuing, however, Jiang Shixi's actions in slaying Zheng Qian do have their justification, particularly as he is a disciple of our law enforcement hall, though his methods may have been somewhat excessive. They were born out of necessity. He then proposed, in my opinion, a penalty of 3 years' salary would suffice. 3 years' salary? Gu Yuzhou's expression darkened. What difference was there between this and a mere reprimand? Was Zheng Qian's demise to be in vain? What? Does Elder Gu have reservations? El Xindao inquired, turning his gaze towards him. Not at all. Gu Yuzhou's expression momentarily froze as he cast a profound glance at Jiang Zhao, slowly uttering 2 words. Upon finishing his statement, he appeared to be utterly drained of all strength, his previously imposing aura diminished. He quietly remarked, Elder L, I have pressing matters to attend to within my cave dwelling, so I shall not linger here for long. Go ahead, Elder L gestured, glancing at Jiang Zhao and subtly indicating with a nod, you should also go, but remember to change your clothes. Junior takes my leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao let out a sigh of relief. He never anticipated that he could traverse this ordeal so effortlessly. Turning back, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Elder Fong. Elder Zhang, as he watched Jiang Zhao depart, LV Xuandao conveyed through sound transmission. You must personally visit the Huiying Hall to retrieve Jiang Zhao's identity information. I wish to examine it myself. Indeed. Elder Zhang nodded in agreement before swiftly departing. Shortly thereafter, Elder Zhang returned and presented a jade identity token before Lu Xuandao. Lu Xuandao reached out to accept it, and upon probing its essence with his consciousness, a look of astonishment washed over his face. He murmured softly to himself, no wonder, half a year of golden core. Such a pace of cultivation is utterly astonishing. Has Elder Lu made a discovery? Elder Zhang inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, Lu Xuandao replied, shaking his head and putting away the jade slip. Let us return. We shall arrange for some disciples from the enforcement hall to handle matters here later. However, Elder Zhang cast a glance at the ravaged valley below, hesitating as he spoke. Zheng Qian is, after all, an outer sect elder. If he were to perish in such a manner, how shall we account for this to others? Explain? Lu Xuandao scoffed, responding telepathically, what is there to explain? Do you truly believe that the Wanxing immortal sect is a righteous sect? If the Wanxing immortal sect were to uphold strict regulations, with unwavering decrees, would the outside world still regard us as a demonic sect? You must understand one fundamental truth, whether it is Zheng Qian, yourself, or I. We are merely huddling together for warmth. Do not think that the death of a single Zheng Qian, or even our collective demise, would hold any significance in the eyes of those esteemed figures within the sect. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang felt a shiver run down his spine and swiftly inquired through telepathy, does that Jiang Zhao have a powerful backing? Lu Xuandao's initial demeanor had been observed firsthand by him. He had originally intended to remain uninvolved, yet at the critical moment, he intervened to block Gu Yuzhou. It was clear to anyone that there was something amiss beneath the surface. Indeed, LV Xuandao replied with a helpless nod. His backing is even more formidable than you can imagine. Who is it? Elder Zhang's heart stirred, and he hastily inquired through his thoughts. Is it from the forbidden grounds of the back mountain? Or perhaps from the prison peak? Or could it be from the scripture pavilion? From the scripture repository, Lu Xuandao transmitted softly. No wonder. Elder Zhang remarked with an odd expression, murmuring, why did Zheng Qian provoke someone he shouldn't have? Aha. El Xindao chuckled softly, gazing in the direction that Jiang Zhao had departed, and remarked with significant implications, sometimes, being favored by an ancestor is not necessarily a boon. Elder L was suggesting, the righteous faction would not idly witness the emergence of yet another formidable figure from the Wanxing immortal sect. Just wait and see. Some matters cannot remain concealed. Meanwhile, as Jiang Zhao retraced his steps, he meticulously placed Zheng Qian's soul into the soul banner. Within the soul banner, there existed no distinction between heaven and earth. It was an abyss of chaos, teeming with malevolent spirits. Nearly 2,000 vengeful apparitions congregated, each scrutinizing the newly inducted member. After a careful observation, finding no remarkable traits, most of the spirits emitted a howl and turned away. However, the members of the Zheng clan lingered, continuing to appraise Zheng Qian, although their sentience had been obliterated, inexplicably. This newly arrived specter evoked a sense of familiarity, though they could not pinpoint why, given their limited intellect. Zheng Qian, observing them, was equally puzzled, scratching his head in confusion. In the external world, Jiang Zhao held a bronze bell, examining it repeatedly. His previous strike had been executed with no reservations, after all. He and Zheng Qian were mortal enemies, and to hold back now would be an irresponsibility towards his own life. under his full force. One would expect Zhang Qian's demise to be absolute. Yet, this bronze bell had allowed him to preserve a fragment of his soul, a protective low-grade artifact. Zhang Qian still possessed some heritage, Jiang Zhao mused with admiration. The distinction between a magical tool and a treasure is slight in nomenclature, yet their powers are worlds apart. Most practitioners at the Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment stages wield magical tools. However, upon reaching the golden core and nascent soul realms, one employs treasures. A fine treasure can enhance a person's power by no less than 30%. Furthermore, upon attaining the golden core stage, one's lifespan significantly increases. Some righteous cultivators prioritize longevity, aided by elixirs that extend life. Living for around 1,000 years becomes commonplace during such an extensive duration. The strategies they devise for offense are nearly inescapable. To illustrate, simply the use of divine consciousness can yield extraordinary results. Divine consciousness is not merely a tool for enhancing perception, it can also serve as a means of attack, specifically targeting souls. In combat, being unexpectedly pierced by divine consciousness can leave anyone momentarily dazed, and in that fleeting lapse, the tide of battle may pivot dramatically. More critically, unlike the physical body, a soul does not easily recover from injury. Healing is often a cumbersome process, and in some cases, recovery may be impossible. However, the bronze bell in Zhang Qian's possession can flawlessly defend against such assaults on the soul. Such a treasure. Jiang Zhao joyfully acknowledged the blood bond, subsequently enshrining the bronze bell within her mind. With the bell's protection, her sense of security surged remarkably. Venturing deep into the valley, Jiang Zhao spread her 5 fingers and grasped forward, unleashing a formidable suction that swiftly gathered the remnants of Zhang Qian's shattered body, coalescing into a grotesque mass. After a brief assessment, she estimated its weight to be around 100 pounds. The physique of a golden elixir cultivator was indeed a valuable asset, given Jiang Zhao's nature. She would never squander it. She planned to allow the ghost rope to absorb it, possibly enhancing its power further. After securing Zhang Qian's remains, Jiang Zhao continued her search in the valley but ultimately discovered only a damaged, unrecognizable storage ring and a large black umbrella. With a soft sigh, Jiang Zhao gazed at the storage ring nestled in his palm. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Yet witnessing the reality unfold before his eyes proved to be a bitter pill to swallow. The vast majority of a peak golden core cultivator's fortune had vanished in an instant, a fortune comprised entirely of his precious spirit stones and elixirs. Although the storage ring was lost, a glimmer of solace remained as he contemplated the black umbrella in his hand, a mid-grade magical artifact, surpassing the previously mentioned bronze bell by a notch in quality. This remarkable item, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, was indeed a rare treasure in the realm of cultivation. After binding the umbrella to himself through a blood oath and nurturing it within his dantian, Jiang Zhao turned his gaze towards the mountain where Zhang Qian resided. Within the sacred holy sect, not even a single mountain peak could be claimed as one's own. Every blade of grass and every flower belonged to the sect. The elders and disciples within had only the right to use them, not to possess them. Now that Zhang Qian had met his demise, his mountain peak would soon be reclaimed by the sect and allocated to the next elder. Jiang Zhao needed to seize the moment and scour the area for treasures. For if he delayed, all the valuable items atop the mountain would inevitably fall into the hands of the sect. As Jiang Zhao departed, the valley's surroundings bore witness to a slow emergence of injured inner disciples. What is happening here? One disciple lamented. I was at home, diligently cultivating, when suddenly, a sword descended from the heavens, sending me flying hundreds of meters away. Thankfully, it was not aimed at me. And due to my swift reaction and the use of some life-preserving techniques, I managed to survive. Otherwise, the aftermath of that clash between 2 golden core experts would have been sufficient to claim my life multiple times over. Indeed, another voice chimed in, surveying the chaos strewn throughout the valley. With a heart heavy with despair, he whispered, I had hidden 100 spirit stones in my dwelling. All gone. Now, everything has vanished. The 100 spirit stones he possessed were not mere low-grade stones, but rather medium-grade ones. For a Foundation establishment cultivator, this constituted a significant fortune. Do not worry, junior brother. The sect will provide compensation. Previously, when Elder Zheng and Elder Hong clashed within the sect, many inner disciples were affected. The sect has thus offered some recompense, a seasoned inner disciple calmly remarked. Really? I wouldn't deceive you, would I? The inner disciple, growing older, turned to gaze in the direction where Jiang Zhao had departed and murmured softly, what intrigues me even more is the identity of the person who just made a move. I heard Elder Gu calling out Jiang Zhao's name when he came over. Someone quickly interjected. As those two words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the scene. After a brief moment, another voice whispered, I believe I have heard that name before. It seems he recently killed one of Elder Hong's disciples at the mountain gate, which led to Elder Hong having a confrontation with Elder Zheng, having previously slain an inner disciple at the mountain gate, and now having taken the life of an elder within the mountain, yet still remaining unscathed. The youthful inner disciple muttered to himself. As he reached the end of his statement, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, his pupils wide with shock. What kind of background could he possibly have? Is he the illegitimate child of the sect leader? Goodness! At this moment, everyone else also came to their senses. They cast a glance at the valley they had previously inhabited, and a tumultuous wave surged within their hearts. How could I have lived alongside such a remarkable individual not long ago? It is simply inconceivable. How outrageous. Upon returning to his residence, Guyujo's anger remained unabated. He had just poured himself a cup of tea, yet before he could savor a single sip, he crushed the cup in his hand. Tea cascaded through his fingers, dripping incessantly onto the floor. What a formidable figure, Jiang Zhao. Guyujo's eyes narrowed, cold glints flashing forth, an aura of murderous intent almost palpable, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Within the ranks of the Wanqing immortal sect, he counted few friends, with Zheng Qian being the one he knew best. While it is true that those of the demonic path often possess intricate thoughts, at their core, they are still human, and as such, they experience the full spectrum of emotions and desires. In their quest to make enemies, they also form a handful of friendships. As for those who revel in slaughter, laying waste to towns or exterminating thousands, they are deemed insane even among their own kind. Ultimately, both the righteous and demonic paths pursue immortality, albeit through different means. Practitioners of the demonic path also aspire to transcend tribulations and ascend to the celestial realm. They do not engage in senseless killings, for no one wishes to unwittingly complicate their own tribulations. Guyujo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the fury boiling within. Yet, the thought of his longtime friend, suddenly perishing before him, reignited the flames of anger he had just quelled. He yearned for vengeance for Zheng Qian, but Jiang Zhao was now a golden core cultivator. Revenge was not a matter of mere words. It required formidable power. The last time they had met, Jiang Zhao was still at the initial stage of foundation establishment. How could he have advanced to golden core so swiftly? Guyujo paced the room, murmuring to himself. What cultivation technique could he possibly be employing? Could it be one that exhausts potential? After some contemplation, he deemed such a notion improbable. During their recent encounter, his keen observation revealed that Jiang Zhao's true essence was robust, his foundation solid, devoid of any superficiality. However, if Jiang Zhao had not practiced such a technique, Guyujo's heart suddenly tightened. In that instant, an ominous premonition surged within him. The shock of Zheng Qian's sudden demise had clouded his mind, but upon reflection, he discerned numerous inconsistencies. When he had engaged Jiang Zhao above the valley, Lu Xiundao had shown no intention of intervening, yet at the last moment, he thwarted Guyujo's plans. This was undeniably peculiar. Furthermore, the way Lu Xiundao and Jiang Zhao exchanged glances after landing only intensified his unease. Could it be that Lu Xiundao had also recognized Jiang Zhao's extraordinary nature and sought to usurp him, just as he had with Zheng Qian? Thus, he intervened to save Jiang Zhao? Guyujo pondered deeply. As soon as this thought emerged, he swiftly cast it aside. It seemed rather implausible. The fact that Jiang Zhao cultivated at an astonishing pace had previously been known to only a select few, himself and Zheng Qian. The other elders of the sect were unlikely to waste their time delving into the identities of the inner disciples. Moreover, Jiang Zhao maintained a remarkably low profile within the sect. Logically, Lu Xiundao should not have taken note of him. On another note, Lu Xiundao himself possessed commendable talent. Being one of the elders most likely to break through to the transformation god realm within the past century of the Wanqing Xinzong, he had ample longevity ahead of him. It was inconceivable that he would attempt to seize another's body at such a critical juncture in his own advancement. Such an act would be akin to the absurdity of relieving oneself while fully clothed. It was utterly unnecessary. However, if Lu Xiundao was indeed intent on safeguarding Jiang Zhao, then there remained a singular possibility. Lu Xiundao was under external influence, compelled to act in defense of Jiang Zhao. The question then arose, who possessed the authority to command someone of Lu Xiundao's stature within the sect? As this realization struck him, Guyujo felt an icy chill envelop his limbs, as though he were plunged into a frigid abyss. He himself was a figure of elder status within the demon sect, and was all too aware of the nature of such organizations. In essence, the demon sect comprised a cadre of ancient beings in need of subordinates to execute their bidding, those of lower status within the demonic path. Facing the formidable pressure from the righteous factions, sought a powerful ally. This necessity led to the formation of sects like the Wansheng Xinzhou. The notions of sect cohesion and unity were mere illusions. The only reality was the imperative to survive and thrive in comfort. The existence of the Wansheng Xinzhou did not stem from the sheer number of its elders, but rather from the continued survival of the ancient beings residing in the forbidden grounds of the rear mountains. Were those ancient beings to perish, even if the Wansheng Xinzhou boasted 10,000 golden core practitioners and 1,000 transformation gods, it would ultimately face annihilation. Now, with an unknown ancient being suddenly appearing behind Jiang Zhao, Guiyuzhou instinctively contemplated fleeing. At that moment, thoughts of vengeance and unresolved anger seemed trivial. The sole reality was the imperative of self-preservation. Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, he halted, his expression turning grim. Given the Wansheng Xinzhou's substantial foundation, pursuing a mere golden core cultivator like himself would require minimal effort. Should he attempt to flee, it would only lead him to his own demise. However, if he chose to remain, Guiyuzhou cast a glance toward the valley from whence he had come, a heavy sensation settling in his heart. The innate talent of Jiang Zhao was somewhat terrifying. After such a brief span of time, he had already attained the golden core stage. If given another decade, would he not reach the nascent soul stage? By that time, Jiang Zhao, as a nascent soul cultivator, could effortlessly eliminate a golden core elder, whether fleeing or standing firm. Death awaited. Guiyuzhou felt utterly bewildered. Damn you, El Xuandao. If someone intends to protect Jiang Zhao, why didn't you inform me beforehand? Infuriated, Guiyuzhou cursed El Xuandao vehemently in his mind. Had he foreseen this predicament, the notion of vengeance would have seemed trivial. They could have consulted together. In truth, his relationship with Zheng Qian was merely superficial. This enmity was not imperative to avenge. Moreover, it was Zheng Qian who sought to seize Jiang Zhao, not Guiyuzhou himself. Previously, he had even bestowed a technique upon Jiang Zhao. If not for today's events, there would have been no profound grudge between them. Yet now, the die was cast. As long as Jiang Zhao lived, his own life would be forfeit. Zheng Qian, you are equally despicable. Internally, he cursed Zheng Qian once more, then regained his composure and quickly devised a strategy to extricate himself from this predicament. The likelihood of reconciliation appeared dim. Jiang Zhao had killed Zheng Qian and remained unscathed, so killing him would likely pose little challenge. The most prudent course of action was to strike first. Jiang Zhao's current cultivation was relatively low, making him easier to manipulate. If he cultivated further, he would become a greater threat to Guiyuzhou himself. Furthermore, even if he resolved to eliminate Jiang Zhao, he could not act alone. After all, while Jiang Zhao might be vulnerable, those who supported him were certainly formidable. He needed to devise a plan to enlist assistance in taking action. Whom shall I seek? Guiyuzhou squinted, swiftly rummaging through his mind for a suitable candidate. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao had thoroughly scoured the peak where Zheng Qian resided. He uprooted various spiritual herbs without even glancing at their age, and meticulously extracted every piece of arraying material and spirit stone. The accumulated bounty formed a small mountain, nearly filling his storage ring to capacity. As he descended, he casually collected a dozen corpses, remnants of Zheng Qian's former subordinates, suspecting that Zheng Qian had left behind some insidious contingency within them. Perhaps a means of ensuring that if he were to perish, they would share the same fate. Among these was Li Su, who had previously referred to him as Brother Jiang. Having shared a bond, Jiang Zhao felt a pang of compassion, unwilling to leave them to rot in the wilderness, and thus took it upon himself to bury each one respectfully. He also wished to ensure that their souls would not wander aimlessly, so he arranged for them to find peace. At the very least, he would never again have to worry about facing Zheng Qian's displeasure. With a sigh, Jiang Zhao caressed the ring on his finger, casting a glance back at the mountain peaks behind him. He softly lamented, I possess many virtues, yet I am burdened by one flaw, my kindness. I cannot bear to witness the suffering of the weak. Having departed from the Zheng Qian peak, Jiang Zhao meandered around the Jinyu peak, glancing at Guiyuzhou's residence nearby. Upon realizing that the latter had no intention of emerging, he could only shake his head and turn away. Even Zheng Qian had to consider his actions carefully on Jinyu peak. Jiang Zhao, of course, would not be inferior to him. Should a conflict arise on Jinyu peak, resulting in damage that allowed a certain prominent figure imprisoned below to escape, that individual would not be merciful simply because one had spared their life. Most likely, A mere strike would suffice to unleash a wave of force potent enough to end his life. It seemed that if he wished to eliminate Qi Zhao, he would need to contemplate alternative strategies. As he pondered, Jiang Zhao turned to leave. Observing his departure from a pavilion halfway up Jinyu Peak, Qi Zhao's complexion turned ashen. Exhaling deeply, he had also seen Jiang Zhao, and when he noticed the latter circling below his dwelling, a cold sweat drenched his back. Fortunately, Jiang Zhao did not exhibit any extreme actions, which eased his heart somewhat. However, Jiang Zhao's visit today confirmed his suspicions. Jiang Zhao had never intended to let him go. "You wish to deal with me, do you?" Qi Zhao murmured, gazing in the direction Jiang Zhao had departed. "Let us see who meets their demise first." Descending from Jinyu Peak, Jiang Zhao made his way to the scripture repository. The scene before the repository remained unchanged, yet a new stone tablet now stood prominently. Inscribed with bold letters, any individual entering the scripture repository may select no more than 3 techniques or divine abilities at a time. Below this proclamation, smaller text read, "Disciples of the immortal sect may only enter the scripture repository once a month." "Elder Fong, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Zhao inquired, furrowing his brow as he approached the elderly man he had encountered previously, offering a respectful salute before seeking clarification. "Guess what?" The old man reclined in his chair, his eyelids remaining unraised as he spoke casually, although the old man's response was somewhat unexpected. Jiang Zhao's primary concern lay not in that, but rather in ascertaining the elder's surname. Noticing that the elder did not deny it, Jiang Zhao promptly bowed once more and respectfully declared, "Disciple Jiang Zhao expresses profound gratitude to the elder for today's life-saving grace." Though it was true that had the old man not intervened today, he would still have survived, his current state of comfort was undoubtedly superior. Jiang Zhao, despite being affiliated with the demonic path, was not one to forget a favor. He flipped his palm to produce a storage ring and presented it before the old man, saying earnestly, "In light of today's rescue, I am at a loss for how to repay you, and can offer only this modest token as a symbol of my heartfelt appreciation. I hope the elder will graciously accept it." "Very well," the old man said, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. He cast a glance at the storage ring on Jiang Zhao's hand and leisurely remarked, "Put away your trifles. The primary reason I saved you today is that you remind me of my younger self." The old man looked at Jiang Zhao and broke into a wide grin, revealing a mouthful of perfectly white teeth, seemingly well-preserved. He continued, "Not only do you resemble me, but even your master bears a striking similarity to mine. I must say, this is indeed fate." Jiang Zhao fell silent. After a moment, he softly replied, "It truly is fate." "Ha." The old man chuckled heartily, then continued, "Yet you have not disappointed me. You have indeed risen to the occasion, far superior to those self-proclaimed paragons of virtue. As for the matter of gratitude, it is of little consequence. Do not adopt the bad habits of the so-called righteous, for they may lead to your downfall. As long as you do not repay kindness with enmity, all will be well. Regardless." The old man's eyes twinkled as he reclined, murmuring, "I saved you without exerting much effort. It was simply a matter of a few words. The elder's teachings are etched in my heart." Jiang Zhao once again clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. He refrained from uttering grand declarations about facing perilous challenges without flinching. After all, he was acutely aware of his own limitations as an ordinary person. If faced with death, he would be powerless to confront it. Why engage in unnecessary bravado? Nevertheless, he was quite clear about the distinction between gratitude and enmity. No matter the circumstances, enmity must be avenged, while kindness must be remembered, as long as one cannot repay with their life. Other matters, however, could still be contemplated with some flexibility. Go on, the little old man waved his hand. The disciple takes his leave." Jiang Zhao performed a respectful bow, poised to turn away. The old man spoke again, offering a note of caution. "The matter of my saving you today cannot remain concealed from those who are keen to investigate." "What does the elder mean?" Jiang Zhao halted, confusion evident in his voice. "Do you truly believe that our immortal sect is a monolithic entity?" The old man jested, his tone laced with a hint of melancholy. "In my youth, I had many adversaries. While the majority have perished, a few remain. They may not dare to confront me directly, but should they learn of my protection over a young disciple within the sect, what do you suppose will transpire? They would undoubtedly seek a way to eliminate me." Jiang Zhao pondered this silently, yet maintained an air of nonchalance. After all, with his golden finger, what was there to fear? In times past, he had to tread carefully. But now, with his newfound abilities, he felt emboldened. Possessing a trump card gave him confidence. If he could not prevail, he could always flee. A wise emperor of flames once articulated, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. When their positions reversed, he would show them the true meaning of cruelty. Thank you for the elder's reminder. The disciple understands what must be done. Jiang Zhao expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, especially after joining the demon sect, he had anticipated that the path would not be devoid of turbulence, and having a few enemies was entirely natural. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhao bore no grudges. Having departed from the scripture pavilion and traversed some distance, the voice of the ghost rope echoed within the recesses of his mind. Master, the spirit stones. Do not worry. I shall allow you a peace upon our return. Jiang Zhao reassured it. He had previously learned that the ghost rope could absorb spirit stones, much like it consumed the essence of flesh from corpses, converting other energies into ghostly qi. However, the looming threat of Zhang Qian had made him hesitant. He was uncertain what challenges awaited him after Zhang Qian's demise. Should he find himself in a dire situation, perhaps needing to escape to a strange realm? Each spirit stone would become increasingly precious. Now, with Zhang Qian gone, the immediate peril had diminished, allowing him to afford the ghost rope a few spirit stones without significant consequence. As he continued along the mountain path, Jiang Zhao soon arrived at the Qingyan Palace. This was the venue where sect disciples received their stipends and could alter their identities. Today was not a day for stipend distribution, rendering the place somewhat desolate. Upon entering, Jiang Zhao surveyed the surroundings but regrettably found no sign of the person he sought. Meanwhile, in a corner, a group of inner disciples huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. A slender, pallid man was animatedly recounting an incident. Just a moment ago, just now, an extraordinary event transpired within our sect. It is said that an inner sect disciple has slain an elder from the outer sect. After the inner disciple executed the outer elder, can you guess what happened next? Remarkably, he faced no repercussions whatsoever. Instead, Elder L respectfully escorted him back. Do you know who Elder L is? He is a formidable presence. A nascent soul powerhouse from the law enforcement hall, truly a figure of immense terror, one that ordinary individuals seldom have the chance to behold. I have heard that. At this point, the lean man paused for effect, implying with a significant tone that the inner sect disciple's identity is quite extraordinary, in truth. He is the illegitimate son of the sect leader, scattered among the common folk. Is it truly so? Upon hearing these words, the others became intrigued. As inner disciples, they seldom encountered such excitement. Today, the revelation of such a significant matter, especially concerning the sect leader, piqued their interest. Each one of them felt a surge of energy. Could I possibly deceive you? This incident has been witnessed by many. The gaunt man continued, lowering his voice slightly. I am only sharing this with you few. So please keep it to yourselves. It is said that the inner disciple in question is surnamed Jiang, known as Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao. Upon hearing these two characters, everyone around swiftly rifled through their memories, eager to ascertain whether they had ever encountered such a figure in their past misdeeds. Before they could gather their thoughts, another voice interjected. Senior brother, your news is outdated. The version I've heard differs from yours. It is rumored that this Jiang Xiong is not the direct offspring of the sect leader, but rather the illegitimate child of a certain esteemed elder from the scripture repository. Are you certain? Just as he finished speaking, another person immediately retorted, but I have heard that it is a distant relative of a certain elder from Zhenyu Peak. Utter nonsense. He is undoubtedly the direct descendant of the sect leader. No, it should be said that he is a distant relative of the Grand Elder. As several individuals engaged in a heated debate, a soft cough echoed through the air, causing everyone to stiffen in their demeanor and abruptly cease their conversation. They turned their gazes in unison towards the source of the sound. Upon spotting Jiang Zhao, a slender man from the crowd inquired with a hint of surprise. Might this esteemed senior have a matter to discuss? Jiang Zhao casually replied, I have come to undergo the sect examination and to amend my identity in the process. Assessment? The emaciated man cast a glance at Jiang Zhao's attire, easily discerning that he was clad in the garments of an inner disciple of the law enforcement hall. Consequently, it was evident that the assessment Jiang Zhao mentioned would, without doubt, pertain to the trial of the Golden Core realm. With this realization, the man's demeanor shifted significantly. Adopting a tone of respect as he ingratiatingly inquired, Senior brother, do you possess your identity jade token? We need to register you here. Ah, Jiang Zhao nodded, gracefully retrieving his identity jade pendant and extending it forward. The emaciated man reached out to accept it, his consciousness probing within to take a glance. In the next instant, he appeared as though struck by a divine thunderbolt, his body frozen in place. His already pallid complexion grew even more ghastly, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. The onlookers exchanged curious glances at the man, but before they could voice their inquiries, the emaciated man rasped, "So it is you, Senior Brother Jiang." Brother Jiang? The utterance of these 3 words rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. As they recalled the earlier discussion, their incredulous gazes shifted from the emaciated man to Jiang Zhao. And in that instant, a chill coursed down each of their spines. They had heard whispers about Jiang Zhao's circumstances. Although it remained uncertain whether he was the son of the sect leader or the illegitimate child of a venerable elder, either possibility was beyond their capacity to provoke. Should this Brother Jiang possess a temper, his wrath could easily result in their demise with a mere swipe of his hand. And it was unlikely that anyone would come to their defense. "Shall we proceed with the assessment now?" Jiang Zhao spoke calmly. The individuals present suddenly regained their composure. The gaunt man, clutching the jade tablet, wore a somewhat rigid smile as he replied, "Brother Jiang, your presence in Qingyan Palace is our honor. Is there really any need for an assessment? Besides, what evaluation could possibly hold more significance than the act of slaying an outer sect elder?" "Brother Song." The emaciated man turned and spoke, having just called a name. It seemed he recalled something and looked back at Jiang Zhao, inquiring, "Brother Jiang, as you are already a formidable golden core cultivator, have you considered whether you aim to become an outer elder or a core disciple? Becoming an elder would afford you greater benefits and a bit more authority, but it also entails a heavier burden of responsibilities, such as the obligation to guard the sect and frequent engagements in the lecture hall. On the other hand, being a core disciple offers more freedom, albeit with slightly lesser benefits compared to an elder. However, it does come with certain perks, such as participation in the sect's grand competition or access to secret realms. "I choose to be a core disciple," Jiang Zhao replied. While the position of elder was indeed appealing, the requirement to remain vigilant in guarding the sect was sufficient to deter him. In the past, when his power was limited, he had drawn little attention. He could easily traverse the sect using the dual portals without concern. Yet, the situation was different now. Having slain Zheng Qian, the ensuing turmoil was considerable. Continuing to utilize the dual portals within the sect without discretion could very well attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. Compared to the status of elder, the role of core disciple was more fitting for him. After all, he was not particularly in need of additional authority or resources. "Very well," the emaciated disciple replied, promptly instructing, "Junior Brother Song, please fetch Brother Jiang's garments." After saying this, he led Jiang Zhao to the side, gesturing towards the jade plaques hanging on the wall, and with a smile remarked, "Brother, upon becoming a core disciple, one can choose any peak within the sect to reside on. Please take a look and see if any catch your fancy." After a moment of contemplation before the wall, Jiang Zhao selected a jade plaque and casually remarked, "I will take this one. Yining Peak, excellent choice, brother." The lean man praised. He swiftly assisted Jiang Zhao in registering, and after exchanging for a new identity plaque, the garments were brought over by Junior Brother Song. Jiang Zhao collected everything and turned to leave. As he watched Jiang Zhao walk away, the onlookers exchanged glances, collectively releasing a sigh of relief. Yining Peak. This was a towering mountain, exceeding 1,000 meters in height. After strolling around the peak, Jiang Zhao first arranged the formation materials he had confiscated from Zheng Qian around his new mountain. He then planted various spirit herbs, their roots still caked in soil, in the spiritual fields of his peak. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Zhao nodded in satisfaction, finally feeling a sense of vibrancy. However, as Jiang Zhao cast a glance at the spirit fields at his feet, he pondered, being the sole occupant of the mountain is hardly a concern. I shall need to enlist a few aides to assist me. After all, these spirit fields require supervision. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Zhao ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld a magnificent palace, its towers soaring into the clouds, exuding an imposing grandeur. Enveloped in mist and clouds, it resembled a celestial palace that had descended to the mortal realm, far superior to Zheng Qian's peak. After surveying the palace, akin to inspecting a house in a previous life, Jiang Zhao examined the alchemy room, weapon forging room, spirit beast chamber, and secluded meditation chamber, occasionally tapping the walls while observing the spirit veins beneath his feet. At the level of a core disciple or an outer elder, one not only possesses a mountain residence, but also has a branch of spirit veins on each peak. Though the spiritual energy within these veins was not particularly dense, it sufficed for daily cultivation, far from being adequate for the formation of spirit stone mines. Having thoroughly inspected the palace, Jiang Zhao smiled with satisfaction. He then seated himself in the hall and retrieved a jade slip, scrutinizing its contents. This was a minor spell, named the concealment technique. one of many he had selected from the scripture repository. Its function was akin to the common notion of invisibility, usable even in the Qi refinement stage. At Jiang Zhao's current level, such minor techniques could be effortlessly grasped with a mere glance. After committing the contents to memory, he performed no superfluous actions. With a simple shift of his inner essence, his figure vanished from sight. After wandering the summit for a while, he ventured outside. Brushing past several inner disciples and confirming that they exhibited no unusual behavior before ambling towards the prison peak. Having established enmity with Gu Yuzhou, Jiang Zhao understood that the latter would not let the matter rest, given his knowledge of the demonic path. Jiang Zhao was aware that Gu Yuzhou was equally aware that he would not show mercy. Therefore, it was imperative for Jiang Zhao to eliminate the threat in its infancy. After all, Gu Yuzhou resided on Prison Peak, and Jiang Zhao doubted that he could remain hidden on the mountain indefinitely. The peak neither dispensed spirit stones nor provided other cultivation resources. Could Gu Yuzhou hide for 10 days, or even a lifetime? If he had the capability, he should refrain from descending the mountain. Once he did descend, then it would all be under Jiang Zhao's control. Arriving at the foot of Prison Peak, Jiang Zhao found a secluded spot to sit and began his wait. In any case, he had long since ceased to partake in food and drink, rendering such necessities irrelevant. As for cultivation, Jiang Zhao, candidly remarked that since joining the Wancheng Xianzong, he had only practiced diligently during the initial 3 months. Thereafter, he lost all interest in the discipline. Meanwhile, in another realm, the personnel of the Spirit Administration were tirelessly assisting him in his cultivation. During the waiting period, Jiang Zhao kept himself occupied by extracting a tome from the scripture pavilion, delving into its profound mysteries. Time flowed inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days had elapsed. On the mid-slope of the Jinyu Peak, in a modest pavilion, Gu Yuzhou narrowed his eyes as he gazed down the mountain. His voice low and contemplative. Is it true that since Jiang Zhao ascended to Yunying Peak, he has not descended again? Indeed, Master, that is the case. A young man replied respectfully. Did you witness this with your own eyes? Gu Yuzhou inquired once more. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The young man asserted with utmost certainty. Ah. Gu Yuzhou gently nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If he had not misjudged, Jiang Zhao should currently be solidifying his realm. After all, he had been cultivating for a remarkably brief period, barely 6 months in total. Achieving the Golden Core realm in such a short span of time could only be described as prodigious talent. And even the most gifted individuals must stabilize their realm after breaking through. Previously, when Jiang Zhao had slain Zheng Qian, Gu Yuzhou had suspected that Jiang Zhao had rushed into action immediately after his breakthrough. Zheng Qian had been unprepared, which allowed Jiang Zhao to launch a successful surprise attack. Now, Jiang Zhao remained on the mountain, evidently corroborating Gu Yuzhou's suspicions. It was possible that Jiang Zhao bore hidden injuries from the tribulation he had endured. Gu Yuzhou let out a cold snort, a chilling smile playing at his lips as he recalled his own harrowing experience with the heavenly tribulation. He surmised that Jiang Zhao's ordeal was unlikely to be much better than his own. The tribulation does not discriminate based on talent. It does not show mercy simply because one possesses potential. Perhaps Jiang Zhao, under the pressure exerted by Zheng Qian, had been too eager to break through. And the injuries left by the tribulation might be more severe than he had imagined. He had not noticed them before. Perhaps Jiang Zhao had concealed them well? Putting himself in Jiang Zhao's shoes, Gu Yuzhou pondered that even if he were injured, he would have to feign normalcy to avoid revealing any weakness. Given Jiang Zhao's prolonged stay on the mountain without descending, it seemed Gu Yuzhou had overestimated him. The shadow on Gu Yuzhou's face dissipated as he raised a hand to stroke his beard, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. He slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance as he inquired, "Have you disseminated the information I instructed you to share?" "Indeed, I have." The young man replied with a bright gleam in his eyes. "I believe the entire ancient Song domain is now aware that our Wancheng Xianzong has produced a peerless genius." "Well done." Gu Yuzhou nodded gently, offering his praise. In the vast expanse of the Wancheng Xian sect, formidable individuals abound, each with their own unique agendas. Who can fathom if there are undercover agents from the righteous path lurking among them, or those who share clandestine glances with the righteous faction? Today, he dispatched the news of Jiang Zhao's rapid cultivation, and it would not be long before the righteous sects would post a bounty concerning Jiang Zhao. Perhaps he need not intervene, as the righteous side might resolve the significant threat posed by Jiang Zhao on their own. However, considering Jiang Zhao's audacious and ruthless demeanor, even within the sect, Gu Yuzhou felt it prudent to prepare for contingencies. What did Hong Quan and Yoming have to say? Gu Yuzhou inquired once more. "Master," the young man said, slightly bowing his hands in respect. These two individuals, upon hearing of your intention to recruit them into the enforcement hall, were utterly elated. As he spoke, the young man glanced at the sky and continued, if I calculate the time correctly, they should be nearing the foot of Jinyu Peak shortly. Two fools. A fleeting glimmer of mockery flashed in Gu Yuzhou's eyes as he spoke leisurely. There are many eyes and ears on Jinyu Peak. I shall wait for you here. With that, Gu Yuzhou tossed aside a jade slip, and his figure vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at the foot of Jinyu Peak, two shadows approached from the distance. Both individuals were clad in the garments of inner sect disciples and engaged in a discreet exchange of thoughts as they walked. Brother Hong, do you think Elder Gu would deceive us? Inquired the man on the left, a tall figure with a formidable physique, a face replete with rough features, and a massive axe slung across his back, emanating an aura of intimidation that suggested he was not to be trifled with. His name was Niu Ming, and his master was Tang Si, who had a disciple named Zhao Feng. Niu, are you aware of the connection between the recently deceased Zheng Qian and the Elder Gu you mentioned? Remarked a younger companion beside Niu Ming, folding his arms as he cast a meaningful glance at him. Brother Hong, what is their connection? Niu Ming scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked. The man known as Brother Hong let out a chilling laugh upon hearing those words. He turned his gaze toward the towering Jinyu Peak and murmured, my dear friend, if I am not mistaken, that old fox Gu Yuzhou is attempting to manipulate us. Utilize us? Niu Ming was filled with confusion, scratching his head in bewilderment. Elder Gu is a formidable golden core cultivator, while we are merely at the foundation establishment stage. What could he possibly gain from us? A complete fool. Hong Quan silently cursed, yet he maintained a patient demeanor as he replied. What he seeks to exploit is not us, but rather my father, Hong Wanchou, and your master, Tang Si, if I am not mistaken. Gu Yuzhou has yet to relinquish his desire for vengeance against Zheng Qian. He cannot defeat Jiang Zhao on his own, and given his apprehension towards Jiang Zhao's powerful backing, he intends to leverage our identities to draw out those who stand behind us to confront Jiang Zhao together. What? Niu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard those words. He swiftly unsheathed the long knife from his back, an aura of menace radiating from him. With a voice laced with fury, he exclaimed, how dare they plot against me? Do they not fear that I might cleave them in two? Witnessing this scene, Hong Quan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, it was evident that Gu Yuzhou had deliberately chosen this individual to lure out Elder Tang Si for a reason. Did he truly believe that his mere foundation establishment cultivation could rival Gu Yuzhou? After all, Gu Yuzhou was a respected elder of the law enforcement hall. Had he not seen any value in you, he could have easily crushed you with a mere finger, and yet, you still wish to confront him? However, considering his own intentions, he could only hold back and calmly advise, Brother Niu, in my opinion, it would be wise for you to promptly notify Elder Tang Si. Once he arrives, I suspect Gu Yuzhou would think twice before acting against us. By the way, Hong Quan added at the end, let's not allow Elder Tang Si to arrive too soon. After all, the nominal reason for Gu Yuzhou summoning them was to assist in their admission to the law enforcement hall. Hong Quan's strategy was to first savor the sweet coating before dealing with the core issues. In recent days, rumors regarding Jiang Zhao had spread like wildfire throughout the entire Wanqing Xianzhou. As the saying goes, beneath great fame lies no falsehood. Hong Quan would have to be quite foolish to oppose a rising star in the demonic path. Very well. Without further ado, Niu Ming promptly conveyed a message to his master through a jade slip. Having completed this task, the two found themselves at the base of Jinyu Peak. Gazing up at the winding staircase, as they prepared to ascend, their first step had yet to be taken when the scene before them suddenly shifted. In the next instant, a figure clad in black, hands clasped behind his back, obstructed their path. Where do you intend to go? The voice, hauntingly resonant, sent a chill down Hong Quan and his companion's spines. For reasons unknown, Hong Quan felt an unsettling familiarity with the figure before him. Before he could decipher where he had encountered this silhouette, the individual slowly raised one hand. With fingers poised, a surge of blade intent intensified at the tips, initially brushing against them like a gentle spring breeze, imparting a sense of enlightenment. Yet, in the very next moment, the blade intent erupted forth, centered around that shadowy figure. It swept outwards like a river bursting its banks, causing the ground beneath every onlooker to tremble violently, as if it were on the brink of shattering completely. With a resounding clash, the blade shimmered with an awe-inspiring brilliance. Under Jiang Zhao's command, a streak of black light sliced across the heavens, its formidable demonic aura resonating for miles. In the distance, countless souls felt their hearts shatter at the sight of such a revealing blade. Even those cultivators at the pinnacle of the golden core stage could not help but feel a twinge of inadequacy. They introspected, pondering that even if they were to face such a strike, they would likely end up grievously wounded, if not dead. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity about the audacious individual who dared to unleash such power near the Jinyu Peak. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the earth to tremble and split apart as violent energies surged skyward, unleashing terrifying forces that activated countless dread formations at the foot of Jinyu Peak. Fortunately, the source of this chaos was not upon the summit itself, but rather at the base of the mountain, preventing the awakening of all the formations simultaneously. Nonetheless, the scenes that unfolded were still profoundly terrifying. Various chaotic sword energies swept across the surroundings, sending those caught in proximity reeling and vomiting blood. Among the multitude of figures being hurled backward, an elderly man with white hair appeared particularly disheveled, having lost half of his body and drenched in blood. Yet he dared not pause for even a moment. He transformed into a streak of black lightning, racing toward the peak. As he fled for his life, a torrent of curses echoed in his mind. Damn it. How could this happen? Wasn't I in seclusion? How did I end up at the foot of Jinyu Peak? How long have I been here? Was he waiting for me to descend? Has this madman lost his senses, daring to strike at the foot of Jinyu Peak? The memory of that earlier strike sent chills down Gu Yuzhou's spine. Had he not evaded swiftly, Jiang Zhao's blade would have surely claimed his life. Thankfully, as a seasoned golden core cultivator and an elder of the law enforcement hall, he was among the elite of the outer elders, which had allowed him to narrowly escape death. Yet even so, he felt far from well. Half of his body remained behind, while the upper half desperately fled through the air, nearing the steps of Jinyu Peak. A flicker of hope ignited in Gu Yuzhou's eyes. Almost there. Just 3 zhang away. Once he reached Jinyu Peak, even Jiang Zhao would not dare to pursue him further. Within those hallowed grounds, he would have ample time to recover from his injuries. As he contemplated these thoughts, the steps of Jinyu Peak loomed ever closer. Bang! A tremendous force struck, causing Gu Yuzhou to feel a heavy weight on his back as his body plummeted, violently crashing to the ground under this overwhelming power. I have waited for you for so long. If you were to escape now, I would be left in perpetual frustration. With a foot pressing down on Gu Yuzhou's back, Jiang Zhao spoke in a chilling tone. Jiang Zhao, let us discuss this calmly. Gu Yuzhou's face was a picture of distress. He took a deep breath and struggled to articulate his thoughts. Prior to this moment, he had surmised that Jiang Zhao's strength might be extraordinary. Yet he never anticipated such sheer terror. One strike. Just as with Zheng Qian, it took merely one blow to strip him of any ability to resist. To be precise, Jiang Zhao was slightly stronger than Zheng Qian, for he was indeed an elder of the law enforcement hall, possessing a more formidable strength and deeper foundation. Although he could not match Jiang Zhao, enduring a single additional strike seemed feasible. Jiang Zhao, I am an elder of the law enforcement hall. You cannot kill me. Gu Yuzhou hastily implored. He lifted his head with great difficulty, casting a glance at Jiang Zhao, his mind swirling with countless questions, including, but not limited to, why Jiang Zhao appeared unscathed after transcending his tribulation. Years of cultivation experience informed Gu Yuzhou that whether it be the 3rd or 6th heavenly tribulation, anyone who successfully traversed such trials would invariably enter a period of weakness. This phase of frailty could last anywhere from a month to several years, depending on the toll exacted during the tribulation. Some individuals, despite overcoming the tribulation, sustained injuries that could never fully heal. In contrast, Jiang Zhao, Gu Yuzhou could not ascertain precisely when he had undergone his tribulation, but it surely could not have been more than a month ago. After all, it was he himself who had registered Jiang Zhao as a disciple of the law enforcement hall just over a month prior. In this moment, Gu Yuzhou felt that the rumors surrounding the sect leader's son barely did justice to Jiang Zhao. Based on his understanding of Jiang Zhao, it seemed as though he were the favored child of the heavens, having ascended from the early stages of foundation building to the initial stages of golden core in just a month and surviving the tribulation in full vitality. What else could this be but divine favor? While practicing demonic arts could indeed facilitate such rapid advancement, one could not emerge from the heavenly tribulation unscathed. What of the elder of the law enforcement hall? Jiang Zhao pressed his foot down with force, eliciting a bone-cracking sound that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby, who instinctively recoiled further into the distance. The act of publicly crushing an elder of the law enforcement hall was a rare occurrence within the entirety of the Wanqingxian sect, having not transpired for many years. Stop! Just as Gu Yuzhou was about to be crushed under Jiang Zhao's foot, A resounding shout echoed from the peak of Jinyu. Before the sound dissipated, a figure cloaked in black emerged in midair, surrounded by swirling dark energy, his robes billowing dramatically. Upon observing the scene below, his brow furrowed in dismay. "How is it you again?" Lu Xiundao inquired. "Greetings, Elder Lu," Jiang Zhao replied, seemingly unfazed. Although he had not formally engaged in combat atop Jinyu Peak, he was undeniably too close for comfort, estimating the distance to be a mere 1.5 zhang away. Had he hesitated for just a moment longer, the outcome would have been uncertain. "Elder Lu, save me." Upon witnessing Lu Xiundao's arrival, the previously despondent expression on Gu Yuzhou's face transformed into one of radiant hope, his voice ringing out with remarkable vigor, resonating with an almost deafening intensity. "Greetings. It appears that Elder Gu may have managed to preserve his life today." The onlookers nearby exchanged glances of disappointment. Being spectators by nature, they relished the prospect of escalating excitement. Previously, when Jiang Zhao had struck Zheng Qian down with a single blow, many had missed the spectacle entirely. However, today, as Jiang Zhao severed Gu Yuzhou in twain at the foot of the Jinyu Peak, numerous witnesses were present. Their curiosity piqued regarding the fate of the elder named Gu Yuzhou. Would he meet the same grim end as Zheng Qian at Jiang Zhao's hands? Yet, with the appearance of Lu Xiundao, it seemed that the day's events had lost all suspense. After all, Gu Yuzhou held the esteemed position of an elder within the law enforcement hall, and Lu Xiundao would not merely stand by and watch his downfall. "Jiang, my disciple, cease your assault." Lu Xiundao descended from the heavens, speaking with deliberate calmness. "The Jinyu Peak is a sacred ground of our sect. Combat is strictly forbidden here." Furthermore, at this juncture, he cast a disdainful glance at Gu Yuzhou, expressing his disapproval. Gu Yuzhou is, after all, an elder of the law enforcement hall. Unjust killings cannot be permitted. Even if he has committed transgressions, it is the duty of the law enforcement hall to adjudicate before any punishment is meted out. Lu Xiundao held a certain disdain for Gu Yuzhou. Zheng Qian's demise had been inconsequential to them, but now, witnessing a dignified elder of the law enforcement hall unable to withstand even a single strike from Jiang Zhao seemed to suggest that the hall was filled with ineptitude. Yet, reflecting on Jiang Zhao's status as a core disciple of the law enforcement hall, Lu Xiundao found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or to weep. "Elder Lu, this is not the Jinyu Peak." Jiang Zhao shook his head, gesturing to the ground beneath him. He continued, "Elder Lu, I too am a disciple of the law enforcement hall, endowed with the authority to enforce our laws. Following recent investigations, I suspect that Gu Yuzhou has been colluding with the righteous sects in secret, engaging in the clandestine practice of a formidable divine technique that could result in catastrophic consequences upon Jinyu Peak." Elson lowered his head and examined closely. Indeed, Gu Yuzhou's position on the ground was still a short distance away from the elevation of Jinyu Peak. However, the issue was that Gu Yuzhou was already in such a dire state. At this moment, is it truly meaningful to quibble over a meter or two? Beneath Jiang Zhao's feet, Gu Yuzhou, filled with agitation, writhed his remaining half-body and cried out passionately, "Elder L, please see clearly. My loyalty to the Wanqing Xianzong is unwavering. I have never colluded with the righteous path, and any claims of secretly cultivating powerful divine abilities are utterly baseless." Jiang Zhao is clearly spitting blood and malice. "Oh!" A spark ignited in Jiang Zhao's eyes as he delivered a swift kick, striking Gu Yuzhou squarely in the mouth, sending him hurtling several meters away, on the brink of plummeting into the depths of Jinyu Peak. With a graceful motion, Jiang Zhao raised his hand, fingers curling as he summoned Gu Yuzhou back, and spoke in a low tone. "Have you not cultivated any formidable divine powers?" Previously, the appearance of Lu Xiundao had compelled Jiang Zhao to restrain himself, as he harbored concerns that Gu Yuzhou might resort to self-destruction in a moment of desperation. However, now, his apprehension had dissipated. "Jiang Zhao," Gu Yuzhou raspingly uttered. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Zhao struck him with a powerful blow, rendering him unconscious. With one hand, Jiang Zhao lifted Gu Yuzhou effortlessly and turned to Lu Xiundao, smiling as he spoke. "Since Elder Lu believes that we cannot take lives near the Jinyu Peak, shall I then settle matters with Elder Gu on the life and death platform?" Within the demonic sects, it is common practice for individuals to directly confront their grievances. For instance, when Hong Wanshou assaulted the Zheng Qiashan Gate, they disregarded the internal prohibition against violence. Yet, in exceptional circumstances, there exists an alternative solution, the life and death platform. This arena is specifically established to resolve intractable conflicts. When disputes cannot be unraveled, one must confront those involved directly. Life and death platform. Lu Xuandao cast a profound glance at Jiang Zhao. Gu Yuzhou had already succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, not only Jiang Zhao, even a cultivator in the Qi refining stage could effortlessly end Gu Yuzhou's life. However, considering the esteemed elder Feng behind Jiang Zhao, Lu Xuandao pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. Very well. Upon uttering these words, he virtually pronounced the death sentence for Gu Yuzhou, causing a palpable chill among the nearby elders. Their gazes towards Jiang Zhao were now tinged with a heightened wariness. As elders, they were privy to more information than the ordinary disciples, and they were well aware of Jiang Zhao's connections with that prominent figure in the scripture repository. At this moment, witnessing that even Elder L did not overly impede Jiang Zhao, it was evident that his relationship with the individual from the repository was indeed far from simple. Brother Niu, it appears our plans to join the law enforcement hall may be in jeopardy, Hong Quan remarked, shaking his head slightly, a sigh escaping his lips. Although he had a father at the Golden Core stage, his own combat prowess among his peers was merely average, placing him in the midst of the inner disciples. He had previously participated in a law enforcement hall assessment but had failed. He had thought that Gu Yuzhou's recruitment would present an opportunity, yet, unexpectedly, upon arriving at the foot of the Jinyu Peak, Jiang Zhao had soured their prospects. Why did he have to appear just as I was about to ascend the Jinyu Peak? Why didn't Elder L just strike him down? Hong Quan contemplated darkly as he observed Jiang Zhao's retreating figure. His sentiments towards Jiang Zhao were far from favorable. After all, not long ago, Wang Shou, a disciple of Hong Wanqiu and a close comrade of his, had been mercilessly killed by Jiang Zhao. The news of Wang Shou's demise at Jiang Zhao's hands had left no room for admiration in Hong Quan's heart. However, after witnessing the events of today, Hong Quan recognized that Jiang Zhao's strength was not something to be trifled with. Even his own father would likely find little advantage in facing him. Despite his deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Zhao, Hong Quan maintained an expression of shock and admiration, as if he were filled with respect for the elder brother before him. Brother Hong, shall we pay a visit to the life and death platform? Niu Ming inquired with curiosity. To him, it seemed that both he and Hong Quan would likely not be joining the law enforcement hall today, but witnessing an intriguing spectacle could prove to be quite enjoyable. Let us proceed, Hong Quan remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders as he stepped towards the life and death platform. As his foot lifted, yet to touch the ground, Jiang Zhao positioned himself directly in front of the two. His gaze swept over them, momentarily disregarding Niu Ming beside him, instead lingering on Hong Quan. Have we met before? Junior brother? Jiang Zhao inquired. A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Hong Quan's heart, a foreboding sense of dread rapidly enveloping him, rendering his limbs icy. The harrowing image of Gu Yuzhou being struck down still lingered vividly in his mind. Hong Quan pondered deeply. He was no match for Jiang Zhao's blade. After all, he was merely a foundational cultivator, and if Jiang Zhao desired his demise, a mere finger would suffice. Could it be that Jiang Zhao has discerned my connection to Brother Wang Shou? Various thoughts swirled in Hong Quan's mind, yet he swiftly dismissed this notion. It was true that Wang Shou had incurred Jiang Zhao's ire, but Hong Quan had never crossed paths with Jiang Zhao. Surely, this senior brother would not extend the repercussions of Wang Shou's misdeeds to him? Indeed, upon first encountering Jiang Zhao, Hong Quan had felt a flicker of familiarity. Yet no matter how he racked his brain, he could not recall where he might have seen him before. It seemed to him that they had merely shared a fleeting moment in the past, without significant interaction, hence the slight recognition. Given their lack of past grievances, Jiang Zhao's current obstruction must surely be a misunderstanding. With this thought, Hong Quan exhaled softly, gathering his courage to speak. Senior brother Jiang must be mistaken. It is likely that our paths have never truly crossed. Faced with the pressure Jiang Zhao exerted, Hong Quan dared not invoke Hong Wanqiu for support. Firstly, Gu Yuzhou had proven insufficient to withstand Jiang Zhao's might. Invoking Hong Wanqiu would be even more futile, as he was merely an ordinary elder of the outer sect, significantly outmatched by Gu Yuzhou. Secondly, there was a hint of friction between Hong Wanqiu and Jiang Zhao. Hong Quan could not ascertain whether Jiang Zhao had truly moved past the incident involving Wang Shou. Should Jiang Zhao still harbor resentment, invoking Hong Wanqiu would be tantamount to courting disaster. After all, if he could dismiss Gu Yuzhou so easily, eliminating an inner sect disciple like himself would be but a trivial matter. Is that so? Jiang Zhao scrutinized the other person, meticulously recalling memories that surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you previously undertook a task involving the distribution of spirit stones to the outer disciples?" The selection of individuals responsible for dispersing the sect's monthly stipends was not fixed. Each time, it was a matter of seeking personnel through sect assignments. Such tasks posed little danger and were quite lucrative. Typically, individuals lacking connections would find it exceedingly difficult to secure such assignments. Officially, each outer disciple was entitled to 5 lower-grade spirit stones, yet the inner disciples tasked with distributing these stones merely needed to withhold 1 stone from each storage pouch. As this practice accumulated over time, it naturally resulted in a considerable sum. Indeed, Hong Quan nodded, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, "What guidance do you have, senior brother Jiang?" His father, Hong Wanqiu, provided him with a significant advantage, allowing him to undertake the task of distributing spirit stones to the outer disciples for several months each year. This undertaking had indeed proven lucrative for him. However, upon hearing Jiang Zhao's unexpected inquiry, Hong Quan felt somewhat bewildered. After all, he was merely distributing spirit stones. Had he inadvertently offended the esteemed senior brother Jiang? The act of withholding spirit stones was not exclusive to him. He considered himself relatively fair-minded, only withholding a single stone from each individual, whereas others, less scrupulous, might withhold 2 or 3. Such behavior was commonplace in the demonic sect, where the might of one's fist dictated the truth. Without strength, one had no choice but to endure even when aware that their share of spirit stones was insufficient. It truly is you. Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with brilliance, a sly smile playing on his lips as he casually remarked, "I possess many flaws. Yet one virtue stands out distinctly, my exceptional memory." Turning to the junior brother, he continued, "Do you still recall that one of the 5 spirit stones you sent to me was missing?" Previously, when he had gone to Qing'an Palace to change his identity, he had searched thoroughly for the individual who had distributed the spirit stones to him, but to no avail. Initially, Jiang Zhao had lost all hope. Considering the considerable time that had elapsed, perhaps the person who had given him the spirit stones had perished in the wilderness. However, he could never have anticipated that Hong Quan would present himself so conveniently today. "Brother, are you jesting?" Hong Quan's complexion paled as he swallowed hard, murmuring. He had never imagined that a mere low-grade spirit stone would be remembered by someone, lingering on someone's mind for so long. How petty could one be? "Do you think I'm jesting with you?" Jiang Zhao took a step forward, lifting Gu Yuzhou. Sensing the pressure, Hong Quan staggered backward, fumbling to retrieve a mid-grade spirit stone from his possession. He forced a smile and said, "Brother, I was truly blind to the situation back then. I hope you, as a magnanimous elder brother, can overlook my transgressions. I have a mid-grade spirit stone here. I am willing to compensate you, and I sincerely hope you will show mercy and spare me." Regretting it now? Jiang Zhao raised his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of true essence that materialized into a colossal hand, appearing before the astonished onlookers. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal hand, accompanied by a piercing whistle, struck Hong Quan with tremendous force. Hong Quan's body quivered, propelled like a massive cannonball, soaring over 100 yards away before crashing down amidst the bewildered crowd. A dull thud resonated through the air. Hong Quan fell to the ground and lay there for an extended period, unable to rise. Jiang Zhao shook his hand and approached, murmuring, "If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the law enforcement hall?" As he spoke, he turned to Elder L and inquired, "Elder, this individual has previously withheld my sect's remuneration. Today, I intend to apprehend him. This should pose no issue, correct?" "Not a problem." Elder Lu shook his head. Such matters were commonplace within the sect. In the realm of the demonic cult, one must either refrain from making enemies, or if one chooses to do so, they must swiftly eliminate them to prevent any chance of retaliation. Zheng Qian and Gu Yuzhou are vivid examples of this principle. Of course, cases like that of Zheng Qian and his former adversary, the Elder Han, where neither could gain the upper hand in the short term, do not fall under this category. "Very well." Jiang Zhao chuckled softly and stepped towards Hong Quan. Upon witnessing his approach, Niu Ming, who had accompanied Hong Quan to Jinyu Peak, immediately changed his expression. He instinctively reached for the handle of the mountain axe behind him. Just as his fingers brushed against the axe's grip, an aged hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Simultaneously, a hoarse voice reverberated ominously within his mind. "Rebellious disciple, what do you intend to do, master?" Niu Ming turned his head and then noticed an elderly man in white attire standing beside him. The old man's brows were furrowed in a peculiar manner, and a dark aura emanated from him as he coldly gazed at Niu Ming. Upon seeing his master arrive, Niu Ming did not contemplate the unusual expression on his master's face. Instead, he swiftly responded, "Brother Hong is a good person. He has already offered me guidance several times. Therefore, I wish to lend him a hand. Are you intending to assist him? Upon hearing this, Tang Xi's eyes widened, and his previously furious face turned a shade darker. He spoke in a solemn tone. Do you wish to aid him? Or do you mean to betray your master? Prior to this, he had conducted an investigation into the cause of his other disciple Zhao Feng's demise. His inquiries revealed that Zhao Feng had accepted a mission alongside Jiang Zhao and others to eliminate the remnants of the Zhou clan. However, after the task was completed, only Jiang Zhao returned. Given this situation, as an elder of the demonic sect, Tang Xi was well aware of the underlying events. Initially, he planned to confront Jiang Zhao upon his return to the sect, at the very least seeking retribution from Zheng Qian, for after all, your disciple has slain mine. You cannot remain indifferent to such a matter. But now, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. As Zheng Qian had been killed by Jiang Zhao with a single strike. Today, as Tang Xi sat in his cave dwelling and received word from his disciple, he arrived to find a scene that left him momentarily blinded. Jiang Zhao not only murdered Zheng Qian but had also incapacitated Gu Yuzhou. Such a ferocious individual had not crossed his path in quite some time, even within the 10,000 Saints Immortal sect. With the cautionary tales of two elders before him, Tang Xi had long abandoned the notion of avenging Zhao Feng. One disciple's death was inconsequential when he had others, just as he had resolved to witness the unfolding drama. He saw his other disciple Niu Ming preparing to take action against Jiang Zhao. What could this disciple be thinking? Was he contemplating betrayal of his master and sect? In that instant, Tang Xi rushed forward and grasped Niu Ming's shoulder. Should the disciple attempt any further actions, he would not require Jiang Zhao's intervention. He would handle it himself. Master. Niu Ming felt a pang of grievance in his heart, eager to articulate his thoughts. However, before he could finish, Tang Xi's voice thundered in his mind. Return at once. Depart not from this dwelling without my permission. Do you hear me? I heard it. Niu Ming's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low voice, filled with a sense of lingering fear. Go. Tang Xi waved his hand. As he gazed at the receding figure of Niu Ming, his eyes narrowed, a flicker of coldness shimmering deep within. It appeared that his disciple could no longer be retained. He was acutely aware that this student was rather single-minded if he refrained from seeking trouble with Jiang Zhao today. There was a high likelihood he would stealthily pursue him tomorrow. With his current level of strength, he was certainly no match for Jiang Zhao. To eliminate any potential threats, it seemed prudent for him to take matters into his own hands and quell the danger in its infancy. Fortunately, the disciples he had taken on were not meant for the continuation of his legacy. They were merely expendable resources, and their demise would matter little, whether it came sooner or later. As he watched Niu Ming depart, Tang Xi turned around, only to see Jiang Zhao already hoisting the unconscious Gu Yuzhou in one hand and Hong Quan in the other, swiftly making his way towards the arena of life and death. Just as he intended to follow and witness the unfolding drama, a thunderous roar reverberated from the skies above. Jiang Zhao, release my child. As the words were uttered, a brilliant crimson light erupted into the heavens. A colossal hand, entirely drenched in a vivid red hue, descended with overwhelming force. This hand spanned several hundred meters, resembling a cloud of blood, imbued with boundless divine might and exuding an aura of chilling terror. With a thunderous crash, a colossal hand extended, casting a shadow over the multitude of terrified onlookers. It was poised to envelop Jiang Zhao beneath its immense weight, descending with a resounding force. After such a prolonged wait, you have finally arrived. Beneath that vast hand, Jiang Zhao halted his movement, gazing at Hong Wanqiu, who was hurtling towards him from afar, his expression devoid of emotion. He had captured Hong Quan as Hong Quan's father. It was inconceivable for Hong Wanqiu to remain absent for long. His deliberate approach to the life and death platform was primarily to await Hong Wanqiu's arrival. After all, whether herding a single sheep or a flock, the principle remains. With two individuals present now, the addition of Hong Wanqiu would not pose a problem. This would prevent a situation where he descended from the life and death platform only to have Hong Wanqiu arrive later. Should he wish to eliminate Hong Wanqiu, the interference of other elders would compel him to ascend the life and death platform once more. It was far more prudent to consolidate matters from the outset, addressing everything in one fell swoop. With a resounding clash, a jet-black longsword materialized in Jiang Zhao's grasp. The instant he seized the hilt, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent surged forth, sending waves of blade light soaring into the heavens. It was as if countless volcanoes erupted simultaneously. Beneath the vast sky, the shimmering blades resembled a tumultuous sea, filling every nook and cranny around him. A glance revealed a dense tapestry of glimmering edges, each one exuding a chilling sharpness and an oppressive aura of death. Onlookers nearby could not help but retreat, their eyes reflecting a profound terror as they beheld Jiang Zhao. Flash! A soft exclamation escaped. Jiang Zhao swung his long blade, and an endless radiance of the sword converged into a celestial blade, resembling a cascade of a dark Milky Way from a distance. The crimson clouds that had enveloped Jiang Zhao's head could not withstand even a moment's breath before shattering violently in midair. Subsequently, the blade's brilliance surged forth, aimed directly at Hong Wanqiu. As he beheld his formidable spell swiftly extinguished by Jiang Zhao, a sense of inexplicable panic surged within Hong Wanqiu. Without hesitation, he summoned an ancient black lantern. The lantern emitted a dim yet radiant glow, casting countless strands of dark brilliance that enveloped him entirely. Despite the protective aura of the ancient lantern, a lingering unease gnawed at his heart. In a frantic bid for survival, he fled with great haste, simultaneously forming hand seals to conjure a bronze-hued seal of mountains and rivers, positioning it above his head as a shield. Thud. Despite Hong Wanqiu's myriad of tactics, Jiang Zhao remained resolute, wielding the very blade from moments prior. The blade's radiance soared like a rainbow, piercing through the heavens and the earth. It descended upon Hong Wanqiu, imbued with boundless malevolence and a relentless thirst for blood. A resounding clang reverberated through the air, echoing like a thunderous proclamation. The terrifying and vast aftershocks radiated outward in a circular frenzy, sweeping across an unimaginable distance. Fortunately, at that critical moment, an elder observing from the skies sensed the disturbance and gently waved his sleeve, dissipating the residual energies of the clash. Nevertheless, even so, several gold core cultivators felt an unsettling chill creeping down their spines, an icy dread emanating from the mere sight of that blinding blade. One can only imagine the terror experienced by Hong Wanqiu, who stood directly beneath the lethal light. Moments later, the aftershocks completely faded, leaving behind an empty space where Hong Wanqiu had once stood, save for a faint trace of bloodlust lingering in the air, a testament to the presence of a life that had just been extinguished. Jiang Zhao withdrew the Xianyu ancient blade and extended his consciousness to survey the spot where Hong Wanqiu had fallen, noting with a twinge of regret how utterly cleanly the opponent had perished. He then glanced down at the long knife in his hand, which bore a barely perceptible crack along its blade. At his level of mastery, employing a top-tier magical artifact should ordinarily pose no issues, yet he was somewhat exceptional. His cultivation of the flawless golden core rendered his true essence exceedingly dense. Each strike unleashed a torrent of overwhelming energy into the blade without any forewarning, causing it to bear the brunt of his ferocity. If this continued, Jiang Zhao surmised that the exquisite weapon would soon shatter under the strain. It seemed he would need to procure a new treasure before long, he mused inwardly. With that thought, he hoisted Hong Quan and Gu Yuzhou and made his way toward the life and death platform. As he departed, many followed in his wake, while others manifested in the sky. Each of them, upon gazing at the location where Hong Wanqiu had fallen, could not help but feel a sense of shock. If I recall correctly, Hong Wanqiu was at the late stage of the Gold Core realm, was he not? Pondered a youthful-looking outer sect elder, his face etched with contemplation. Indeed, a nearby elder clad in blue nodded gently, turning his gaze towards the platform of life and death. With a tone tinged with gravity, he remarked, "This Jiang Zhao is no ordinary individual. Previously, in his encounters with Zhang Qian and Gu Yuzhou, one could argue that he merely capitalized on the element of surprise. However, in his confrontation with Hong Wanqiu, it was Hong Wanqiu who initially held the advantage. Even so, Jiang Zhao managed to dispatch his opponent in a single move. This level of strength and depth. It is likely that within the entire Wansheng Xinzong, few can rival him." A raspy chuckle echoed through the air as an elder spoke, accompanied by a mysterious figure cloaked in black, who cast a sinister gaze upon the sight of Hong Wanqiu's demise. In a chilling tone, he remarked, "To sever a late-stage golden core with a single strike while being merely at the initial stage. Indeed, it appears our Wansheng immortal sect has given birth to yet another prodigious talent. It is no wonder that the elder intervened to save his life. Were I in his position, I too would ensure his preservation. What piques my curiosity now is how many times this Jiang Zhao refined his essence while coalescing his golden core." The elder who had spoken first, with a contemplative expression in his eyes, mused softly. "At the very least, it must have been more than 5 times, another concurred. Otherwise, his true essence could not possibly differ so vastly from that of Hong Wanqiu. 5 times, you say?" Upon hearing this, expressions of envy surfaced on the faces of those surrounding him. Most of these individuals had never tempered their golden core during their breakthrough, with only a select few having done so even once. Yet, That solitary occasion had elevated the quality of their true essence significantly above that of their peers. Consequently, their chances of forming an embryo were also considerably higher than average. Individuals like Jiang Zhao, who had tempered their golden core 5 times or more, had nearly a 90% probability of successfully forming an embryo. What does this imply? It suggests a mysterious realm that most would never encounter in their lifetime. A realm Jiang Zhao could easily access, not to mention the formation of the embryo. Even the transformation of spirit posed little challenge for him. It is foreseeable that, should Jiang Zhao escape death, his minimum potential would be the out-of-body stage, while his maximum would likely be the tribulation stage. Contemplating this, the elders present felt a complex mix of emotions. How could such an extraordinary talent not belong to themselves? Beside the life and death platform, in a grand hall, Jiang Zhao stood holding 2 individuals, approaching a jade table. He unceremoniously dropped them to the ground and addressed an elder seated behind the table. I kindly request your assistance in registering my intent to ascend the life and death platform. Very well, the elder responded swiftly, retrieving a sheet of uniquely textured paper inscribed with densely packed characters. He gestured towards the blank corner at the bottom with a pointed finger. Here, please sign. Indeed. Jiang Zhao nodded and swiftly inscribed his name. What about your opponent? The elder inquired, casting a surprised glance at Jiang Zhao before leaning out to observe the gathering crowd outside, where many curious faces were visible. However, he could not discern even a single shadow of Jiang Zhao's opponent. In this moment, Jiang Zhao lifted the unconscious Guyu and, emulating the method employed by teachers to instruct their students in penmanship, guided his hand to inscribe his own name in the blank space. Once he had completed Guyu's name, he proceeded to replicate the action, writing Hong Quan's name alongside it. Observing the entire process, the elder seated behind the jade table wore a complex expression. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly remarked, "This is somewhat irregular." Having sat beneath the life and death platform for so long, it was his first encounter with such a method of signing on the life and death decree. Not compliant with the rules? Jiang Zhao remarked nonchalantly, extending a finger to point at the names of Guyu and another on the document. Elder, would you kindly confirm whether they have signed? Indeed, they had signed. The elder seemed poised to utter more, yet Jiang Zhao had already turned away. He lifted Guyu and the other, his form flickering as he materialized on the life and death stage. As soon as they arrived on stage, Guyu, who had been held aloft by Jiang Zhao, emitted a groan. His eyelids struggled to part, and in a feeble whisper, he murmured, "Where am I?" Before his unconsciousness, he had been aware that Elder Lu Sun was approaching. However, he had scarcely exchanged a few words before Jiang Zhao rendered him unconscious, leaving him entirely in the dark about subsequent events. Yet now, awakening, he surmised that, most likely, it was Elder Lu Sun who had rescued him. Contemplating this, Guyu attempted to survey his surroundings, but before he could discern anything clearly, he felt his body plummeting sharply, as if he had collided with a hard surface below. The already gravely injured Guyu was jolted, disoriented. He glanced beneath him. The ground was composed of a refined jade tile, its quality unmistakable. The decorum befitting an elder of the law enforcement hall allowed him, with but a fleeting glance, to conjure all pertinent information regarding the flooring in his mind. The jade stone, a product of the extraction from azure mysterious stone, was renowned for its durability, impervious for millennia. It was frequently employed for constructing competition platforms, with several such arenas within the sacred immortal sect utilizing this very material. Guyu was filled with confusion. Where am I? How did I end up here? Just as he intended to extend his consciousness to observe his surroundings, he suddenly noticed a colossal foot rapidly enlarging before him. Wait a moment. Guyu's face turned pale with terror. With 2 swift steps, 2 headless corpses appeared on the life and death platform. Jiang Zhao remained composed, as if he had mastered this skill effortlessly. After dispatching the 2, he first removed their storage rings and bags, then collected their bodies and souls. Indeed, stepping on them had maximized his gains. Jiang Zhao felt a twinge of emotion. Had he used a blade, he would have struggled to control his strength. More critically, when he had struck Hong Wancho, he never anticipated that such a seasoned elder would fall so easily. With that single blow, there was nothing left of him, not a storage ring nor a soul remained. He surmised that there must be valuable items still residing on the peak he inhabited. Having thoroughly cleared the life and death platform, Jiang Zhao turned to salute Lu Xiwendao above and swiftly departed. As he walked away, the onlookers near the competition stage wore peculiar expressions. Wasn't this Jiang brothers backing a bit too formidable? including the previous elder Jiang. He had slain 3 elders within the sect. Did they think the sect leader's son was joking? Was he the illegitimate child of the Grand Elder? Not to mention, the combat prowess exhibited by Jiang brother today suggested he was on par with the direct disciples. Perhaps even capable of matching the sect leader's direct heir. What of the sect leader's direct disciples? Was he there one named Liu among them? If Liu were to suppress his cultivation to the Golden Core realm, I doubt he would stand a chance against Jiang brother. After all, Liu had already reached the nascent soul stage. Why should he be restricted in his realm? In the sky, Lu Xiundao stood poised in midair, accompanied by a young man clad in red, his hair slicked back, exuding flamboyance with a delicate hand gesture. Upon noticing this individual, Lu Xiundao instinctively shifted sideways. Yet, before he could move more than a couple of steps, another figure appeared beside him, a man clad in black, wielding a long sword, emanating a palpable aura of bloodshed. This time, Lu Xiundao found himself with no recourse but to step back, preparing to make his exit. Lu brother, don't leave. The young man in red said with a playful laugh, covering his mouth. It truly hurts my heart for you to depart so soon after my arrival. As he spoke, the young man feigned a melodramatic pose, reminiscent of a delicate beauty. Ugh. El Xiundao suppressed the turmoil in his stomach, his complexion somewhat unnatural as he said. If Junior Brother Hua has something to say, please speak candidly. I have numerous matters to attend to in the law enforcement hall. In the presence of Junior Brother Hua, El Xiundao was reluctant to linger. Having been in the demon sect, he had encountered a plethora of arcane and obscure practices, witnessing many individuals cultivate the most sinister of arts. Yet, he had seldom encountered a practitioner as peculiar as this Junior Brother Hua. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that within the demon sect, there existed myriad techniques for yin and yang cultivation. Yet this junior brother had uniquely pioneered a method for enhancing yang with yang. Strangely, despite his attempts at cultivating yang, he seemed to be increasingly aligned with yin. Nonetheless, despite this anomaly, his prowess was formidable, possessing the peak cultivation of the nascent soul stage, which would render him a significant figure in the outside world. I am somewhat familiar with that young friend from earlier, El Xiundao continued. I merely wish to inquire if it is true, as rumored, that he ascended to the Golden Core stage in just 6 months? Hua Xianin asked with curiosity. This question intrigued El Xiundao as well. The man clad in black slightly turned his head towards El Xiundao and calmly stated, I recently visited the Huiying Hall. Yet all records pertaining to one Jiang Zhao have vanished. It appears that someone is deliberately concealing this matter. Does Elder El not intend to provide an explanation? Explanation of what? Lu Xiundao retorted, casting a glance at the 2 individuals. He spoke in a low tone, to be frank. I indeed concealed the identity jade slip of Jiang Zhao. Should either of you wish to see it, I can certainly oblige. However, should any misfortune befall Jiang Zhao, and if an investigation ensues from above, do not blame me for the warning. It is true that the Wanqing Xinzong is a demonic sect, and strength is paramount within the sect. Yet, this does not imply that the higher-ups are foolish. If it were merely an ordinary disciple, they would hardly take notice. If one were to perish, so be it. After all, the sect possesses a plethora of demonic techniques. They could easily send an elder down the mountain to capture thousands. And in no time, they would cultivate a substantial number of foundation establishment and even golden core practitioners. However, individuals like Jiang Zhao, who are exceptionally gifted, receive a modicum of protection and nurturing once their identity is confirmed. Despite the longevity of the current elder generation, their time is finite, and they must consider the future. Furthermore, once a certain ancient figure from the scripture pavilion expressed admiration for Jiang Zhao, the higher-ups would naturally pay him more heed. With that said, I shall refrain from further inquiries. My junior brother, Hua Xianin, replied nonchalantly, nodding as he prepared to depart. Yet, having taken only a step, curiosity overtook him, and he turned back with a look of intrigue, inquiring once more, is that Jiang young friend truly the son of the sect master? You are curious about this, junior brother? Lu Xiundao responded in surprise. No, Hua Xianin replied with a slight shake of his head, a smile gracing his lips as he continued. Is he perhaps the illegitimate child of a certain esteemed elder? Such rumors within the sect, I believe, would scarcely affect junior brother Hua, if I am not mistaken. Junior brother Hua must already possess the answer in his heart. El Xiundao spoke with deliberation. It appears that he is indeed the favored prodigy. Hua Xianin discreetly cast a glance at the scripture pavilion, then turned to depart. Once he had left, El Xiundao turned to another individual and said flatly, could it be that Brother Lin has questions as well? No. This senior Brother Lin, clad in black attire and bearing a long sword, emanated an almost palpable aura of bloodshed, a testament to the countless lives he had claimed to achieve such a presence. Even though El Xiuandao shared the same realm, he couldn't shake off a sense of discomfort in Lin's presence. He had merely come to witness Lin's understanding of the sword intent. Lin Yunqing cast a glance towards the direction where Jiang Zhao had departed and, in a tone devoid of warmth, remarked, "Having seen enough, I shall take my leave." "Safe travels, Brother Lin," El Xiuandao replied with a respectful nod. He held a measure of faith in Lin Yunqing's words. After all, this senior was a sword practitioner. Among sword practitioners, there existed various schools of thought. Some devoted their lives to nurturing their swords, wielding a 3-foot blade without ever stepping into the world, awaiting the moment for a singular, earth-shattering strike. Others, armed with long swords, descended from the mountains to challenge renowned sword practitioners, seeking to cultivate their own indomitable sword intent. Then there were those like Lin Yunqing, who traversed the path of slaughter, nourishing their sword with the blood of myriad beings, forging their weapon through an ocean of lifeblood. Each school had its strengths and weaknesses, yet they shared one undeniable truth: they were all formidable. Indeed, sword practitioners who comprehended sword intent were rarely encountered by foes of equal standing. Thus, it was only natural for Lin Yunqing to investigate upon hearing that a junior in the sect had grasped knife intent. Perhaps, deep within, he had already begun to regard Jiang Zhao as a sharpening stone for his own skills. Both Hua Xianin and Lin Yunqing were stirred by this development. El Xiuandao clicked his tongue softly, surveying the surroundings with a keen gaze, murmuring, "I wonder how many high-ranking individuals are currently observing this scene. It seems that Jiang Zhao's path ahead may prove to be quite arduous." The thoughts of the sect's higher-ups were as varied as the individuals themselves. Beyond the sect, many righteous powers yearned to eradicate him at the earliest opportunity. If Jiang Zhao could survive such a predicament, what remarkable achievements might await him in the future? El Xiuandao himself dared not contemplate it. He pondered inwardly, convinced that he would not endure long under such circumstances. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao remained oblivious to the convoluted thoughts of others. Even if he were aware, he could hardly be bothered. After all, no matter how formidable he was, he could not govern the musings of others. People were free to think as they pleased, as long as they did not cross paths with him. Should anyone offend him, he would simply express his regrets. While many within the sect were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the events of the day, Jiang Zhao had already scoured 2 mountain peaks. It must be said that Hong Wanzhou and Gu Yuzhou possessed some wealth. Their demise provided him with 3 treasures, one for offense, one for defense, and a pill-concocting furnace. The offensive weapon was an azure longsword, which Jiang Zhao unearthed from Gu Yuzhou's storage ring. In his hand, it radiated brilliance, unmistakably extraordinary. After meticulous examination, he nodded slightly. It was a mid-grade treasure. He planned to refine it later, transforming it into a fine longsword for himself. However, before he commenced the forging process, Jiang Zhao entertained another notion: to capture a ghostly entity from the bizarre realm and incorporate it into the forging. Such an endeavor would effectively imbue the treasure with a spirit of its own. In the cultivation world, the lowest grade of weaponry is termed a magical tool, above which lies the treasure, and ascending further is the spiritual treasure, an artifact that possesses sentience. The might of a spiritual treasure surpasses that of a mere treasure and can even challenge several golden core cultivators with ease. Moreover, the entities of the bizarre realm are inherently frail. If he were to utilize the celestial materials of the cultivation world to bestow upon them a formidable physique, would that not also enhance their power? Jiang Zhao pondered deeply, a notion he had long contemplated. However, prior distractions had continually burdened him, leaving him no time to pursue it. Now, with Zheng Qian's demise and the completion of his sect's tasks, he finally found the opportunity to realize the ideas that had taken root in his mind. The ghostly rope in his hand, though formidable enough to contend with golden core cultivators, was still merely a strand of grass. If faced with a capable opponent, it would likely be subdued before long, as the techniques available to golden core practitioners were numerous. In contrast, aside from its spectral tricks, the ghostly rope lacked substantial methods to defend itself. Without Jiang Zhao's assistance, it would struggle against even a handful of such practitioners. Yet, if he were to be bestowed with a more powerful vessel, the outcome could indeed be different. With a plan forming in his mind, Jiang Zhao turned his attention to 2 other items. The first was a white vest, its touch icy and of an unknown material, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Jiang Zhao surmised it to be a high-grade magical artifact provided by Gu Yuzhou. It had proven its worth when Jiang Zhao severed Gu Yuzhou's lower half with a single strike, leaving the upper portion unharmed, thanks to the vest's protection. After blood-binding it to himself and donning the garment, a radiant smile spread across Jiang Zhao's face. Indeed, his Uncle Gu was a generous man, having previously gifted him powerful abilities and now bestowing upon him 2 magical artifacts. Regrettably, he had yet to fulfill his promise of properly thanking Uncle Gu for the divine powers he had granted. The final item was an alchemical furnace, reminiscent of the 8 trigrams furnace from the journey to the west. While it could not compare to the legendary furnace of the Old Lord, it shared a significant trait. It was capable of both refining pills and crafting tools. Jiang Zhao could not help but marvel at the hidden depths of Hong Wancho's treasures. This particular item had been salvaged from Hong Wancho's mountain, and now it was fortuitously in his possession. After thoroughly scouring the peak and ensuring nothing was left behind, Jiang Zhao rose and departed without returning to his residence. He flew for hundreds of thousands of miles until he reached a desolate area. Once he landed and confirmed his solitude, he summoned a golden portal and stepped inside. Not long after he vanished into the enigmatic realm, another figure appeared at the spot he had just occupied. Cloaked in swirling black mist, this individual revealed only a pair of indifferent eyes, scanning the surroundings while emanating a divine sense that swept across the heavens and the earth. Is it possible that there is none? How could this be? I have been pursuing all this way, yet suddenly it has vanished upon reaching this point. The individual moved with a subtle grace, his figure appearing to teleport as he traversed the expanse of several hundred miles, ultimately returning to the same spot, his brow furrowing even deeper. Could it be a sudden realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he muttered, "Has he discovered me? This should not be the case." He was already a nascent soul cultivator, while Jiang Zhao had merely just stepped into the golden core realm, a significant disparity of an entire major level. Even if Jiang Zhao had refined his golden core several times, making him slightly superior to an average golden core cultivator, it was still far from being comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. If he had not detected my presence, how could he have vanished so abruptly? Standing still, various possibilities flooded his mind, yet he cast them all aside in frustration. Reluctantly, he remained in place for 7 or 8 days, but ultimately achieved nothing. At this juncture, even if he was loath to accept it, he had to acknowledge that a distinguished nascent soul cultivator had inexplicably lost track of a golden core cultivator. It was likely that this Jiang Zhao possessed some form of teleportation talisman. Contemplating this, he let out a soft sigh, retrieved a jade slip, transmitted a message, and then soared into the sky, swiftly disappearing from view. Simultaneously, outside the gates of the Wanching immortal sect, a group of furtive cultivators stealthily approached from a distance. Leading them was an elderly man with grizzled hair and a weathered countenance, holding an ancient bronze compass. As he gazed at the direction indicated by the compass needle, his face bore an expression of deep concern. "It's over," the middle-aged man uttered, his heart engulfed in despair. "What's wrong, elder?" inquiringly asked a handsome young man clad in blue, standing behind him. "The fragment of our Bloodblade sect's token has been taken into the Wanching immortal sect." The elder of the Bloodblade sect lamented helplessly. "Ah?" Upon hearing this response, everyone present was momentarily struck dumb, their minds blank. Prior to their arrival, both the sect leader and the elder had assured them that, as long as they reclaimed the Bloodblade sect's token, each of them would gain access to the true legacy of the Bloodblade sect, with such a legacy to bolster their cultivation. While reaching the tribulation stage might be ambitious, ascending to the divine transformation and separation level of power would be entirely feasible. On their journey, they had envisioned splendid futures. Yet as the elder's compass guided them closer to the sacred Saint Immortal sect, their hopes began to dwindle. Now, standing not far from the towering and majestic gates of the sacred Saint Immortal sect, the anxiety that had long plagued their hearts finally dissipated. The strongest among them from the Bloodblade sect was merely at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Although their ancestors had once flourished, that was of little concern to them now. Presently, the Bloodblade sect depended on the sacred Saint Immortal sect for survival. Should they offend a powerful figure from the sacred Saint Immortal sect at this juncture, it would likely spell doom for all over 1,000 members of the Bloodblade sect, who might never see the light of day again. The Bloodblade sect's meager foundations, when compared to the sacred Saint Immortal sect, could hardly be deemed worthy of mention. In a confrontation, even a mere outer sect elder from the sacred Saint Immortal sect could probably annihilate them. "What shall we do then?" asked the disciple who had spoken earlier. A hint of reluctance etched on his face. "Are we to simply depart?" "Do not rush," murmured the grand elder of the Blood Knife sect, lost in thought as he stroked his beard with a single hand. His gaze, profound and contemplative, shifted towards the direction of the Wanching immortal sect. In a low voice, he continued, our blood knife sect's token cannot be utilized by outsiders. Furthermore, it is merely a fragment of the token, rendering it utterly valueless in the hands of others. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to linger here a while longer, in hopes of encountering that individual. Should we engage in a trade at that time? Obtaining that fragment of the token would indeed be a fortunate turn of events for us. Upon the conclusion of his words, a nearby disciple swallowed hard and spoke softly. If my memory serves me correctly, Grand Elder, our blood knife sect previously dispatched individuals to seek out this token. We were on the verge of acquiring it, only to be thwarted by an unforeseen interception. If I am not mistaken, the assailant was likely a formidable figure from the Wanshing immortal sect. Should he have engaged in soul-searching after the slaughter? He left his sentence hanging, yet the others present grasped the implication of his words. If that individual had indeed conducted a soul search, he would undoubtedly uncover the secrets of the blood knife sect. At that juncture, the prospect of negotiation would be rendered a farce in the eyes of the opponent. Perhaps for them, the most advantageous course of action would be the annihilation of the blood knife sect itself. Not a problem, the Grand Elder waved his hand, calmly stating, I had already contemplated the matter you mentioned. However, after that individual obtained the token, he did not immediately act against my blood knife sect. What does this signify? The Grand Elder surveyed everyone present, a knowing expression gracing his face as he continued thoughtfully. Either that individual possesses formidable strength, yet refrained from soul-searching after the kill. Thus, he remains unaware of the token's significance, which is why he has not taken action against my blood knife sect. Either. As these two words escaped, the Elder's demeanor shifted, a fleeting yet subtle murderous intent flickering in the air. He spoke coldly, that individual possesses insufficient strength. After his slaying, he also delved into soul-searching and comprehended the significance of our Bloodblade sect's token. Yet, alas, his power is inadequate, which is why he has not dared to assault the Bloodblade sect. In such circumstances, the Elder chuckled softly, his voice echoing with a haunting resonance. I do not believe he will remain at the mountain gate. Once he ventures forth on a mission, that shall mark his demise. Elder, your wisdom is unparalleled, exclaimed several individuals in the vicinity, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they echoed in unison. Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded gently and waved his hand, saying, disperse. But do not stray too far from the gates of the Wanshing immortal sect. Keep your eyes on the compass. The moment it shifts, we shall pursue without delay. No sooner had he spoken than a disciple from the Bloodblade sect exclaimed, glancing at the compass in the Grand Elder's hand. Elder, behold, the compass is moving. Oh. The Elder lowered his gaze and verified the direction indicated by the compass. He then commanded, everyone, follow me. I am eager to uncover the identity of the one who has taken the emblem of my Bloodblade sect. Although no one had approached moments prior, the compass had moved on its own. Someone murmured, is there a delay in your compass? Utter nonsense. The Grand Elder responded with a disdainful snort. How could the treasures left behind by our esteemed ancestor possibly be flawed? Meanwhile, as the members of the Bloodblade sect tirelessly sought the whereabouts of Jiang Zhao, within a nameless cave at the foot of an unnamed peak, a figure enveloped in swirling black mist sat quietly in the deepest part of the cavern. Only a pair of eyes were visible, gazing intently at the flickering flames of the fire before him, lost in profound contemplation, unaware of the thoughts that occupied his mind. You speak. At that moment, an elderly man clad in white, with hair streaked with gray, hastily entered from the cave's entrance. His face was contorted with rage as he exclaimed, in these past few years, how many lives have you taken? We, the righteous cultivators, have certainly suffered considerable injuries at your hands, have we not? I have made every effort to defend you before the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall within our sect, urging you to temper your actions, yet last month you still slaughtered over 100 loose cultivators. Have you truly succumbed to madness? At this juncture, the Elder approached the figure enveloped in swirling black mist, lowering his body and fixing an intense gaze upon him. Speaking in a grave tone, have you forgotten whether you walk the path of righteousness or that of demons? Loose cultivators are also human, are they not? What does it matter if I kill them? The shadowy figure retorted, rising abruptly with an unyielding demeanor. You clearly stated we had 300 years, followed by another 300 years, and yet another 300 years. Now over 1,000 years have passed, Elder. In just a few decades, I will achieve the breakthrough to the transformation stage. What sort of attitude is this? The Elder's expression darkened slightly, his words softening unintentionally as he continued. I did not come here today to quarrel with you. You previously informed me that the celestial sect of 10,000 saints had produced a promising talent. Pray, tell me, What exactly is going on? I do not know. The shadowy figure replied coldly as he turned away. After a brief moment of silence, he flipped his hand and produced a jade tablet, which he tossed to the elder, stating in a deep voice, "Examine it for yourself." The old man shook his head with a wry smile, his consciousness delving into the jade slip. After a brief glance at its contents, his brows furrowed rapidly, and he muttered in astonishment, 6 months to form a Dan? Indeed. The shadowy figure nodded reluctantly and remarked, "To be precise, it has been less than half a year. If one were to calculate from the time of his initiation into the sect, it would amount to merely 4 or 5 months. Is that so?" The old man, upon hearing this, wore a gloomy expression. If such a prodigy were to appear within his sect, he would undoubtedly be so overjoyed that sleep would elude him. However, upon learning that this remarkable talent had emerged in a rival sect, he found himself pondering deeply and suddenly realized that he too was becoming restless. Presently, the newly emerged genius from the Wanqing sect, known as Jiang Zhao, had managed to attain the foundation establishment stage in merely 6 months. Given him another decade or even a century, one could only imagine the heights Jiang Zhao might achieve. The thought was too daunting to contemplate. Particularly troubling was the revelation in the jade slip regarding how Jiang Zhao had ruthlessly slain his own master without hesitation, as well as his audacious act of executing an elder from the law enforcement hall within the sect. From any perspective, he appeared to be a new talent of the demonic path, rampaging without restraint. If he were not suppressed in his infancy, the unfortunate outcome would inevitably befall all righteous cultivators once he matured. With these thoughts, the old man slowly paced to face the shadowy figure, crouching down beside him. The flames in the fire pit danced, casting flickering orange light upon their faces, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty. "Have you encountered him?" the old man inquired hoarsely after a moment of silence. "No," the shadowy figure replied, shaking its head slightly. "However, I have observed him from the shadows and surmise that he remains oblivious to my presence." "Indeed." The elder nodded gently, harboring a flicker of hope as he inquired, "Have you discerned whether his cultivation bears any semblance of superficiality?" "Elder, I advise you to abandon such impractical notions," the shadowy figure retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the elder with a measured tone. "Jiang Zhao possesses a remarkably solid foundation. He is not a mere practitioner of the demonic arts who has hastily accumulated his powers through expedient methods. This is evident from his ability to vanquish Zheng Qian, Hong Wanqiu, and Gu Yuzhou. The accounts in the jade slips reveal that Jiang Zhao eliminated all 3 with a single stroke. Do you comprehend the significance of this?" At this point, the shadowy figure became slightly animated, his voice tinged with a sense of reverence. Those 3 were all seasoned golden core cultivators. In contrast, Jiang Zhao has only recently entered the golden core stage, yet they were still no match for him. From this, it is clear that Jiang Zhao has undoubtedly refined his golden core, and it is likely that he has done so at least 5 or 6 times. Perhaps even reaching the legendary 9. Flawless golden elixir? The old man's expression shifted, revealing his surprise as he spoke. Indeed, the shadowy figure nodded slightly. Was it an exaggeration? The elder still found it hard to believe. In his esteemed sect, the threshold for accepting disciples was exceedingly high, and throughout the millennia, he had never witnessed anyone capable of condensing a flawless golden pill. In stark contrast, the Wangguamazong accepted disciples based merely on fate. Any elder could stroll into a city and casually take away thousands of individuals to report back to the sect. Under such circumstances, it was astonishing that the Wangguamazong managed to capture an unparalleled genius. The elder bore an expression akin to that of a dog caught in a storm. What sheer luck must it require for the Wangguamazong to stumble upon a prodigy? Had their ancestral graves caught fire? The words were spoken, and whether you believe them or not is up to you. The shadowy figure spoke casually, then added with solemnity, "I advise you to act swiftly. Otherwise, the longer you delay, the more complicated the situation may become." "Your reasoning holds merit." The elder pondered internally, nodding slightly as he whispered, "Do you possess a means to eliminate him discreetly?" "No." The shadowy figure in black shook his head and said, "Not long ago, I covertly pursued him. But for reasons unknown, he suddenly vanished." "Teleportation array?" the elder inquired tentatively upon hearing this. "It should not be." The shadowy figure recalled carefully, hesitatingly suggesting, "I suspect that Jiang Zhao possesses something akin to a great teleportation talisman. Perhaps he sensed something amiss and thus shattered a talisman to flee." The elder was taken aback at the thought of the Wanqing immortal sect valuing Jiang Zhao so highly, exclaiming in astonishment, "They even provided him with a great teleportation talisman." Such an artifact is not merely a trinket. It can only be crafted by formidable beings of at least the divine transformation stage. Each shattering allows one to teleport an astonishing distance of 100,000 miles. Moreover, it can even traverse through formations, albeit only those of a more rudimentary nature. Nevertheless, the potency of a great teleportation talisman is indeed extraordinary. Once in possession of such an item, one can simply shatter it in times of peril. The average individual would find it impossible to retain. I have conducted my investigation, the shadowy figure remarked gravely, casting a glance at the elder. The Wanqing immortal sect values Jiang Zhao primarily because he is backed by the infamous elder Fang. The old man murmured, Fang Laoma, and couldn't help but exclaim, Fang He. Indeed. The shadowy figure nodded lightly. Could it truly be him? The old man furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, how is this old wretch still alive? Although he bore a striking resemblance to Fang He, both appearing as elderly men, the difference in their ages was substantial. Fang He had traversed the cultivation world while he was still but a mere puddle of liquid, with such an ancient being standing behind him. Dealing with Jiang Zhao would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. The old man muttered to himself before raising his gaze to the figure opposite him, his voice heavy with concern. Do you possess a means to drive Jiang Zhao away from the territory of the Wanguemo sect? At present, Jiang Zhao's cultivation was merely at the golden core stage. To confront him would not be particularly arduous. Any Yuanying or Huashan cultivator could easily subdue Jiang Zhao. At least, that was the old man's perspective. However, there lay a complication. Jiang Zhao needed to be expelled from the vicinity of the Wanqing Xinzong. And by vicinity, it referred to the realm of cultivation, requiring a distance of at least several 100,000 miles. To ensure absolute safety, a distance of 1,000,000 miles would be preferable. Otherwise, as soon as the individuals he dispatched attempted to act, the formidable beings from the Wanqing Xinzong would sense the anomaly. For those at the Huashan or out-of-body stages, a distance of several 100,000 miles could be traversed in just a breath or two. To say they would arrive instantaneously would not be an exaggeration. At that point, it would be uncertain whether they would be confronting Jiang Zhao or merely delivering goodwill to the Wanqing Xinzong. Yuanying and Huashan cultivators are not as common as cabbages by the roadside. If the Wanqing Xinzong were to casually slay a few of them, even the old man's sect, with all its might, would struggle to withstand such losses. The situation is challenging, the shadowy figure in black murmured, shaking his head slightly. It is likely that Jiang Zhao is not foolish. He would not recklessly venture beyond the vicinity of the Wanqing Wanguemo sect without the means to protect himself. Should I forcibly intervene and assign him a task from a distant sect, any misfortune that befalls Jiang Zhao could potentially expose me to significant risk. The elderly man, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression. He raised his hand to stroke his beard, and, after a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly stated, if it truly cannot be avoided, let Jiang Zhao make a trip to Muyunrich. Mount Twilight? The shadowy figure lifted his gaze, inquiring with a hint of confusion about the purpose of such a journey. At this juncture, the old man decided to be candid. With a chuckle, he casually remarked, the spiritual stone vein within Mount Twilight is, in fact, already under the clandestine control of our holy sect. All you need to do is to subtly interfere with the tasks of the Wan Gui demon sect, prompting Jiang Zhao to venture to Mount Twilight. In due course, I shall devise a means to eliminate him. Remember, the elder's tone grew solemn as he spoke. Prioritize your own safety above all else. If a situation proves insurmountable, we shall devise alternative strategies. Very well, the shadowy figure nodded. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. In this uncanny realm, a plume of black smoke surged into the sky from a villa in the northern part of the city, billowing forth like a volcanic eruption, strikingly conspicuous. What could Mr. Jiang be up to? At the pinnacle of the Spirit Management Bureau, Lu Ruhai gazed towards the northern direction, his eyes filled with trepidation. The black smoke was all too familiar to him. It was the essence of pure ghostly energy. Typically, such energy is intangible and invisible, something one can sense but not see or touch. Yet at this moment, the ghostly energy had taken on a tangible form. Not only could he, as a ghost handler, perceive it, but even an ordinary person glancing northward would be able to witness such a terrifying sight. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Ruhai picked up his phone and made a call, saying, hello. Xiao Jiang. It is I, Lu Ruhai. You must promptly arrange for someone to issue a notice to all the citizens in the city, informing them that there is a boiler burning in the northern part of the city, and urge them not to panic. On the other end of the line, a young man named Xiao Jiang stood by the window, gazing at the billowing smoke to the north. He weakly remarked, Director, can anyone truly believe this? What does it matter if they believe it or not? In any case, we have delivered the outcome. Do not concern yourself with how absurd it may seem. There will always be those who choose to believe, Lu Ruhai responded, adding, by the way. Do not forget to impose a strict lockdown on all routes leading to Mr. Jiang. At this time, no one is permitted to disturb him. From this moment forth, this lockdown order cannot be lifted without my consent. Indeed, Xiao Zhang's voice resonated through the phone. Lu Ruhai hung up with satisfaction. His gaze drifting once more towards the northern part of the city, his eyes filled with profound reverence. As the director of the Spirit Administration Bureau, he was acutely aware that his continued existence was entirely due to the protection of Mr. Jiang. This was not only true for him, but for the entire Spirit Administration Bureau, and indeed for the millions of citizens in Donghai City, who, to this day, thrived in this enigmatic world of resurgence, all owing their safety to Mr. Jiang's benevolent intervention. Were it not for him, Donghai City would likely have perished long ago. Since Mr. Jiang took command of Donghai City, the Spirit Administration Bureau had undergone a remarkable transformation, particularly over the past month. Mr. Jiang recently re-emerged, bestowing upon them more than 300 ghost-restraining talismans. With these mystical aids, the Bureau's strength surged 2- or 3-fold. Presently, they not only had the capability to eradicate the supernatural entities within Donghai City, but also had the resources to venture beyond the city limits. Over the past month, they had cleared vast expanses of land, and according to Lu Ruhai's plan, the next step would be to engage the populace in farming and cultivation. Previously, the threat of the supernatural had posed a significant challenge, and the source of food had been a perennial issue. For years, Donghai City had relied on stored grain to sustain itself, implementing a system of rationing for the populace. However, with the recent augmentation of the Bureau's power, it was time to consider the gradual reclamation of their homeland. His demands were modest. First, to cleanse the supernatural from the territories within Donghai City, and subsequently to dispatch teams to explore other districts. However, with this thought in mind, Lu Ruhai pinched his brow in mild exasperation, pondering silently. Those ghostly servants indeed posed a dilemma, and he wondered when Mr. Jiang would find the time to address the matter. In terms of individual strength, the ghostly servants were certainly inferior to the spectral entities. Yet, their overwhelming numbers, coupled with their peculiar characteristic of being unkillable, presented a significant challenge. Over the past few decades since the resurgence of the Bazaar, who could fathom how many ordinary lives have been lost across the globe? Lu Ruhai estimated that the figure must be in the hundreds of billions, a staggering amount that made his scalp tingle at the mere thought of Mr. Jiang tackling such a monumental task. He felt an inkling of uncertainty, primarily due to the sheer volume of the problem. Within the villa, a swirling mass of black mist gradually coalesced. Suspended in midair, a black soul banner stood tall, its surface ominously dark and in constant turmoil, emanating thick, churning black fog that resonated with faint echoes of wailing specters. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the current soul banner was not only terrifyingly more potent than its predecessor but also adorned with intricate dark golden patterns along both its surface and pole. These patterns, though faint, were easily overlooked, yet they imparted an unexpected grandeur to the once dreadful soul banner. The presence of these golden markings had triggered subtle changes within the malevolent spirits contained in the banner. However, due to the scarcity of the markings, the transformations remained too subtle to be distinctly perceived, falling short of a qualitative shift. Hello. Gazing at the myriad soul banners suspended in midair, Jiang Zhao let out a soft chuckle, extending his fingers to grasp the banner, scrutinizing it closely. It is a superior magical artifact. Indeed, it appears that my methods of forging have progressed remarkably well. Jiang Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Since he entered this enigmatic realm, nearly 2 months had elapsed, during which he devoted himself entirely to the arduous study of forging techniques. In this span of time, he was uncertain how many artifacts he had ruined, yet ultimately, a few had been successfully crafted. With such extensive experience and aided by his extraordinary comprehension, although he may not be deemed a master forger within the cultivation world, he could certainly be regarded as a skilled artisan. Before successfully forging the Banner of Souls, he had transformed the longsword in Gu Yuzhou's possession into a long blade, incorporating numerous rare materials during the process, which slightly elevated its grade. Like the Banner of Souls, it became a superior artifact. After completing the long blade, while in the midst of forging the Banner of Souls, an idea struck him. He extracted a portion of his merit from within and infused it into the banner. Remarkably, with the enhancement of merit, the Banner of Souls exhibited some notable changes. Most significantly, the malevolent spirits within appeared somewhat benevolent, no longer exuding the same ferocity. Instead, they conveyed an impression of being restrained by righteous methods. Regardless of the circumstances, spirits are inherently of extreme yin, naturally subdued by certain utmost yang techniques, particularly thunder-based methods, which effectively vanquish them. Consequently, the ghost cultivators of the 10,000 Saints Immortal sect face dire challenges during tribulations. Their success rate is abysmally low. While the success rate for other demonic cultivators may be less than 10%, that for ghost cultivators is likely below 50%, with 99% relying solely on luck. After all, most of their methods are bound within the banner of souls. However, the weaknesses of ghost cultivators now seemed somewhat ineffective against Jiang Zhao. The infusion of merit created an illusion of potential success for these spirits. In the future, the malevolent spirits within my banner of souls will gleam with radiant merit. Even the mightiest of beings would find it formidable. Delighted by this thought, Jiang Zhao let out a hearty laugh, tossing the banner of souls into the air and commanding, "Shinsong, Master, your subordinate is here." Shinsong promptly responded. During this time, much of the remaining memories of Shinsong and a few others within the banner had been significantly diminished by Jiang Zhao, for spirits, after all, only need to be functional. Retaining excessive wisdom is unnecessary. Take the banner and personally visit the Spirit Management Bureau. Have Lu Ruhai arrange for personnel to summon around 80 to 100,000 ghost slaves from the vicinity of East Sea City. When the time comes, you will suppress those ghost slaves and confine them within the banner. As for the other spirits, let Lu Ruhai and his team bring them here. Indeed. Shinsong nodded in affirmation, clutching the Wandering Soul's banner. Go ahead. Jiang Zhao waved his hand, turning once more to gaze at the alchemical furnace before him. The weapons and the myriad souls banner had been successfully forged. Only a ghostly cord remained, requiring a bit of refinement. Jiang Zhao rummaged through his storage ring, realizing that he had nearly exhausted the riches acquired from Gu Yuzhou, Hong Wanqiu, and Zheng Qin. It was inevitable that he would need to seek out someone to plunder further resources. However, at that moment, he could not think of a suitable target. He was also uncertain whether Gu Yuzhou and Hong Wanqiu had any families to speak of. Upon his return, he would need to inquire discreetly. For one must eradicate the roots to prevent regrowth. Resolving firmly in his heart, Jiang Zhao softly called out, "Ghost rope!" The master exclaimed, "What is happening?" A dark ray shot forth from Jiang Zhao's sleeve, and the ghost rope spiraled in midair, twisting and turning like an ethereal serpent, its ominous energy coalescing into a formidable presence. With a resounding clang, Jiang Zhao swept her sleeve, lifting the lid of the alchemical furnace, and commanded, "Enter." Ah! The ghostly rope visibly stiffened for a moment. A segment of the rope twisted as if casting a glance at the alchemical furnace, sensing the terrifying heat emanating from within. With a tone tinged with despair, it lamented, "Master, what is this? This is a grand opportunity for you. Others would long to seek such a chance. So why hesitate to enter?" Jiang Zhao urged. "Master, I have only recently gained sentience and have not read much. Please do not deceive me," the ghostly rope replied, its voice lacking conviction. "Rest assured," Jiang Zhao said, waving his hand dismissively. Observing the ghostly rope glancing back anxiously, he seized it and unceremoniously cast it into the alchemical furnace. With a swift motion, he slammed the lid shut with a resounding clang. At this moment, the ghostly rope had no chance of escape. The instant it entered the furnace, an overwhelming surge of heat engulfed it, before it could fully comprehend its predicament. The strands of grass that comprised its form disintegrated into fine ash with a sudden burst. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through, causing the ghost rope to cry out in a frantic voice, "It's too hot. Master, please, let me out quickly. Do not panic. Stay calm." Jiang Zhao cast a glance into the interior of the alchemical furnace, where the once rope-like ghostly tether had now transformed into a swirling mass of black vapor, careening chaotically within the confines of the furnace. If all went according to plan, this was its true form, while the segment of grass rope merely served as a vessel. With a clear understanding of the situation, he rummaged through his storage ring and retrieved the last remnants of divine iron and jade crystal, methodically casting them into the furnace. Under his guidance, the flames within quickly melted the divine iron. After considerable time had passed, the liquid began to coalesce under Jiang Zhao's control, forming a treasure resembling a long, dark, rope-like entity. Subsequently, Jiang Zhao swiftly performed a series of hand seals, imbuing the rope with each gesture, causing its surface to shimmer more brilliantly with every imprint. Ultimately, it resembled a black river, spanning the alchemical furnace, deep and mysterious. emanating an aura of formidable power that temporarily subdued the surrounding flames. "Ghostly tether, what are you waiting for?" Jiang Zhao inquired. Upon hearing the words of its master, the ghostly tether, which had been languishing at the edge of the furnace, suddenly regained its vigor and swiftly surged into the new form Jiang Zhao had prepared for it. With a resounding clang, the lid of the furnace swung open. The newly emerged ghostly rope surged forth from the alchemical cauldron, swirling swiftly above the rooftop like a black dragon in flight. It had transformed into a unique life form, straddling the realms of magical artifact and specter, possessing the formidable powers of a magical treasure while also embodying the growth potential of a ghost. This phenomenon was beyond the imagination of ordinary artifacts and spirits in the cultivation world. After all, the vengeful spirits within the realm of cultivation could never aspire to become the spiritual essence of a magical artifact. Likewise, it was inconceivable to simply confine a vengeful spirit within an artifact, as this would signify the awakening of its inherent consciousness. "How do you feel now, ghostly rope?" Jiang Zhao inquired. "Master." The demon rope leaped with uncontainable joy, swirling about the room in a jubilant dance, as its body intertwined. A resounding clamor of metal striking metal echoed through the air, producing a resonant clang that reverberated with strength. Its obsidian surface imparted an impression of indomitable resilience. "I feel an overwhelming sense of power coursing through me. Is that so? I shall give it a try." Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lightly snapped his fingers. A blade of dark light sliced through the air with lightning speed, striking the ghostly rope with astonishing swiftness. A resounding clang echoed through the air. The ghostly rope emitted a piercing cry, its body trembling violently before it was propelled backward, crashing through the wall and ultimately colliding with the periphery of the formation outside, where it gradually fell to the ground. After rolling over once, the ghostly rope lowered its gaze to inspect the surface of its form, specifically the spot recently marred by the blade's light. Aside from a solitary white mark, there were no other traces left behind. This white mark, after being sanctified by its spectral energy, swiftly vanished from sight. "Hello, it doesn't hurt." The ghostly rope soared into the air once more, joyfully darting about. This new form was significantly stronger than its previous incarnation, had it still possessed that frail, grass-like body. A strike from its master would have undoubtedly resulted in a dismal fate, splitting in two if fortunate, or reduced to mere ashes if luck had abandoned it. Although it possessed the peculiar traits of this world, rendering it indestructible, relentless assaults would inevitably lead it to a state of weakness. Yet now, everything had transformed. With this new physique, it felt emboldened to challenge anyone of equal standing, save for its master. "All right." Jiang Zhao instructed Gui Sheng to assist Shen Song, then turned to glance at the southern part of Donghai City. By now, the Spirit Management Bureau had already summoned a considerable number of ghost slaves, easily amounting to at least 80 or 90,000. Among these ghost slaves, there were numerous ghostly entities as well, for each ghost slave had an owner. Since they had been summoned, it was only logical for their masters to accompany them. After dealing with these ghost slaves, Jiang Zhao speculated that he would likely account for several dozen ghostly entities, in addition to those subdued by the Spirit Management Bureau over the past 2 months. Perhaps this would allow him to elevate his cultivation to a slightly higher realm. Having lingered in the early stage of Golden Core for nearly 2 months, Jiang Zhao felt that progress was somewhat sluggish. After all, he was not a righteous cultivator. As a demonic cultivator, rapid advancement was not within his grasp. How could he still call himself a demonic cultivator if it took him 2 months merely to break through a minor realm at the Golden Core stage? What would become of his progress during the out-of-body and integration stages? Would it take him several years to advance further? If word of this got out, Jiang Zhao feared he would become a subject of ridicule. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Donghai City, 3 SUVs traveled side by side along a road. In the middle vehicle, Chen Yu occupied the passenger seat, holding a burning white candle. This type of candle, known as a ghost candle among their ranks, was said to attract ghostly entities in contrast to the red candles that could repel them. While the red ghost candles were highly valued, the white ones were often viewed with disdain. Typically, no one would light one unless absolutely necessary. After all, who would wish for death when they could live? However, this morning, several captains within the Spirit Management Bureau were each allocated 2 white ghost candles, following Lu Rahai's instructions. Each captain lit their candles and drove around a township in the southern part of Donghai City. Before the strange resurgence of this world, it bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Zhao's former world, Blue Star. Each township housed at least several thousand people, and those closer to urban areas were even more densely populated. In the span of a mere meal, Qinyu and the other captains had not ventured far. Yet they had already attracted over 10,000 ghost slaves behind their vehicles. Along the way, Qinyu encountered 2 other captains, and the number of ghost slaves trailing them had surged 2 to 3-fold. This was far from the limit. Lu Ruhai had dispatched all 8 captains from the Spirit Management Bureau that morning. Who could predict how many ghost slaves these 8 captains would ultimately draw? Captain Chen, a middle-aged man behind the wheel, glanced nervously at the rearview mirror, his complexion paling as he uneasily remarked, "With so many ghost slaves, do you think we might overturn?" He had previously been a civilian ghost controller, only recently joining the Spirit Management Bureau. His exceptional driving skills enabled him to accompany Qinyu on today's mission. Initially, he believed it to be a routine task. Yet, who could have anticipated that the spiritual administration would orchestrate such a grand operation? In one fell swoop, they summoned tens of thousands of ghostly servants. These entities, while slightly inferior in strength, are, in a certain sense, indistinguishable from the bizarre. If not handled properly, the entire city of Donghai could face utter devastation. After all, we are not merely dealing with 1 or 2 ghostly servants, but rather several tens of thousands. Moreover, it is imperative to consider the anomalies accompanying these spirits. When combined, this force becomes truly terrifying, capable of upending the entire Donghai city. Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. Rest assured, Lu Ruhai cast a glance at the candle burning in his palm. He retrieved a cigarette, igniting it with the candlelight, inhaling deeply before exhaling a wisp of smoke and murmuring, "This is merely a trifling matter. Mr. Jiang will intervene shortly." A trifling matter? The middle-aged man was drenched in sweat. He glanced at the dashboard. The speed had soared above 200, yet the malevolent spirits remained relentlessly in pursuit. It was not that these spirits could not keep pace with them. Rather, it appeared they had received some form of command to merely latch on without engaging in direct confrontation. From this, one could surmise that among the spirits they had drawn in today, there lurked one or even several formidable entities. It is important to note that any spirit endowed with intelligence possesses a minimum strength of grade A, with the possibility of having attracted grade S vengeful spirits as well. If this is considered a trifling matter, he could scarcely fathom what constitutes a significant event. Otherwise, Qinyu leaned against the car window, taking a drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling languidly into the air as he spoke with deliberation. "Mr. Zhang's capabilities are beyond your comprehension. These ghostly subordinates are merely trifles to him. You need only focus on driving. Leave the rest to Mr. Jiang." A curious assembly of human figures lingered behind them. Among them, one creature, humanoid in form yet with a slender neck extending over 3 feet, capped with an eye the size of a watermelon, stared unblinkingly at the 3 vehicles ahead. It possessed no mouth, yet an ethereal voice reverberated through the surroundings. "Boss, shall we eliminate them?" Beside it stood a drenched figure, its voice raspy as it inquired. This was a Class A ghost, having recently awakened its intellect and imitating human speech patterns, though occasionally struggling with fluency. Its wisdom falling short of that of the more formidable Class S malevolent spirits. "Do not be hasty." The large-eyed creature shook its eyes in a peculiar manner, fixating on the front with a menacing glint that revealed its sinister intent. It murmured darkly, "The actions of these individuals can only be described, in human terms, as fishing. Generally, humans are not foolish enough to recklessly drive around in plain sight. Yet, the conduct of these people today is evidently suspicious. Should we flee?" The damp and eerie being tilted its head, hesitating as it spoke. Although its intellect was limited, it was not devoid of sense. Over the recent period, it had observed a marked decline in the presence of its kin around Donghai City. The cause of this situation was all too clear. It was the handiwork of the humans residing within the city. Now, with its master declaring that this group of humans was indeed fishing, this A-class specter instinctively contemplated retreating for safety. After all, it was on the verge of an upgrade. Once it ascended to the status of an S-class ghost, it could return to exact its vengeance at a more opportune moment. "What are you running for?" The large-eyed figure coldly admonished, exuding confidence as he declared, "Those humans could hardly fathom the existence of someone as formidable as I in the vicinity of Donghai City. They wish to fish, do they? I am eager to witness their expressions when they realize they have caught a shark instead." With this thought, a subtle smile crept across the corners of his eyes. At a crossroads, Lu Ruhai stood atop a vehicle, peering through a telescope at the distance. Upon noticing a cloud of dust rising in the far-off horizon, a ripple of disturbance surged through his previously tranquil demeanor. He swiftly crouched and nimbly leaped down from the roof of the car. His gaze swept over the faces of the more than 200 exorcists nearby. In a solemn tone, he stated, "Although we have Mr. Zhang's assistance this time, let us not be careless. We must ensure the complete annihilation of all ghostly minions, leaving not a single one to escape. Is that understood?" "Understood." Over 200 demon exorcists responded in unison, their voices resonating with notable intensity. Lu Rahai nodded slightly at their reply. These individuals represented the utmost limit of what the spiritual administration could muster. After all, in addition to confronting the supernatural, they had to retain a portion of their ranks to safeguard against any disturbances in Donghai City. Once Lu Rahai had allocated tasks to everyone, he cast his gaze towards the approaching horde of ghostly minions, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. Following his line of sight, he could discern that, aside from the path behind them, 3 other roads were similarly besieged by a vast expanse of darkness. As the saying goes, when the number of people exceeds 10,000, it becomes an endless sea. Likewise, the sight of countless ghostly minions created a scene of overwhelming magnitude. Observing the dense throng of specters sent a shiver down Lu Rahai's spine. He approached Shin Song and lowered his voice, inquiring softly, "Mr. Shin, what is your assessment? Do you feel confident? Should we summon Mr. Jiang?" Had Jiang Zhao himself been present, Lu Rahai would not have posed such a question. However, today it was Shin Song who stood before him, and he had not witnessed any remarkable strength from him previously. Lu Rahai harbored doubts about whether a single individual could effectively suppress tens of thousands of ghostly minions. "No need." Shin Song shook his head and spoke. "If anything were to go awry, the master could arrive here in the blink of an eye." Moreover, as he spoke, Shin Song patted the towering soul banner beside him, smiling as he remarked, "With this artifact present, no mere anomaly could possibly stir a ripple." Oh, Lu Rahai's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Although he had encountered the ominous black banner before, today marked the first occasion he observed it from such close proximity. Marveling at the intricate and enigmatic patterns adorning its surface, a growing certainty began to solidify within him. If his conjecture held true, this must indeed be the fabled banner of 10,000 souls. As this thought settled in his mind, 8 captains, each commanding a multitude of eerie entities, surged swiftly from 3 directions, drawn by the commotion behind them. Lu Rahai turned to investigate. Channeling his peculiar abilities, his eyes transformed into an abyssal void, enhancing his vision to its utmost limit. Through the overwhelming tide of ghostly minions, he discerned several formidable entities trailing in the distance, 2 S-class malevolent spirits and 9 A-class apparitions. Lu Rahai muttered softly under his breath. At that moment, the ominous beings behind the ghostly throng also detected Lu Rahai and his companions. The large-eyed entity extended its neck cautiously, peering beyond the countless ghostly minions to scrutinize each ghost master present. Upon confirming that none posed a threat to its existence, a crimson gleam flickered in the depths of its eyes, and a wave of red radiance descended, enveloping an expanse of 5 or 6 miles around. Ghostly trap. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Rahai felt a weight settle in his heart. Among the practitioners of spirit control, there are those who can wield ghostly traps. However, their coverage is typically limited. Yet, when an eerie entity employs such traps, the situation transforms entirely. Take, for instance, the individual before him, who unleashed their power and enveloped an unknown expanse in darkness. Without certain hidden cards, an ordinary spirit controller would find it nearly impossible to escape its grasp. Following the emergence of the first ghostly trap, a second, pitch-black trap swiftly materialized, intertwining with the red one, resulting in a dual layer of spectral forces. Every spirit controller present felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Mr. Shin," Lu Rahai bellowed, "it is time to take action. Make a move? How do you intend to proceed?" Before Lu Rahai could finish his words, a figure materialized before him and Shin Kong. To be precise, it resembled a human form, with its neck and lower body akin to that of a person. However, above the neck, there was merely a colossal eyeball swaying unsteadily. Following this bizarre apparition, a peculiar mist reminiscent of black fog floated beside it. Undoubtedly, this was the master of the Black Spectre. "In my realm of phantoms, do you still wish to make a move? Have your human minds become so inept?" A glimmer of disdain flickered within the immense eyeball of the strange entity. "You summoned us here, and this is the extent of your capabilities?" After uttering this, it turned its gaze towards the enormous eyeball of the wandering soul's banner beside Shin Song, revealing a semblance of human surprise. What is this? How come I've never seen it before? It seems unaffected by my ghostly illusions. It must be something truly remarkable. Now this thing belongs to me." Before the words were fully spoken, a dense black mist erupted from the soul-gathering banner, unleashing countless ghostly figures that surged forth like a torrential flood. sweeping across the heavens and the earth. In that fleeting moment of the mist's appearance, a cacophony of spine-chilling wails and howls echoed from all around. He, what is this? The peculiar creature with large eyes stumbled back, taken aback by the scene before it. As an S-rank ghost, it had seen its fair share of phenomena. Yet this spectacle surpassed its comprehension. Are these also ghosts? Why do they differ from my kind? Endless confusion swirled within the creature's mind. Before it could ponder further, a wave of black mist rushed toward it, revealing a shadowy figure concealed within. This figure appeared remarkably ancient, with a green face and sharp fangs. Its ghostly aura nearly palpable. With a sinister laugh, it struck out with a resounding slap, though situated within its own ghostly domain. The large-eyed creature felt a surge of unyielding pride. Despite its inability to discern the stranger's origins or true nature, it sensed that in a confrontation, it was likely at a disadvantage. But where's this place? This is the territory of my ghostly domain. As long as I maintain my grip on this realm, I am undeniably its sovereign. How could a mere ghost without its own realm hope to harm me? With this thought, the large-eyed creature shifted, teleporting several miles away within its domain, a distance that would be insurmountable for an ordinary ghost master. Yet for Jiang Zhao, it was merely a trivial pursuit. The slap he unleashed expanded in midair, transforming into a black hand that pursued the large-eyed creature relentlessly, striking just as it regained its footing and awareness. Bang! A hand descended. The heavens and the earth turned upside down, and the entire ground emitted a resounding roar. For miles away, the ground appeared to have been violently shattered. In an instant, debris flew, and dust enveloped the sky. A massive handprint, several meters deep and over a kilometer in diameter, emerged on the earth. Countless ghostly minions were reduced to mere dust without uttering a single cry, leaving only their disoriented souls lingering in place. Jiang Zhao had shown restraint with this strike. Otherwise, with his formidable power, even without a physical form, his soul alone could unleash far greater devastation. Concerned about his master's intent to gather souls, he feared that a full-force strike would obliterate all the ghostly minions. Thus, he exerted less than 1% of his strength. Nevertheless, the monstrous creature, known as the big-eyed anomaly, was left bewildered. With this blow, it was rendered utterly defenseless, its form exploding into a mist of blood that scattered in all directions. As it struggled to regain its shape, despite lacking a head, the big-eyed anomaly felt a buzzing in its mind. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? As an S-class malevolent spirit, revered and feared by countless entities in this world, how had it fallen to such a state today? Meanwhile, the master of the black, ghostly creature trembled upon witnessing the obliteration of the big-eyed anomaly. An outsider, its strength had long been classified as S-class. Previously, in the human nation known as Dayu, it had laid waste to one or two small cities. While wandering, it had stumbled upon Donghai City, a well-preserved locale, originally intending to devour all humans and further enhance its power. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon arriving, it would witness such a horrifying spectacle? A single strike had shattered a being of its own caliber. In other words, had it approached, it would likely have met the same fate. So this is how it is. A dark aura enveloped the S-class specter, reminiscent of the malevolent spirits within the Wandering Souls banner. Suddenly, the entirety of the situation dawned upon me. No wonder the city of Donghai has persisted until now. It harbors such terrifying entities. Should I confront them alone? I would likely falter. I must return and summon a few companions. As this thought crossed my mind, the eerie presence prepared to depart, only to be met with a swift kick upon turning around. The visage of the assailant remained obscured, and in an instant, its figure shattered in midair. When it and the large-eyed apparition reformed, they beheld an alarming transformation in the once bright sky. It had abruptly darkened, shrouded by a veil of mist that obscured the sun. Within this haze, an array of glossy, obsidian ropes descended from the heavens, each adorned with a noose at its apex. These ropes were densely packed, far beyond enumeration. With countless strands visible to the naked eye, they seemed to exude a certain malevolence, for a mere glance could ensnare the mind, compelling one to step closer and place their head within the ominous loops. What is this? The recently revived large-eyed apparition displayed an expression of bewilderment, its enormous eyes narrowing as if it had witnessed something truly inconceivable. With a shrill cry, it attempted to flee. In the presence of the ghostly ropes, it felt an unprecedented pressure that was far above its own level. Faced with the formidable Jiang Zhao and his unseen malevolent spirits, it felt a semblance of confidence, believing that even if it could not triumph, it might still survive. However, encountering the ghostly ropes was an entirely different matter. This entity was equally bizarre and possessed greater power. If it did not escape now, it would likely find itself trapped with no means of retreat. As it prepared to evade through the ghostly mists, a shocking revelation unfolded before the large-eyed apparition and the black mist specter. Their once proud, ghostly mists were effortlessly pierced by the ghostly ropes as if they were mere paper. 2 ropes accurately ensnared their necks, and as the nooses tightened, the 2 S-rank apparitions were effortlessly hoisted into the air, their otherworldly abilities completely subdued. A cold wind swept through, dispersing the thin fog, revealing Lu Ruhai and his companions, who stood transfixed, their eyes glazed over as they gazed at the ominous black ropes in the distance. As they took a couple of steps forward, a chill from the cold wind sent shivers through the entire Bureau of Spiritual Affairs, jolting them back to their senses. Upon looking ahead, they were momentarily paralyzed. Among them, some had previously witnessed the powers of the ghostly ropes, while many had not. Nonetheless, the sight before them etched an indelible mark deep within their souls. In the sunlight, the ropes hung like a forest, obscuring the sky and blocking out the radiant light above, their horrifying numbers seemingly countless. Each ropes bore a ghostly servant. As they gazed around, the scene was reminiscent of a graveyard, the air thick with malevolent energy. Over 100,000 ghostly servants dangled in the sky, swaying gently with the breeze, creating a hauntingly surreal yet chilling spectacle. Is this the true power of Mr. Jiang's ghostly companion? Lu Ruhai's complexion turned pale. On this day, his eyes were truly opened. The notion of a single rope suspending 100,000 ghostly servants was something they had never dared to imagine before. If this ghostly rope could hoist so many spirits, it was reasonable to conclude that it could just as easily hang the same number of ordinary people. It is of paramount importance that neither Lu Ruhai nor the several captains can ascertain whether the spectacle before them represents the full extent of the ghost rope's capabilities. Its ability to lift 100,000 ghost servants does not imply that this is its sole limit. Rather, the 8 captains have merely summoned this number. 2 S-class anomalies and several ordinary ones have been entirely subdued. What follows is the time during which the malevolent spirits within the 10,000 souls banner are actively engaged. They extract the souls from each ghost servant and compress them into the banner. Meanwhile, the ghost rope swiftly absorbs the scant remnants of flesh and blood essence left within the ghost servants. According to the rules of the martial world, the souls belong to their masters, yet the essence within the corpses rightfully belongs to it. The more than 100,000 ghost servants have long since perished, and the essence contained within their bodies is minimal. Nevertheless, the sheer number remains quite substantial. After the complete absorption, the ghost rope's power experiences a slight enhancement. This entire process lasts less than 10 minutes. The 2,000 malevolent spirits within the 10,000 souls banner work with remarkable speed, treating the more than 100,000 dazed souls as if they were mere ants, ensuring that none are left behind as they are meticulously placed into the banner. The 10,000 souls banner, now elevated to the status of a superior magical artifact, exhibits no change after accommodating such a multitude of souls. Only the dark mist upon its surface has thickened considerably. From a distance, it resembles a fire, billowing forth black smoke. Shinsong grasped the 10,000 souls banner and turned to Lu Ruhai, saying, "Director Lu, do not forget to send the suppressed specters from the past 2 months to my master." "Rest assured, Mr. Shun," Lu Ruhai replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I will call the Bureau immediately to ensure they are delivered shortly." In the past, he had always regarded Mr. Jiang as formidable, thus he consistently endeavored to overestimate Mr. Jiang's capabilities. However, it now appeared that he might have still underestimated the strength of Mr. Jiang, even without Mr. Jiang's direct involvement. The mere presence of this ghost rope could effortlessly eradicate all anomalies surrounding Donghai City. Should the Black Banner also come into play? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ruhai cast a glance at the 10,000 souls banner, and a bold notion emerged. Mr. Jiang should be capable of single-handedly vanquishing all anomalies within the Great Yu realm, shouldn't he? Yet, it is difficult to ascertain. Lu Ruhai pursed his lips. These anomalies exist in the present world, but what of those lurking in the shadows, yet to manifest? And the anomalies hidden within the forbidden areas of the Great Yu realm? He could not say for certain. Perhaps these anomalies might pose some challenges for Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing Lu Ruhai's response, Shinsong lightly acknowledged, summoning the Wand of Souls to conjure a swirling black wind, ascending rapidly towards the north. As he departed, the ghostly rope accompanied him, bearing a multitude of eerie entities. In their wake, the ground lay strewn with desiccated and decaying corpses. Within the villa, Jiang Zhao observed the peculiar creatures brought back by the ghostly rope, nodding in satisfaction. Although their numbers were modest, their quality was exceptional, including 2 S-rank malevolent spirits. When considering the accumulation within the Spirit Management Bureau over the past 2 months, a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm was well within reach. After a brief pause, personnel from the Spirit Management Bureau arrived, trailing Shinkong, while instructing the ghostly rope to unload. Jiang Zhao made his way directly to the villa's rear courtyard, as the previous chamber had become somewhat inadequate. With Jiang Zhao's increasing prowess, his experience in crafting formations had also grown, and the gathering formation within the chamber had been reinforced. The room had transformed into a veritable deluge, the ghostly essence so concentrated that it had become liquid. To avert the flooding of the villa, Jiang Zhao was compelled to excavate a cavern in the backyard. Over time, this cavern had developed into a black lake, half a foot deep, composed of the gathered ghostly waters. Such a spectacle was utterly inconceivable within the cultivation realm, where the abundance of spiritual energy was an undeniable truth. In contrast, ghostly energy was indeed quite sparse. One could hardly expect even a typical gathering formation to manifest such phenomena. Even a grand gathering array would struggle to conjure such a spectacle. Yet in this eerie realm, with merely a casually arranged formation, he could summon nearly boundless ghostly energy. Were the disciples of the 10,000 Saints immortal sect to learn of this, every last one would likely weep with envy. Placing the banner of 10,000 souls at the very heart of the lake, he watched as the over 100,000 vengeful spirits within underwent rapid metamorphosis. Satisfied, he allowed a faint smile before turning to depart. Returning to the courtyard, Jiang Zhao wasted no time upon seeing the 200 or so spectral entities. He settled into a meditative posture, channeling the cultivation method within his mind, swiftly absorbing the ghostly energy. As vast quantities of energy surged into his body, the once harmonious golden core erupted with dazzling radiance, illuminating every fiber of his being with crystalline clarity. Under the ceaseless torrent of ghostly essence, the core gradually swelled. After roughly a day, Jiang Zhao slowly opened his eyes. Seated upon the ground, faint traces of terrifying aura seeped from his form, not by deliberate release, but as a natural emanation. Wherever this presence passed, it stirred a gentle breeze, causing the entire villa to tremble faintly. Glancing back at the residents, he gave a slight shake of his head. In this current world, the villa was considered sturdy, capable of enduring decades without collapse. Yet to him, it now seemed fragile. The mere unrestrained leakage of his aura had nearly crushed the entire structure. It appeared some reinforcement would be necessary, drawing every wisp of his presence inward. Jiang Zhao turned his focus inward once more. His golden core had expanded significantly since the previous day, and the total volume of his true essence had doubled. His cultivation had ascended from the early stage of the golden core realm to its mid-stage. Though merely a minor advancement, his power had multiplied twofold, if not more. Should he cross paths with Gu Yuzhou and his ilk again, a single strike would likely suffice. It appears that previously, a single maneuver had sufficed to vanquish the adversary. Drawing upon the examples of Gu Yuzhou and others seems to bear little significance. Jiang Zhao felt a twinge of sentimentality within. The drawbacks of overwhelming strength and rapid ascension in cultivation lie in the difficulty of finding suitable benchmarks. Rising from the ground, Jiang Zhao expanded his spiritual awareness, broadening its reach and enhancing its resilience considerably. Recalling a technique he had encountered in the scripture pavilion regarding the application of spiritual consciousness, he focused his thoughts. His formidable awareness coalesced before him, transforming into an ethereal, formless long sword. While outsiders might perceive nothing amiss, as the master of this consciousness, Jiang Zhao discerned its presence effortlessly. With a gentle utterance of the word go, the sword of awareness shot forth, traversing hundreds of miles and piercing through dozens of strange entities, including an ill-fated S-class anomaly. Acknowledging the limited number of these entities, which would not suffice to elevate him to the next minor realm, Jiang Zhao felt disinclined to embark on the retrieval himself. Moreover, in the realm of anomalies, he had subordinates to assist him. There was no need for him to take action personally. He sent a message to Lu Rahai, requesting that someone be dispatched for the task, then proceeded directly to the rear courtyard to inspect the myriad spirits still in cultivation within the cavern. With a swift wave of his sleeve, he returned to the realm of cultivation. This time, Jiang Zhao did not bring the one of 10,000 souls. Primarily, he had recently gathered 100,000 vengeful spirits and needed to allow them to elevate their power. Otherwise, their strength was so feeble that they could not even contend with a cultivator at the first level of Qi refinement. In the realm of cultivation, they would be utterly unfit for battle. Releasing them might even invite ridicule from peers. In the office of the Spiritual Administration Bureau, Lu Ruhai remained standing. His gaze fixed toward the northern part of the city, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Could this be the legendary method of secret communication? During this period, he had diligently immersed himself in the traditional cultivation novels of his world, gleaning insights into the affairs of the cultivation realm through their narratives. While the events depicted in the novels could not be taken as absolute truth, they nonetheless provided him with an indirect understanding of Mr. Jiang's prowess. However, he had not anticipated that just as he was becoming engrossed in his reading, Mr. Jiang's voice would resonate directly within his mind, delivering a profound shock from the world of cultivation. Just as he was striving to steady his emotions, a sudden series of knocks echoed from outside the office. "Come in." Lu Ruhai took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and then spoke calmly. As soon as his words fell, with a creaking sound, the door swung open. Chen Yu strode in with a document in hand and swiftly remarked, "Director, one of the spirit manipulators from our bureau has just gone missing." "Oh." Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruhai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze. In a low voice, he inquired, "When did the disappearance occur? Where did it take place?" "The specific time of disappearance appears to be approximately half an hour ago. As for the location, it is likely nearby a town." Chen Yu spoke as he handed over a document he held, continuing, "This is the last message transmitted by that spirit controller." Lu Ruhai took the document, perusing its contents, and then suddenly looked up, incredulously exclaiming, "The Ancient God Society?" "Indeed." Chen Yu nodded gently and said in a low voice, "Previously, Mr. Jiang instructed us to investigate the Ancient Deity Society. During this period, our Bureau of Spiritual Affairs has been diligently seeking any trace of their activities. However, the Ancient Deity Society has concealed themselves exceedingly well. No matter what methods we employed, we could not locate their lair. Yet today, they have taken the initiative to strike at our bureau. I harbor suspicions." Chen Yu's voice grew heavier as he spoke. "They must be concocting a conspiracy. For several months, the Spirit Administration has deployed hundreds of ghost tamers, along with auxiliary personnel, to scour every inch of Donghai City in search of the ancient deity's whereabouts. Yet they have found nothing. With the opponent's methods of concealment, they could easily continue to remain hidden. Yet, at this very moment, the ancient deity has chosen to strike against the Spirit Administration, and not only that, but they have also allowed the ghost tamers of the Spirit Administration to relay the news. This all seems rather extraordinary. Although the Spirit Administration has undergone a profound transformation during this period, they remain ghost tamers at heart, aside from the bizarre entities within them no longer corroding their essence. Little else has changed. The ancient deity, backed by an S-class anomaly, possesses strength that is not significantly inferior to that of the Spirit Administration. If they truly intended to act with premeditation, how could they permit the ghost tamers of the Spirit Administration to return with news? Captain Chen, are you suggesting? Lu Ruhai, clutching a document, lifted his gaze towards Chen Yu and spoke slowly. Is the ancient deity preparing to engage in full-scale war with our Spirit Administration? This possibility cannot be dismissed, Chen Yu replied solemnly. After all, the ancient deity has recently suffered the loss of 2 strongholds in Donghai City, and given their nature, it is inconceivable that they would not retaliate. Yet, they have chosen to bide their time until now. It is likely they have recognized the depths of Donghai City's complexities, deeming it too formidable to conquer swiftly, hence their decision to remain concealed for a while. Planning a significant strike against the Spirit Administration. The ancient deity certainly has grand ambitions. Do they not fear breaking their own teeth in the process? A shadow of darkness flickered in Lu Ruhai's eyes as he slowly rose and commanded, "Captain Chen, please instruct our ghost tamers to refrain from acting alone during this period." Furthermore, Lu Ruhai continued, "Please have Captain Han take a few adept spirit masters skilled in evasion to meticulously scout the vicinity of Baya Town. Should they uncover any movements of the ancient deity cult, they must report to me immediately." "Indeed," Chen Yu replied loudly. Afterward, he cautiously inquired, "Director, should we inform Mr. Jiang about this matter?" Lu Ruhai narrowed his eyes in displeasure and stated, "Captain Chen, you must understand that Mr. Jiang is not merely a pawn of our bureau. If we were to rely on Mr. Jiang for everything, it would seem we hold no significance in his eyes." Yet, upon reflection, it occurred to him that it was Mr. Jiang who had previously instructed them to seek the Ancient God Society. Now that they had discovered the whereabouts of the faction, it would seem rather improper not to inform him. "Captain Chen, you may return to your duties." After sending Chen Yu on his way, Lu Ruhai retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Zhao's number. After a series of busy signals, a message came through stating, The user you are trying to reach is not in the service area. Confounded, Lu Ruhai resolved to pay a visit in person. Meanwhile, in the realm of cultivation, several figures sat upon the earth, each bearing an expression of perplexity. At the forefront was an elderly man, meticulously manipulating a compass, occasionally tapping it gently with his fingers or striking the ground. As he adjusted the compass, he muttered, "This shouldn't be. This was an artifact left by the ancestor. How could it possibly be malfunctioning?" Observing the elder's demeanor, a disciple who had accompanied him, unable to contain himself after over a month of waiting, softly suggested, "Great Elder, perhaps this compass is indeed broken? After all, the ancestor was a figure from millennia ago, and with such a vast expanse of time having passed, it is only reasonable that any artifact he left behind might encounter some faults." "Impossible." As soon as the disciple uttered these words, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he replied in a solemn tone, "Absolutely impossible. How could the legacy left by our ancestor be flawed? There must be some detail we have overlooked, which has resulted in the other party vanishing without a trace." However, the disciple pressed his lips together. They had followed the compass's guidance all the way here. But upon reaching this spot, the compass began to spin erratically. Logically, the person should be right here. Yet the question remained, where was the person? A perfectly healthy individual could not simply have vanished. If that person had departed through a teleportation array, surely some traces of the formation would linger on the ground. Even if they had utilized a great displacement talisman, the compass should still indicate a general direction, shouldn't it? Yet now, the compass was merely rotating in place. It was as though an invisible presence stood upon this vacant lot, and upon further contemplation, a sense of dread crept into each of their minds. After much deliberation, aside from the Grand Elder, everyone present concluded that the most plausible explanation was that the compass had malfunctioned. This realization led them to acknowledge that the decline of the Blood Knife sect over the years was indeed justified. Even the relics of their ancestors were not well preserved. If they could not uphold their heritage, who could? "Elder," the disciple thoughtfully suggested in a hushed tone, "I have heard of a place nearby called Jiang City, where many cultivators reside, and perhaps there exists someone well-versed in the intricacies of formations. Should we not consider a visit to Jiang City? The artifacts left by our ancestor are not likely to be repaired by an ordinary formation master." The elder paused in his actions, furrowing his brow in displeasure. "If we merely intend to take a look, it shall not consume much of our time. Moreover, we have lingered here for over a month. We cannot remain in this place indefinitely." The disciple responded with a sense of resignation. Indeed, while cultivators possess long lifespans, it is not to be squandered so frivolously. If the compass remains unfixed for a day, shall they then stay in this location for an eternity? Very well. The elder sighed deeply, as if he had resigned himself to fate. He lowered his gaze to the compass in his hand, preparing to put it away, when suddenly a clear voice echoed beside him, "I am well versed in formation techniques. Perhaps you might show me." "Eh?" Upon hearing these words, the elderly man instinctively felt the urge to reprimand. As a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, having lived for several centuries, he was well versed in many matters. Yet, even he could not discern the situation, leaving him to wonder what methods the disciples beside him, mere embellishments, could possibly possess. If he were to hand the compass